combo. There's some other stuff in there as well, but it all does the same thing as holding down the square button, so there's really no point to any of it. The most unique move in the arsenal is one that lets you run around in a circle and create a ring that will disrupt enemies who are shielded. That's cool, but it's also a bit clunky to use, and later on you get an upgrade that automatically does it for you, which kind of guts the move and makes it way less fun to use. So combat against normal enemies works, but it's pretty mindless and the camera sucks. It just cuts around a lot while you're fighting, and it really fails to frame the action well. It also just makes combat seem like a clusterfuck rather than anything more deliberate. I found that combat was so mindless and so annoying that I essentially avoided as many enemies as I could, which is fine by the way, because there's actually no real need to fight them. Most of your upgrades come without having to kill anything, and yet you basically could remove most of the enemies from the open world and nothing of value would be lost. The boss encounters is where Sonic Frontiers really shines. Some of the bosses are excellent. At their absolute best, these encounters are epic showdowns with massive bosses who loom large over the landscape. The Stingray is the best example, where you have to run along its tail and dodge projectiles to catch up with him, and then kick the shit out of him up close. It's good. You're like, yes, this is a great Sonic boss. Love it. Then there are these weird Shadow of the Colossus style encounters where you have to climb them, and it's so fucking janky, and the camera is, it's so bad. It's like the worst. Look, overall, the bosses are a mixed bag, but when they hit right, and these showdowns are some of the best moments in the game. It's yet another example of Sonic Team arriving at something cool that makes you think, yes, this is the future of Sonic. That future is not here and now, not in Sonic Frontiers.
Thank you for the excellent content for my stream. Skill up, I have likes and sub to your channel.
I mentioned a little throughout the review, and that's just how lifeless this whole thing feels. I've spoken about visuals, about the distinctiveness of biomes, enemy design, but there's one point that really brings that home, and it's the way that Sonic Team treats its characters' story. Sonic Frontiers has a grim, dark, self-serious plot like it's a fucking Snyder movie. This weird, quippy humor that feels so awkward. You want the perfect example of the Snyder-Whedon crossover? Here it is. These cutscenes have no personality whatsoever. The story makes sense, but it's just fluff. None of the cutscenes are these Sonic heroes doing cool Sonic Heroes things. It's just them talking for a few seconds, and then the cutscene ends. It's not good. Like, look at what Nintendo does with Mario, or Insomniac with Ratchet and Clank. Hell, look at what Sega did with the Sonic movie. That worked. It had personality. It had charm. You wanted to see more of Sonic and his friends in Eggman. While Sonic Team have arrived at the gameplay template that could work for future games, they are still nowhere when it comes to making these characters lovable and fun and cool. This is such a boring ass rendition of these characters, and I hope Sonic Team bring in a lot more support for this stuff next time around. But it's that next time that I'm interested in, to be honest. And I guess I want to think.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you know the big all tale of two wastelands. Well, last time we went chasing after radio signals, hunting down some of Fallout 3's most obscure content, and today we're going to be doing something rather similar, actually, which is I'm going to be visiting a town which, even though it does have a vegan named mission associated with it, there is a good chance you can completely bloody miss it, because Fallout 3 just loves hiding stuff right at the edge of the map. So today we're kicking off a road going and heading to the west, but not spend any time. Oh no, we'll get back to you another day. My destination is way more out of the way. Instead, just start heading north, west into the hills. So bear in mind, as we start going further and further towards the west, it is very likely we're going to start running into nasty bits and pieces. So make sure you've got a decent loadout ready to help out with that. In particular, Dark Gun is going to help out a lot. Oh, and to continue the theme from last week, though this isn't actually what I was meaning to be approaching at all, there is an additional radio station on precisely this bloody route. So, okay, we may as well cover this one. This one is actually a little bit on the fun side. It just wasn't really, on the route I was planning to cover when I was doing last week. So, okay, just turn that on, then head back over. There's a lovely fallen bridge. Excuse me, I'm talking about radio signals right now. The signal's just another Morse code one, so once again, just broadcasting, hey, this is me, please get back to me when you can. And it leads to a small drainage chamber once again, literally right next to the tower. This bunk, however, is rather on the cool side, which is, this is the trap bunker, and they're really rather well laid traps. So okay, straight away, you've got pressure plates, right here, easy enough to avoid, but it's very easy to not notice the gun set up, because, they've been deliberately put inside this rubble in order to disguise them, so yeah, those would just trigger that. And then as we go forward, a barricade where the only way through is to go over the top and knock that barrel. But that barrel, you may be able to spot the spring there, that would trigger a grenade trap. So you've got to either accept the grenade's going to go off and just make a run for it, or very careful. Just got away with that one there. That almost went horribly wrong. Yeah, you could just about take them apart, which is lovely. Then we've got obviously more mines, more traps. Yeah, this place is just really well trapped up. It's lovely. So here we go. This will be the guy that sets up, and this guy really knew what he was doing. Alright, this is a well-organized bunker. He had spare parts, spare mines he wasn't using for anything. He had his own workbench right over there. We have got a gun with ammunition sitting right next to it. We've got ourselves a purified water right here as well. We've got the radio, and we've also got a Vids computer, because obviously we're not done with the traps yet. So this one would explode, but yeah, unfortunately I do not have explosive 45. I can't disable it. Do not disrupt this terminal, it will explode. And of course, on the way out, do not forget, duck and cover, I will never say no to a free skill book. Beautiful. So, yes, there is a tiny generator in here. For some reason, he was working on the world's smallest generator, which I find very cute indeed. Anyway, don't worry about that. That just happened to be on the way. My real destination, number one, is right there. Gas station in the distance. Also, I can't help but wonder, there's only a courtesy today. Yes, protect from gate. The laser pistol that's kind of a shotgun I got out of the Superhuman Gambit. Is that a shotgun, as far as the game's concerned, for calculating one, shotgun surgeon, and two, and stay back? Because I have no idea whether it is or not. You probably wouldn't work on this robot anyway, but you know what? I'm seeing a lot of shields right there, suggesting shotgun surgeon is not applying. Okay, probably it acts like a shotgun.
You've been in
as far as the various perks are concerned. So, okay, who's shooting me now? Oh, bloody hell, no, get out of here, you. Okay, as I was saying, destination number one, right here, Jocko, hopping gas stop. And we're just to step inside. Here for a second. Charles, I can see. Yes, this place is all nice. Quite precious, bedding. Don't worry, we're definitely here for something better than that. We have got ourselves the schematic for a bottle cap mine. Now, I know you're thinking, John, you've already got that. Moira gave it to you ages ago. Yeah, rather fun thing. Collecting multiple schematics for mines or grenades is actually really bloody useful. Arguably, way better than collecting duplicates of anything else. Because the game just says your schematic's been improved, but that really buries the most important thing that just happened. If you take the schematic in your base tab, this schematic now makes two mines, find the third version, that is 3 mines for a single set of resources. Now, that doesn't make the slightest bit of sense, because each bottle cap mine is clearly contained inside a lunchbox, so how does one lunchbox make 2 mines or 3 mines? But I don't care, it's very useful indeed. addition, and Nicola Tasland, you never say no to a skillful towns, and behind me on the shelf here, a Nuka-Cola Quantum. And yeah, I've been collecting those up quietly every time I see them, and today is the day we're going to actually put them to use. So, okay, that should give you a pretty good indication where we're going today. Here we go, just head north and west again, literally following the direction of the raised roads right here. And here we go, a tiny walled town appears in the distance, and that hillside, that's the end of the world. There is basically nothing further west than this. This is really well bloody hidden for a fairly major settlement that's got some really important stuff going on. And yes indeed, welcome to Good Shade. But yes, as the flickering sign and giant pile of empty nuka balls might indicate, this is where we are picking up the Nuka-Cola Challenge. So, say hello to Sierra. I love Sierra. Sierra is an absolute bloody star.
Sierra Petrova, that's the name. Good to see a new face in Burger Shade. I take it you're here to check out my Nuka-Cola collection and see a tour.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what? I'm going to specifically say, wow, this is impressive, Sierra.
I have one of the best Nuka-Cola collection in the Capital Wasteland. Heck, I've won the Nuka-Cola Fan Club Collection Award for the last 10 years in a row.
And just out of interest, how many members in that society, Sierra?
Well, only two right now, me and Ronald. But membership is open to the public. You can join if you like.
Oh, Sierra, I love her. But yes, indeed. Tell me about this other chap.
Ronald? Oh, I'm sorry. I figured you met him already. He usually chats with people in their Burger Shade. He's my neighbor and my protector, as he calls it. Imagine if some nasty raider wanted to take my stuff. He'd show them a thing or two. He's such a sweetie. You should talk to him.
Oh, we will definitely be catching up with him. That guy is an absolute star as well.
Like once, there were these raiders that came by. There were three of them, and their leader was named like Bloodnut or something. So they kicked in Ronald's door, and he was like slam with his gun, and one of them got all splattered. Then the other one tried to hit him all in his head with some club. And Ronald was so cool how he dodged it and shot the guy in the face. Then the Bloodnut guy was in Ronald's face with the I'll kick your ass stuff, and Ronald was like, hell no, and he punched it.
Sierra's storytelling is truly magnificent, and remember the details of that story, because we'll be coming back to it later. Anyway, let's get back to business and get the Nuka-Cola tour.
Welcome on then. Let me show you around. But no free Nuka-Cola until the end of the tour. When Nuka-Cola was invented by John Philip Robinson in 2024, it quickly became the world's most popular soft drink.
I do enjoy how she's so excited that she speaks really fast when she's giving the tour. It's adorable.
Grow a dedicated following which sponsored the Nuka-Cola Corporation to release many promotional items like these. By 2067, a Nuka-Cola machine such as this rare pristine model could be found on almost every street in America. As promised, here's a little pick-me-up. An ice-cold Nuka-Cola. Just look at the frost on the bottle. So cold and delicious. Pardon me. I tend to lose myself when I hold on to a Nuka-Cola. Before I get to the little proposition I have for you, let me tell you a little bit about Nuka-Cola Quantum.
And go on, Sierra. Let's get the details.
For every bottle you bring me, I'll pay you some cash. You know, for expenses. But if you're super cool and find like enough bottles to fill my Nuka-Cola machine, 30 in all, I got a super secret cool prize for you.
And just a quick speech technique she's willing to spill the beans ahead of time.
Oh, okay. I have a schematic for the Nuka grenade. The only one in the whole Capital Wasteland. Bring me the bottle, and it's yours. Imagine the look on the target's face when they are burning alive in an effervescent explosion of cola and fruit flavors. So, what do you say? Will you bring me the bottle?
Curiously, she is either lying, misinformed, or something was changed during development, because there are three variants. This is not the only one in the wasteland at all. She's just straight up wrong. In fact, it's almost certainly not the first one you're going to come across, because Doc Cobb, one of the four rotating merchants, he's got one of the others in his inventory, and you will almost certainly have run into him already.
Your best bet would be to find the ruins of the DC Nuka-Cola bottling facility. Find the shipping manifest inside. With them in hand, you should have a clear clue as to where the quantum was delivered. While you're there, you may even be able to find some bottles of quantum.
So there we go. Good solid lead from her right there. Go to the Nuka-Cola factory, obviously a good starting point, and there's a few other fun bits and pieces hidden in there. Wow. The entire conversation with Sierra is absolute gold, by the way, so yeah, just dig into her relationship with quantum just a little bit more, and yeah, are we sure that quantum is safe, Sierra?
Addicted? Why would you say that? I can stop drinking it anytime I want. That's so silly to think I would get hooked on the most delicious soft drink ever devised by man.
Sierra's just wonderful. And just indeed, fun fact, you actually can get addicted to Nuka-Cola Quantum. So basically, only in Fallout 3. In Fallout 4, there is no Nuka Quantum addiction. In Fallout New Vegas, there is Nuka Quantum addiction, but there's barely any quantum. It does exist in the game in a single box in Lonesome Road. I'm not even sure if it's supposed to be that. It might just be a mistake, but there is a single bit of quantum in all of New Vegas, in Lonesome Road, and it's not even guaranteed. You've got to basically reroll the area until it happens to spawn in. So it might be there by accident. For some reason, I've never been able to discover anybody who confirms why they just sort of replaced quantum with Nuka Victory in Fallout New Vegas. As I say, I have no idea why this was done, meaning effectively Fallout 3 is the only game where quantum addiction is even possible.
Oh my! It's like a tidal wave of flavor washing all over your body. Your head spins, but everything is clear at the same time. It's quite a rush.
And would you believe that Sierra almost certainly is suffering from said addiction? Yes. So, that's all we're getting out of Sierra for now, but, okay, let's step outside to say hello to the other resident of this town, Ronald, who she was speaking so highly of.
So who might you be, and what brings you out to our little paradise?
And hello there, Ronald. I was just chatting to Sierra about Nuka-Cola.
That's all, huh? Better be. Because I warn you, I don't like anyone messing around with my woman.
And funny old thing, she never said anything that implied you two were together.
Well, that's likely because it's none of anyone's business but ours. Hey, she's a fine-looking lady. I mean, slouch either, but a man has his standards, you know.
Why, Ronald? Whatever are you implying?
How do I put it? I'd love to do the horizontal bop with her, you know, flower bean field. Come on, kid.
I do rather enjoy Ron, because basically his entire characterization, like every detail about him, every interaction with him, full stop, just boils down to the fact that this character is horny. That is his entire bloody life.
I know she's asked you to find her some Nuka-Cola quantum. She asks everyone that wanders through here. What I'm proposing is you still look for the drinks, but instead of bringing it to her, you bring it to me. She'll be so impressed that I get all the Nuka-Cola for her. She'll melt in my arms like butter. I pay you the same she was going to pay. And everyone's happy.
And here we go. Naturally, Ronald being the horniest man in the entire Fallout franchise, Black Widow becomes an option, which is you can recruit him to get the quantum for you. Do that, and we'll make it a threesome.
Holy shit. Are you for real? Hell yeah. I'm off to find you some quantum then, and I know right where to go.
He will now immediately sprint into the wasteland and go direct to the Nuka-Cola factory, and will almost certainly die en route. Now, you can follow him and attempt to, keep him safe and whatnot, but he just stands inside the lobby and doesn't actually, assist in any way whatsoever. So, okay, it's a fun interaction, but that's not what we're doing today. Not least it's extremely difficult to keep the man alive. He will get himself killed a lot. So just nip back in time and seriously, every single line of dialogue between you and Ronald is just him being a horny. It's marvelous. So yeah, when he says that he doesn't want anyone messing around with Sierra, you can simply reply, maybe I like messing around.
Whoa, that's kind of kinky. I like it. Wouldn't mind watching that. Sorry, Dave, you'll just have to take a number. I'm going to be the first one to tap Sierra's goods, not you.
Seriously, literally every interaction with this man is just him being a horn at you. So, what we're going to do instead is we're going to accept his offer. So, it's a speech. Take it to a relatively difficult one, but yeah, my character has got very good speech, should be able to pass this, no problem. So, as a result, yes indeed. He will double the amount of paid for every quantum draw. Now, he will not give you the grenade. So, you are giving up the quantum grenade by doing it this way. However, as I say, you can get that schematic from two other places. Sierra is just straight up lying to you about how rare it is, and grenades in this game are not very good. Plus, I kind of want to keep balls on side, because, yeah, if you go down his path, you get some truly spectacular dialogue down the line. So, we're going to agree to that.
You devious bastard. I didn't figure you were that clever.
Today we're going quantum hunting. And step one, let's figure out how much quantum I've got already. So that's been gathering it every time I pass them by. But I strongly suspect we're not at 30 yet. We're at 20. Oh, you know what? That's actually not bad. Right, onto the plant itself, which is just outside the DC ruins on the west side of the river. So, if you've been doing what I've been doing, the flooded metro is a very good leaping off. Here we go. Literally just a straight shot down the road. Now, there might be a radar or two in the way, but that guy doesn't appear to even have a weapon. He appears to be unarmed, so I'm not too concerned about that, really. And here we go, the Nuka-Cola plant. Beautiful. Including, yes, a Nuka-Cola machine right outside. Now, these guys are interesting, which is they may or may not contain a Nuka-Cola quantum. It is somewhere about a 5 to 10% chance, and it is not the first time you enter the cell that this Nuka-Cola machine is located. So, if you're really patient, you could just, keep reloading particularly interior areas over and over until you get all the quantum you want. Though, honestly, you don't need to. There is more than enough quantum in the game. On this occasion, sadly no, just your base. So, welcome to the factory. In this area we're going to be dealing, mostly with automated robot security. So, if you've got anything with, bonus damage versus robot, now would be a good time for it, as you would be having Lockpick 100. I don't think we're going to have to go the long way round. So, this place is also just swimming in Nuka-Cola machines. So, if you get lucky, you may well find a few quantums just, randomly spawning out in the world. And if one gets too tough, one good pulse grenade should do the job very nicely against these robots. So, honestly, you kind of may as well while you're passing through. Otherwise, I won't just, sit on these forever and never get round to using the bastards. And of course it wouldn't be a factory in Fallout if, reading the terminals didn't reveal a horrifying backstory. So, while they were trying to make the quantum glow because they thought it would be a cool marketing gimmick, initially some of the isotopes they used did kind of kill a lot of people. The final version at least didn't kill anybody, but yes, it does make 1 in 10 people sick. So, still not a great result. And one of the notes was quantum done, R&D moved on to the next big thing. Nuka-Cola clear. With only minimal loss of life, we've been able to modify the Nuka-Cola to give it the same great taste. So, this one wasn't ready to go out into the world, but they were working on it. Keep that in mind, we'll be coming back to it later. Unfortunately, it's not just robots. That might be a bit on the, easy stuff. In some areas, it's robots, but elsewhere, the Milos has got it. And they've been swimming in quantum, creating the Nuka-Cola, which is basically the Milo that looks super awesome. Still with the same base attack, so just shoot in the face and live it should be a FFXI will sort you out, no problemo. If you've never explored this area before, by the way, it is super cool, because go down to the basement and you'll literally have to wade through quantum, which is extremely round if you try and drink it. As far as this monster goes, is this water? If I just have a big drink, okay, that's a lot of round right there. Was that water? It was. So let's assume it's like, say, water that's got mixed up with some water. So, yes, you were taking a handful of damage. Don't mind me. Oh, Nuka-Cola thunders. Okay, that's a little bit more scary. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get 10 million of crit. That would be great. That was not enough crit. John, you've let me down. Okay, let's try that again. Although actually, you know what? That's a thought. There, John, you've got 5 point round. Oh, that is going to destroy a flipping Milo. Right, wait for him to pop up, make sure we break his legs, the chances are bloody fast. Get the hollow point rounds on you, buddy. And now... Oh, now that flipping hurts, doesn't it? One, and where's those spreads? Oh, yeah, that's the flipping stuff. That's beautiful, actually. That is just absolutely sexy. The basement elevator is mostly just a little fighty diversion. What you really want to do is just get straight through it to make it to the officers. This is where the interesting stuff is. This area also has one of my favourite dumb tricks in the entire game, which is you may notice a lump of red on the compass. Some of those red things are basic rad roaches. Some of them are nuclears. And you have no real way of knowing aside from maybe estimating its speed and trying to orientate my sound, which is which I find is just a delightful way of messing with the player. Couple of things to note in here. Banjo I particularly enjoyed much. Yes, inside what is clearly the marketing office, there is the skill score, which of course is named Line Progressor style. So okay, quick dig at marketing right there. And not unfair one to be honest, given the marketing term doesn't very clearly specify they're going to be using actors to film fake taste tests in order to put them in the advert. But more importantly, elsewhere on the same floor, we have got ourselves a human. Nothing particularly of note, to be honest, just got ourselves, an assault rifle, basic 5.56 ammunition, but finding the formula. The formula for clearly Tacoma is on the first floor of their DC flat. That's where they did the R&D. Get the formula, meet the red rocket tricycle factory as we plan. Our fire is promising lots of chaps. I want to see some hustle. This could take our gang to the big time, sudden death at overtime, forever. So, okay. Somebody wants to clear new Tacoma formula. And this is just kicked off an unmarked quest that is in fact time limited. If you don't complete it before completing the new Tacoma challenge, it will simply become uncompletable. And you do not want it to become uncompletable, because one of the items you can get out of this is really rather good. Still the final stage of the loop, we have made it to the factory floor, and yes, unfortunately, you could have just skipped straight to this area had you got what quicker hunters. That first door could have just come in that way. Would have made life a lot easier, but there are some rather cool things you can do here. In particular, when you see these particular, like, I don't know, nuke loading machines or what have you, look in the side office and, hacking a line of terminal. Due to an oversight by the design department, the new Nuka-Cola Quantum is slightly heavier than the standard Nuka-Cola. So, as a result, do not load Nuka-Cola Quantum into the sorting unit because it may cause a jam. Well, unfortunately, I do want some Nuka-Cola, so we're going to be doing that anyway. So, load Quantum into the sorting unit, activate the packing line, warning system error. But you know what? I don't care. I may have broken the machine, but I've also just got myself 3 Nuka Quantum. Beautiful. So, those in hand, let's go say hello to Milo. There he is. You can tell it's him because he's the only mark on the compass that isn't trying to bloody kill you. Hello, Milo.
I'm your foreman, Milo. Pleasure to meet you. Please give me your job posting title and employee registration number for my permanent records.
And it is rather a difficult feat check, but you can just about pretend you're John Caleb Bradford himself. Lovely.
The name is verified in my system with no existing employee number. Voice stress pattern within normal parameter. Executive override protocol initiated. What may I do on you on this wonderfully productive day?
And there we go, we've got Milo in. So, step 1, shipping manifest if you be so kind.
That information is to be shipping to the terminal. Code for the terminal is in the CCC 1864.
Alright, lovely. And step 2, I'd like to key it to the research page so that we know the facts and where the recipe for nuclear clear is.
Certainly, allow me to whip up a copy for you. There you are. Have a wonderful and productive day.
I like Milo. Milo is very helpful. And just saying of the shipping computer now open because I've got the password, that gives us a 3 locations where we can find a big old pile of swamp. So, Super Duper Mud, already found that one, Old Omni, and Paradise Falls. And here we go, just nip around the corner, we have got ourselves doors, and those doors we saw right at the start, but now with a lovely door. So, yeah, you have to fight some robots, but you can pretty much skip almost every nuke alert if you have a sufficient luck. So, back to research, back to the safe we saw right at the beginning in one of the very first rooms, the formula itself. Okay, with 3 quantums in the hand, that means, yes, we've now got 23, 7 to go. But before we take care of that, let's sort out, delivery of the nuclear clear formula, though this note is extraordinarily unhelpful, because it says a formula to the Red Rocket Tricycle Factory. That location doesn't exist. It's a typo. It's supposed to say the Red Racer Tricycle Factory, which again is extra unhelpful because this being an unmarked quest, if you don't realise that there's a typo there, yes, you could very easily just overlook this entire submission. Fortunately though, it is really close by, so literally just follow the road up in this direction, heading in a vaguely northeast direction. When you get to the first bridge, take a right, start following this road in the right direction, and yeah, those fences there, that'll indicate to you you're now going in the right direction. So just a loop around in this direction. And there we go, the Red Racer Tricycle Factory. And yes, I strongly suspect that some of you may have run into this event before and just shot these guys on sight without realising they are willing to speak to you. Because they do look just like raiders, okay? They are dressed up like raiders, aside from one distinctive characteristic, the hockey mask, because, okay, I know nothing about hockey, but this would appear to be some form of hockey reference. So, despite appearances, they are not raiders, do not shoot them. Instead, let's go and have a lovely chat.
Hold it right there. What are you doing here?
And it turns out, buddy, I have got precisely what you're after. So yes, unfortunately, your friend is dead.
Mercy didn't make it? Damn. How do they expect us to play when we don't even have enough people on our team? Well, as long as you brought the formula, I guess we're still in the game.
So yes, indeed, buddy. Please explain what's going on with your combined hockey and cola obsession.
The name's Goalie Ledoux, and I'm captain of Sudden Death Overtime, the last of the ice gangs. There was a time where every city had their own ice gangs, and thousands would show up to watch them all duke it out in giant arenas. We aim to bring those days back.
So yes, best as we can tell, this is a misunderstanding by this gang. They are conceptually aware of pre-war ice hockey, but they kind of seem to think it was like gladiatorial fights on ice, and not like, you know, a friendly sport. Well, maybe not that friendly. As I understand it, people get really bloody injured in this sport. But you know what, buddy? 400 caps, it's yours.
Nicely played. And I know talent. Here you go. Okay, team. Let's get out of here.
So there we go. Formula has been handed over, and those guys start making their way out into the world. Except, okay, gonna be honest, don't really want them to do so. Also, are you guys going to be following your boss? Yes, just at a very long distance. And very fortunately, they will absolutely 100% be willing to just fight raiders. So yes, indeed, despite being dressed like raiders, they are most definitely not. Now, this seems to be going pretty well as far as I can see, which is, yeah, one of their team is dead, and the goalie is extraordinarily wounded. Well, that is excellent news, because I'm going to be honest, buddy, you're holding something very unique. So, just shoot the goalie in the back of the head, down he goes, and there we go, a nice clean break, and... Okay, their center is still running away right now. There we go. She's coming back. It's so bloody hell. She just broke my chest as well. Well, that's just bloody rude. No, 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 no. Just take him out, please. Anytime you're ready. Right, she goes down, and no trouble there
there whatsoever, because yes, most of the gang are just wearing basic hockey masks, but not the goalie. He's wearing a unique mask that gives you plus 25 AP, which is ludicrous. Like, my agility is 7, and my AP caps out at 86. So, right now, put that on. That's like 30% more AP. That is ridiculous. Though, yes, unfortunately, it does cover up everything. So, it's your glasses slot, and your chin slot, and your head slot. So, you do give up a lot, and I would prefer to keep the first recon beret. So, time to get ourselves some Nuka Quantum. The super duper mart, of course, is super easy. In fact, you've almost certainly checked this, and I certainly have too, but I just wanted to make absolute double sure. Yes, I've already got all the quantums.
Your skill has increased.
At the rear, so these boxes are right here. Over to Paradise Falls and back inside Eulogy's pad, then just head through to the stairs and you can see them glowing away in these crates at the back. So, this is stealing. Do not get spotted doing this. The slavers will start shooting you. Apparently they are very attached to this particular cola. Which leaves just the Old Olney grocery, though fortunately, yeah, you don't actually have to go to Old Olney, because if you know this game well, you'll know that that's a giant death claw nest. Thankfully, the cola never made it there. Instead, return to the radio tower that was next to the Grizzly Diner down there, and just start heading north until you see a lovely road linking a farm to a nearby large town. The farm, by the way, is the sort
Your
of
skill has
very fun
increased.
event, which is every time you rock up here, yes, the raiders are almost certainly going to be being attacked by the local wildlife, and the local wildlife being bears, they're gonna do pretty bloody well. So there are raiders here, but let's just say they're not gonna be here for too much longer. Right, I think the bears are done clearing the entire area for me, so off into the wasteland they go. Lovely. I think they're, yes, hunting down some Brahmin. Then just make your way west to the road, and there will be a broken down truck right here, which is going to give me everything.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, between those locations, I think there's like 15, maybe 16 quantums. The rest you're just going to have to find dotted around, or get lucky with the vending machines. And if you do find yourself in need of, yes, just a quantum being drawn at random out of machines, I recommend Arlington Library. Because for whatever reason, this library is just a cocking swimming in Nuka-Cola machines. So that was one there, another one right here, just round the corner, lovely. One in the media archive, just past the trap. And more upstairs in the break room too. And that's before we even get into the bloody children's wing, where once again, they are just everywhere. So yes, if you've never been to the library, you can just save before you go into every single area, and then just keep going in for the first time until the machine spawns some quantum for you. Fortunately,
your skill has increased.
That lottery because, yes indeed, I have now got all the quantum I need. However, if we could just step into an evil alternate universe for a second, there is one other interesting reaction you can get out of Ronald. So, just step into Sierra's home, sneak up behind her, and pop a bullet in the back of the head. There is absolutely no reason you would ever do this, by the way. All it does is fail the Nuka-Cola challenge. But, if Sierra does end up dead, then you can tell Ronald about it, and there are some interesting ways you can spin the tale. So yes, indeed, Ronald, Sierra's gone.
What? What the hell happened?
And yes, indeed, you could just say you don't know. You can admit that you've killed her, in which case, you know, he'll try and kill you too. Or you can speech check him to tell him that the Nuka-Cola Corporation had her murdered.
Crap! This has to be about the Nuka-Cola machine I got for her. It had this label on it saying, "Warning, if you tamper with this unit, you will have to answer to the Nuka-Cola Corporation." I bet they're after me. Oh God, I gotta hide. I gotta go.
So, yes, he now thinks the Nuka-Cola Corporation is hunting him down, which is, I mean, just really rather delightful. But no, Sierra doesn't end up dead in Universe A. That's only for the evil John who lives in Universe B. Instead, let's hand that quantum over to Ronald. Because bear in mind, the only reason he wants the quantum is to impress Sierra. So, if you give him all the quantum that Sierra wants, something truly magical happens.
Well, this should be enough to fill that stupid machine of hers. Thanks for all your help, but our transaction is done. I'll take any extras off your hands for now, but then I'm done with these disgusting drinks. They taste horrible. Now to put the moves on my lady. Come and watch an expert at work.
So, step 1, we get ourselves a giant pile of XP, 30 quantums disappear, 2,400 caps appear in their place, and arguably, far more importantly than just, level 15, he just invited me to come and watch an expert putting the moves on Sierra. And we most definitely would like to see that, actually. Yes. So, let's pick up to 73, because, yes, with Hat and Skill Magazine, that should be 100, if we need such a thing, meaning, yes, Science also needs to be moving in the right direction. Lovely. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to see a true masterclass in seduction.
Hey there, sweet cheeks, I got something for you.
Oh my goodness, you absolute dear! You found the quantum to fill my machine!
Yeah, I'll fill your machine, all right.
What was that?
Nothing. So you want to celebrate?
Well, maybe later. I have lots of things to do now. Need to get all this quantum icy cold.
That's okay, baby. We have plenty of time. You know where to find me when you want some of this.
Some of what?
That's okay, Sierra. Play hard to get. I love it.
Yup, they sure were hard to get. And you got 'em, you big old teddy bear. Anyway, gotta get these into the machine. See you, sweetie.
Yep, I'll be seeing you soon, I hope. Got something on your mind? Spill it.
So there we go. Despite that, it turns out Sierra basically is completely oblivious to Ronald's advances. Despite the fact that Ronald's entire personality is nothing but making advances towards Sierra. Meanwhile, speak to Sierra herself once this is done.
Yay! You're back!
She's so excited to see me. I love Sierra. She's delightful. So, by any chance, has Ronald been bothering you in any capacity?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, I've been getting lots of nice attention from him lately. Ever since he brought the quantum to fill my machine, he keeps whispering sweet nothings to me. In fact, he told me he's going to butter my muffin. Isn't that sweet? That he'll do such a silly little chore for me. Now all I need are muffins.
So yes, indeed, Sierra is in fact completely clueless, and Ronald is no closer to getting with Sierra at the end of all of that, which I find delightful. Now that's not to say that Ronald hasn't done, a fair bit to get into Sierra's good books, because, yes, if you ask after the deal, now that Ronald's fulfilled it on your behalf...
Oh, Ronald is such a sweetheart. Do you know he went out like you did and found me 30 bottles of quantum? He loves me. He really loves me. Now I bet he'll ask me to get married. Oh, for my wedding present, I'm giving him the super secret prize, too.
So yes, indeed, you don't get the nuka grenade. But there is also the statement there, Sierra thinks she might be getting married to Ronald. So, yes indeed, Sierra, can you not see that potentially the man just wants to sleep with you?
A sleepover? Awesome! We could tell bedtime stories and do each other's hair and all sorts of fun stuff. I could even make some Nuka-Cola treats for when we get the munchies late at night. That would be fun.
So, yes indeed, it sounds like married life is not going to be to Ron's liking. In fact, if anything, it sounds like he's going to spend a lot of time, yes, being fed quantum snacks, despite the fact that we know he absolutely despises the flavour. So, yes indeed, I feel like this is not going to work out in a way that the lad desires. Still, if there is a possibility that Sierra is going to marry our lad here, then I think there's one more thing I ought to do for our dear friend Ronald, and that is, yes, a rather obscure mission that does actually tie in with him. So, skipping back to the Super Duper Mart once again, this time we're going to be making our way south into Greyditch. Generally, of course, you visit Greyditch to take care of those, the mission with the giant flaming ants, but that's not why I'm visiting today. Instead, I'm gunning straight for the centre of town, so don't mind me, little ant buddies. I imagine you are not going to be a problem, though, yes, do watch out. They can breathe fire. That is, the trick that fire ants have got up their sleeve. And here we go, Marigold Station. Right at the end of the blue line, or at least the blue line that we know what it looks like, this station does link through into Falls Church, but that's not what we're here for. Instead, just blast some ants out of the way, and yes indeed, we have got a lovely skeleton sitting right next to Grady's last recording.
If you're listening to this tape, and my brains are splattered all over a wall somewhere, then you've got a job to do. You need to retrieve the package and get it safely to Ronald Lauren and Girder Shade. Tell him Grady sent you. To get the package, you'll need the key. I've stashed it inside the old fire hose in the maintenance block at the Marigold Metro Station. The key will unlock the safe that contains the package. Look for the room marked by a spinning light. You can't miss it. Good luck. And hopefully, they won't find you too.
And there we go, a second unmarked mission pertaining to Girder Shades. Once again, we're in the world of unmarked missions here, so yes, there is no quest marker to guide you. You just need to look around and follow the instructions. Though, on this occasion, the game does give you a tiny bit of help, which is the fire hose box is marked as Grady's fire hose box. Which gets me the key that he stashed there earlier. Brilliant. So, back up top this time, yeah, we want to change sides at this point, going over to what was originally, yes, the left-hand branch. And as per his instructions, keep an eye out for a spinning light. And barely around the corner, we've got ourselves one spinning light. Easy locks in whichever way you prefer. Then just crack open the safe inside, and yes indeed, it turns out the package that we're supposed to be delivering to Ron is the Naughty Nightwear, giving you increased luck and increased speed. So, yes indeed, as I say, Ronald's entire personality, and indeed every mission he's attached to in any way, is just about him being horny, okay? He is the horniest man in the entire Fallout franchise, with no exceptions. It's not even close. There is, however, one small problem if we take the Naughty Nightwear. Which, as you may recall from Sierra's story about how Ronald keeps her safe, yes indeed, she mentioned a man by the name of Lugnut, and the moment you pick up the Naughty Nightwear, he shows up here.
I'm only gonna ask you this one time. Give me the Naughty Nightwear.
Because it turns out their entire dispute, Ronald and Lugnut, is nothing to do with, say, keeping the town safe or money or anything. They just both want the sexy pajamas. This entire mission is about a pair of sexy pajamas, and I'm so sorry, Lugnut, but these are my sexy pajamas. Walk the cock away.
Your skill has increased.
All right. My mistake. It obviously belongs to you. Now, you just watch it, because I won't be so nice next time.
And while this is the end of the, yes, sexy pajama quest for the time being, it's not actually the end of the sexy pajamas saga. There is going to be a second part to the sexy pajama saga, but it doesn't even show up until Broken Steel, and even then, it is very, very easy to miss, so, okay, just keep that in mind. One day, at some point in the future, the sexy pajama saga will be continued. Anyway, back to our dear friend Ronald, and yes indeed, buddy, any chance you've ever heard of somebody named Grady?
Grady? Maybe. Why are you asking?
And yes indeed, he's being a little bit cagey. He probably doesn't want random people to know about the sexy pajamas he's commissioned.
Holy crap! You have it? Well, hand it over. I've been waiting over a year for that damn thing.
And you know what, buddy? That's fine, but I want paying.
Fine, anything to get it. Here's your caps, now hand it over.
And there we flipping go. So apparently Ronald has been waiting a year to receive extremely sexy pajamas to help him seduce Sierra. But this whole thing might not necessarily work out for Ronald, given Sierra's waiting for Ronald to ask her to marry him, and Ronald's never going to do that because he's a massive horny bastard who's just going to try to seduce her, and it's never ever going to work. And even if he does decide to one day put on his sexy pajamas and head over to Sierra's, we know for a fact she's just going to put on a slumber party and feed him snacks that he absolutely despises. So unfortunately, it's never going to work out for poor Ronald here. So there we go, the complete story of the Nuka-Cola Challenge, which, as it turns out, is not just a tale of gathering 30 quantums. No, it is instead the epic tale of a hockey-themed raid gang, the epic struggle for a set of sexy pajamas, and the tragic tale of the world's horniest man and how things are not going to work out as he wants them to. So, yes, indeed. I would say let's call it a part there, because seriously, the Nuka-Cola Challenge spirals off into some strange damn stuff. But next week, I'd say how about we head back to Tenpenny Tower and get back to, you know, some more traditional Fallout fare. Though, that's not to say there are not some very interesting things that need to be discussed regarding the residents of Tenpenny Tower and the interesting secrets they keep from each other. So, hopefully, you are looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I've been John, this has been many a true nerd, and this has been Fallout, Tale of Two Wastelands. Thank you very much, and goodbye. If we just hide the bodies, nobody needs to know about this. Yes! My stupid plan has worked! It turns out I'm a genius! The giant rat scorpion is not gone! Oh, hang on, there's more yet, though. I'm still being very shocked. Guys, where's the NCR? Nobody needs to know. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John.
It's actually really funny that you can like your own comments on YouTube. It's fucking funny as hell. Surviving the Abyss, Deep Trouble, I don't know, 11 days ago, huh? Let's go see it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. John, this is many a true nerd and welcome to surviving a rather fascinating hybrid game that blends a city builder with our horror game, because...
I don't want to watch that. I'm going to watch that. I don't care.
Before filing for bankruptcy, 50 Cent was spending $108,000 per month to rent an 18-bedroom mega mansion, while T-Pain's bankruptcy was so brutal that by the end of it, he had to borrow money just to buy Burger King. However, let's begin by talking about DMX, who had to file for bankruptcy on 3 separate occasions as he couldn't afford child support. You see, DMX had 17 children with 11 different women, and almost every child resulted in some kind of lawsuit or child support requirements. For example, DMX was sued for $1.5 million worth of child support in 2008 after a genetic test confirmed that he was the father of a previously unnamed baby, which when combined with his declining music career, resulted in his first bankruptcy filing. 4 years later, in 2012, DMX was sued by a different ex-partner for a further $1 million worth of child support, and a year after this lawsuit, he filed for bankruptcy a second time. His third bankruptcy would occur in 2016, during which it would be discovered that DMX had racked up a further $1.7 million worth of unpaid child and family support, which accompanied $950,000 in bank debt and $1.7 million worth of tax debt. Since he had $0 in his bank account, DMX was sentenced to 6 months in prison for the child support, a further year in prison for the unpaid taxes, and was also ordered to pay the government $2.29 million in restitution after he was released from his time behind bars. However, DMX never had the chance to pay the amount back in full, as he died in April 2021, and despite his extensive family tree, DMX never wrote a will, meaning that his family was still involved in money-related legal battles even after he was dead and buried. Tiger was certainly better at managing his child support payments, although he definitely had a weakness when it came to luxury spending. After cultivating his career as a successful rapper, Tiger's name entered news headlines
after he purchased a $200,000 Mercedes Maybach for his girlfriend while being $480,000 behind in rental payments on a luxury Malibu home. As a result, Tiger was sued by his landlord, although he failed to show up to court as he was on holiday in Turks and Caicos. Yet this situation wasn't the only example of Tiger spending big in one area while being financially behind in another. For example, in 2016, while shopping for a new Bentley, Tiger's Ferrari 458 was repossessed in the parking lot as Tiger hadn't been paying for the loan. Despite this, Tiger would go on to purchase another Mercedes Maybach, as well as a Land Rover, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, all of which were repossessed for non-payment, while he was seen looking at a brand new Lamborghini. In addition to this, Tiger was sued by a second landlord for $181,000 after once again missing rental payments in 2016, followed by a third property-related lawsuit in 2020, where Tiger had racked up over $200,000 in damages and unpaid rent on yet another rental property. It was then revealed that Tiger was being court-ordered to pay for $200,000 worth of unpaid jewelry, which accompanied the accusation by his ex-girlfriend Black China that he'd been missing child support payments. And just to add a cherry on top of the cake, while all of this was going down, Tiger was in $890,000 worth of tax debt to the government. Despite all of this, Tiger is still seen flexing a lavish life on social media, which is a luxury unavailable to rap producer Scott Storch, who blew through $70 million in less than 3 years. Scott has earned his money by producing for some of the biggest names in music, including Kanye West, Dr. Dre, and Jay-Z. Yet Scott Storch's insane net worth began to diminish after he purchased an insane supercar collection,
30 cars, including Bugattis, Ferraris, and all that kind of stuff.
as well as a $10.5 million mansion where he housed more than 20 staff, including a boat captain, just in case he wanted to go out on his yacht.
The captain was on full-time staff?
Yeah.
In case you want to take the boat out.
Yeah.
And the boat was how many bedrooms? Seven-bedroom boat. Worth about how much?
20 million?
20 million.
Scott went on to explain just how much this lifestyle was costing him.
My monthly overhead from my household employees was somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million a month.
And if he continued to work, there wouldn't have been any problems, although this isn't what he would do.
Went from working and delivering to drugs and not going to school. I just stopped working, and then I got depressed.
As mentioned, Scott stopped making music and instead began to get addicted to the nightlife in Miami. And with no money coming in plus $1 million a month going out, it was only going to be so long with Scott hit zero. By 2009, just 3 years after having a net worth of $70 million, Scott had filed for bankruptcy. 6 years later, Scott would file for bankruptcy a second time, claiming to have a grand total of $3,600 of assets to his name, $100 in cash, $500 in clothing, and a $3,000 watch. Most shocking, his music companies are valued at $0, and in 2014 he made a grand total of only $10,000. Throughout this hardship, Fat Joe was one of the only rappers to keep their friendship with Scott, possibly because Fat Joe went through a similar situation himself. Fat Joe had earned $1.18 million in 2007, $1.28 million in 2008, $265,000 in 2009, and $630,000 in 2010. However, despite having made this $3.3 million in only 4 years, Fat Joe failed to pay taxes on it. He was able to come up with $718,000 and had also done extensive charity work. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy the judge, who sentenced Fat Joe to 4 months in prison. Despite taking personal responsibility for his actions by stating, "There was a lot going on in the years that I didn't file my taxes, but it was my responsibility," less than 4 years later, Fat Joe entered news headlines again after the IRS revealed that he still owed them $1.1 million in taxes. However, this number was absolutely nothing in comparison to Fat Joe's friend Lil Kim, who owed almost 4 times more and became, quote, too poor to file for bankruptcy. Lil Kim wasn't nearly as successful as some of the other rappers featured on this list. However, this didn't stop her from purchasing a $2.3 million mansion back in 2002, notably with the help of a mortgage. Throughout the 2000s, Kim's music career slowed dramatically, and by 2018 she was filing for bankruptcy, as she still owed the full $2 million on her property, despite the 16 years that had passed. In addition to this, Kim now owed $1.85 million to the government for 13 years worth of unpaid taxes, which accompanied a further $185,000 in unpaid legal fees. The bankruptcy became even worse after discovering that by 2018, Kim was earning a comparatively small $18,000 per month, of which $2,000 went to staff, another $2,000 went to clothing, and $10,000 went to travel fee, meaning she had less than $4,000 per month to dig herself out of $4 million worth of debt. Somehow Lil' Kim managed to, quote, get her finances into good shape, and her bankruptcy filing was dismissed. However, MC Hammer wasn't quite so lucky. Despite having the fifth best-selling hip-hop album of all time, which sold 17 million copies and featured songs such as You Can't Touch This, MC Hammer wasn't able to stay out of financial trouble. He bought more than 17 luxury cars, a private jet, 2 helicopters, and 21 racehorses. Some of the horses were valued at around $1 million. Most of his expenses, however, were on his home. He bought a property in Fremont, California for $12 million and spent another $30 million on renovations to turn it into his dream home. He added a bowling alley, basketball court, baseball field, recording studio, movie theater, 17-car garage, tennis courts, and 2 swimming pools to the 40,000 square foot mansion. One of the floors was shaped like his signature baggy pants that came to be known as Hammer Pants. He added several marble statues of himself throughout the property and installed a gold hot tub in his bedroom. And to keep everything running smoothly, he employed a staff of nearly 200 people on the property, which cost him an estimate of $500,000 a month. Unsurprisingly, less than 5 years later, MC Hammer had filed for bankruptcy, at which point it would be revealed that he hadn't only spent his entire $70 million fortune, but had also taken on a further $13 million in loans, which had been borrowed from over 200 different lending institutions. Despite having spent a total of $42 million on his California dream home, the property resold for only $6.5 million. However, if we're on the topic of expensive homes being repossessed by the bank, we need to talk about Birdman, who's ranked as the 15th richest rapper in the world with a net worth of $110 million. But this is what makes Birdman's story unique. If he was worth over $100 million, why was his Miami mansion being repossessed by the bank for non-payment? Birdman has purchased the home back in 2012 for $14.5 million, yet by 2017 a foreclosure suit had been filed by the bank, and quote, all personal items within the home, including platinum records gracing the walls, a pool table, and dozens of pairs of shoes, were all confiscated and placed in storage. The mansion was eventually sold by the bank for $10.85 million in July 2020. However, Birdman's lawyer has come out to explain the foreclosure, stating that it was the result of illegal loan terms set by the bank, so perhaps take Birdman to bankruptcy with a grain of salt. However, there's no ambiguity around how T-Pain went broke, and he's now come on multiple podcasts to explain just how brutal his bankruptcy was. T-Pain had built up a net worth of over $40 million at his peak in 2007, with all of his closest rap friends advising him that as long as he kept rapping, the money would keep on coming in.
Everybody before me that I had to look up to, they were just like, no, this is great. Once you start rapping, just money. All the best gonna happen. Your family's not gonna come out to just rap, and it's just girls and swimming pools after this.
For this reason, his spending began to get out of control.
I bought my Bugatti for $2.1 million. And I mean, they're actually sold it for all they gave is $800,000. Yeah. So it was like renting a car for $1.3 million.
With the purchase of his Bugatti accompanying a $400,000 chain on houses for his workmates.
I got this house on it. I got this other house for my assistants. My runners and my producers.
Your skill has increased.
We just started going crazy when I wasn't paying attention to it.
Which was extra bad as T-Pain never even checked in on how much money he had.
I didn't want to know because I was led to believe that this is only gonna run. This rapper's telling me that I'm just gonna make money forever. It's just gonna keep going up and up.
In the process, T-Pain began to create less music, and within a few years, his accountant was advising him that he was almost out of money.
My accountant was like, dude, like, and I was like, no.
While T-Pain seemed confident that he had plenty of cash left, reality set in for him after he'd have to borrow money just to buy food.
So you said you was broke. You had like $0.
I like having to borrow money to get my kids' burgers.
What's the most you ever had to make at one time?
40 million.
However, T-Pain was lucky to get away with a loss of only $40 million, as the final person on our list makes this number look like loose change, 50 Cent. 50 didn't only release the 10th best-selling American hip-hop album of all time, but he also made over $100 million from vitamin water investments, plus a further $78 million from a luxury underwear deal. In the late 2000s, 50 Cent made an estimated $300 million in only 2 years. So when he'd announced that he was filing for bankruptcy in mid-2015, his debts totaling over $32 million, the entire world was thinking the same thing. How did this happen? Well, after 50 Cent uploaded a sex tape with Rick Ross's girlfriend, 50 was successfully sued for $7 million, which accompanied another court order for 50 Cent to pay $17 million to a headphone manufacturer after one of their collabs went sour. 50 Cent's clothing company, G-Unit Clothing, then fell out of the spotlight, which accompanied the closing of his movie company, G-Unit Productions, as well as his boxing company, SMS Promotions. Throughout the whole process, the global financial crisis had taken a toll on the value of 50 Cent's investment, and by 2015, he was earning a comparatively small $185,000.
Your skill has increased.
You could certainly argue that this was enough for 50 to get back on his feet. However, $108,000 of this monthly income was going toward an 18-bedroom mega mansion, while the remaining $77,000 was going toward menial expenses such as his gardener, with bankruptcy documents revealing that 50 Cent still owed money to his stylist, fitness coach, and even his barber. Despite this, he began to troll on social media with posts such as this one, spelling out the word broke with $100 bills, and within 2 years, 50 Cent had paid back $23 million worth of his $32 million debt. 50 Cent eventually got back to zero, and according to Google, has built up a net worth of $40 million over the last 5 years.
From accidentally throwing a £3 million lottery ticket in the bin to spending an entire $16 million prize in under 90 days. These are the absolute dumbest lottery winners of all time, beginning with Jose Antonio Bartok, who almost lost his entire lottery fortune after getting someone else to claim the money for him. You see, when Jose won the $750,000 jackpot back in 2010, he was living in the US illegally, so Jose asked his boss to claim the prize as he feared he couldn't claim the money without potentially facing legal trouble and deportation. This worked out perfectly until Jose's boss began to falsely say that he was the one who had actually purchased the ticket. Taking legal action against his boss was risky, given Jose wasn't supposed to be in the country at all. However, given he had security camera footage of him purchasing the ticket, Jose did so and was able to prove that he was the rightful owner to the $750,000 prize. Only $250,000 was spent on taxes, another $250,000 was spent on court fees, and throughout the legal process, Jose was jailed for drunk driving and was deported back to Guatemala as soon as he won the court case. However, at least Jose Antonio Bartok got to keep some of his winnings, and Denise Rossi wasn't so fortunate. When Denise won a jackpot of $1.3 million back in 1996, she'd been married to Thomas Rossi for over 25 years, yet their relationship was apparently lacking in transparency, as Denise didn't tell her husband about the win, and instead filed for divorce only 11 days after buying the lucky ticket. I was afraid to tell Thomas because I knew he would try to take the money away from me. I went to the Lottery Commission office and told them I was married but contemplating divorce. They told me to file before I got my first check, which I did. Denise was initially successful in hiding money from her now ex-husband, as for a whole 2 years after their divorce, Thomas had no idea that Denise had ever won the lottery. However, in May 1999, a letter was sent to Thomas's home address asking if Denise was interested in the lump sum buyout of her lottery winnings. This was the first Thomas knew about the lottery prize. He confirmed that Denise was a winner with the California lottery, and given they were still married at the time of the win, Thomas launched a lawsuit stating that he was entitled to half of the prize money. The judge specifically found that Denise's failure to disclose the lottery winnings constituted fraud, oppression, and malice, and as a result, the trial court awarded Thomas 100% of the lottery winnings, which left Denise with less than nothing, considering she also had to pay for her own legal fees. However, Denise's loss of $1.3 million was still nothing in comparison to the luckiest woman in America. Evelyn Adams became the first person in human history to win the lottery twice, initially for $3.9 million in October 1985, before winning another $1.4 million only 4 months later. With the probability of this win being approximately 1 in 17.3 trillion, Evelyn seemed to realize that she had no lottery luck left by stating that she was going to quit playing, and instead began to buy various businesses, including the convenience store where the lucky tickets had been purchased. While you could argue that this was a smart move, Evelyn still had to fix her gambling problems, and instead of buying more lottery tickets, she instead took the rest of her winnings to the Atlantic City casinos, where she lost her entire remaining fortune to the slot machine. Without any money left, her businesses failed one after the other. By 2012, Evelyn was living in a trailer park while stating to the media, winning the lottery isn't always what it's cracked up to be. Kelly Rogers likely had a similar outlook, as after winning over £1.8 million at the age of only 16, her life was also ruined. Initially, Kelly stated, "I will not go wild and spend loads. I'm going to take some advice and see an accountant. Hopefully I will make us all comfortable. I want to help my family, but I won't change. I just want a normal home, nothing posh. I just want a normal car as well." However, as soon as she received the money, Kelly instead spent £11,500 on 2 boob jobs, £300,000 on clothes, makeup and tattoos, as well as £85,000 on top of the race sports car. Kelly spent a further £250,000 on holidays to locations including Mexico and Disney, £118,000 on gifts to former boyfriends, £190,000 in return loans to friends and family members, and £50,500 in solicitor's fees, all of which being purchased while she was still in high school. Kelly did make a few smart purchases, such as an £180,000 bungalow and a £96,000 home for her mum. However, by the end of the year, Kelly was back to square one, being on welfare with only £2,000 left in her account. She since stated, "It was too much money for someone so young. Even if you say your life won't change, it does, and often not for the better."
Yeah, I just wish I was a bit older at the time of winning it, because I think at 16, still just a child, and overnight, I just got to grow up and become an adult.
Which is probably why she's now an advocate for raising the UK's legal gambling age from 16 to 18. Kelly Rogers certainly spent her money poorly. However, at least she had the chance to spend it, as 25-year-old Amanda Clayton from Detroit was no longer alive by the end of her spending spree. When Amanda won the $1 million jackpot back in 2011, it seemed as though her life had been changed overnight. However, her win quickly became controversial after the media learned that she was still collecting food stamps and benefit payments despite having won the lottery.
Detroit woman is now the second lotto winner in the state to keep taking food stamps after hitting it big. Amanda Clayton, who won $1 million and took home $700,000 lump sum, 24-year-old says even though she now owns 2 homes, she figured she was still allowed to use a Vids card.
After being confronted about her behavior, Amanda had the following to say.
I thought that they would cut me off, but since they didn't, I thought maybe it was okay because I'm not working.
And shortly thereafter, she was charged with 2 felony counts of welfare fraud and was ordered to pay back the $5,500 worth of food stamps she received. While Amanda quickly paid the $5,500 back, she never got the chance to spend the rest of the money, as only 6 months later she would unfortunately overdose in one of her 2 homes.
She said she was tormented by the fame and the problems that came with winning the lottery.
So what's the point of having money if you're not going to have happiness?
She said she didn't want the money anymore and bought things for her family and set up college funds for her children. She said she only had $67,000 of her winnings left.
The end to Amanda Clayton's story was somewhat unexpected. However, a 2-second glance at Ryan McGee is more than enough to predict that this lottery win would eventually end in disaster. After winning £6.4 million back in 2008 at the age of 27, Ryan was placed on the Sunday Times Top 100 Rich list for young people. He purchased a luxury mansion in his home country of Ireland, which featured 5 bedrooms, an indoor swimming pool, a full champagne bar, and a 2-car garage where he kept his brand new Ferrari 458 Italia. However, as you might expect, this is where things began to go terribly. Only 3 years after buying the Ferrari, Ryan slipped off the road, crashing the car into a field, mainly because he was driving in snow. Locals were amazed Ryan was driving the Ferrari in that weather, especially when he had a more suitable Range Rover he could use. The Ferrari was not understood to be running on winter tyres, which, while costing around £4,400, usually boost grip and handling in ice conditions. Ryan's property development business then dissolved, which was accompanied by a divorce from his wife and a sale of his luxury home. Then, 2 years later, Ryan McGee was pulled over driving an uninsured Ford Focus without a license. However, the most interesting part is that he had to claim legal aid, which is a service for those who are unable to afford a lawyer. Now, Ryan McGee was a complete idiot with his money. However, he still looks like Albert Einstein when compared to Martin Todd. When Martin and his wife Kay won £3 million back in 2001, they didn't go in to claim the prize because, well, they had no idea that they were winners. They purchased a ticket in passing, completely forgotten about it, but would only come to realize that they were the winners after hearing about the unclaimed prize over 6 months later. The main problem was that at some point the ticket had been misplaced or thrown out completely. Despite frantically searching, the pair couldn't find their ticket, or sure they had won because the jackpot numbers matched the ones they used every week. Computer records in their local London proved Kay really had purchased the ticket, and the thrilled pair rushed to tell lottery organizer Camelot to claim their prize. But they fell victim to a little known rule stating lost tickets must be reported within 30 days. After 45 days of deliberation, Camelot told the devastated couple that they would not be collecting the jackpot, and as a result, the couple's marriage eventually came to an end. We'd only known each other for 2 years, and the lottery ordeal quickly highlighted our differences. All we did was bicker. Sadly, both of us agreed we should split, and Kate moved out. Mom seems to have convinced himself that losing the ticket ended up being a good thing, having stated, for a long time I lost sight of who I was and what I believed in. But I can honestly say I'm glad I didn't get the $3 million now. There is no guarantee it would have brought me happiness, and if there's anyone else who would have agreed with this statement, it definitely would have been the most miserable lottery winner of all time, William Post. When William won a $16.2 million jackpot back in 1988, he had just $2.46 in his bank account and was able to purchase the lucky ticket by selling a ring for $40 to a local pawn shop. This, in conjunction with the time he spent in jail for cashing in valid checks, highlighted William Post's awful money management skills and acted as foreshadowing for how poorly his lottery win was eventually going to be spent. Only 84 days after receiving the $16.2 million, William Post had spent the entire fortune on a boat, a lease for a restaurant in Florida, a used car lot, as well as a private jet. However, even after all of the money had been spent, Post took on a further $500,000 loan to purchase a mansion in Oil City, Pennsylvania. The problem was that William hadn't actually purchased the original ticket himself, and had rather given the money to his girlfriend who bought the winning ticket for him. Because of this, she was able to successfully sue him for 1/3 of the winnings, meaning that Post now owed $5.4 million to his ex-girlfriend from the $16.2 million that he no longer had. Since Post was unable to make his payments, the judge ordered that his bank account be frozen until he was able to come up with the money. However, before he was able to sell enough stuff to pay the $5.4 million, William was arrested and ordered to serve a 6 to 24 month prison term for an assault charge from 6 years prior. Toward the end of his life, Post was on his 7th marriage with over $1 million in debt, and was getting by on food stamps at a job paying $450 per month. However, William Post still doesn't have the craziest lottery win story of all time. That title goes to Andrew Jackson Whitaker, whose life would change forever after winning $315 million back in 2002. Unlike almost everyone else in this video, Whitaker was actually quite successful prior to winning the lottery, having built up a net worth of over $17 million with the assistance of his construction company. And while this would imply that he was in a position to manage a large lottery win, this isn't what would happen. Whitaker instantly donated 10% of the winnings to churches, Christian groups, and spent a further $14 million establishing the Jack Whitaker Foundation, which provided free food and clothing for low-income families in West Virginia.
Obviously, you're doing God's work with all this money. Yes, I am. I'm helping a lot of people, and I plan to help a lot more.
He then drove back to the convenience store where he had purchased the ticket before giving the clerk a $44,000 check, a $123,000 house, and a brand new Jeep Cherokee, which was followed by Whitaker buying himself a Lamborghini, in which he drive around his neighborhood throwing money out the window. After flaunting this wealth, his Lamborghini was broken into, where thieves stole $545,000 in cash. However, this apparently wasn't much of a wake-up call, as his car was then broken into for the second time, resulting in the loss of a further $200,000 cash. Jack Whitaker's granddaughter passed away, his daughter then passed away, which was followed by a divorce with his wife.
And now you've lost your granddaughter, you're about to be divorced from your wife. Where did this ever end?
Leading him to state that he had lost everything.
Pretty much lost everything I hope for. Help you in my life. Money is never anything. You have to have money to exist in this world, but money doesn't rule the world. Money is not what makes people happy.
And that he wished he had never purchased the lottery ticket in the first place.
My wife has said she wished she'd torn the ticket up. I wish that we had torn the ticket up too. I just don't like what I've become.
Your skill has increased.
In 4chan's nearly 20-year history, the site has seen its fair share of high-profile criminal activity. Many of you might be familiar.
From accidentally throwing a £3 million lottery ticket in the bin to spending an entire $16 million prize in under 90 days. These are the absolute dumbest lottery winners of all time, beginning with Jose Antonio Quartok, who almost lost his entire lottery fortune after getting someone else to claim the money.
In 4chan's nearly 20-year history, the site has seen its fair share of high-profile criminal activity. Many of you might be familiar with some of the more grisly stories, such as the nightmarish case involving a murderer posting gruesome images of his victim to the website. It's a dark story among dozens of other disturbing crimes that have been shared anonymously to the board. But on 4chan, not all crimes are created equal. Some of 4chan's most infamous and compelling criminal stories aren't actually related to murder at all and are far less serious in nature. The case is becoming notorious simply due to the sheer idiocy of the criminals responsible. From a coupon counterfeiter admitting to defrauding companies for hundreds of thousands of dollars, to a thrill-seeking con man posting himself committing a bank robbery, to a college professor getting exposed for assaulting protesters with a bike lock, in today's video, I'd like to take a look at some of 4chan's most mind-bogglingly stupid lawbreakers, and also instances where members of 4chan banded together to bust dim-witted perps. These are 4chan's dumbest criminals. Before we get started, I'd like to thank Ground News for sponsoring today's video. Ground News is a news app and website that aggregates breaking news headlines from publications across the political spectrum. Unfortunately, today's journalists are so concerned with being outrageous for clicks, it's often hard to find the truth of the story. Ground News levels the playing field by putting all the various news organization reports in one place, making it easier for you, the reader, to spot bias and understand the actual keys of the story. Ground's website has these super useful visual indicators showing all of the articles written about a topic, the left, right, and center bias of their sources, and the company that owns the source itself. Using Ground, let's look at this story regarding Zelensky coming to the US this week. Now that's a spicy headline right there. But thanks to Ground, we can kind of make some sense of this, as tags reveal the origin of the reporting is from a far-right Russian news org involved with the Russian government. Scrolling down a bit, you find a more realistic interpretation of events. Just the fact, it's really useful having these biases highlighted. And look, I know that's just a nitpick, but these small nitpicks add up over time, and that's why I love Ground News so much, because it really helps highlight the biases out there. Look, if you guys want to be more informed regarding the news and the biases that are out there, I highly recommend you check out Ground News. Their link is in the description box. Big shout out to them for sponsoring. Now let's get on to the story. There are few crimes out there more romanticized in media than bank robberies. From TV shows to movies to books, the crime has been featured as the main source of conflict in many a fictional work. This of course leads to morons thinking that the real world works like a movie and, they get ballsy enough to feel like they can pull off a bank robbery themselves without facing any consequence. And some are even dumb enough to live blog their robbery attempt on 4chan. On August 20th of 2015, an anonymous 4chan user creates a thread where they claim they would be giving updates about a bank robbery that they were about to commit. The thread begins with the individual describing what they would be wearing while the robbery occurs: a hat, sunglasses, and a sweater. To further back up his robbery claims, he stated that he'd be using a realistic-looking BB gun to pull off the heist, and that he would make his grand escape on a bicycle that he had purchased for the sole reason of robbing the bank. Okay, today is the day. I'm going to walk into the bank at 3 p.m. with sunglasses, a hat, a sweater, a BB gun, and this note. I'll get out, dump the sweater and BB gun, and ride out on my bike back to the hotel. The robber then adds that he's getting a bit of a buzz on before his robbery attempt. I'm drinking a little bit of liquid courage before the heist. Fuck me, I'll probably be a nervous wreck when I get there. It's bad enough I have anxiety. Now, of course, the man was initially mocked by his peers, thinking him to be nothing more than an attention-seeking shitposter. Board members were able to discover that this individual was a resident of Jacksonville, Florida, due to him announcing his plan in a previous post days earlier. But not much else was known about this individual at the time. This individual's thread announcing his bank robbery plans would fall silent and the OP stopped responding, and most people sort of assumed that it indeed was a shitpost and this guy had pussied out. But sure enough, later in the day, the poster begins updating the thread, further fleshing out his robbery plans. In this post, he would reveal that the bicycle that he had planned to use as his getaway had been stolen. So apparently he was either about to go rob the bank and the bike was gone, or he had just finished robbing the bank and the bike was gone. I'm not exactly sure here, but one thing is for certain, that being that he actually successfully pulled off the robbery. Because check out this next post. The anonymous poster says, "Easy as fuck," and attached were dozens of $100 bills. He adds, "Here's another picture, in a neat little pile for you." He says, "Dude, I walked up to the teller with my sunglasses and hat, I gave her the note, she said no problem. Typed some shit on the computer, gave me the money, and I walked out the door. Then the exit wouldn't open, so I slammed it, then it opened, I got rid of my sweaters and walked to the hotel." Aside from his bicycle getting stolen, the bank robbery was a complete success and the man had profited presumably thousands of dollars off of this. But this man wouldn't be on a dumbest criminals of 4chan list if he didn't get caught, because law enforcement was hot on his heels. And a main reason they were able to track him down was simply due to the incriminating evidence that he was posting to 4chan on his own accord. Our perpetrator would start feeling the heat when he noticed that CCTV footage of himself robbing the bank was being discussed on local news. This would prompt the individual to freak out and make an additional post in the 4chan thread, trying to come up with potential solutions as to not get caught. One of these solutions included buying a motorcycle off of Craigslist using his stolen money and making a quick escape out of town. He would also go on to add that he had completely lost the bag that had his cell phone inside, meaning that he was without any form of mobile device. But his plans of escape wouldn't come to fruition, as eventually this bank robber would be tracked down in a neighboring county. It turns out that this dim-witted degenerate was a 26-year-old man named Pedro Francisco Smith. After being identified, Smith was subsequently arrested for the crime and was jailed for armed robbery charges, according to Florida state records. The crime carries a minimum sentence requirement of 10 years in the state. You gotta ask yourself, is being the cool guy on 4chan for a day worth potentially 10 years in prison? I don't think so, dude. Pedro Smith was a real dumbass through and through. Hell, it's a miracle he was able to pull off the heist considering his incompetence with getting his bike stolen and just like the fact that he's live posting this to 4chan. Really not a bright guy here. But regardless, easily one of the most mind-bogglingly stupid perps on the list, that was the 4chan bank robbery. Animal cruelty is one of the few things that the collective internet agrees is utterly reprehensible. And many individuals have been mobbed and harassed for perpetrating the act over the years, which is exactly what would happen to a British woman in 2010 named Mary Bale. The story takes place in August of 2010 in the British city of Coventry. In August of this year, a 45-year-old British woman by the name of Mary Bale was walking along the street near her apartment when she stumbled across a kitten named Lola perched up next to a trash bin. In CCTV footage that was later uploaded to YouTube by the cat's owners, Mary Bale can be seen grabbing the cat by the collar and throwing the cat into a plastic waste receptacle nearby, trapping the startled feline inside. The cat was reportedly trapped inside this waste bin for 15 hours. Fortunately, Lola's owners would eventually discover what had happened and they would free the cat before Waste Management hauled her off to a certain doom. Lola would eventually make a full recovery from the bin tossing, but news of the cat's good health wouldn't quell the online outrage that was forming regarding the tosser herself. This seemingly random act of animal cruelty sparked a massive amount of outrage in the online community. 4chan in particular took major issue with the event and made it their goal to identify this person, track them down, and make them face justice. Cross-referencing the CCTV footage with Google Map images of the Coventry area, individuals were eventually able to discover the home address of the perpetrator. Soon after, they would discover the woman's name was Mary Bale, and they would keep digging. They found the woman's Facebook account and the name of her employer. They then discovered not only her phone number, but the phone numbers of her immediate family members and co-workers. 4chan users would then begin making prank calls and sending death threats to all of them en masse, resulting in Mary Bell going into hiding, hoping that the wave of harassment she was receiving would eventually go away. But Mary Bell couldn't stay hidden for long because eventually the more conventional media outlets would pick up on the story. Bell began being mobbed by reporters and had to be escorted by police whenever she went out in public. Initially, the woman would deny any wrongdoing whatsoever, telling a local newspaper in an interview that it was, quote, just a cat, and that she didn't see what all the fuss was about. Statements like this would only throw more fuel to the fire and pressure would mount, eventually getting the woman to admit that she had made a mistake. In the wake of the outrage, Mary Bell would issue a public apology stating, quote, "I cannot explain why I did this. It is completely out of character, and I certainly did not intend to cause any distress to Lola or her owners." Despite her eventual apologetic disposition, Mary Bell would be facing a criminal charge as a result of her action. In October of 2010, Bell would reportedly plead guilty to 1 count of animal cruelty. She was compelled to pay over £1,400 in compensation to Lola's owner and the courts collectively, and was forbidden from owning pets for a period of 5 years. But in all honesty, legal consequence was the least of Mary Bell's problems. The negative online backlash caused by Lola's tossing had essentially ruined her life. Her name was relentlessly mocked and derided online. There were entire Facebook groups dedicated to the slander and harassment of Mary Bell. Parody Twitter accounts imitated her likeness and tweeted various obscenities in her name. And YouTube channels created satirical recreations of the incident that went massively viral. The sheer amount of vitriol made life for Mary Bell a living hell, the whole ordeal reportedly sending the woman into a deep depression. With over a decade now separating us from the cat-tossing incident, it has largely been forgotten about in the public discourse. But in the internet history books, it will remain as one of the most significant 4chan-led vigilante justice campaigns to ever occur. Next up, the 4chan coupon scammer. There's some folks out there that take couponing to an extreme level, spending hours upon hours a day collecting insane amounts of coupons and racking up big savings in the process. Everybody knows at least one person that's like a coupon freak that knows how to essentially break the system and get super cheap deals, or even at some point have the manufacturer send them money.
Your last transaction is $343.61.
All right, are you ready for my coupons?
Yes, ready for your coupon. All right. We actually owe you money.
Yes! That is awesome!
We owe you $6.17 today.
But the 4chan user we're going to be discussing today took breaking the system to an entirely new level. Back in 2010, an anonymous 4chan user managed to reverse engineer the coupon creation process. Through their efforts, they devised a way to create fake coupons that not only looked official, but were able to be redeemed in actual stores. These coupons were relatively innocuous, looked extremely legit, and didn't raise a suspicion. The individual's coupons varied from less severe infractions, such as energy drinks, laundry detergents, and other common grocery items. But some of his coupons bordered on absurdity. One particularly infamous coupon minted by this scammer promised a free PlayStation 3. While most retailers would object this outlandish coupon, images do exist of people showing off successful purchases, meaning there are a few documented cases of these seemingly ridiculous coupons working. 4chan would serve as a repository for the anonymous fraudster to post many of his fake coupons, and members of the community would use it to get savings of their own. The fake coupon trend would go undetected for about a year as internet users took full advantage of these newfound savings. The would-be ringleader of this coupon fraud wave would eventually release a highly detailed guide on how to create them to 4chan. The guide would go viral on the internet. I think it goes without saying that this coupon fraudster was getting a little bit brazen, and naturally, a little law enforcement heat would follow. As time progressed, many of the businesses that were being ripped off by the coupons began to notice something suspicious was happening. Chief among these was News America Marketing, a coupon-centric division of the Rupert Murdoch-owned news company. The company began to notice unusual coupon redemption trends, which resulted in authorities being alerted and an investigation being launched. After a long and extensive investigation, this unlikely fraudster was eventually discovered. The culprit was eventually caught in May of 2011, the entire operation being headed by a 22-year-old student named Lucas Henderson, who was ironically studying computer security at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Henderson used his technical expertise learned online and through school to make these fake coupons, and allegedly used a Tor browser to hide his location while making them. However, the man would eventually slip up and reportedly exposed his IP address to the administrators of a website called Zocklet.net. The admins would then forward this information to authorities. During the FBI's investigation of Henderson, he would admit to being the one responsible for creating the coupon fraud guide that ended up on 4chan. And when it came to damages, the man had racked up a serious price tag with these fake coupons. The biggest loser was Procter & Gamble, who had reportedly lost over $200,000 in profits because of Henderson's actions. Charged with wire fraud and the trafficking of counterfeit goods, Henderson was eventually sentenced to 3 years of supervision by authorities and was ordered to pay restitution of $900,000 to the companies that he affected. Despite Henderson's arrest, the trend of fake coupons would continue for the foreseeable future. As far as Henderson goes, it's not publicly known what became of the man, but I think it's safe to say that the guy's not printing any more fake coupons. The years leading up to and following the election of Donald Trump were rife with political protest. It seemed like a week couldn't go by without a high-profile clash between the right and the left making news headlines. It's no surprise that California served as a frequent battleground for protesters, with the city of Berkeley in particular being the location of many well-documented Antifa versus MAGA skirmishes. And at a 2017 Berkeley protester clash, we would see the birth of one of 4chan's most hated enemies, the Bike Lock Basher. The story of the Bike Lock Basher begins at a chaotic political rally held in Berkeley on April 15th of 2017. Rich Black, who had previously organized a pro-Trump rally in the Berkeley area a month before, advertised this particular protest as a fight for free speech, and many conservative and far-right protesters showed up to voice their support for the cause. Naturally, this resulted in a counter-protest popping up, with many liberal and anti-fascist activists being present as well. The two groups would face off almost immediately, and it wasn't long before skirmishes began to break out. Objects such as rocks were thrown, and eventually the fighting between the two groups escalated to the point where fireworks were being set off and police intervention was required. By the end of this Berkeley scuffle, 20 people were arrested, with multiple being reported as injured, and the entire event was seen by many as a complete disaster. Despite the large number of fights that took place on the day, there was one violent protester that stood out amongst everyone. This individual was a man who was seen bashing people's heads with a large bike lock, with clips of him doing so going viral on the internet. The most popular of these clips showed him violently smashing the head of another protester who was attempting to break up a confrontation. The sheer brutality of the Bike Lock Basher angered many online. And after all, I mean, it's like, why are you going to hit a guy that's trying to break up a fight? What kind of sense does that make? You're just being an agent of chaos at that point. Individuals on both the right and the left were calling for the Bike Lock Basher to be brought to justice. But initially, there was little that anybody could do. The anonymous figure was a masked man whose identity was completely unknown, and nobody had any real leads as to who he could possibly be. That was until some of the cyber sleuths on 4chan's politically incorrect board made it their mission to bust the Bike Lock Basher. Users began combing through every single recorded instance of the rally, and they eventually discovered one clip in which the man they thought to be the culprit was unmasked. They then began cross-referencing the maskless man's attire and general appearance to his masked depiction, superimposing their faces together to see if they matched. After becoming confident that they had successfully identified the face of the bike lock basher, they then took to social media to see if they could attach the face to a name. And after discovering facial matches through Twitter, LinkedIn, and OkCupid, they made the bizarre discovery that the individual in question was in fact a professor who worked at Diablo Valley College. Ironically, the professor taught ethics and philosophy at the school. His name was Eric Clanton. This information was subsequently forwarded to authorities who started their own investigation into the matter. Around this time, Eric Clanton had apparently discovered that the internet had identified him and started deactivating his social media accounts. Despite his efforts, the police managed to track Eric Clanton down in a communal house in Oakland, and the man was soon arrested. Upon searching his room, police reportedly found a wide variety of contraband, including metal knuckles and psilocybin mushrooms. After his arrest and charges, Clanton's lawyer went on Tucker Carlson to discuss the proceedings.
Why would you try to excuse an assault like that?
First of all, I'm not excusing anything. You're jumping to conclusions, Tucker. We have a presumption of innocence in this country, and I assume that you as a patriotic American believe in it. There's an accusation that my client did certain things that are against the law. None of that has been proven. It hasn't even been proven that he was present at that event, much less that he hit anyone, much less that he did so without justification.
Eric Clanton was facing some pretty serious charges, but managed to evade major jail time thanks to a plea deal. In the end, Eric Clanton took a 3-year supervised probation plea deal and managed to have most of his serious charges dismissed. However, there were additional non-legal consequences. Sometime after the bike lock bashing event, it's been reported that Eric Clanton no longer worked at the university, and it goes without saying that his reputation was permanently damaged because of his actions. Since taking the plea deal, the disgraced professor has remained out of the public eye. Our next story is a case when 4chan shitposting goes too far and someone gets arrested over it. In the early days of the internet, the web was the wild, wild west, and 4chan was the saloon of degeneracy. One way that people fucked with each other in the early days of 4chan was through copypastas. I'm sure most of you watching know what a copypasta is, but if you don't know, it's essentially a fake made-up story intended to outrage people who stumble across it. They often appear as large walls of text that purport some ridiculous circumstance or serve to describe some disturbed individual in an effort to rile people up. That being said, one 4chan user would eventually make a copypasta that was so potent that it would lead to police showing up at his door. This is at the time 20-year-old grocery store employee Jake Brom. And on September 18th of 2006, Jake would create an alarming thread on 4chan claiming that several dirty bombs would explode around the United States and the resulting chaos would lead to the death of over 100,000 people. On Sunday, October 22nd, 2006, there will be 7 dirty explosive devices detonated in 7 different U.S. cities. The death toll will approach 100,000 from the initial blast, and countless other fatalities will later occur as a result of the radioactive fallout. The bombs themselves will be delivered via trucks. These trucks will pull up to stadiums hosting NFL games in each respective city. All stadiums to be targeted are open-air arenas, excluding Atlanta's Georgia Dome. Due to the open air, the radiological fallout will destroy those not killed in the initial explosion. The explosions will be near simultaneous, with the cities specifically chosen in different time zones to allow for multiple attacks at the same time. The 22nd of October will mark the final day of Ramadan, as it would fall in Mecca. Al-Qaeda will automatically be blamed for the attacks. Later, through Al Jazeera, Osama bin Laden will issue a video message claiming responsibility for what he dubs as, quote, America's Hiroshima. In the aftermath, civil wars will erupt around the
From accidentally throwing a £3 million lottery ticket in the bin to spending an entire $16 million prize in under 90 days. These are the absolute dumbest.
2nd of October will mark the final day of Ramadan, as it would fall in Mecca. Al-Qaeda will automatically be blamed. blamed for the attacks. Later, through Al Jazeera, Osama bin Laden will issue a video message claiming responsibility for what he dubs as, quote, America's... Next up, the 4chan coupon scammer. There's some folks out there that take couponing to an extreme level, spending hours upon hours a day collecting insane amounts of coupons and racking up big savings in the process. Everybody knows at least one person that's like a coupon freak that knows how to essentially break the system and get super cheap deals, or even at some point have the manufacturer send them money.
Your last transaction is $343.61.
Alright, are you ready for my coupons?
Ready for your coupon. Alright. We actually owe you money.
Yes! That is awesome!
We owe you $6.17 today.
But the 4chan user we're going to be discussing today took breaking the system to an entirely new level. Back in 2010, an anonymous 4chan user managed to reverse engineer the coupon creation process. Through their efforts, they devised a way to create fake coupons that not only looked official, but were able to be redeemed in actual stores. These coupons were relatively innocuous, looked extremely legit, and didn't raise a suspicion. The individual's coupons varied from less severe infractions, such as energy drinks, laundry detergents, and other common grocery items. But some of his coupons bordered on absurdity. One particularly infamous coupon minted by this scammer promised a free PlayStation 3. While most retailers would object this outlandish coupon, images do exist of people showing off successful purchases, meaning there are a few documented cases of these seemingly ridiculous coupons working. 4chan would serve as a repository. repository for the anonymous fraudster to post many of his fake coupons, and members of the community would use it to get savings of their own. The fake coupon trend would go undetected for about a year as internet users took full advantage of these newfound savings. The would-be ringleader of this coupon fraud wave would eventually release a highly detailed guide on how to create them to 4chan. The guide would go viral on the internet. I think it goes without saying that this coupon fraudster was getting a little bit brazen, and naturally, a little law enforcement heat would follow. As time progressed, many of the businesses that were being ripped off by the coupons began to notice something suspicious was happening. Chief among these was News America Marketing, a coupon-centric division of the Rupert Murdoch-owned news company. The company began to notice unusual coupon redemption trends, which resulted in authorities being alerted and an investigation being launched. After a long and extensive investigation, this unlikely fraudster was eventually discovered. The culprit was eventually caught in May of 2011, the entire operation being headed by a 22-year-old student named Lucas Henderson, who was ironically studying computer security at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Henderson used his technical expertise learned online and through school to make these fake coupons, and allegedly used a Tor browser to hide his location while making them. However, the man would eventually slip up and reportedly exposed his IP address to the administrators of a website called Zocklet.net. The admins would then forward this information to authorities. During the FBI's investigation of Henderson, he would admit to being the one responsible for creating the coupon fraud guide that ended up on 4chan. And when it came to damages, the man had racked up a serious price tag with these fake coupons. The biggest loser was Procter & Gamble, who had reportedly lost over $200,000 in profits because of Henderson's actions. Charged with wire fraud and the trafficking of counterfeit goods, Henderson was eventually sentenced to 3 years of supervision by authorities and was ordered to pay restitution of $900,000 to the companies that he affected. Despite Henderson's arrest, the trend of fake coupons would continue for the foreseeable future. As far as Henderson goes, it's not publicly known what became of the man, but I think it's safe to say that the guy is not printing any more fake coupons. The years leading up to and following the election of Donald Trump were rife with political protest. It seemed like a week couldn't go by without a high-profile clash between the right and the left making news headlines. It's no surprise that California served as a frequent battleground for protesters, with the city of Berkeley in particular being the location of many well-documented Antifa versus MAGA skirmishes. And at a 2017 Berkeley protester clash, we would see the birth of one of 4chan's most hated enemies, the Bike Lock Basher. The story of the Bike Lock Basher begins at a chaotic political rally held in Berkeley on April 15th of 2017. Rich Black, who had previously organized a pro-Trump rally in the Berkeley area a month before, advertised this particular protest as a fight for free speech, and many conservative and far-right protesters showed up to voice their support for the cause. Naturally, this resulted in a counter-protest popping up, with many liberal and anti-fascist activists being present as well. The two groups would face off almost immediately, and it wasn't long before skirmishes began to break out. Objects such as rocks were thrown, and eventually the fighting between the two groups escalated to the point where fireworks were being set off and police intervention was required. By the end of this Berkeley scuffle, 20 people were arrested, with multiple being reported as injured, and the entire event was seen by many as a complete disaster. Despite the large number of fights that took place on the day, there was one violent protester that stood out amongst everyone. This individual was a man who was seen bashing people's heads with a large bike lock, with clips of him doing so going viral on the internet. The most popular of these clips showed him violently smashing the head of another protester who was attempting to break up a confrontation. The sheer brutality of the Bike Lock Basher angered many online. And after all, I mean, it's like, why are you going to hit a guy that's trying to break up a fight? What kind of sense does that make? You're just being an agent of chaos at that point. Individuals on both the right and the left were calling for the Bike Lock Basher to be brought to justice. But initially, there was little that anybody could do. The anonymous figure was a masked man whose identity was completely unknown, and nobody had any real leads as to who he could possibly be. That was until some of the cyber sleuths on 4chan's politically incorrect board made it their mission to bust the bike lock basher. Users began combing through every single recorded instance of the rally, and they eventually discovered one clip in which the man they thought to be the culprit was unmasked. They then began cross-referencing the maskless man's attire and general appearance to his masked depiction, superimposing their faces together to see if they matched. After becoming confident that they had successfully identified the face of the bike lock basher, they then took to social media to see if they could attach the face to a name. And after discovering facial matches through Twitter, LinkedIn, and OkCupid, they made the bizarre discovery that the individual in question was in fact a professor who worked at Diablo Valley College. Ironically, the professor taught ethics and philosophy at the school. His name was Eric Clanton. This information was subsequently forwarded to authorities who started their own investigation into the matter. Around this time, Eric Clanton had apparently discovered that the internet had identified him and started deactivating his social media accounts. Despite his efforts, the police managed to track Eric Clanton down in a communal house in Oakland, and the man was soon arrested. Upon searching his room, police reportedly found a wide variety of contraband, including metal knuckles and psilocybin mushrooms. After his arrest and charges, Clanton's lawyer went on Tucker Carlson to discuss the proceedings.
Why would you try to excuse an assault like that?
First of all, I'm not excusing anything. You're jumping to conclusions, Tucker. We have a presumption of innocence in this country, and I assume that you, as a patriotic American, believe in it. There's an accusation that my client did certain things that are against the law. None of that has been proven. It hasn't even been proven that he was present at that event, much less that he hit anyone, much less that he did so without justification.
Eric Clanton was facing some pretty serious charges, but managed to evade major jail time thanks to a plea deal. In the end, Eric Clanton took a 3-year supervised probation plea deal and managed to have most of his serious charges dismissed. However, there were additional non-legal consequences. Sometime after the bike lock bashing event, it's been reported that Eric Clanton no longer worked at the university, and it goes without saying that his reputation was permanently damaged because of his actions. Since taking the plea deal, the disgraced professor has remained out of the public eye. Our next story is a case when 4chan shitposting goes too far and someone gets arrested over it. In the early days of the internet, the web was the wild, wild west, and 4chan was the saloon of degeneracy. One way that people fucked with each other in the early days of 4chan was through copypastas. I'm sure most of you watching know what a copypasta is, but if you don't know, it's essentially a fake made-up story intended to outrage people who stumble across it. They often appear as large walls of text that purport some ridiculous circumstance or serve to describe some disturbed individual in an effort to rile people up. That being said, one 4chan user would eventually make a copypasta that was so potent that it would lead to police showing up at his door. This is at the time 20-year-old grocery store employee Jake Brom. And on September 18th of 2006, Jake would create an alarming thread on 4chan claiming that several dirty bombs would explode around the United States and the resulting chaos would lead to the death of over 100,000 people. On Sunday, October 22nd, 2006, there will be 7 dirty explosive devices detonated in 7 different U.S. cities. The death toll will approach 100,000 from the initial blast, and countless other fatalities will later occur as a result of the radioactive fallout. The bombs themselves will be delivered via trucks. These trucks will pull up to stadiums hosting NFL games in each respective city. All stadiums to be targeted are open-air arenas, excluding Atlanta's Georgia Dome. Due to the open air, the radiological fallout will destroy those not killed in the initial explosion. The explosions will be near simultaneous, with the cities specifically chosen in different time zones to allow for multiple attacks at the same time. The 22nd of October will mark the final day of Ramadan, as it would fall in Mecca. Al-Qaeda will automatically be blamed for the attacks. Later, through Al Jazeera, Osama bin Laden will issue a video message claiming responsibility for what he dubs as, quote, America's Hiroshima. In the aftermath, civil wars will erupt around the world, both in the Middle East and within the United States. Global economies will screech to a halt. General chaos will rule. Now, if you have any sort of familiarity with internet culture, it's pretty clear that this is like just a fucked up hoax post, right? It was a blatant effort to capitalize on people's fear in the years following 9/11. In order to get the most out of his magnum opus, Jake, the individual that posted this thread, continued to copy and paste the message over 40 times throughout the following days, much to the annoyance of fellow 4chan users. But unfortunately for Jake, the post proved to be more successful than he ever had planned for. Screenshots of the post began to reach spaces outside of 4chan, and general internet users who were unfamiliar with 4chan's edgy style of shock humor took it completely at face value, becoming concerned that an actual terrorist threat was on the horizon. The viral nature of this post resulted in the FBI getting involved. Eventually, Jake Brom would be identified as the poster, and he turned himself in to authorities in October of 2006. When questioned by the FBI, Brom would admit to being the one who crafted the copy pasta, stating that he had been in competition with another forum poster to see who could create the most incendiary message. Needless to say, the FBI wasn't entertained by his excuse. Jake Brom would eventually be sentenced to serve 6 months in federal prison for the hoax, followed by 6 more months of house arrest. In addition to his conviction, Jake was also ordered to pay $18,000 in restitution to the Cleveland Browns football team and $8,750 to the New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority. This was due to the cost that stadium owners incurred while preparing for a legitimate bomb threat, including sniffer dogs that had to be deployed and beefier security details. The incident made Jake Brom a sort of cautionary tale of 4chan, and he was memed on by the community members for what happened to him. Needless to say, a post as short-sighted as this qualifies you for a 4chan's Dumbest Criminal Award. Couldn't do a 4chan's Dumbest Criminals list without mentioning the Fappening hackers. Back in August of 2014, a collection of nude and intimate photographs of over 100 celebrities was posted to 4chan, resulting in the photos being widely disseminated online. The poster would go on to claim that if they got Bitcoin donations, they would continue posting these images. Apparently, the hacker managed to obtain many high-profile celebrity images through iCloud accounts that were linked to these celebrities themselves. And this was done through an Apple security exploit. And this exploit led to probably one of the most memorable events in internet history, the Fappening. The sheer volume of photos that were released was astounding. I mean, this was such a big deal, the mainstream media was talking about it. It even got the celebrities that were victims of the hack even coming out and sort of denying that they were actually being shown in the photos, but it was actually them. Some celebrities even took this a step further, with Jennifer Lawrence in particular stating that anyone who viewed the nude photographs was perpetrating a sexual offense, with her publicist stating that anyone who posted lewd photos of her would be persecuted by authorities. But needless to say, these pleas for decency and respect fell on deaf ears, and everybody was pretty much celebrating the Fappening hacker, or hackers. The incident was so notorious, in fact, that it resulted in one of the earliest appearances of 4chan on CNN. The once relatively unknown website was being talked about by the national news and was put in the forefront of online discourse surrounding the ethics of privacy, freedom of speech, and the general culture of the internet.
Do we even know who is this 4chan?
With all the attention surrounding the Fappening leaks, it wouldn't be long before law enforcement got involved. Soon after the leaks had occurred, the FBI stated that it was pursuing an investigation into the ordeal and would begin searching for the identities of the hackers. Due to 4chan's anonymous nature, the process was made difficult, but was far from being an impossible task. In October of 2014, the feds tracked the IP addresses of one of the leakers to a house in Chicago, Illinois. This individual would later be arrested and identified as a man named Emilio Herrera. His home was subsequently raided
Your
after
skill
a
has
warrant had
increased.
been issued. Herrera's electronic devices were confiscated and taken into FBI possession. Herrera would eventually plead guilty in October of 2017 to obtaining illicit photos using an unauthorized computer. Herrera was sentenced to serve 16 months in prison. In the process of prosecuting Emilio Herrera, it was discovered that there were additional hackers involved with the Fappening leak. Another individual, 36-year-old Ryan Collins, was also arrested after it was discovered that the man had hacked into the accounts of multiple celebrities using the Apple exploit. The man allegedly gained access to these celebrity accounts by sending phishing emails disguised to appear as legitimate, telling the celebs that their account security had been threatened and that they needed to change their security details. Ryan Collins was found guilty and was also sentenced to serve 18 months in prison. Another individual, Edward Majerzik, was also convicted of the same crime. Edward's connection to the fappening is unique because he didn't actually work with any other hackers, unlike the previously mentioned individuals. He was just a lone wolf that had managed to figure out the same exploit. The man was later sentenced to serve 9 months in prison. Another individual that was part of this hacking circle, George Garfano, was also arrested. Despite attempting to throw his fellow hackers under the bus, the man was still sentenced and got 8 months in prison. In testimony, George's attorney would claim that the man had been drawn into criminal activity after being taken advantage of by, quote, more sophisticated hackers. The final individual involved with the fappening hacks to be arrested was a man named Christopher Brannon. And interestingly, Brannon was formerly a school teacher. Out of all the individuals, his actions were the most severe. Brannon not only actively participated in the fappening hacks, but also went as far as using hacks to gain access to images of his own family members. It was discovered that Brannon breached the account of his then underage sister-in-law, as well as multiple accounts of teachers, various school faculty members, and students that attended the school he had previously worked at. For his crimes, Brannon was sentenced to serve 34 months in prison. While many remember the fappening, few realize that those responsible actually got locked up. And well, when it comes to 8 to 9 months in prison, was it worth it?
No.
I think that deserves you a spot on a 4chan's dumbest criminals list. Our final story is an old-school internet content creator involved with 4chan that had some self-incriminating posts wind up on the site, and he got busted for it. This is Thaddeus McMichael, also known as MadThad0890. Known for being an outspoken internet otaku,
Your skill has increased.
gained popularity in 2010 thanks to his YouTube videos. Some have described him as terminally online, and his videos were popular on YouTube, Facebook, and 4chan. Thad's videos usually involved him reacting to video game or anime-related news and energetically lip-syncing to covers of his favorite anime openers. However, what really grabbed the attention of 4chan users was something kind of unrelated to the videos themselves. It was Thad's obsessive postings regarding his fictional anime girlfriend, Kotanaha Katsura. The Katsura character originated from an anime known as School Days and was referred to by Thaddeus as his waifu on many occasions. This obsession resulted in the creation of a YouTube video where he sings Happy Birthday in front of a shrine dedicated to the fictional anime character.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Blow out the candles, Kotanoha.
Thad's bizarre video would go on to garner over 200,000 views, as many marveled at the unabashedly strange fascination Thaddeus had with this anime character, often having conversations with himself as if she was actually real underneath photos of him posing with a framed photo of her. Screenshots of these posts were spread across the internet, with many mocking Mad Thad for his unhealthy fixation. But Thad ignored the detractors and took his strange obsession to the next level, posting a video where he appears to have sex with an anime body pillow. This infamous showcase would only contribute to his online infamy, as he would become known as the ultimate archetype for the stereotypical obsessive nerd that was disconnected from reality. Now, despite Thaddeus's
Your skill has increased.
activities, the man didn't seem to be harmful in any way. He just kind of liked embarrassing himself online. But over time, internet users would begin to notice some serious red flags that resulted in widespread suspicion about the individual. Sometime between 2011 and 2012, Thaddeus would make some bizarre post to Facebook, not only saying that he was okay with CP, but he was actually in possession of it. In one reply, he allegedly stated that he could, quote, fap to the same CP video for weeks because it's so fucking hot, and in another post, he appears to say that he actively fantasizes about adopting a young girl to have sex with him, as well as claiming to having a 20-gigabyte hard drive full of CP. Naturally, these statements, along with many other ones associated with Mad Thad, were passed on to authorities. And upon the FBI being alerted about Mad Thad, an investigation was opened up on the guy. Upon being questioned by authorities, the anime fan claimed that the posts were just jokes, and that he wasn't actually responsible for any illegal activity. However, his claims were disproven as the FBI would search his home and confiscated an 8-gigabyte USB flash drive that was allegedly full of illicit child porn. Facing multiple CP charges, Mad Thad was eventually convicted in 2013. The anime fan took a plea deal that resulted in him getting 5 years in prison for his crimes. But that was my compendium of 4chan's dumbest criminals. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below, and of course, for a lot of folks out there, gaming is their way to relax. The feeling of coming home from school or work, hopping into a voice call with the homies and playing some banter-filled matches, it's really a tough feeling to beat. It rejuvenates the soul, which is strange to me because I remember hearing all this stuff growing up in the 90s about how video games would rot your brain and make you become violent. That being said, though, there have been a few disturbing examples of people with video game addictions and other unhealthy gaming relationships committing heinous crimes, from bloody disputes over rare in-game items to gaming romances turned sour to a kid shooting his parents over Halo 3 being taken away. And in today's video, I'd like to look where murder and video gaming intersect. These are the video game killers. Before we start, I want to thank today's sponsor, Warby Parker, for providing your boy with a slick new pair of glasses. Warby Parker is committed to providing exceptional vision.
Thank you for the excellent content for my stream, Mr. Wavy Websurf. I've liked and subbed to your channel. I'm liking the content. I don't like the style, but I like the content. And some of it I think is probably inappropriate for YouTube, like that child porn stuff that you just did. I think you should have, I mean, he's not listening to the video, but I'm just going to go on record as saying, I think you should have left that out of the video. I don't think it's appropriate content for YouTube, but that's just me. If we all just start talking about child sex all the time, it becomes okay, and it's more open in the public's mind to just talk about it or whatever. Like it's ever okay, and it's not ever okay. So I don't really want to hear that. Even on videos like this, you need to censor yourself a little bit better. It's dangerous to the community. If they think, oh, everybody's talking about it, they think it's okay. It's not.
Vision care online and in stores, offering eyeglasses, sunglasses.
You should have just said he had some nasty things. You should have left it there. You went into way too much, like, you know, like, you could have been more subtle. You could have been like, there were nasty things on this 8-gig hard drive. And I won't say what it is, so to protect the, you know, the integrity and the upwards mobile, like, positivity of this channel, but you can make an assumption about what it is. Right? And leave it like that. Let their imagination run wild. It could be pictures of dead women. It could be pictures of dead babies. It could be whatever the fuck it is. But like, let their imaginations run wild. Don't take it to the child sex place where like it's disgusting and it's just like you know, and suddenly that particular subject is in the public's like lexicon every day, and it's like you know, it's like a fucking household thing. And when it becomes a household thing, people get obsessed with it and do it. And so don't. Like, I would say some censorship was more, like a little bit more censorship would have been appropriate in the video. And I'm not trying to be critical of your video. I think it was a very good video. I'm just saying, it could have been better. Could have been. I would like these people to do better. They talk freely about this stuff, and it makes it happen. I swear to God. Say the demon's name, you fucking summon it. I think some censorship, when it comes to things like child pornography and such, should be observed. I think it is actually. It should be preserved. It should, like, some censorship is appropriate, like stuff about child pornography and shit like that. Some censorship is absolutely 100% appropriate. I don't even really like talking about it in the context of like crime and stuff like that. I think it's a little bit too much for the average dumb human. You know, you guys talk about it all the time, then they wonder what it's like. You know, they're little monkeys with low IQs. They're room temperature Ronaldos. And they just, you know, they're sick, and you feed them this stuff, and you talk about it like it needs to be talked about when it doesn't. You could have just left it up to their imagination. Instead, you went there, you talked about it, you made it more of a household thing, and then they go and do it. It's disgusting.
Eye exams, contact lenses. Their glasses started just $95.
But I mean, like, you know, and there's this whole iceberg thing on YouTube of late. I've noticed a lot of iceberg stuff. This is kind of iceberg stuff. If we don't talk about it, it also happens. So I don't know where the fine line is there, but I'm saying, like, it was kind of a tasteful video, actually, kind of exposing 4chan for some of the nasty things that has happened out of that fucking thing, until it got to that. We don't really need to know what's on his goddamn hard drive. You can make an assumption, and he went to jail for 12 years, or whatever the fuck, for what was on his hard drive. That's all you need to say. You don't need to say what was on it. You know, I've never thought the media needed to say it. A, that's evidence in a fucking court trial, right? It's evidence in a court trial. It shouldn't ever be that specific. B, the media gets a hold of it and they use it to get numbers. They literally tell the public, and that's why we have so much problems with rape and child sex and shit. Is the media talks about it all the fucking time. If you just shut the fuck up and leave it up to the fucking viewer's imagination, because the subject content is so fucking dark, it doesn't really belong on goddamn YouTube. It doesn't really. There needs to be a YouTube dark, where there's like, you know, like shit about like the iceberg stuff and the stuff about the dark web and the stuff about the child porn guys who go to jail and shit, all that stuff. There should be an inappropriate YouTube where they monitor it very closely and they keep that shit the fuck away from children, because they still haven't fucking split YouTube into YouTube child and YouTube adult, and they absolutely do. I mean, they need to do that. Excuse me. They need to do it. They need to do that. You know, they absolutely do need to switch to a child's YouTube now. YouTube Kids, and they should make it illegal for, like, as in, like, kids could go to juvie if they go on YouTube. I think, in my opinion, that way you could just keep this content on YouTube. But I mean, the chances of kids watching this video that I just watched are fairly high. And I would say that, like, you know, once you put it in their consciousness, then they think about it for a long time. Maybe they think the most horrific thing is child pornography in the world, which it kind of is. It's like almost like the most horrific thing I've ever heard of, right? So they get fixated on it, and they think about it for 10 or 12 years until they go do it. That's what happens with this shit. Monkey see, monkey do. There's a reason that's a fucking cliche. Monkey see, monkey do. If you just keep it out of the goddamn public's fucking consciousness, it wouldn't be such a fucking problem. But instead, like goddamn 60 Minutes talks about like child porn all the fucking time. And I've always thought that you guys censor the wrong shit. You censor artists for their fucking music and video games for their fucking violence. I want you to censor the fucking media for shit like child porn and autoerotic asphyxiation and women being kept in dungeons for 15 years and shit like that. If you put that in the fucking public's mind, they fucking think about it for 20 years and then they do it. Monkey see, monkey do. And you see the cyclical fucking argument here. You guys should have just censored it. And on top of it, I know that you're like, that guy, Jesus Christ, shut up. I hate it when they just prattle at you for minutes straight. It's so stupid. Sorry. This guy's obviously, like, you know, like, so like this video we just watched, I'm gonna pop back. It had 1.4 million views. I would say probably 1 million of those were people under the age of 18. I guarantee it. I would say probably 400,000 adults watched this, and I bet you like 100,000 kids between the age of 10 and 18 were the other 1 million views. I guarantee it. It's kids that watch this stuff. They're the ones who have the fucking time. Adults watch it, but they don't watch it for these kind of numbers. These kind of numbers are coming from fucking kids, you know? It's not adults. This should be a censored video in the respect that you should be carded to even watch it, because the dark content was like really dark, and all it does is give fucking monkeys ideas. You know, that's all it does. It doesn't serve as some warning. All it does is it's like basically like dark mental food for thought that turns people into sickos. And I kind of do believe in some censorship on YouTube when it comes to child sex and stuff like that. It's fucking disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Pederasty is another nastier word for it. It's misappropriation. YouTube took that money. As usual, it's misappropriation. YouTube took their money and they built all their fucking buildings, and they paid all these fucking people, paid all these fucking moderators, and they got their big money, and they're up there, and they sold out to goddamn Amazon or whatever their fucking deal is. Google, I think, right? Google. They sold out to Google. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, someone liked my comment. Cool. You know, etc. And, you know, and, yeah, and sorry, so, like, I like this dark, down the rabbit hole iceberg shit, I do, I admit it, but sometimes I feel like the content wasn't even really appropriate for a fucking video game stream, much less, like, you know, like as in, like, something to put on in the background while I have to do goddamn 2 weeks of fucking pointless, busy work-ass motherfucking fishing, just so I can get the gear that I fucking need. Either that or go grind mobs, one or the other, or go mining or something, right? While I have to do 2 weeks of fucking farming just to be considered a Final Fantasy XI private server elite player. I have to do 2 weeks of fucking farming I put on YouTube in the fucking background, and you talk about child sex and stuff like that. And like I think kind of there's this point now where YouTube does need to be fucking split right down the fucking middle, where if the kids want to use adult fucking YouTube, they better get fucking carded. And I mean carded as in send in a picture of your fucking ID to a fucking YouTube verifier if you want to watch this adult video, and have them like digitally put a footprint like South Korea does with hackers and stuff. If you get caught hacking and shit, like your fucking social security is banned on all websites and all video games and shit. You can't do anything at all. You can't even use the internet or a computer. There's no reason to use a computer unless you're playing single player games and shit at that point. If you get caught for hacking in South Korea, I still think the same thing should be true of YouTube. Kids watch this shit and they get bad ideas, and the worst part is I know what happens. For 10 years it boils around the back of their fucking head. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to any human, right? It's child porn, right? And it boils in their head for 10 years till they want to go see what the big deal is. Tell me that's not the case. Monkey see, monkey do. Like I said many times now. Monkey see, monkey do. Tell me that's not the case. If you tell somebody not to do something, that's the fastest way to get them to do exactly what you want. Don't believe me? Go read Freud or, whatever. Read whatever major psychiatrists of the age have written fucking papers about this. The easiest way to get a human to do something that you want them to do is tell them not to. It actually is. So, like, it's weird, like, you should have some censorship that I don't see here, and I like this guy, but I think he's fucking falsely popular, specifically because his content kind of does travel down that dark iceberg, dark webby, sort of, like taboo stuff that doesn't really belong on day-to-day YouTube. I think there should be another YouTube site for darker, more adult material, not porn, mind you, just stuff like Down the Rabbit Hole and all that, and let him dominate on that fucking platform and keep it away from fucking kids. What the fuck, YouTube?
Out there, gaming is their way to relax. The feeling of coming home from school or work, hopping into a voice call with the homies and playing some banter-filled matches.
This guy sounds like he practices with the homies quite a bit, I would say. He's just admitted it. I'm just kidding.
It's really a tough feeling to beat. It rejuvenates the soul, which is strange to me because I remember hearing all this stuff growing up in the 90s about how video games would rot your brain and make you become violent. That being said, though, there have been a few disturbing examples of people with video game addictions and other unhealthy gaming relationships committing heinous crimes. From bloody disputes over rare in-game items to gaming romances turned sour to a kid shooting his parents.
The big one that I remember is Madden, and the Madden one is what scares the shit out of me the most. I never wanted to pursue a skill-based fucking career because I know that you have to do tourneys and stuff, and I could have done whatever this kid. Whatever, excuse me. I'm just gonna be quiet. I don't want to attack him anymore. I promised I wouldn't. I'm not, and we're gonna see if we can just keep it the same and keep the drama and the hatred of each other out of the fucking conversation. I'm not gonna talk shit about him anymore. Even this, I'm not even gonna do this thing that I just did anymore. I'm just gonna keep fucking quiet about it. I promise. If you leave me alone, I will. I promise. Like I've always been scared of being skill-based gamer because the expectations are way higher. You want to tell me Tyler Blevins' job is easy? I don't think it is. Cranking 90s all the fucking time is the most stress that you can put yourself under, I think. Being Kobe is the most stress that you can put yourself under as a human being, and he's like the Kobe of the video game scene, and so are all those guys. Sifu, Tifu, like etc. And I would say that Doc Lupo and all them, and whatever the skill-based people are. I don't know who's considered to be the best gamer in the world because there's so many games. I don't really know. But anyways, like, the Madden killing was the one that really stuck out to me. Like at this Madden tourney, this kid just caps this other kid for catching a touchdown. Just capped him right in front of the entire tourney. In Atlanta, Georgia, I believe. That one stuck in my head. Because I was like, thank God I didn't pursue the skill-based lifestyle like Ninja and crank 90s all day. I've got the skill, the knowledge, the hardware knowledge, all of the stuff to do it really well like him. I know all the tricks. I know how to aim. I know what the sensitivity is. I just don't clock hours on shooters like him. I do it on RPGs, right? So he spent 7 years on Fortnite or whatever the fuck, 5 years on Fortnite. I spent 17 on WoW, or well, not 17, excuse me, but like 12 on WoW. I spent like 12 on WoW. So I would say, I'm one of those, like, kind of, not the same at all, but, like, sort of that sort of stature, I would say. Not the same at all, not the same. But I've got some skill. Let's put it that way. I would say on a chart from 0 to 100%, I'd say my skill level is somewhere around, I would say, like 44, right? Not 78. Notice average, like a C+ grade would be 78. I rate myself at a 44% compared to the rest of the world. There's half the community out there who pride themselves on skill, who just play one game, who are definitely better than me at whatever that game is. I can guarantee it. Happens to me all the time. So, like, skill is not something you'll ever hear. You'll hear me say, I've got accolades and trophies, and I've got the shit to prove it. But you'll never say, I'm good. You'll never hear me say, I'm better than you. You'll hear me say, I'm better than you, like, as in, like, real life, right? I'm better than you in real life. But I won't ever say it about gaming, no. So that I'm so glad I didn't do that whole skill-based thing, because I know how I can't back down. It's very, very obvious. I can't back down. It is impossible for me. Now, I'll decline every single time, and I won't take violent route or attack route or any of that stuff. I'll decline every single time. When there's a confrontation. I'm an anti-confrontational person. I believe it leads to stupid things, N-word moments. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really trying to like have stupid shit happen. That's not my vibe. As much as it might seem like I desire that, I don't. So, this whole thing about Madden was a really bad one that stuck in my fucking craw, because I was like, man, I'm so glad I'm not a competitive fucking shit-talking PvPer Madden expert or FIFA player or something like that, because those guys get really angry, and they'll fucking shoot each other and shit over some gang shit on a video game or whatever. It's fucking so stupid. It's a fucking Madden game. What are you talking about? So that one stuck in my head. That's the one that draws the most attention in my mind. We'll see what this kid has to say.
It's over Halo 3 being taken away, and
do you see how the content's a little too dark for normal YouTube, I think. Kids, by the way, this is a video game stream, so if I have any kids on my stream, which I might, I doubt it, but you never know. Kids, please do not shoot your parents when they take your video games away. Please do not do that. That is not the lesson we are trying to impart here. It's quite the opposite. Don't do that. Don't do that.
in today's video, I'd like to look where murder and video gaming intersect. These are the video game killers.
Like, this subject is on my mind right now because I did threaten somebody with physical violence if they didn't stop stalking me recently. I threatened them with it, and I mean it. I mean every word I say. I will do it. I will do everything I said I did if it doesn't stop. And so this subject's near and dear to my heart right now because I have never made a physical threat on somebody before. I had to over this stalking bullshit, and I really wish I didn't. I wish I hadn't done that. I don't mean to scare you with some sort of, not scare you, I doubt I scared you. I'm just saying I don't mean to bring it to some physical fucking place. I just will, so it's just sort of like, put it out there, but I don't like that sort of stuff. I really don't. I am a peaceful person who's never harmed a living thing. I don't like that sort of stuff. It's just, you try to kill my last chance in this lifetime, I'm swinging on you. So, and I'm not trying to bring it to that place either. I like that you left me alone today. Maybe we made some progress today. I hope that you're maybe changing your mind, hopefully, or you're just busy. We'll see which one it is, But I'm not trying to talk about this I'm not trying to talk about this negatively in any way or form. I'm just trying to talk about the subject at hand and provide content and stuff. But having made physical threats against somebody recently who doxed my family and put my family at risk, I don't believe video games should ever be violent, as in not as in the content of the game, but I mean the genre and the scene and the industry should never be violent towards each other, especially the gamers and stuff. But this stuff does happen. It does happen, and it's unfortunate. So here's me being hypocritical about how much I don't believe about making physical threats against other fucking gamers. But this wasn't about gaming. This was about him doxing my fucking family. Goddamn right I'm gonna make a fucking physical threat, and I mean it too. Goddamn right. My family isn't going to be like, bad, bad. They're going to be like, wow, you care that much? I can't believe you did that. That's their response to it, but I mean, that's what their response will be, were I to ever let them know this happened. But I'm trying not to scare them, so I don't even tell them it happened. You know what I'm saying? But like, if I did, they'd be like, "What'd you do? What'd you do?" And I'd be like, "Well, I threatened him. I filed a charge with the police. I filed a charge with the fucking feds. I've been mailing them with the information and the evidence every single time he commits a crime and shit. And I just built a case against him. And then I notified my fucking lawyer that we have on retainer. And I got ready to make a YouTube video about how I sued my stalker for $3 million because I figured he wouldn't stop. And I mean every word I fucking say. I mean it. So I didn't mean to bring this shit up and get caught in a fucking loop again, but like that, and then on top of that, I made a physical threat, and I mean it too, about how either I or somebody else would break all his bones when he got out, because I know where he's coming out of jail at the end of it. I don't mean to bring it to that dark, dark place again. I'm just saying I am ashamed that I had to do that, and I'm ashamed that might have been what eventually got through to him or whatever. I'm ashamed that that's what he understood, because I actually mean it. You know, I'm ashamed that I made that sort of threat, but I am also proud because it means protecting my fucking family. It's a threat I'm willing to. If they cancel my career over something like that, I'm okay with walking away from it because it means that I did what was right to protect my fucking family. If my job is incompatible with protecting my fucking family, I don't want the fucking job. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you dox my fucking family. Goddamn right, I threatened to break every bone in your body and all this shit, and put you in jail, and I'm dead serious about it too. I filed the charges and all this. So like fucking, and I didn't file the charges, excuse me, I provided the evidence, and I let them make the choice, you know what I'm saying? So we're, et cetera. I don't have any say in it. They just said, submit the evidence, and I was like, alright, here you go. You know, I haven't gotten any word back, so I doubt they're going to do anything, hopefully, because if we reached a peace here, and I didn't mean to get stuck on this, I'm just saying it's on my mind lately, video game killers and all this shit. I don't want some fucking, like, stupid-ass video game fucking, like Twitter twatter fucking, e-war thing, descending into physical fucking violence. We're gamers. We're better than that. These gamers were better than that. This kid who shot his parents, he was better than that. You know what I'm saying? We're all better than that. I don't like making fucking physical threats, but you threaten my fucking family and actually do dox them, you're getting the physical fucking threat, and I mean every fucking word of it. And I'm sorry. I would like to apologize to you, sir, if you are watching me. I have no clue if you are or not, because you made it so untenable now that I don't know what the fucking situation is. I just know that I regret the way I have treated you, and I would like to apologize, and I hope that you feel the same. I don't want beef with motherfucking gamers. That's the last motherfucker I want to fucking square with, pretty much in the world. The last person in the world that I want to attack beyond my family or the people that I love are fucking gamers. That's the only community I actually fucking belong to. And having to threaten one is not my fucking favorite thing in the fucking world. I've been fucking furious now for like 3 weeks, screaming all goddamn day, every single day, and doing stuff like mailing evidence to fucking police officers and shit to stop the chokehold on my fucking life over abuse and shit like that. It's not that he's done anything bad to my life. It is that, like, at all, almost. It's just that like, I have PTSD, and it sends me on a fucking downward spiral. You try having mental illness over somebody else attacking you. It's not too fun. It sends you on a fucking downward spiral anytime anybody attacks you at all. Even my own family. I literally have a mental breakdown when my mother says something I can't handle. I literally have zero fucking armor. I'm talking zero. I'm out here fucking naked on a battlefield full of fucking, Fallout 76 dudes in power armor with like rocket launchers and shit, and I'm out here naked, and no, I can't even take a BB gun hit without fucking nuking you because I have no resistance left. I'm out here butt naked. I can't get shot by a BB even without fucking freaking out. And I'm sorry, that's not your fault. I think it's fair to say it, It is not your fault that my skin is not thick. My skin's thick. I'm talking about my skin is not thick in terms of what I can handle from attacks right now, because I just put a man in jail over that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm dead serious about that. I know it sounds like I'm lying. I got the pictures and the evidence of that, if you need it. You know what I'm saying? All the court work, paperwork, and all the shit, them telling me that he finally got off his ankle monitor 4 years later, and all this shit. If you want to see that, I got that too. You think everything I say is a fucking lie? I've got everything. I got all of it. Got all the evidence you need for everything I ever said. Fucking bullshit, except for whatever Glad and whatever argument we had. But I'm not trying to take it to a negative place. You've been good today. We're going to leave it. We're going to just, hopefully you've left it. I'd rather make peace with you. You know what I'm saying? There's a heart on my fucking wall for a fucking reason. I'm not reaching out for war. I don't want war with gamers. I don't want war with neckbeards. I really don't.
Before we start, I want to thank today's sponsor, Warby Parker, for providing your boy with a slick new pair of... This story begins... Our first story involves a small group of players from an old MMORPG discovering disturbing images posted to a Discord server. These images would eventually lead to a criminal investigation and the arrest of a deranged killer. This story begins with an online game called Perfect World. Perfect World International is an MMO that was released back in 2005. Essentially a Chinese knockoff of World of Warcraft, the main game is pretty much dead today, but the private server community surrounding the game is still thriving. And in 2019, one of these thriving private server communities was that of Perfect World Void. And it's a Perfect World Void player that will be the focus of this tale. That player was known by the name Minhaz. A highly active player inside this Perfect World private server, Minhaz was also an active member of the Perfect World Void Discord as well. In the Discord, he had a bit of a reputation and was known for being a troublesome troll of sorts. In particular, Minhaz was also known for being a staunch atheist, and he often left incendiary comments disparaging religion to the Discord server and in the game itself under the name Allah. Minhaz had a particular dislike for the religion of Islam, citing his hatred came from parents pushing their religious beliefs on him growing up. Now, Minhaz would often type in this sort of edgy / 4chan influenced dialect, so at times it was kind of difficult to tell if
Your skill has increased.
Around. He really kept his intentions ambiguous at times. A lot of people wrote Minhaz off as being nothing more than just an edgy shit poster. So you might imagine when he sent the following message to a Perfect World Void community member on Discord.
Guys, I've got to go take the trash out. I forgot it's time. Going to be gone here roughly about 5.5 minutes, and then I'll be back here. I'm going to leave the video running, but I am going to pull it back to where we were when I, when I come back and stuff. And I'm so sorry, but I do have to bio here for just a minute. I've got to take the trash out. Be right back.
They probably thought he was kidding around. I just slaughtered my entire family and will most likely spend the rest of my life in jail if I manage to survive. His Discord associate replies, "Nani? I just woke up." The member likely thinking this was another one of Minhaz's trolling bits. Minhaz then replies, "I'm sorry, do you want the pics?" The friend replies, "Okay." Moments later, Minhaz begins sending over graphic photography showing 4 dead bodies covered in blood with their throats slit. Briefly in shock, the friend quickly replies, "That's not your family." Minhaz says, "It is." "If that's true, why did you do it? Hello? Is this another troll?" The apparent killer replies with, "No, I'm sorry to say." Minhaz then stops replying for the time. In a state of panic, this online friend, who would later reveal himself to the media as being a man named Maroon Ayub, he would start contacting other members of the Discord, informing them of the situation and the photos that had been sent. And when presented the situation, other Perfect World Void members would confess to Maroon that Minhaz had sent them the photos as well. The recipients of these horrifying photos would then band together and formed an impromptu investigation team regarding the situation. Maroon and his associates were initially skeptical, thinking that perhaps the images were downloaded from the dark web or some shock site, and Minhaz was simply using this as some sort of trolling campaign to mess with them. But after performing extensive reverse image searches on the photos that they had received, they weren't able to yield any results and couldn't find any other matches of what they were sent on the internet. It appeared that these photos that Minhaz was in possession of were original photography never before uploaded online. And with this realization, the group was facing the grim reality that Minhaz was likely not joking in his messages. They were dealing with an extremely serious situation here. Moments after they had reached this conclusion, Minhaz began typing more messages to Maroon, explaining himself further. "I know I'm a pathetic coward subhuman. I'll be turning myself in. Why did you choose murdering them, though? I've been planning this for 3 years. Why? I started skipping university in the first year I entered. It was for mechanical engineering. Believe me, if I could rewind time, I would. But after failing half my subjects, I had to repeat my courses. It is here in second semester that I started getting depressed and became an atheist and ultimately created this plan. So for 3 years I've been telling my parents I go to university, when actually I was just hanging out at the mall 4 days a week. The mall is on the same route as my university. I told my parents that my classes weren't that long, so I would just chill at the mall from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. while also going to community gym. I did this because I don't want my parents to feel the shame of having a son like me. I chose to kill them instead out of my own cowardice. Due to me being an atheist, I believe that this is the only life we get. I know it might sound confusing, but what's done is done, and what had been planned has been concluded. I'm sorry if this makes you upset. Please try and remember the good times. So according to what Minhas had typed to Maroon here, it appeared as if the young man was living some sort of double life, lying to his family about attending college for multiple years, when in reality he was just skipping classes, going to the mall, and doing little more than playing a bunch of video games. And with this being college, there would be an eventual graduation date, and with this graduation date apparently looming, Minhas would decide to murder his family instead of simply going through the shame and telling the truth of what he had actually been doing for the past few years. Maroon replies, "It honestly doesn't affect me. I'm just sad that you chose to go this way, though I am sure your family loved you since you were able to kill them through their trust of safety. Even if you were at your lowest spot, you can fight your way up. But as you said, what's done is done. I can't see why your actions make any good or sense, but you do. Murder remains a major crime of selfishness, though. I'm just sad that you chose to damage others and yourself. Though, why their lives and not yours?" Minhas says, "I'm a pathetic coward and subhuman. Since I'm an atheist, I believe there's no afterlife. So I was scared to die, and I wanted them to die so they didn't suffer knowing how much of a pathetic subhuman I was. It's all very selfish. I'm just pathetic." Minhas would go silent again. It's at this point where members of the Perfect World Void community started working on doxing Minhas as to reveal his full name and address so they could report him to police. Doing a meticulous social media deep dive, the Discord group managed to discover that the man's full name was Minhas Zaman, and an IP address associated with one of Minhas's accounts indicated him as being a resident of the Greater Toronto, Canada area. One online friend would discover that Minhas had at one point accidentally shared his home address with them during a PayPal transaction, and this address synced up with the Greater Toronto docs found in the IP grab. Members of Maroon's impromptu Discord investigative squad would then make calls to the Toronto police, informing them of the grisly photos sent on Discord and the messages that Minhas had been sending about his family. Taking the matter seriously, police looked over the reports and verified the address was indeed the Zaman family residence. It was a nice-looking home located just northeast of Toronto in the city of Markham, 1006 Castlemore Avenue. With the confirmed address in hand, on the afternoon of July 28th, police would set out to the family home to perform a wellness check. When the squad cars arrived at the house, Minhas noticed them outside and sent the following message over Discord: "The police are here. Goodbye." Moments later, cops enter the residence and are met with a horrifying scene. Police would discover the dead bodies of all 4 of Minhas's immediate family members. Each had been brutally beaten with a crowbar and their throats slit. The victims included his 50-year-old mother, his 59-year-old father, his 21-year-old sister, and 70-year-old grandmother. In the wake of the gruesome discovery, Minhas was immediately arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. This Perfect World Discord killer had been taken into custody thanks to the help of the online community surrounding the game. It was later discovered by police that Minhas had actually systematically executed his murders the day prior. On the afternoon of July 27th, his father and sister went to their respective jobs. Mother and grandmother would remain home with Minhas. When his mother and grandmother would take a nap, that's when Minhas started his killing spree, killing them in their sleep. After dispatching the two, Minhas would log on to Perfect World and began messaging people about the killings on Discord. Several hours later, his sister would come home. The deranged man ambushes her at the door with a crowbar and slits her throat, killing her. Minhas would do the same around midnight to his father when the man returned from work.
A community is in utter disbelief after 4 people were found murdered inside this house yesterday. We are live on Castlemore Avenue in Markham, where we are learning more about the 4 victims. A source tells City News they are the suspect's father, mother, grandmother, and sister.
When news of the murder spread around the local community, the question being asked by everyone was, why? Well, it turns out the explanation Minhas had given to the Discord crew turned out to be mostly true, and that was actually his motive. Minhas would confess that he killed his entire family to avoid being shamed by them for flunking out of college. I'm sorry if this makes you upset. Please try and remember the good times. So according to what Minhas had typed to Maroon here, it appeared as if the young man was living some sort of double life, lying to his family about attending college for multiple years, when in reality he was just skipping classes, going to the mall, and doing little more than playing a bunch of video games. And with this being college, there would be an eventual graduation date, and with this graduation date apparently looming, Minhas would decide to murder his family instead of simply going through the shame and telling the truth of what he had actually been doing for the past few years. Maroon replies, "It honestly doesn't affect me. I'm just sad that you chose to go this way, though I am sure your family loved you since you were able to kill them through their trust of safety. Even if you were at your lowest spot, you can fight your way up. But as you said, what's done is done. I can't see why your actions make any good or sense, but you do. Murder remains a major crime of selfishness, though. I'm just sad that you chose to damage others and yourself. Though, why their lives and not yours?" Minhas says, "I'm a pathetic coward and subhuman. Since I'm an atheist, I believe there's no afterlife. So I was scared to die, and I wanted them to die so they didn't suffer knowing how much of a pathetic subhuman I was. It's all very selfish. I'm just pathetic." Minhas would go silent again. At this point where members of the Perfect World Void community started working on doxing Minhas as to reveal his full name and address so they could report him to police. Doing a meticulous social media deep dive, the Discord group managed to discover that the man's full name was Minhas Zaman, and an IP address associated with one of Minhas's accounts indicated him as being a resident of the Greater Toronto, Canada area. One online friend would discover that Minhas had at one point accidentally shared his home address with them during a PayPal transaction, and this address synced up with the Greater Toronto docs found in the IP graph. Members of Maroon's impromptu Discord investigative squad would then make calls to the Toronto police, informing them of the grisly photos sent on Discord and the messages that Minhas had been sending about his family. Taking the matter seriously, police looked over the reports and verified the address was indeed the Zaman family residence. It was a nice-looking home located just northeast of Toronto in the city of Markham, 1006 Castlemore Avenue. With the confirmed address in hand, on the afternoon of July 28th, police would set out to the family home to perform a wellness check. When the squad cars arrived at the house, Minhas noticed them outside and sent the following message over Discord: "The police are here. Goodbye." Moments later, cops enter the residence and are met with a horrifying scene. Police would discover the dead bodies of all four of Minhas's immediate family members. Each had been brutally beaten with a crowbar and their throats slit. The victims included his 50-year-old mother, his 59-year-old father, his 21-year-old sister, and 70-year-old grandmother. In the wake of the gruesome discovery, Minhas was immediately arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. This Perfect World Discord killer had been taken into custody thanks to the help of the online community surrounding the game. It was later discovered by police that Minhas had actually systematically executed his murders the day prior. On the afternoon of July 27th, his father and sister went to their respective jobs. Mother and grandmother would remain home with Minhas. When his mother and grandmother would take a nap, that's when Minhas started his killing spree, killing them in their sleep. After dispatching the two, Minhas would log on to Perfect World and began messaging people about the killings on Discord. Several hours later, his sister would come home. The deranged man ambushes her at the door with a crowbar and slits her throat, killing her. Minhas would do the same around midnight to his father when the man returned from work.
A community is in utter disbelief after 4 people were found murdered inside this house yesterday. We are live on Castlemore Avenue in Markham, where we are learning more about the 4 victims. A source tells City News they are the suspect's father, mother, grandmother, and sister.
When news of the murder spread around the local community, the question being asked by everyone was, why? Well, it turns out the explanation Minhas had given to the Discord crew turned out to be mostly true, and that was actually his motive. Minhas would confess that he killed his entire family to avoid being shamed by them for flunking out of college. The man cited that he had been lying to his family about college attendance as far back as 2015. A lie like this wasn't sustainable forever. But rather than eventually have to tell the truth to his family, in 2016 he hatched a plan that dictated that he would murder all of his family on the day of his school's graduation ceremony. I think it's clear that this was a plan that he followed through with. While on trial, Minhas was showed no mercy by the courts. While it's understandable to feel shame regarding one's own academic underperformance, to think that one is justified in killing their entire family to avoid feeling shame for that is unacceptable, psychopathic, and just absolutely reprehensible in every way. Minhas was a complete coward. There was no justification for it. The killings weren't done in self-defense, his family wasn't abusing him, and a lot of people throw around there's societal pressures within his culture to perform in academia. Alright, maybe, but that doesn't mean you kill your fucking family over it. During trial, the judge presiding over the case had this to say: "It is difficult to imagine a more horrific way to take a human life than by slitting the victim's throat. Mr. Zaman did so not just once, but 4 separate times over a span of hours. No right-thinking member of society would see any remote correlation between the imminent disclosure of the secret of Mr. Zaman's non-attendance at school and the vicious taking of the lives of the 4 people closest to him." In November of 2020, Discord quadruple murderer, 24-year-old Minhas Zaman, would be sentenced to serve life in prison, with a chance of parole after 40 years served. Without the intervention of the Void Discord community, it's possible that Minhas could have gotten away with his heinous crimes. Perhaps if given time, he could have gone into hiding, fled the country, and assumed a new identity. But thanks to these mostly anonymous individuals, the self-described subhuman face justice. And that is the story of Minhas Zaman, the perfect world Discord killer. Our next story involves 2 Chinese gamers getting into a dispute over a rare in-game item. When one player betrays the trust of another, things quickly get criminal. This story begins with an old online game, Legend of Mir 3. Legend of Mir was a top-down isometric MMORPG released in 2004. Developed by South Korean studio We Made Games, the title was immensely popular in Asia and once maintained an active player base of over 750,000 users. While the game itself is now defunct and serves as a forgotten relic of the MMO era, a criminal case stemming from the game is still talked about today. This infamous tale begins all the way back in 2004 with 2 Legend of Mir players, 41-year-old Chu Chongwei and 26-year-old Zhu Taoyuan. Chu and Zhu both lived in the Chinese city of Shanghai, and while they knew where each other lived, they didn't really hang out in person. Most of their friendship existed on the internet through the Legend of Mir. The 2 would occasionally team up in the game to clear dungeons and hunt for loot in the Legend of Mir world. And speaking of loot, any of you watching that are familiar with MMORPGs know just how much drama rare loot drops can cause.
Yeah, I want that ring. I do.
Alright, who else wants it other than rogues? Because all the rogues can't go all day. Con, what are you doing?
What the fuck? Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I mean, a dispute over a rare item can cause year-long friendships to disintegrate and even the tightest of guilds to implode from within. Which of course brings us to the topic of the Dragon Saber. A sought-after, high-leveled, and graphically impressive melee weapon, the Red Dragon Saber was one of the rarest drops in the Legend of Mir. An item coveted by all and wielded only by the luckiest and wealthiest of in-game players. And that being said, one day, Chu was playing with another in-game friend named Lee, and they just so happened to get the item as a drop. Upon the discovery of the drop, the 2 would make a pact, agreeing to basically share the Dragon Saber and lend it amongst themselves when a person needed it. Now this is where Zhu comes back into the equation. Eventually he would learn of Chu's Dragon Saber drop, and he also learned that Chu was cool with lending it out to people. So, one day, he asked Chu if it would be okay for him to borrow the item as well. Chu, feeling as if he could trust Zhu, at some point lends out the blade to the 26-year-old. And for a short time, things go well with Zhu hanging onto the blade, not doing anything shady with it. But like many other legendary blades in fiction, sometime after wielding it, he starts getting devious thoughts flood his mind. The man gets greedy. While in possession of the sword, Zhu finds himself browsing eBay and notes that people were selling Legend of Mir items on the site. And to be specific, he noted that some Legend of Mir dragon sabers had been selling on eBay for close to 8,000 yuan, an amount that comes close to $1,000 adjusted for today's inflation. For a virtual sword, that's a pretty hefty price tag. After learning of the sword's real-world value, that's when Zhu makes the decision to betray the trust of his online associate and sell the blade. The dragon saber would eventually sell to an anonymous individual for the price of 7,200 yuan, which comes out to approximately $900 adjusted for inflation. Naturally, time would come for Chu to ask for the blade back from Zhu. And whenever Zhu informed him about the sale, that's when Chu became enraged. Chu would ask for some sort of monetary split from the blade thief regarding the sale. The idea was entertained by Zhu for some time, but no money was ever doled out and the guy ghosted him. Furious, Chu would go to the police over the matter, explaining that someone had stolen his online item. But to his surprise, police informed him that there was nothing they could do about it because digital property wasn't considered real property under the law. So technically, no crime actually occurred. Seeing that no justice would be served, that's when Chu takes matters into his own hands and hatches a sinister plot. In October of 2004, reports say that Chu would travel to Zhu's apartment complex on Kipu Road in the city of Shanghai. And in the early hours of the morning, the incensed man would break into Zhu's residence. Zhu is awoken by the intruder, but before he has time to process what's happening, he's attacked by a knife-wielding Chu Chongwei. Chu would go into a blind rage, brutally stabbing Zhu in the chest. The man would pass away sometime later. Likely feeling that he got revenge from the situation, Chu would then turn himself into police. Chu would eventually be convicted of murder and was initially sentenced to death for his disproportionate response to having his item stolen in a game. However, the sentence would be reduced to life in prison. The family of the murdered young Zhu is quoted as saying this: "We want Chu to die, and immediately." While no such capital punishment was ever executed, Chu will have to live the remainder of his days knowing that he threw his life away over an item in a game that doesn't even exist anymore.
Things you will never hear me say. See, I'm not fighting you over some WoW achievement bullshit. I'm fighting you because you are trying to kill my career, you know? Not fighting you, excuse me. I'm not fighting you anymore. I'm just saying, like I've been so mean because, like, dude, it's not a joke. I'm trying really hard. I got a lot of people counting on me and shit, and I can't really have you messing with me and getting in my way and scaring people away, causing me to be angry, lose attention or traffic or any of this. Can't really have that. Can't have it. Things you will never hear me be. You know, I'm not fighting you over loot. I'm fighting you over a career. But you know what I'm saying? It's a bit different. Can't have you poisoning the well before anybody gets a chance to drink, you know?
Was it worth it?
No.
Our next story is a bizarre case involving a gamer and his long-distance love interest. After experiencing rejection, this young gamer goes to disturbingly extreme lengths to get revenge on his former online sweetheart. Our story really begins all the way back in 2007 with Shane Coffey from Weymouth, Massachusetts. 14 years old at the time, Shane Coffey was an avid RuneScape player and actually managed a YouTube channel at the time documenting his adventures in the MMO. Often known by his in-game alias Ice the Elf and Xbox gamer tag Coffee522, Shane actually had some degree of success as a RuneScape content creator in the early days of YouTube. Several of his God Wars Dungeon tutorial videos received over 100,000 views, which is extremely impressive for this era of YouTube. Shane was also one of the first to discover one of RuneScape's most notorious glitches, the infamous Mew glitch. This glitch involved the player using Alt keys to type the Mew character into in-game chat. when Mew was submitted to a public chat room, the Mew character would crash the game client for any players within your vicinity. RuneScape is also where Shane would meet one of his first romantic interests, a girl from the United Kingdom named Farah Dalwood. Farah and Shane played RuneScape almost every day together. The two would maintain contact for years, with Shane reportedly sending the girl Christmas gifts. Shane would eventually quit playing RuneScape and move on to Call of Duty on his Xbox 360, but he still kept in close contact with Farah through Skype and other messaging services. And this sort of close communication would continue on into their late teenage years. But what we find is that as Shane got
Your skill
older,
has increased.
he became more obsessive and a borderline stalker of his long-distance romantic interests. Shane, 19 years old at the time, reportedly tricked Farah into downloading a virus that would give him remote access to her computer. In doing this, he looked into chat logs and discovered that she was talking to other guys. And just to add, I've never seen any reporting explicitly stating that these two were like boyfriend and girlfriend. I think they were just flirty online friends. And let's also keep in mind that these two live literally thousands of miles away from each other, okay? When Shane discovered Farah's conversations with other guys online, he completely blew up on her. This creepy invasion of privacy prompted Farah to cut all ties with Shane, blocking him on Skype, WhatsApp, and other services. He was completely cut from her life. Apparently the kid wasn't able to handle rejection because he immediately starts planning out revenge. If you thought the computer virus bit was unhinged, wait till you see what he does next. In the wake of being rejected, Shane would purchase a plane ticket, fly to the United Kingdom, and book a hotel. Because Shane had previously exchanged Christmas presents with Farah, he knew what her home address was. And on April 18th of 2014, Shane would make his way to Farah's residence, equipped with a hunting knife. Late in the evening, Shane would break into the home and made his way to the young woman's room. As she was sleeping, Shane jumped on Farah and began viciously attacking her, stabbing the woman repeatedly. Farah screams for help, and moments later, her brother Muhammad enters the room. Muhammad springs to action, grabbing Shane's neck from behind and throws the blonde-headed intruder from atop his sister. It's at this point where Muhammad produces a metal rod. Using the rod, he quickly overpowers the knife-wielding gamer, beating him into submission. Battered and bruised, Shane eventually yields and pleads to Muhammad for him to stop hitting him. Muhammad would comply, calls emergency services, gets help for his sister, and the teenager is arrested. Fortunately, despite receiving numerous stab wounds, Farah would survive the attack and make a full recovery. After his arrest, Shane would be charged with attempted murder. Further investigation would reveal that sometime before coming to the UK, Shane had Googled some pretty suspicious stuff, such as how to engage in hand-to-hand knife combat and the quote, life in UK prisons. Speaking of UK prisons, in November of 2014, Shane Coffey was sentenced to serve life in prison with a chance to make parole after 8.5 years served. They completely threw the book at him, which was well-deserved in my opinion, considering the lengths that he went to get revenge for simply being turned down by a girl. I'll bookend this segment with a quote from the lead detective of the case. While this kind of incident could not have been anticipated and is extremely rare, it is a clear reminder of the dangers that the internet may pose. We would always urge caution when engaging with people you do not know online, and would strongly advise that you do not give out any personal details whatsoever. Our next story is a deeply disturbing one, involving a seemingly well-adjusted teenager shooting his family after they took away his copy of Halo 3. Daniel Petrick, age 16 at the time of this story unfolding, was by all means a normal kid. Living with his mother and father in their home in Wellington, Ohio, Daniel attended Wellington High School and had many friends. People that knew Daniel described him as happy and easy to get along with. Daniel's father, Mark Petrick, was a Pentecostal church minister at a local church called the New Life Assembly of God. Daniel regularly attended services here, and clergy members described him as, quote, enthusiastic about the Bible. All things considered, Daniel was a good kid. However, in 2006, things would take a turn for the worse after he suffered an injury during a skiing accident. Following the incident, Daniel also developed a serious staph infection resulting in spinal cord injury. Daniel's health complications would require the once active young man to remain homebound for a year to facilitate recovery. During
Your
this
skill
time of
has
limited
increased.
activity, Daniel would pick up unsavory habits such as spending hours upon hours a day watching television and playing video games. One video game series in particular that would prove to be extremely addictive for Daniel was Halo. While he was mostly homebound, Daniel was on occasion allowed to go to his friend's house, and it's here where he really got into the Halo franchise.
Look at this Halo 3 footage, right? Doesn't it look like it's got more fucking frame rate than Infinite? I think it does. Halo 3 had more frame rate than Infinite. 5 Halos later, you can see it.
When Daniel was with his friend, he would spend hours a day playing multiplayer, and he would become completely addicted to the game. Daniel would attempt to play Halo at his house as well, but after his religious father discovered the game's ESRB rating, the aliens, and the excessive violence in the game, he banned it from the house. And seeing his son's growing addiction to Halo, he would give him an ultimatum: either stop playing the game or get out. After receiving this ultimatum, Daniel would choose the latter option and go stay with his friend for the weekend. There, he would play more Halo and continue to feed his addiction. At this point, it's really the story of a gaming addiction deteriorating a family relationship, but it gets far worse than that. The time frame of Daniel getting kicked out of his house was in early October of 2007. And around this time, the newest edition of Halo, Halo 3, had been released to the public. In spite of his father's wishes, Daniel would secretly pull together the $60 needed and bought the game. He was eager to grind away at hours of multiplayer matches. However, at some point, when Daniel was returning home, his father catches him attempting to smuggle the copy of Halo 3 into the Petrick residence. After this discovery, the coveted game was immediately confiscated by Mark. The disgruntled father would put the copy of the game in his lockbox next to his 9mm handgun. While Daniel was extremely upset the night of the confiscation, as days passed, it appeared he relaxed and came to terms with the loss of the game. But this state of placation was all a big show, as Daniel had formulated a devious plot to get his hands back on the game. On the evening of October 20th of 2007, Daniel would discover the location of his father's lockbox keys. While his parents were distracted watching television, Daniel would sneak into his parents' room and break into the safe, taking not only the copy of Halo 3, but also his father's gun. At approximately 7 p.m., Daniel reportedly walked up to his parents from behind as they were sitting on the couch. And it's at this point he's quoted as saying, "Can you two close your eyes? I have a surprise for you." The family obliged, and moments later, Daniel would draw the handgun and shoot both of his parents in the head. After shooting his family, Daniel would place the gun near his father's body, in an effort to stage the crime scene and implicate his father for the shooting. However, while he's doing this, a visitor comes to the house. Daniel's sister and her husband would arrive to the residence for a planned viewing of a televised baseball game. Daniel knew these two were coming, but they arrived 2 hours earlier than expected, catching Daniel off guard. When the couple got to the door, they found it locked, and Daniel wouldn't let them inside. However, eventually they managed to get in and discovered the horrific scene. Daniel, now in a panic, would take the keys to the family van and flee the property. He reportedly had plans to travel to his Halo-playing friend's house and hold out, but Daniel's escape plans would be thwarted after his sister dialed 911 and reported the murder.
My mom is shot, and my dad is shot, my brother's here. My brother said, don't come in, don't come in.
Police would intercept the stolen van and take the deranged teenager into custody.
Green Razorback. My dad, he shot my mom and he shot himself. My dad shot my mom! Why would my dad shoot my mom? I don't know, man.
Please don't let my dad die. Please don't let my dad die.
What comes next is a bizarre interrogation where Daniel shirks any responsibility for the incident. Rather, he spins an unbelievable narrative trying to frame his own father for a murder-suicide.
My dad
was just yelling, just screaming at my mom. And then I heard my dad walk in the room, into his bedroom, and then walk back out. So I ran out there, and my mom had been shot. He pointed the gun at me. And then he said he was sorry, and then he shot himself.
The gaming-addicted teenager was taking no responsibility for what he had just done to his parents. Unfortunately, Daniel's mother, Susan, was sadly killed during the shooting.
Your inventory is full.
His father, Mark, would miraculously survive the attack despite a shot to the head.
Mr. Future, the Daniel shoot.
Mark would eventually make a full recovery and would be able to participate in the inevitable murder trial that his son would be facing. Daniel's trial would begin in December of 2008. In court, prosecutors would attempt to portray Daniel as
Your
a
inventory
cold
is full.
and calculated killer, a deranged sociopath that was willing to kill his own family over something as trivial as a video game. They noted that Daniel had planned out his murderous plot a week ahead of time and attempted to frame his father after the killing. The defense would present a rather interesting case for Daniel. Rather than attempting to deny any of the facts of what had happened, the defense tried to argue that Daniel was not guilty by reason of insanity, essentially claiming that Daniel's Halo addiction was so severe that it caused him to make irrational decisions out of his control.
And it's true. They're correct. This is that thing I keep saying about video games are heroin, and that woman a couple days ago in that video saying, Fortnite's like heroin. I need my son off heroin and stuff. It is like that. People do this shit. People don't really understand like how really powerful, like really super good gaming is. It's a compelling force. It is the strongest driving, most compelling force I've ever seen on the planet, short of greed. Greed and, it's like the 8th deadly sin, gaming in some ways, because it's like, and I don't hate it, I don't dislike it, I like gaming a lot. Gaming is not the 8th deadly sin. It just sort of belongs, like, gaming obsession is up there. It's obsession. Obsession is kind of like pride. I think it has something to do with pride. I think gaming has a lot to do with pride. And I think pride, is probably why he did this. If I had to guess, he was so addicted that the idea of going like 3 days without leveling his character or whatever, or just even being in those circles for 3 days, would have set him back in the community so bad that his pride would have taken a hit so bad that he couldn't handle it, and he killed his parents. I've seen this sort of gaming madness before, many times. Many times. Not this sort of killing, I'm talking about this sort of obsession. I've seen this sort of obsession where the people just aren't willing to let real life get in the way of what they want in the game at all. Not in any way or form. I'm guilty of it a lot myself, but I mean, like, I never chased it like this. I mean, I've never had, like, my mother stopped yelling at me about gaming around when she broke my television, because she realized I was just going to do it anyways. So she let it go, and she began to realize that it wasn't my only interest at all. I was a lead singer, and, I was, I had other things going on in my life. I was a cashier. I knew how to camp and fish and hunt and shoot guns and all types of other stuff. I like to drive cars. I like to fuck girls. I like girls a lot. I was always in some long-term relationship with some wonderfully beautiful girl. I definitely spend a lot of time with girls. I definitely am definitely a romantic lover boy type. I like to spend time with women. I like fucking women a lot. It's my favorite thing in the world. More than gaming. I like women more than gaming, which is funny. It's one of the redeeming qualities. I think if it had been the other way around, like this dude, liked gaming more than his family, right? It never got that bad for me, but if anybody would ever try to stop me, I would stop them, I would stop them. I would stop them. I don't know how else to say it. If anybody tried to stop me, I would stop them. It's simple like that. I don't know what you would call that. It's not addiction, because you don't get all sick if you don't do it. It's pride. The idea of not being there on the daily in your gaming community to the point where you're not growing or you're not where you want to be in your life at that moment, which is online, on the game, being there with your friends and shit, you take this pride hit, the likes of which I've never seen before. Like, for instance, I won one time. I had an ex-girlfriend when I was in high school, and I won backstage passes to Tool at the Pepsi Center, VIP, off of KBPI, Rocks the Rockies. I won backstage passes, VIP passes. VIP pass means that you get to meet the band and get autographs and stuff. And so, and I couldn't go. I was going to lose my job. I was like, man, I got to go to the Tool concert. And they were like, nah, we don't have enough people to cover your shifts. You're going to lose your job. And my mom was like, don't you do that. Don't you take that. Don't you go to this concert. I'll fucking kick you out of this house if you get fired from that job. You got to pay me rent money and all this stuff. You're 18. I was like, really? And she was like, yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I was out of the house at that point long before that, like long beyond that. It was more that I couldn't afford. Oh no, right. I was paying for the apartment because I was paying for the apartment and I helped put my ex through college and shit. And so I was paying for the apartment and we would have been homeless if I didn't go to fucking work. So I was like, well, I gotta go to work. I can't just get a new job or whatever overnight. I've got to keep this one that I have or we're not gonna be able to pay for rent in a week, right? And so I was like, well, give your ticket to your best friend. She took a friend of hers, and so these two girls go to Tool without me. And I took such a bad pride hit off of that. I never did see Tool live because of a crappy goddamn cashier fucking job in a fucking BP gas station. I should have just told the boss, like, look, please give me the day off, please. I should have begged them. It's Tool at the Pepsi Center. It's a special case. But I had already like fucked around and been late and missed shifts and stuff before. They were gonna fire me, and so I didn't. I was like, all right, fine. I'm just gonna keep my job. And I sent them, and Maynard signed my ex-girlfriend's tits. And I'll never forget that picture. I had it on my wall for 7 years or something. Her tits with Maynard's signature on it. It was her favorite picture, you know. And so, and she got me pictures. I mean, she was so proud of that. She was like, I never would have been able to do this without you. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, that's right. And I wish I was making this up, but I'm not. I never make anything up. My life's always been the true stranger than fiction. All of it. I haven't even told some of my best interesting stories yet at all. And so, you know, yeah, and that was fun. And I took such a bad pride hit on that. I was like, man, I love me some Tool. They're not my favorite band at all. Like, at all. But I would say they're up there. They're like top 50 for me, something like that. And I really wish I had seen Tool live. It was especially because they were just fresh off all of that excessive fucking like worship from the Inema album, and Lateralis, I believe it's Lateralis is the name of the album. It's the one after that. I think it's Lateralis, or Lateralis, I think. Lateralis had just hit 3 weeks before they showed up at the Pepsi Center. And that, like, man, they played Schism live, and it was brand new. It had just hit MTV, and it was the only song on the radio, which is crazy because it's like this 8-minute song, you know, with this crazy crescendo and all this nutty stuff in it. Like, it was a very big progressive rock song for its time. Schism was. I know the pieces fit, you know, and I really wish I hadn't missed that. And the pride was hurt on that one. I was like, this crappy job in this apartment wasn't worth me missing Tool. I felt bad about that. I had such a pride hit. And that fear, it's that FOMO thing. It's FOMO that caused him to kill his parents, right? It is FOMO. It's FOMO, fear of missing out. When they took the Halo 3 away, he realized that his life was already over because of the skiing accident. Nobody was ever going to really like him, and you know, he was like a cripple or whatever you want to call it. Not a cripple, that's a terrible word. It's like he was like basically handicapped for life. And you know, he's fine. He's going to do fine, but when you're young like that, you think your life's over. You're just like, "Nah, my life's over. I've been critically injured and I can't run and track and I can't fuck girls and I'm just, you know, I'm fucked, right?" And so they get so down on themselves, and then you give them a fucking reason, like fear of missing out, by taking their Halo 3 away after they spend an entire year of 12 to 16-hour days clocking on Halo. Your reputation is such that if you don't show up for 3 days, you obviously aren't serious, you know? You obviously aren't trying to be the best. You obviously aren't running with the right circles. You're obviously not dedicated to this. What, you took a 3-day break? You're not dedicated. You're fucking casual, right? You can hear it. And his FOMO of all fucking things. I know the gamer mind very much. I know the gamer mind more than any other type of mind. I really do. And his FOMO led him to fucking kill his goddamn parents. FOMO is a bad thing. People always say it's a good thing. Nah. Or not. People don't say FOMO is a good thing. It's just it's you know, it is what it is. Fear of missing out. It's sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it's like, oh man, you're right. Actually, I don't want to miss on that. I don't want to miss on this. You're right. I wish I had just quit the job and gone and see Tool at the Pepsi Center VIP and met Maynard backstage. You never know. I could have been like, hey, I'm in a band. Can I send you my tape? And he might have discovered me. I actually that was my plan. I thought, hey, can I give you a tape, man? Like my plan was to have her, you know, she was like, I'm gonna have Maynard sign my tits, and I'm like, fine by me. It's not like you're fucking him. Go ahead. I don't care. And she was like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I want to hand him a tape cassette with my band on it. I do, because I think he would actually like my band. Tool was a huge influence on us, huge. And stuff, and she was like, yeah, that's a brilliant idea. And I was like, yeah, like I'll give him a CD of my band, and I'll be like, look, man, listen to each song for 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? That's all. You can take 60 seconds, but listen to my album, please, please, please. That's all I wanted. And instead, I just worked at a gas station, and then sure enough, like a year later, I wasn't even at that gas station anymore. It was so stupid. Why? Fear of missing out, man. Fear of missing out. It'll lead Halo gamers to kill their parents. People care about this shit. They care about it a lot. You should not underestimate people's drive to do this. It's up there with like junkies or tweakers or cocaine addicts or you know, like whatever, like Smaug, right? Like Scold. That's how video gamers have it, basically. Some of them really are super up in this and totally like mired up in their community and definitely like not in control, and fear of missing out will make them do crazy things, such as me. When my computer died, I went to a LAN cafe, and I went in the back door where the guy at the front couldn't see me. There was, I don't know why they had 2 doors, but in that office complex building on the first floor where the LAN cafe was, there was a door in the front and a door in the back, because it's like a strip mall, right? And so I came in the back door where he couldn't see me, and I crept down along the back while my friend sat in the car, and I unplugged 3 fucking PCs. I'm not proud of this, but I mean, hey, they were only worth like $200 at the time, something like that. It was like a $600 theft. I'm not proud of this, but this is what I do to get around like fear of missing out, right? There's bad FOMO problems with gaming. You get fear of missing out. Like if you're on a launch and everybody else is in but you, like that picture of World of Warcraft I shared earlier, if everybody else is in but you get really, really, really angry. You're like, motherfucker, I'm already behind the curve and it's been 90 seconds. You know, it matters. Like that day one, I forgot about my old competitive side and shit. I was like fucking trying to boot people off and shit. I was trying to get people to duel me. I was trying to get like all types of shit to happen. Like try to get in there first somewhere, because I was like, man, I gotta be the first into this zone or I'm gonna be stuck like behind the curve. And sure enough, the minute the NPC lit up, I was streaming, and that was too much for my computer. When the NPC lit up and they all started clicking that thing, my shit crashed like fucking clockwork, and then I faced an 3.5 hour queue, and then I got back in, and then I was fine for the rest of the expansion. For me was only a month long. But that FOMO thing, that's from the old days, from all the other WoW expansions I had done. I got so mad when I got disconnected that day on Dragonflight launch. I was like, well, I'm behind the curve, and I'm fairly sure it's Blizzard's fault, not mine. And then nobody else could get in either, and the queues were 3 hours, and all that stuff like everybody else. And then I got in, and sure enough, there were people 2 levels higher than me already, because they had been running stupid-ass closed beta forever, and knew exactly what to do for every single fucking quest and all that stupid shit. I wanted to see if I could compete a little bit with no knowledge at all. That was my whole desire that day. And instead, FOMO fucking won, and I just went to play Rust for a couple hours or something, as I recall. I forget what I did. I just let it go at that point, and I stopped caring about the curve, and I stopped caring about keeping up with my WoW peers for a single month. I mean, I didn't know I was going to quit at the end of that month. I thought it might have been 3 or 4 months. For a whole, like 2 years, I've been planning for it to be about 4 months. But by the end of the month, I was like, well, there's nothing else to do except fish. And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that in FFXI, which is a better game. In the end. Like he ranked Final Fantasy XI F tier But to me, Final Fantasy XI is S tier. Right now, this private server is so much more fun than goddamn Dragonflight. It's not even funny. You think fishing's boring, but it's not to me. Not if it means being the best on this wonderful server. I mean, it's not boring to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, Jesus, I can see the money coming in. Nobody bought anything. It sucks so bad. Oh, they lowered the price. Why? Why did you lower the price? I hate you. Fine. I'll just fuck around with 801 and see if I get it, and I'll reprice if I have to, and I'll just bend her if I can't. You know, it's fine. I was like, oh my god, they're worth 1,000, but it's not though. Like giant catfish are worth like maybe 300 pops. I don't know why there's a price of 900 on this, but okay. So here we go. Buy all my giant catfish, you know, whatever. So yeah, so that fear of missing out caused this kid to kill his parents. I'm also trying to lighten the load of the darkness of this video, but I think it is important for gamers to see what the mental illness and the sickness and the FOMO and the addiction and the obsession and the pride and arguments can lead to really dark places like jail and assault. They can, and this whole video is going to talk about it. Like, they can lead to places like jail, murder, and assault. Like, this isn't a joke to me any more than it is these people. I'm not saying what they did is okay or ever okay. I'm just saying I share that sort of passion. You gotta fucking watch it. I have that same sort of FOMO. It fucking sucks. Like, I will show up, you know, so it sucks. So, whatever. We're just gonna leave it about, that's about as specific as I care to be. I've made a commitment to try and chill out on the fucking, like, you know, on the fucking, like hateful speech and all this, and I'm gonna try to, like, live up to it, you know, we'll see. Definitely hate anybody who talks to my family, I'll tell you that. But here I am I was trying to not talk about it. No, I'm so sorry. I'm going to get better at it, I promise. I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying?
In an effort to feed that addiction, his attorney would make an additional argument, one suggesting that Daniel was playing Halo so much that his perception of reality was warped by the game itself, noting that when players die or kill another in-game, they always respawn. You know, the argument basically suggesting that Daniel's mind was so warped and influenced by the game that he literally thought that if he shot his parents, they would recover, respawn, or just magically get better like Halo characters do. It's an interesting argument, but it would ultimately not satisfy the court. After the emotional trial had concluded, Daniel Petrick was found guilty of aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, and tampering with evidence. In June of 2009, 17-year-old Daniel Petrick was sentenced to serve 23 years to life in prison. He will become eligible for parole in 2030. A lot of time has passed since the Halo 3 shooting incident in 2007. Daniel and his father Mark have both had ample time to reflect on the situation. Prison interviews show an extremely remorseful son and a father that has learned to forgive Daniel for his actions.
I can't count the number of times he has told me that he's so sorry for what he did and he'll never be able to forgive himself. I can't count the number of times that he said, Dad, I miss Mom. I miss Mom.
And there's that magical capacity to forgive in one of its most beautiful shining moments. In such a dark, dirty case, you kill your fucking, like your son kills your wife, and you still forgive him? That's real love. That's the love that I feel for my fucking family, and that's why I act as I do when you threaten them. Do you understand it?
I've always taken responsibility for it. I don't try to deny that. I know it's...
No, he didn't always take responsibility, now did it? When the shit went down, he tried to lie his way out of it. Absolutely. And this guy has not changed. Don't trust him and don't let him out. He's a killer. He killed her, he'll kill somebody else. The whole thing had nothing to do with Halo. It's a sociopathic fucking killer who had something happen in his fucking brain when he had a ski accident or something like that. Now he's got brain damage just like me, and he's willing to kill somebody. It's fucking stupid, you know?
Nobody's fault but my own.
Your dad at that time was fighting for his life. When he finally came to, he said that he hated you. He despised you. Can you understand that?
Absolutely. You know, could I blame him? You know, in light of what I did today, even if
By the way, guys, little meta game and stuff. He's lying right now. I just caught him in like 5 or 6 lies. This guy's absolutely a crazy psychopathic killer, the likes of which we see out of something like Natural Born Killers. That's his type. And it's not the jail dress and stuff. The kid's a sociopath. He has no feelings. He's not smiling. He's not angry. He's not sad. He's not crying. Kid's a sociopath. He was going to kill anyways. It was a killer, and Halo has nothing to do with it. I'd stake my life on it. And no, don't let him out. He'll kill someone else, and whether he has Halo or not. This is a killer. He's a liar. He's lying about how he's always taking responsibility. He's lying about, like right now, he's random accessing as we speak. He's accessing lies in his brain as he lies to the television shows, trying to the television show host, trying to get a better deal. Maybe hopefully that the parole board watches it, right? So he can get out and kill again. This is an actual killer. They're kind of rare, but this had nothing to do with Xbox or fucking Halo. In Microsoft's response, I know I'm biased and I don't like Xbox or Halo. You know, I mean I like Xbox. I don't like Halo, right? I do like Halo Infinite. Infinite was fun, single player. The rest of them I felt were basically like wishy-washy sort of average like attempts at shooters. And I know it's gonna piss some people off, but I mean try Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 and tell me Halo was good. I'm saying. Like that was an overhyped game. After you beat 1 and 2, you understand I'm sorry, Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 and like Portal and shit, you understand what a good like game series is compared to Halo. I've never thought Halo was that good. I've never understood the fanboy fervor. The only reason there was so much fanboy fervor is everybody had a 360 and there was no good games on the fucking 360 for a long time. Not really. There was a lot of good games, but not really. Not really super good. So they embraced whatever they had, which was Halo 3. I've never really understood it, that Halo 3 multiplayer, as if we didn't have like other multiplayer shooters like fucking COD or Battlefield. We absolutely did. But they all played Halo 3 and they all talked shit to each other in the COD and Halo lobbies, and they're all kind of right-wingers from backcountry places like that, and they all kind of look like this, and they all respect like, you know, armies and war and shit that normally like you wouldn't like, you know. You know, most people don't like war, but I think these people do. I think they respect killing. I think they're psychotic and sociopathic like him, a lot of them, and I think they're liars, and I don't buy anything this kid is saying, because you can watch the random accessing as we speak. He's lying to her. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying big time. Big lying. As in, like, as soon as he gets out, he's looking to kill again. That's a killer. It's a killer. It's a fucking cold-blooded sociopath killer who just tried to blame Halo. His lawyer tried to blame Halo. Halo had nothing to do with it. That's a cold-blood killer, and he had been planning to kill his family for a fucking long time. That's why it was so like he even like how you can see the other lawyer probably won the case, because, you know, the prosecutor probably won the case because it was very clear when he admitted that he had his father lived through it, which is something that he didn't plan, right? And his father told the court about close your eyes, guys, I got a surprise for you. What it really was bullets, right? And so his father lived, which he didn't plan, and then told the story. And then his father's not a sociopath, crazy nut gamer guy that stalks people and murders his parents and shit like that. He's not some crazy nut like that. His father's actually normal, so he does the human thing and forgives and tries to save his son. Obviously, that situation was entirely fucked up, and there was some kind of fucking brain damage from the ski accident or whatever it was that caused him to go. Or he's just a sociopath. He's a killer, like a cold-blooded killer. I think he liked it. I guarantee he liked it. And then the entire thing with his sister was an act and all that shit, because that man feels no emotions. He shows no emotion. He's a sociopath. You can always tell the people who really fucking, like, really regret what they did and have reasons, because they're bawling out, crying, and saying, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I lost control, I didn't know what to do, I'm so sorry, I'll be in here for 100 years, if I ever get out, I'll kill myself. That's a real person with real remorse. They're crying, and they're fucked up, they're fat, or they're thin, or they're sick, you know, they're like some kind of problem. They don't look like their normal weight. They don't look like they aren't pale or that they haven't been sleeping. They have emotions on their fucking face, and they don't lie to the fucking pigs when they get caught. You know what I'm saying? That's what sociopath killers do. That's a motherfucking lying ass sociopath. I know, because I put one in fucking jail.
now continue to choose to forgive my son. I want to help him. I want to help get the word out to other people so these kinds of things don't.
His dad might be a sociopath too. Because listen to him try to get this killer free who killed his wife. His dad is probably actually like his dad has some kind of gene or some kind of like blood disorder or something in their DNA that causes them to be killers, because I think only a killer would ever defend a killer for killing his wife and his wife and the killer's mother. I don't believe a father would normally ever so voluntarily like defend his son, but I mean, love's a funny thing sometimes. But this guy isn't showing any emotion either, so let's take a look. He is brain damaged. They're both neurologically brain damaged. They have some kind of thing in their DNA. You can see it. It's on his face. Do you see it? So if we come, oh no, he got shot. He got shot. Never mind. He got shot.
I want to help him. I want to help get the word out.
He got shot in the head, so he's got brain damage now, and he loves. I mean, I guess it's love after brain damage, right? I guess that's, if I were to ever name an album, it would be Love After Brain Damage. Love after brain damage, you know? I guess. And it's a beautiful thing to see. It's a beautiful thing to behold how humans can be. I think it speaks to a really beautiful thing that this man was able to forgive, but I believe it is love and brain damage, a mixture of both. Normally you wouldn't forgive your kid for killing your wife who is his mother. You wouldn't really normally forgive for that. You'd be like, nah, fuck you, stay in jail. You killed my wife and you killed your mother. Fuck you. I can't even ever remotely try to be your father or your family member ever again. I'll never defend anything that you did. You're a fucking cold-blooded sociopath killer. And what's more, I think this whole thing is caused because him and his son probably never had a conversation ever. That's another thing. They're so scared to talk to each other because of some fucking man code that they can't freely admit their emotions, or that they're fucked up over something, or that they need help, and so they just kill their fucking parents. It's disgusting. You get help. It's not that fucking hard. Like for me, I'm about the state is paying for me to get PTSD therapy because I have a very documented court case where a guy tried to kill me with a fucking circular saw, and in like 6 days I had my first appointment with this lady. You know, that's the state trying to help me get through an attempted murder. You know what I'm saying? Like that's that's the state trying to help me, and all that. And so hopefully I won't just rip people's head off anymore and get all angry and scream all the time. But I mean, that's what happens when someone tries to kill you and you get all fucked up, and you lose the love of your life, and they're out of your life, and that's what happens. You get all super angry, super fucked up, and if you got brain damage, it's even worse. Love after brain damage, you know? It's like stupid.
Things don't continue to happen like the Sandy Hook.
He doesn't know what it is. That guy's just an idiot who has no clue what it actually is. His son's a fucking cold-blooded sociopathic killer who feels no emotion. Think Ted Bundy, not fucking Halo. You guys looked in the wrong direction. You wanted to believe. Like, it's crazy how much America wants to believe that all of its problems have to do with, like, music, video games, and sex. But honestly, it's mental health. It's mental health. It's always been mental health. Had they gotten some help and stuff after he took an injury that affected his teenage years so badly, got him therapy and taken care of his mental health, he never would have shot his goddamn parents, or at least they could have understood that he is like a sociopath who feels no emotions. The psychiatrist would have picked up on it right away if they had the right training and shit. The psychiatrist would have been like, yeah, you have a sociopathic son who never smiles, never laughs, never anything. He'll smile for pictures, like all good sociopaths, but he doesn't actually have any emotions. That was a sociopathic killer. So like the jury was an idiot, the judge was an idiot, the doctor was an idiot, the lawyers were an idiot, everybody's an idiot but me, as fucking usual. I know a sociopath killer when I see one. I just put one in goddamn jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. You want to know how I know? They have random access to lie about everything that they say because they don't really believe in anything, and they have no emotions. If you see those two signs, you're dealing with a sociopath, and killing and sociopath usually aren't very separate. Not always, but generally, most sociopaths kill because they have no emotions. So they don't fear, they have no fear about killing. They have no regret. They have no You know, they have no desire, they have no happiness, they're not happy after they kill them, or any of that stuff. If you have a lack of emotions, it's like basically deleting carbon to you if you're a sociopath killer. Like, if you have no emotions and you don't have any regret or remorse or unhappiness or any of that stuff, to you it's like punching out paper holes in a piece of paper. You have no feelings, so what does it matter? You don't have to deal with the backlash of knowing that what you did is bad in this society because you have no feelings at all. That's what that kid is. If you guys don't know it, you should. Know your fucking sociopaths. One of the reasons I was able to stick to 4 years on this asshole who fucked with me last time is I proved in court he was a goddamn sociopath. You know what I'm saying? The multiple DUIs and the assault charges help too. Those help too, a little bit. His multiple DUIs and assault charges. That helped as well. So, when he that's most famous fast food disorders. Alright.
In my opinion, some of the greatest internet rabbit holes out there are those involving fast food. Legendary
down the rabbit hole.
Getting battered and deep fried, rogue employees tampering with burger ingredients, or folks contracting STDs from contaminated mayonnaise. And on the other hand, there's these stories you find on the internet where folks will engage in stampedes or even participate in criminal activity to get a new release from a fast food chain. And in today's video, I'll be taking you all on a drive-through tour, if you will, of some of the internet's most infamous fast food contaminations, crimes, and controversies. These are the fast food disasters. Before we get started, I want to thank Established Titles for sponsoring today's video. Established Titles is essentially your express route to becoming a lord or a lady. They offer land in Scotland, plots as small as 1 square foot, and you can purchase this 1 square foot of land, and well, by Scottish historic customs, as a landowner, you've now technically become a lord or lady.
Do not listen to this jackass. I do not condone this ad. Don't listen to this shit. We're gonna skip it. Sorry. Normally I would never ever skip an ad, but when it's a full-blown internet market scheme, you know, fucking full-blown scam, I'm not gonna subject my audience to that. Do not listen to anything you just heard.
Our first story is probably the most recent fact.
You know, if you're gullible enough to buy land, like a foot of land in Scotland and stuff, I have some swampland in Florida that I have for sale. You know, let me know.
Fast food disaster to go viral on social media. The legend of the Jollibee fried towel. Jollibee is notable for being the only internationally headquartered fast food chain in this compendium. But that just means that they fucked up so badly that the story went internationally viral. Now, to begin, what exactly is Jollibee? Jollibee is a Filipino-American fusion fast food joint based out of the Philippines. From spaghetti to shrimp to fried chicken to burgers, they do it all. And with the self-stated company mission of spreading joy, you can bet your bottom dollar that Jollibee aims to please with its fast food creation. But in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, a disaster was on the horizon. When news about the virus began spreading in the spring of 2020, Jollibee was one of the first global chains to aggressively respond to consumer fears, announcing a franchise-wide effort to bolster food and consumer safety. Mask and glove policies were enacted, rigorous sanitation protocols were followed, and deliveries even included the respective body temperatures of the store crew and delivery driver that handled the customer's food. These guys had completely revamped their health and safety practices and were running a clean operation here. But ironically enough, it would be an object associated with cleanliness and sanitization that would end up being the biggest health and safety blemish in the company's history. The disaster begins unfolding on June 1st of 2021, when a woman hailing from the Philippines named Alik Marie shares the following harrowing experience with her Jollibee chicken meal.
Your skill has increased.
Worst experience ever had Jollibee delivered. Mukha siyang chicken, di ba? Tigas eh. Gulat ako. And it's not chicken, it's a towel.
She shares photos and videos of what appears to be a deep-fried dish rag. She says, just something that frustrated me this late. She says, we had Jollibee delivered via Grab. Ordered chicken for my son. While I was trying to get him a bite, I found it super hard to even slice. Tried opening it up with my hands, and to my surprise, a deep-fried towel. This is really disturbing. How the hell do you get the towel in the batter and even fry it? I really thought that the posts complaining about weird stuff in their orders were just all made up. Now I know that it really happens. So disgusting and embarrassing to think you're even branched in the BGC. There's a first for everything, and this has been the worst first. Generally speaking, these deep-fried horror stories almost always hinge on a chicken tender vaguely resembling a rat or something like that. But taking a look at Alik's comprehensive photography of her fast food encounter, it was clear as day what we were dealing with here. Ain't no way around it, this was 100% a fucking fried towel. And what makes this even more bizarre is that you wouldn't get a fried towel simply by, like a towel in the kitchen accidentally falling into the fryer. This thing had to be processed by hand in the sense that someone had to put it in flour, get it in an egg wash, batter it up, and then place it in a deep fryer. There were a lot of steps and a lot of personnel that likely encountered this rag before it was fried. And what makes this even more disturbing is the fact that this is a kitchen rag. At the very least, it was contaminated with cleaning solution, and at the worst, it was just contaminated from cleaning up some disgusting mess or sludge in the kitchen. Needless to say, pretty disgusting, right? Alik's fried towel would begin making its rounds on
Your
Facebook,
skill has
and in short
increased.
time, you had thousands chiming in, sharing their thoughts on the grotesque discovery and making jokes at the expense of Jollibee. The batter must have been contaminated too when that towel was breaded. We will never know who got those potentially contaminated chicken joys that day. What if the kitchen towel has chemicals in it? That's the secret ingredient. Word of the Jollibee fried towel incident would spread from Facebook to the greater internet, and, well, they had a PR disaster on their hands. Thankfully, for the sake of the public, Alik's Facebook post contained an image showing her online order receipt and the exact Jollibee location that the fried towel was ordered from. This receipt indicated that the Jollibee kitchen responsible for this fibrous monstrosity was the location at 32nd and Rizal Street in Bonifacio Global City, located in the Philippines. When news of the towel spread, folks avoided this location like the plague, and the Jollibee company was facing mounting pressure, with the public demanding them to open an official investigation into this alleged linen frying franchise. In the meantime, humiliating videos began appearing on YouTube where people parodied the situation by showing viewers how to cook a Jollibee fried towel for themselves.
Pwede na siya prituin ngayon, so yan, sisiksik lang natin yung magkakaprito. Unahin ko muna.
Good evening, or well, good morning, Dave. Good morning, Dave. How you doing? I bought a race today. Yay! Oh, I'm doing excellent, buddy. I got a scroll of a race for 80K. I'm so fucking happy. Now I work on a couple of other things that I want, and I finally got to level 18, which is good. It means I could switch over to giant catfish, which begins to be like 1,000 gil a fish. I'm sorry, 1,000 gil every time I land a catfish, right? So every cast I'm starting to get 1,000 gil now, which is good. Starts to get better once you get to Black Soul, but I'm starting to get up now a little bit. Level 18 is pretty good. A lot of people don't know what to do with it. I do, so it's good. And right now, giant catfish is going for 800 a piece. So no, you don't. Just go get that one. That one's easy to get, Dave. It's 122 Yuguro necklaces. Just take your thief to, I don't know, I would say take your thief to Gideus, and turn in, to, the cat in Winter's Woods. Way northeast in Winter Woods, there's like, I forget her name, Caillou Sharhumi, somebody like that, Caillou Sharhumi, I think. It just turn in 122, Yuguro necklaces. Or you can also turn in zinc ore, I think. But which Yeah, Ususemi is not fun, but it's something that you can do fairly easily. Because your thief, I wouldn't take your thief to where Humaju the Torrent spawns, because all of those are a little bit high. Or I'm sorry, I wouldn't take your thief in Gideus to where the key mobs drop keys. Like all the other birds, though, your thief can kill without dying. I think you can just gather, a lot of necklaces. Or the other way to that's the way you do it if you're poor. If you have money, you can buy cornets, and that gets you Windy Norg fame. And once you have enough Windy Norg fame, you just you can get Utsusemi. We'll go take a look at it because I think I'm quoting you right, but let's just go verify because I don't remember very well, but I believe what I said is right. So if I was poor and I was trying to get Ususemi Ichi, right? It's from the Sahagan stash, right? All you have to do for this is take a silver beast coin and go click a question mark in Sea Serpent Grotto. But the real barrier is the Tenshoto Reputation 4. Or, I'm sorry, that's wrong, but yes, this is wrong, I'm sorry. So they've changed, the retail changed this recently, so we'll have to go back to the history here to earlier, to like, I don't know, like 2008, I think. Yeah, like November 2008, something like that. Yep. Yeah, what? But, yeah, all you do is you get your Norg and Windy rep up, and the easiest way to do that is cornets, but it does cost some money. It costs like, I think 25 grand, something like that. It takes like 25k to buy all the cornets to turn in, but it's you've done the hard part of Ninja, which is unlocking Ninja. It's actually fairly easy to go get Utsusemi, dude. It's not too hard. That's what everybody does. Don't ever buy it off auction house. It's a complete ripoff. It's not that hard to get. You just go turn it, if you're poor, go grind Yugudo necklaces, right? And it's going to be a pain in the fucking ass. Where you lose there is you basically just want to take your thief naked with a dagger, right? And go, as a level 31 thief, go kill lower level Yugudos at the top of Gideus, not at the bottom where the higher level ones are. You want to stay at the top, basically, and just kill birds over and over and over again until you, and throw everything away except for the Yugudo necklaces that you get. And when you reach 122, which will take you 6 trips to Gideus, you will have your Utsusemi scroll. That's what everybody does, right? Nobody buys Utsusemi. Like, I'll go look at the scroll right now. Like, if you're rich, buy it. Like, if I had, like, they're gonna charge something crazy for this. Let's see. Utsusemi Ichi right now, if you want to buy it, it's 100k, Dave. You saw how long it took me to buy a race. A race is cheaper than this. In order to get a race, it took me 10 days of fishing, 12 hours a day. Don't buy Utsusemi. Just go quest it. It's much, much easier. So if we take a look at the Sahagan stash on an earlier source, it compares selected revisions, man. Like, right, requirements, da-da-da. Oh, no, this isn't it. Excuse me. No, I just want you to, like, actually do the link. What's wrong with you? Just do the link. There you go. So the actual quest for Utsusemi Ichi is very easy. You just go outside Norg and you go through the silver beast coin door with sneaking a Vids, and you just click a question mark, and it gives you a key item, and then you just take the key item back to Norg, and they give you your scroll. It's the easiest quest in Final Fantasy XI. Utsusemi Ichi. Where it's hard is the reputation to actually do it, right? So, before you can even go to Norg, I think, or I don't know, yeah. Yeah. See, I mean, this game, dude, I mean, like Final Fantasy XI, people think it's easy, but it's not. It takes thousands and thousands of hours. It's one of the reasons why it's so good. It's not an easy game. So, if I were to do this, I would start with, well, let's see what YouTube has to say. Maybe somebody else has done this better. Right? Guide to scroll of, yeah, let's see, guide to scroll of Utsusemi, right? You can get to Norg, that's good. So, Well, if you can get to Norg, I don't know what the barriers are for Utsusemi Ichi anymore, but we'll go take a look here. I know that you'll need a certain amount of rep. It's like the FFXI, the Sahagan stash, right? Well, if you can get to Norg, you will need some form of sneak. But I can't get to Norg, or I would come help you. I can't get out there yet. I haven't done the keys yet. You'll have to buy silent oils. Silent oils are, or you can probably get a white mage to help you. There might be a white mage sitting around Org. You could probably just do a search inside of Norg and see if there's a white mage there, and just whisper him and be like, "Yo, would you mind coming outside and giving me sneak?" You know, that might be a good way to do it. But I mean, you need like 2 sneaks. You need the sneak to get past the thick shells, and you need a sneak to do the actual like door. You're gonna need like 3 sneaks. So I would just buy a stack of meds, right? So let's take a look at sneak oils and stuff. Sneak oils are not cheap. It's fucking annoying. Silent oils are, yeah, 6,500 for a stack, right? Yeah. So we'll do that first. That's way harder. That's the hard one, Dave. You got to go get a 6-man. You got to go get you either got to get a 75 or you got to get a 6-man, and you got to go take it out there to Koroloka Tunnel and fight the 3 leeches. That's not a fun quest, Dave. And like, you know, yeah, like I like, you know, this game, it's bullshit, huh? This game is bullshit, huh? Why do we do this to ourselves? I don't know. And on top of this, Dave, you know how many times I've done this quest, Utsusemi and the leeches? Like 11 times. You're bitching about this like you probably only ever done it like 3 times. I've done it like 11, and the idea of doing it again is you know, I love this game. I'm just saying it's good because it's not easy. You know, it's not easy. So yeah, get those leeches. You know what I'm saying? That's not fun. You got to get in the chat, get in the world chat, and be like, yo, forming a party to go do ninja leeches. Need a tank and need a healer and build a proper party. But before you do that, go get the cutscenes in Bastock done. So travel to Bastock, that's your first step. And go talk to Ayami and Cade is the name of this. Ayami and Cade, right? Ayami and Cade is the ninja unlock quest, the ninja job, see it? This is the name of the quest. I'll link the yeah, don't even worry about Utsusemi, Dave, until you're level 12 ninja. You got a lot of other fucking, like, you know, 50-hour problems you've got to deal with first. That's Final Fantasy. Anyways, I'll open my Discord. Yeah, like go do this first, and this is even fucking harder. Yeah. But anyways, Ayami and Cade, I'll link it to you because you know, it's easy for me to do so. Sorry, I meant to send you a link and I got distracted by something that's going on in my Rust clan. Turns out that like one of the people in my Rust clan is actually a dude who's pretending to be a lady. Dude pretends to be a lady. Dude pretends to be a lady. And I caught the voice changer failing, so I haven't ever talked to her ever since then. And I caught the voice changer failing, and it was so creepy because it sounded like my friend Zelly, but when she spoke, it was a dude from Alabama. It was like a dude from the country. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, the voice changer's failing. I was like, no. And like, so my clan's dealing with a catfish right now. And I brought the catfish to the clan. That was somebody I met off Twitch. Twitch is crazy, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, but here's the link to your Ayami and Cade. You'll need to do that, right? And that's not fun. See, at least you can get to Norg. That's one of the things that takes like a few hours, you know. You got to come to Bastock, then you go out to Koroloka Tunnel, and that's not fun. Got to have sneaking events for that, so definitely bring a white mage for that. You know, let's see, what's the requirements? Level 30 and access to Norg. I can help you with the Ninja Unlock quest, Dave. I have to do it first. But I don't wish to do that today. I'm terribly sorry. We could do it tomorrow, but I mean, I don't wish to do that tonight. I'm terribly sorry. But yeah. And then we could go. I can heal that party. I can sneak in and Vids us, and we can get somebody to take us to thread leeches, you know. And I know where to go. I've done this quest 11 times. I know this quest like the back of my hand. But where this is important, Dave, is in that link I just gave you. You've got to follow this part very carefully. If you miss one of these, and you go all the way out Socorro Loca Tunnel, if you miss one of these 3 steps, you have to be very, very careful. You can't pop the leashes. And then the 5 people who came with you are like, what in the literal fuck? Right? And on top of it, you got to go back to Bastock, talk to the person that you missed, get a new party, and go all the way back. I've seen that happen like 5 times. Like, you got to go all the way the back fuck out to the leeches again, right? So just be very, very, like, anal retentive about this portion of the quest before you go to the tunnel. You need to make sure you have every step of this done very carefully, you know? Because if you like, and you know... And then finally, they prompt you to make sure that to look for the quest in your Bastock quest log before you go out to the tunnel, because it's very common for people to miss the fact that they didn't talk to the right person, right? And you'll know when you're at the right step of the quest, because this quest will now appear in the Bastock quest log. It won't do that. Even after you've talked to Cade and you're on your way to the next step, it won't show in your quest log, right? So until you have this quest in your quest log, you are not ready to go to the tunnel. You need to do these 3... You need to go back and make sure you got all of these steps done. Because I've seen a lot of people I've had a lot of people take me all the way out to the fucking leeches, which is like a 25-minute trip or something like that. It's not 25 minutes. It's like 12. It's like 12 minutes or something. It's like half that. But it's like a 12-minute run all the way to the leeches. And most people, if you fuck them around like that, they'll just leave. So then it's embarrassing. Then you can't get another party. And then, you know, nobody wants to help you because you wasted their time and all this. So definitely the most important part of this crappy quest is this. But the other problem is the leeches themselves have to have like a, I would say like a level 45 or higher tank. Right? Or you die. The leeches, 3 leeches, 3 NM leeches at level, they're like level, I don't know what level they are, but they're pretty fucking high. They're like level 30, I think. 3 level 30 leeches will kill a 75 sometimes, you know? It's kind of crazy, but it won't kill a 75. It would maybe kill, it won't kill a 75, but it'll kill like a level 38 tank having 3 leeches on it, right? So the best plan is to just bring a bard to sleep the leeches, really, which is hard to do. So we can do this together, and I'll take lead, and I'll take you with it if you want to do this tomorrow. But I'm not doing this tonight. I'm just fishing because I'm dead broke. I spent 85,000 gil on erase today, so I have to fish. I have no money left. I've got like, well, I got 5K, I guess. That's good enough, you know. But yeah. But tomorrow, if you like, I'll take you on leeches because I have to do it too. It's fucking... I'll take you on Ninja Unlock, excuse me. I'll take you to do Ninja Unlock, which is leeches. But the Ususemi quest, you're just going to want to solo. That's the Hagen Stash. The Hagen Stash, you can solo that. That's not hard. But the real problem is you have to have Tenshoto Reputation, which is not good. Tenshoto Reputation is not easy. It's, you know, it's turning in cornets. You need 4 Tenshoto fame to get most of the ninjutsu scrolls. Oh, good. Right on. Right on. Right on. If you need a white mage, I can come. I'm in Bastock. What I can do is, like, if you don't have a healer, I can sit in that role to heal leeches. I don't mind doing that. That's okay. I just don't want to do, like, you know, I don't want to do all the unlocking of all. I don't want to go talk to all the NPCs and shit. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Are you guys full? Fuck. I don't want to play Ninja. I really don't want to play Ninja. Man. It's not on my path. You know what, Dave? I'm going to back out. I'm sorry. I really have no reason to level Ninja. I'm not going to. I'm not going to touch Ninja this time around. I've leveled it 11 times, a couple of times, to 75. Like, legit, on private server. I'm not trying to do it, like, you know, I'm not trying to do it. No, not yet. Yeah, I mean, I'll come heal if you need me to, but but you should see if you can find a healer first. I'll fill the spot if you can't find somebody. I will, I promise. But see if you can find somebody first, dude, because I'm not really looking to spend the time. You know what I'm saying? But I'll come if you need it. You know, I promise. But see if some other white mage actually needs leeches first. You know what I'm saying? I would get in the yell and be like looking for 2 members for ninja unlock leeches and see healer and see if a white mage responds because there's going to be a white mage out there that wants to do the quest. I don't want to do it. You know, might as well give it to somebody who actually wants it. But if you can't find anybody, I'll heal. I'll come heal. Ninja's not on my path. I've taken Thief to 75 too many times. I've taken Thief to 75 5 times, and I'm not doing it again. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. No. I'd rather fish. You know, I'll fish all day. I don't care. I'll fish all day before I touch Thief or Nin or any of that stuff in 2023. There's no way. So. Like I'm gonna play only white mage. That's it. White mage and I'm gonna take black mage to 37 and white mage to 75, and that's all I'm gonna do on this server. I think that's it. I'm just gonna sit on 75 white mage and heal Final Fantasy parties when I feel bored and I want some healing, you know. But I'm kind of getting over the private server scene of FFXI. I feel really happy that Horizon hit, but it hit pretty much the day that I was ready to quit FFXI servers. It kind of sucks. And every day it gets a little bit less like fun for me. I'm like, I've done it so many times. God damn it, why am I losing these fucking fishing suddenly? What? Maybe because the day changed. That might be why. But yeah. But yeah, once again, holler at me if you can't find a healer, Dave. I'll heal for you guys.
Incoming towel.
Ilagay yung ating mga manok. So i-deep fried natin siya sa 170 degrees Celsius ng oil. Tapin nyo na lang yung recipe na to. At napakasarap po ng chicken na to ng Aledon, yung nagpa-deliver. Ganyan na ganyan. Diba? Pag bukas mo yung sa gitna, towel talagang itsura niya.
On June 2nd, a leak would make an appearance on popular Filipino talk show Rapi Tuflo in Action. In this broadcast, she would explain her reasoning for coming forward with the story, that being that she wanted to, quote, raise awareness about the practices at Jollibee. And she also seemed to suggest that suing the company for damages was on the table.
Yes, it's not about suing Jollibee for damages. Hindi po yun?
It is part of it.
With mounting social media scrutiny, the company was being pressed by customers around the world to make a statement. And approximately 48 hours after a leaked Fried Towel post, the Jollibee company would make a statement confirming officially that they were looking into the matter. Not only confirming that they were investigating, but that the restaurant responsible for serving the towel was shutting down. This concerns the customer complaint on food ordered late evening of June 1st from a franchise store in Bonifacio Global City. We are deeply concerned about this matter and have conducted a thorough investigation on the incident. It is unfortunate that deviations from Jollibee's standard food preparation procedures occurred on the part of a certain personnel of the store. As a result of this incident, we've directed the Jollibee Bonifacio Stopover branch to close for 3 days starting tomorrow, June 3rd, to thoroughly review its compliance with procedures and retrain its store team to ensure that this will not happen again. We will also send out reminders to all stores to ensure the strict adherence to Jollibee's food preparation systems. While this corporate speak press release is vague in regards to the exact origins of the towel, I think when you break this thing down, you get a little insight as to what may have actually happened here. This sentence here, deviations from Jollibee's standard food preparations procedures occurred on the part of a certain personnel of the store, sounds to me that Jollibee looked into this and determined that the blunder occurred on behalf of one employee. And if this was a complete accident or intentional sabotage by this employee, that is unknown to this day. But if you were to ask my opinion on what happened, it sounds like to me that somebody got lazy, a dish rag ended up in a chicken prep area, It got mixed in with some flour, nobody noticed it, and it went into the deep fryer with the rest of the chicken. And bam, a legend is born. In the end, Jollibee would eventually allow the Fried Towel franchise location to reopen after a compliance review was completed, and the location remains open to this day. It's unknown exactly what happened to the employee directly responsible. As for a leak, well, her public statements regarding Jollibee pretty much ended after her appearance on the Raffy Tuflo show, and there's no publicly available evidence indicating that she ever filed suit against the company for the dish rag entree. Unfortunately for Jollibee, this situation was for many in the West the first time that they had ever heard of the company, and with Jollibee currently in the process of executing plans to aggressively grow their restaurant chain in the United States, we'll have to see if this situation and the blemish that it caused has any effect on the appetite of Western diners. Our next story is without a doubt the most memed on fast food disaster of all time. It's a legend made infamous thanks to an appearance in a Chill's Top 15 video. Burger King foot lettuce.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Despite how much of a joke Burger King foot lettuce has become in recent years, this story is actually one of the most disgusting and well-documented cases of fast food contamination by rogue employees in the history of fast food. The story of Burger King foot lettuce begins back on July 16th of 2012. At 11:38 p.m., an anonymous internet user posted the following image to 4chan's B-board. The image featured an individual clearly in a fast food setting actively contaminating 2 bins of lettuce by way of literally standing in the bins themselves 1 foot per bin. The anonymous worker added the following text to their 4chan post. "This is the lettuce you eat at Burger King." Now, this photo has some pretty sickening implications. We've got a potentially rogue Burger King employee here contaminating burger lettuce with their non-slip work shoes that are probably coated in sludge and bacteria, and if this lettuce were to make it out of the restaurant into a customer's hands, you're exposing the public to potentially lethal stomach bugs. Now, 4chan themselves are no strangers to participating in fucked up pranks, but generally speaking, they save this nasty stuff for people who cross them. If you're messing with the innocent public, they're not going to take too kindly to this, and they're probably going to come after you. And not long after the foot lettuce image was posted, you began to see users responding to this rogue BK employee with outrage. 4chan would make it their mission to unmask this rogue Burger King employee, find the Burger King that they worked at, and make sure that they face punishment for their crimes. Now, considering that the photo itself features nothing more than a guy's legs, you might consider such a feat to be impossible. But the only reason that you think that is because you're a normal and well-adjusted person with a social life. With unlimited time on their hands and plenty of manpower, the basement-dwelling denizens of 4chan are capable of some CIA levels of digital forensics. Which of course brings us to the topic of EXIF image data. For those of you unaware, anytime that you take a photo, be it with a phone or a digital camera, the device attaches some metadata to that photo. EXIF metadata will generally include the time that the photo was taken, the device that it was taken on, the image resolution and other camera settings, and the GPS coordinates or the location of where the photo was taken. And all of this EXIF metadata is viewable within a simple properties check of the photo's file on your personal computer. It's really that easy. Fun fact, when infamous antivirus pioneer John McAfee was on the run from Guatemalan officials in 2012, the feds managed to track John down and arrest him using EXIF image data associated with a photo featuring him that was posted to the internet days prior. Now, with all this said, don't think that you can just download people's photos and do properties checks on them and instantly dox whoever you want. It doesn't work like that anymore. It's not that easy. Why? Well, because as the internet has evolved and more people have gotten on social media, most platforms nowadays actively strip EXIF data from images uploaded to their platforms. However, back in 2012, 4chan was not one such platform that did this. And I think you know where this is going. One 4chan user knowledgeable in the EXIF arts would download the foot lettuce photo and peruse through its metadata. And lo and behold, after scrying through the EXIF, they discovered GPS coordinates revealing the photo was taken in the most crackhead state in all of America, Ohio. More specifically, it was taken in the Mayfield suburb of Cleveland. And what just so happened to be at these coordinates? Well, that was a Burger King restaurant located at the 1400 block of Wharton Boulevard. Bingo, they had found their crime scene. By 11:50 p.m., just 12 minutes after the Burger King foot lettuce photo was posted, 4chan and the EXIF wizards on the board had tracked down the location of where this guy worked. With the store's phone number publicly available online, board members tried to call the restaurant in an attempt to get a hold of a manager so that they could potentially intervene with the lettuce contamination. The following day, one user claimed to have got a hold of this manager and shared the details of the call. This manager was quoted as saying this in response to the news. What? I'm gonna find who closed up last week because they're gonna have hell to pay. I don't know what kind of game these kids are playing, but it's sick and pathetic. While the manager was investigating the matter, 4chan handed the story over to local media. Local outlets would go on to publish various stories regarding the questionable lettuce handling practices at Mayfield's Burger King restaurant, and the story went viral online. And the internet and the local community were outraged, and they demanded justice be taken against the foot lettuce fiend. Finally, after a grueling 48-hour period of no updates, Cleveland news site CleveScene broke the news, revealing that the employees responsible had been identified and the matter had been investigated thoroughly. Turns out, in response to the outrage, the Burger King restaurant in question was subjected to an emergency inspection by the County Board of Health. According to reports, county health inspectors would make a shocking discovery, that being that the rogue employees had contaminated more than just the 2 bins of lettuce seen in the photos. Apparently they had soiled like heaps of the stuff. But thankfully, due to the county's inspection, this contaminated lettuce was caught before it made it out of the kitchen, and none of it was ever served to customers. In the wake of the discovery, all of the contaminated lettuce was discarded, and the food safety threat neutralized. Turns out that the foot lettuce freak featured in the infamous photo actually had 2 accomplices, and after the health inspector's investigation, the 3 foot lettuce contaminators were all fired. Case closed. It goes without saying that the Burger King foot lettuce story has become the stuff of legend over the years. It's a fast food horror story mixed with a classic 4chan vigilante justice campaign. It really doesn't get any better than that. In what might be the most high-profile freaky fast food incident in history, longtime viewers of the channel will likely be familiar with our next story. It's a timeless tale that took the internet and the mainstream media by storm. It's the legend of the Wendy's chili finger. So it goes without saying, all of us have found a pubic hair in our McChicken before, right? The Wendy's chili finger saga begins all the way back on March 22nd of 2005 with Las Vegas woman Anna Ayala. Anna was traveling through Southern California at the time, and feeling hungry, she stops at a Wendy's location on Monterey Highway in San Jose. At approximately 7:20 p.m., Anna walks into the restaurant and orders a 99-cent bowl of chili from the front counter. She pays for her meal, gets her food, and sits at one of the tables and begins eating. However, while Anna is eating her chili, she bites into something crunchy. It's at this moment where Anna finds what appears to be a decomposed human finger half submerged in her chili bowl. Mortified, the now panicked woman takes her bowl of chili up to the front counter and frantically explains to the employees what she just found in her chili. Restaurant staff would take a quick look at the grotesque object and agreed with her prognosis of the situation. As a result of the incident, the Wendy's location immediately stopped serving food and law enforcement was called to the scene. The sudden police presence at the restaurant prompted intrigue from bystanders, and before you knew it, the word was spreading around that a woman had found a finger in her bowl of chili. By evening time, local media would pick up on the situation, and Wendy's was on the brink of the biggest PR disaster in the restaurant's history.
Now we turn to the story everybody is talking about, the finger in the Wendy's chili. Investigators are conducting DNA tests, hoping to find the owner of the severed finger. Officials at Wendy's say they've checked all of their chili suppliers and none have reported an injury of this kind.
In the wake of Anna's chili finger incident, Wendy's would launch their own investigation into the matter, trying to figure out how this finger got into one of their bowls of chili. Meanwhile, Anna would begin a full-time media campaign against Wendy's, appearing on many mainstream news outlets, and the woman seemed genuinely distraught by what had happened and expressed that she was interested in suing the company.
Your inventory is full.
The woman who says she found a finger in her bowl of chili at a Wendy's in San Jose, California. We turn now to Anna Ayala and her attorney, Jeffrey Janoff, from Mountain View, California.
Well, as I was eating my chili, and I usually crack all my crackers and just put them in there, mix it all around, and started eating the way usually people eat. And suddenly I chew something that's kind of hard, crunchy, spit it out. At first I wasn't
Your
sure
inventory
what it was.
is full.
And as we started investigating, poking it, other people too, that's when we find that there's something that looks like a nail.
About a week after the story had broke, Wendy's started seeing declining sales in their restaurants, and particularly on the West Coast. It was becoming clear to the company that this situation could be a long-term hindrance to their bottom line if not gracefully resolved, and fast. The public demanded an explanation from Wendy's, but Wendy's had no explanation to give.
Your inventory is
After
full.
a meticulous audit of their own chili supply chain, Wendy's consulted with all 7 suppliers responsible for the manufacturing of their chili product, and none of these suppliers had any record of an employee losing a finger on the job, and no such finger loss incident was reported at the restaurant that served the chili itself. The finger seemed to have just manifested from the ether into this woman's bowl of chili. Wendy's also managed to get their hands on the chili finger itself and sent the finger off to a third-party laboratory for forensic testing. And curiously, the lab analysis revealed that the flesh of the finger was inconsistent with that of cooked human flesh. The significance of this finding is that since the chili finger was uncooked, that meant that it would have had to have been placed in the bowl of chili after the chili itself was cooked, thus pretty much clearing Wendy's supply chain of any wrongdoing. And it's at this point where Wendy's becomes suspicious of the supposed chili finger victim herself, Anna Ayala. After all, she was the only outstanding and uncontrolled variable in this case, and everything looked good on their end of things. So Wendy's ends up hiring private investigators to look into Anna, hoping to uncover anything on the woman that could out her as a bad actor. And what they find about this woman immediately raises some red flags. It turns out that Anna Ayala had a history of filing frivolous lawsuits against large companies in the hopes of getting quick legal payout. In 2004, Anna had sued Goodyear Tire, claiming that the company was responsible for a wheel falling off of her car. The suit was dismissed without prejudice by the courts. Anna also reportedly tried to sue the El Pollo Loco fast food restaurant in 2004, claiming her daughter contracted salmonella from the food served at this establishment. But according to statements from the company, no such contamination ever existed and the woman didn't receive any payout. After the discovery of these frivolous lawsuits, Wendy's was confident that some fuckery was afoot on behalf of Anna, and they weren't having any of it. Wendy's investigators would consult with the San Jose police regarding the matter, sharing their documentation that proved their supply chain's audit was clean, and their suspicions regarding Anna's litigious history. Police had been dealing with the rise in fraudulent fast food contamination claims since Anna's case had happened, and they, after hearing Wendy's side of the story, started to feel like that case too might be fake. San Jose police ultimately decided to open a criminal investigation into the finger incident in collaboration with the Las Vegas Police Department. This would lead to Las Vegas police searching the home of Anna Ayala and her husband Jamie Placencia on April 8th. The cops rifled through everything, hoping to uncover some human remains that were used for fast food tampering, but after an exhaustive search, they didn't turn up anything. The house was clean. For the time being, Anna and her husband were cleared of any wrongdoing in the matter and were still seen as victims. And Wendy's was left looking like a big jerk for accusing a supposed victim of fingering their own chili. Now desperate to crack this case, Wendy's opens up a chili finger hotline, if you will, offering a $50,000 reward to anyone who can
fingering their own chili.
provide information that could potentially lead them to the origin of this damn finger. Naturally, hundreds if not thousands would call the hotline, and almost every tip was completely useless. But one call in particular would prove useful to Wendy's, as this individual would provide damning information about Anna Ayala that would help flip the public's sympathetic nature towards her. This caller would provide a detailed testimony alleging that in 2002 they were a victim of a real estate fraud conspiracy orchestrated by Anna Ayala, and Jamie was involved. While the call wasn't Chili Finger related, it was Anna related, and this information was passed over to police. After this tip, authorities would take a second look at this couple, and shockingly, this ends up leading to their arrest. But they weren't arrested for chili fingering. Anna was booked for real estate fraud, and Jamie was booked for unpaid child support payments. So by this point, it's pretty clear that Anna and Jamie were indeed the bad actors that Wendy's thought they were, but the problem was that they still didn't have any tangible evidence that directly linked them to the chili finger incident. They just found out that they were alleged criminals from something else. Thus, Wendy's was still faced with the terrible reality of having absolutely no explanation for the finger almost 2 months after the story had broke. Sales continued to plummet, causing gross negative impact on the company, with some reports indicating that Wendy's was losing over $1 million a day since the chili finger story broke all the way back in March.
Now that's a lot of damage!
If they were desperate to crack the case before, now they were down bad. In a last-ditch effort to find the origins of the chili finger, Wendy's would raise the reward payment for the tip line to $100,000. And thankfully for them, this increased reward would yield some new evidence. They got a lead that once again implicated Anna and her husband Jamie. This tip was a call from a Las Vegas asphalt plant operator named Mike Casey. Mr. Casey would explain that Anna's husband Jamie was actually one of his employees. And whenever he heard about the Wendy's chili finger incident and Anna and Jamie's recent arrest, he was reminded that one of his other employees had actually recently lost a finger in an on-the-job accident. That finger-losing employee was 36-year-old Brian Rossiter. And according to Mr. Casey, Rossiter and Jamie often worked together on the job and were friends. The pieces to this chili finger puzzle were finally coming together. This lead was passed along to police, who promptly questioned all parties involved, resulting in the truth finally coming out. Turns out that Brian Rossiter kept his severed finger after getting medical treatment as a keepsake of sorts. And one day, he actually brought this finger to work as this sort of macabre novelty item. Jamie, who happened to be at work on this date, was owed money by Brian Rossiter at the time, and offered to squash his $100 debt in exchange for Brian's severed finger. Brian Rossiter agrees to the deal, and Jamie walks away from the trade with this crusty-ass looking finger. A finger that would ultimately be placed into a bowl of 99-cent Wendy's chili by his co-conspirator wife, Anna Ayala, in an attempt to defraud the Wendy's company for potential millions of dollars in a hypothetical damages lawsuit. And to top everything off, a DNA test would show that the finger was a 100% match with the DNA of Brian Rossiter. The case was closed. Both Anna and Jamie are charged with grand theft and conspiracy to file false claims. And in September, the duo would plead guilty to their crimes. Anna was sentenced to serve 9 years in prison, with apparent ringleader Jamie sentenced to serve 12 years and 4 months in prison. The court also ordered the couple to pay over $22 million in restitution to the Wendy's Corporation and employees who were affected from layoffs caused by their chili finger disaster. Needless to say, fast food Bonnie and Clyde got absolutely ransacked by the courts. Wendy's name had been cleared, and with the chili finger incident now proven to be nothing more than a fraudulent hoax, customers began filing back into their stores, and folks are slurping chili to this very day. Big ups to the Pepsi pimp. What's fascinating about the Wendy's chili finger case is that this is the only incident in fast food history that I'm aware of where someone was actually imprisoned for contaminating fast food. Most cases usually end up with hoaxers being told to cease and desist or face consequences in civil court from the companies they damage. They almost never end up in the clink for this kind of stuff. But considering the level of panic that this created within the public and just the scale of the damages inflicted on Wendy's by the enactment of this fraud, I think some prison time was definitely warranted. But that was the legend of the Wendy's chili finger. Now, before we get into our grand finale story, which involves a guy stealing multiple gallons of Baja Blast from Taco Bell using an engineered contraption, I want to do a bit of a
Yes!
lightning round to sort of debunk some possible hoaxes out there that you may have seen on the internet. The KFC fried rat. I've actually done a video covering this story in depth, so be sure to check that out, but this is the gist on this one. Back in June of 2015, a man hailing from Compton, California posted various images and videos to his Facebook page claiming that KFC had served him a deep-fried rat. He said that he bit into the rat tender and it felt hard and rubbery, and when you take a look at his video showcasing this freakishly fried creation, it did indeed look rat-like in shape. This man's video prompted social media buzz, and people were demanding an explanation from KFC. But as soon as KFC began investigating this matter, that's when the guy's story almost immediately fell apart. KFC was transparent in the matter, requesting that the Compton claimant send the tender off to a third party at their expense to get the DNA of the meat tested. But the man curiously refused to do so time and time again. And you would think that if you felt like genuinely that you had just eaten a rat, you would want to send it off to get it tested to prove without a shadow of a doubt that this wasn't chicken and that it was indeed rat meat. But the guy just refused to do this. Also, many folks at the time noted that the fried rat itself just didn't make any sense because for it to have such a crispy breading like this, a restaurant worker would have to, sort of take a dead rat, toss it in the Colonel's 11 herbs and spices, put it in an egg wash, and then put it in the fryer. You wouldn't get crispy breading like this just from a rat, like, crawling into a deep fryer. It just kind of seemed like a lot for someone to just completely gloss over while preparing chicken. Eventually, this Compton claimant would get a lawyer that advised him to send the rat tender in for testing, and after a third-party lab analysis, the tender was proven to be 100% white meat chicken. The man was proven to be nothing more than an attention-seeking hoaxer with potential legal aspirations. So, in case you were wondering, the KFC fried rat was a deep-fried phony. It wasn't real. Herpes and McDonald's mayonnaise. Yep, you heard that title right. Back in 2014, it was being reported that a 31-year-old woman named Lisa McDowell had a harrowing experience with her McDonald's McChicken sandwich. According to the woman, when she was eating her chicken sandwich, she noted something off about the texture of the mayonnaise. It was slimy and salty. And after peeling off the bun, she discovers what appears to be a large glob of semen sitting atop the mayonnaise. And to make matters worse, it was being reported that the woman contracted herpes in her mouth and lips from consuming this semen-infused mayonnaise. Reports say that health inspectors looked into the matter, tested the semen, finding it not only positive for herpes, but also linked it to 2 restaurant workers at the McDonald's. These 2 employees were promptly fired, and articles discussing the matter provide this purported statement from the McDonald's manager responsible for these employees. We can't always keep an eye on our employees' conduct. We can only hope during the interview process that we are able to hire employees that meet our company's standards. Pretty disgusting, right? But did this actually happen?
No way. It's an urban legend that never happened.
So yeah, this story is completely fake. Lisa McDowell isn't a real person, and McDonald's never had an incident like this. Semen being found in mayonnaise is a viral internet hoax that has existed in various forms online since the early 1990s. It's literally just a clickbait story that these spoof news websites make to bring in traffic. Internet spoof articles have reported semen being found in tacos, pizza, shawarma, curry, hamburgers, literally anything you can think of. It's all bogus. There has literally never been a confirmed case of semen being found in someone's fast food, and let's hope it stays that way.
Number 15. McDonald's cum sandwich. The last thing you'd want in your McDonald's sandwich is someone's cum.
Fried rat head at Popeyes. This image on screen may look familiar to some of you. Back in September of 2016, a woman from New York City named Rosemary visited a South Harlem Popeyes location only to be served what appeared to be a deep-fried rat head. The woman took to Facebook with her findings, sharing the photos and her testimony of the incident, and this story would go viral. Her post read, "Friends and family, this is a meal Popeyes in Harlem served my daughter, my niece, and sister. This is clearly a rat, and they have the nerve to have a 5-star rating by the Department of Health. People, please feel free to share this picture. Think about all the other rat that have been served and the lasting effect that this will have on my
Your
daughter,
inventory
niece,
is full.
and sister." The exact address is 2730 Frederick Douglass Boulevard. It was being reported that Rosemary was looking into legal solutions for this matter. But curiously, like the KFC fried rat case we just discussed, as soon as Popeyes starts reaching out to the customer in question, that's when the claimant's story just gets sussy. According to reports, a Popeyes rep had actually gotten into contact with Rosemary and agreed to meet with her to get a sample of the head for testing. But when the time came for the
Your
meeting,
inventory is
Rosemary
full.
allegedly postponed the meet, And ever since postponing, Popeyes hasn't been able to get the woman to reschedule or submit the head for DNA testing. A Popeye spokeswoman told Snopes.com that the restaurant in question underwent a health inspection after the incident, and health inspectors determined that the restaurant contained no signs of vermin or prior vermin activity. Additionally, Popeye suppliers would make the claim that the object shown in the photo wasn't a rat head, it was actually just a piece of chicken organ meat. And yes, I get that this is quite a convincing looking photo, but I'd like to show you a video of a man finding a chicken liver in his Popeyes meal. Take a look at this.
Went by Popeyes and got chicken for dinner, and inside of the chicken box was this chicken, I'm not sure it's breast or thigh, because attached to this is what appears to be either a chicken heart or a chicken liver. No idea what that is. I think it's a heart. It looks like a heart. But that's, you know.
Yeah, so after seeing that, do you still think this is a rat head? Now, I want to stress that this claim has never officially been debunked, and Rosemary may very well have been served a rat head, but nothing official has ever been determined about this case. And in my opinion, especially after looking at that man's video, I think the story is bogus. Our next story, while not necessarily disturbing, is one of the internet's most infamous fast food related stories of all time. It's the legend of a GameFAQs.com forum user and his mission to acquire unlimited amounts of Baja Blast from his local Taco Bell using some ingeniously crude engineering skills. This is the story of Operation Soda Steel. I want to give a big thanks to YouTuber Cybershell for archiving the various screenshots and forum posts you'll be seeing in this segment. The link to his Operation Soda Steel video is down below. The story of this legendary soda heist begins all the way back on August 1st of 2008 on the GameFAQs.com forums. On this day, a GameFAQs forum user going by the name Epitaph Phillips submits a thread to the boards titled, "My Dream is Becoming a Reality, Operation Soda Steel." Attached was some Microsoft Paint concept art Phillip had created, the art showing a contraption that he sought to engineer, and if functional would allow him to covertly siphon potentially unlimited amounts of soda from fast food restaurant fountain drink dispensers. The design consisted of a backpack which would contain a concealed tank where the soda was to be stored. From here, a connecting tube exits out of the bag, travels into Phil's shirt, up his sleeve, and then connects to the bottom of a cup receptacle. The theorized apparatus allowing its user to secretly fill the tank with gallons of free soda to take home, with the restaurant being none the wiser. While the engineering behind this is admittedly clever, the sort of premise of just making it to steal soda is ridiculous, and one might think a post like this to be nothing more than just a silly throwaway shitpost. You know, just a guy posting preposterous stuff to get a rise out of forum users. But subsequent posts from Phillips suggest that his commitment to Operation Soda Steel was serious and that this was far more than just a humorous shitpost. Phillip would share photos to the thread showcasing an early model of his Soda Steel contraption. This photo shows the tank and tube apparatus that would be placed into the backpack, and this photo showcases the tube and cup connection. Phillip wrote the following alongside his gallery of Soda Steel prototype photos. "I tested it in the shower and it works pretty well. I ran out of hot glue though, so there were some small leaks. Hopefully I can complete it by tomorrow and take it out for a spin. I might record it. Taco Bell will never know what hit him." With these images confirming the man's commitment to his offbeat novelty project, that's when you had folks chiming in asking the question, why? I mean, of all things you could commit your time to, this is what you do? With engineering skills like this, we got a future NASA scientist on our hand, man. Like, go to school or something. One user says, "Why can't you just buy soda? It'd be different if somehow you could do this with gasoline or like gold or something. Soda is inexpensive. I mean, don't get me wrong, the concept and idea rock my balls." Philip replies, "It's not about the soda. I probably won't even drink half of it. It's the accomplishment and it's fun." And aside from self-fulfillment and garnering big dick internet street cred, there was actually a pragmatic reason for stealing soda, specifically in the context of the restaurant target being a Taco Bell. And that's because Taco Bell is the home of the undisputed best soda of all time, Mountain Dew Baja Blast. While Baja Blast is available in grocery stores these days, back in 2008, this stuff was only available at Taco Bell. It was an exclusive item, and anyone who was around at the time knows just how sought after this rare teal-colored nectar was. Philip's soda sealing contraption could be used to break the matrix and potentially allow one to gain access to an unlimited take-home supply of Baja Blast. He was breaking the system. When folks realized this, buzz around the thread grew and people began chiming in offering engineering advice to help perfect Phil's contraption. The GameFAQs community was all in on this project. One user suggested that Philip have the soda tube exit the tank from the bottom as to reduce jostling of the soda as it entered, thus preserving its carbonation. Another user proposed installing a ramp to achieve a similar fizz retention effect. Throughout the week, Philip would make various tweaks to his contraption, and on August 6th, he would upload a new collection of photos revealing the final version of his device. This enhanced version incorporated an anti-fizzing tube setup and a different bag that perfectly fit the shape of his tank. Along with these images, he commented, "No guarantees, but I might try it tonight with a friend." One user says, "It's 9 o'clock now. When is tonight?" Philip replies, "Well, it's only 7 here on the West Coast. We were thinking pretty later, like around 10, so there won't be any people. Also, I'm well aware doing this for the sole purpose of getting soda is a dumb idea. That's why I'm not only doing it for that reason. It's a fun project and will be a good story to tell. Not to mention it provides entertainment for all of you guys." After weeks of preparation, it appeared that the night of Operation Soda Steal was at hand, and after Philip's last post at 6:47 p.m., he vanished from the boards for hours. Folks were on the edge of their seats, hoping that Philip would return with news of a successful mission and a tank full of Baja Blast. Hours passed with no updates, but finally, at 9:15 p.m., Epitaph Phil comes back with a bombshell. Fucking did it. I'm gonna upload the video now. I'm not gonna spoil any results. The madman Epitaph Phil had completed his mission. Operation Soda Steal was a success. And to top it off, he recorded the entire thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the footage of Operation Soda Steal.
Here at Taco Bell, my friend, and we're about to deploy our device. See how it goes. Get a BNC burrito, no onions, and a extra large drink. Living the dream. I don't know if you can see that. There's some light. Bring it out in the light. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Yes!
Alright, we'll, extra large Taco Bell cup we got beforehand. Put this funnel in here. Super glued it. You can see it comes out the bottom. Then add this tube, which then goes through the sleeve of the jacket, down to the side bag, which is just this little luggage bag, which conveniently perfectly fit the container. And there's the fruits of our labor. Proudly say I'm one of the few people privileged enough to enjoy Baja Blast in the confines of my own home.
Thanks to pulling off Operation Soda Steal, Epitaph Philip became a legend on the GameFAQs forums. His successful pilfering of Baja Blast was actually covered by some popular online blogs at the time, and follow-up posts from Phil would confirm that he managed to steal approximately 2 gallons of soda from the Taco Bell. It was a beautiful moment on the internet. As the buzz surrounding Operation Soda Steel would eventually diminish, so did Epitaph Phillips' forum activity. His account on the site is now deactivated and nobody really knows what became of the guy. Operation Soda Steel is in many ways the perfect internet story. It's a tale of a random forum user with a bold plan to swindle Mountain Dew, who worked together with a niche online gaming community to execute a mission so ridiculously silly, yet somehow crucially important at the same time. Even if you weren't there when this took place, or you're just now hearing about this, there's something oddly nostalgic about Operation Soda Steel. 2008 internet, man, you just had to be there. It was a better time to be online. But that, my friends, was the story of Operation Soda Steel. And
he is wrong. Lord deliver me from 2008, and what happened on the internet today, trust me, is better than what happened in 2008. We just haven't heard it yet. Just wait.
that wraps up our fast food disasters compendium. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace. The state of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen. Many of you are likely familiar with this creation by Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland. Without context, it's a simple animation of Rick and Morty in a mock trial hurling expletives at each other.
You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I think I've ever met.
You reckon if I let you suck my that I could get a fair trial here?
Oh, I don't think so.
I got a big now.
But what you have to realize is that the vulgar dialogue in this viral animation, it actually is a word-for-word recitation of a real-life court transcript that resulted from a pissed-off judge getting in an altercation with a schizophrenic murder suspect. And when you come to that realization, that's when a rabbit hole opens up. Who exactly was Denver Fenton Allen? And what were the crimes committed by this clearly deranged man that led to the now infamous courtroom altercation?
I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee.
In what might be one of the most bizarre exchanges in the American justice system's history, this is the story of Denver Fenton Allen, the Rick and Morty killer. I want to give a big shout out to Helix Sleep for sponsoring today's video. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding customized to fit your specific needs and ships it all right to your front door. In order to pair you with the perfect mattress, Helix has you take a sleep quiz before ordering, which takes into account your preferred sleeping position and body type, even considers your partners as well. Personally, I'm a side sleeper that likes a medium feel mattress, so Helix paired me up with their Midnight edition of mattresses. I upgraded to the Midnight Lux, and within a few days the mattress arrived in my house in a box. Shipping is free in the United States. You can
Your skill has
personalize
increased.
your mattress even more by adding the Glaciotex cooling cover to it. Glaciotex fiber is cutting-edge mattress tech designed to keep you cool and comfortable while you sleep. It's totally worth adding to your purchase, especially if you're a hot sleeper. The mattress comes vacuum sealed and set up as a breeze. Just open your box, peel off the plastic, and then this shriveled up mass expands out into a luxuriously comfortable mattress in the blink of an eye. I've been sleeping on my Helix mattress for just about a year now, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this is the best mattress I've owned or slept on in general. Before I got this mattress, I had a dingy piece of crap that made me wake up with stiffness and lower back pain. The Helix has cleared all that up. This thing is the real deal. And for those of you that are kind of timid in regard to ordering a mattress online, you got nothing to worry about. Helix comes with a 10-year warranty, and it also has a 100-night sleep trial. So if you don't like the mattress within 100 days, you can get a full refund and they'll come pick up the mattress from your house. Easy as that. You guys can go to helixsleep.com/wavywebsurf to get up to $200 off your Helix mattress and get 2 free pillows. Shipping is free in the U.S. Big thanks to Helix for sponsoring. The online infamy of this court case stems back to San Diego Comic-Con 2016. At a panel, Rick and Morty co-creator and voice actor Justin Roiland would introduce the audience to the previously niche yet remarkable case of the state of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen. Roiland had discovered this bizarre case in its transcripts online. Reading the transcripts word for word in Rick and Morty voices, this was the result.
Can we get a court order to get my dick sucked, sir?
You're so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
All the white butt boys love me to death.
Okay, well, I'll bet they do. I'll kill your whole
All the white butt boys love me to death.
I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a fucking hammer and feed them to you.
Okay.
I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom.
Needless to say, the audience loved this and found it comedic gold. The animatic was officially released a month later on August 4th to Adult Swim's YouTube channel and almost immediately went viral, amassing over 10 million views and generating discussion across the internet. It would become legendary online, and as public awareness of the state of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen grew, people began wondering, what exactly did Denver Fenton Allen do? What crime did he commit? And what were the circumstances that led up to the altercation with the judge? This is Georgia man Denver Fenton Allen. Allen has a long and storied criminal history. His record goes back over a decade. False imprisonment, armed robbery, kidnapping, these are just some of the charges the man has faced. But for the purpose of this video, we need only to go back to 2014. In November of this year, Denver Allen was arrested for making terroristic threats. The exact details of these threats aren't publicly available. Allen would be initially jailed at the Bartow County Sheriff's Office in Northwest
Your skill
Georgia.
has increased.
While in jail, custody officers noted a sharp decline in Denver Allen's mental state. And the man would prove to be quite the unstable individual, with Denver Allen reportedly making it a habit to threaten the lives of custody officers and the Bartow County Sheriff on numerous occasions. In August of 2015, Denver Allen, to the delight of everyone at the sheriff's office, would be transferred to another jail, a facility more accommodating of his disposition. On August 19th, he was transferred to the Floyd County Jail and given a cell in the O Block, an area of the prison designated for inmates with mental and behavioral issues. But moving Denver Fenton Allen proved to be a disastrous mistake, as just 5 days after being moved, Denver Allen would kill his cellmate Stephen Rudolph Nally, a man who was much older and smaller in stature than Denver was. According to reports, Denver Allen waited until his cellmate was asleep, then bashed the man's head into his bed rail in order to kill him. Prosecutors allege that Stephen Rudolph Nally was apparently chosen by Allen as an easy kill target, the murder to boost his reputation in jail. In the days following the murder, Allen was said to have bragged about it to prison guards and inmates alike. And sometime later, Denver Allen reportedly mailed out photos of the body that were taken by crime scene analysts. He was a sick individual. Now, naturally, Denver Allen was made to go to trial for the killing of Stephen Rudolph Nally. Denver Allen would then be appointed an attorney. A public defender would aid in his legal representation in the case. Given the erratic behavior showcased by Denver Allen, his public defender questioned the man's mental state and felt he was unfit for trial. By request of counsel, Allen was sent to Central State Hospital in Milledgeville to receive a psychiatric evaluation. There he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and delusions, among other things, but was deemed cognitively aware enough to stand trial and have involvement in his own defense. Unfortunately for his public defender, that meant the erratic man was able to influence his own trial and make decisions on his own behalf, making mistakes and ignoring counsel every step of the way. Against the advice of counsel, Denver Allen would pursue a not guilty verdict, despite there being overwhelming evidence proving that he committed the killing. Now let's meet our judge, the other half of what would become the infamous altercation between the two individuals. This is Superior Court Judge Bryant Durham Jr. This particular judge was well known and respected and had been voted into his position by the public several times over. Durham had a clean record of conduct throughout his career and was known for his civility and level-headedness from the bench. However, this Denver Fenton Allen case that he was presiding over would prove to be quite challenging in the aforementioned regards. In initial court appearances in preparation for the trial, Denver Allen would request a new public defender, claiming that his attorney was requesting sexual favors in exchange for proper legal representation. So during a preliminary hearing on June 16th of 2016, Allen would bring up this
Your skill has
concern with
increased.
the judge. And it was during this 11-minute courtroom appearance that the infamous transcript was born. Allen begins by explaining to the judge a theory that he has. This theory is that his attorney, that he's accusing of being a sexual harasser, also conspired with the doctors at Central Hospital to get a schizophrenia diagnosis landed on him.
His lawyer has made sexual advances on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral
Your
sex.
skill has increased.
Doctors at Central State Hospital just put a false diagnosis on me. Okay.
But Judge Durham didn't believe these claims and said that if Allen wanted to appoint a new lawyer, he would have to pay for one or represent himself. Swapping public defenders wasn't going to be an option. And he would also go on to remind how risky it would be for Allen to go on trial defending himself.
I'm not going to trial with this attorney. Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with them, or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that... And I've got a right to have... Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life.
And it's when Judge Durham questions the man's ability to defend himself in court, that's when the argument starts to get heated.
Listen to me. Go yourself. I'm through here. Y'all done? I'm finding you in contempt of court. I don't care. I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm gonna add 20 days for everything you say. You. 40 days. You again. 60. Go yourself.
It should be noted that Durham could have ended this hearing at any time. The judge wasn't known for entertaining contemptuous criminals wanting nothing more than to get under his skin. But there was something about Denver Fenton Allen that seemed to strike a nerve with the judge. And what starts as cheeky rebuttals from the judge eventually walks into the realm of compromising the trial. At one point, the judge famously slips up and says that Denver Fenton Allen looked like a queer, which could be grounds for a mistrial under discrimination. Perhaps this is what Denver Allen was looking for.
You prefer men. I boys. You prefer men, right? I white boys. You know, you look like a queer. Well, okay, so now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom? I didn't call you one. I said you looked like one.
The argument just gets nastier and nastier, with Denver Allen making threats against the judge's family.
I'll kill your whole family. And when I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a hammer and feed them to you.
And when Denver brings family into it, the judge just completely loses it.
Gonna work. You ain't gonna tell me shit. Listen, suck my shut up, listen to me. Suck my you man. Listen, suck my you will be here in the court on Monday. You'll be here sucking my well, listen to me now. Yourself.
Finally, after an 11-minute expletive-filled back and forth, Denver Allen is sent out of the courtroom and the altercation is over. The bizarre exchange was almost immediately publicized. The transcript was first spotlighted by a law blogger on Twitter who posted an Imgur link to scans of the documents produced by the hearing's court reporter. And from there, the transcript went viral. Even mainstream news covered Allen and Durham's war of words.
A North Georgia Superior Court judge is off a murder trial after a vulgar exchange with the defendant. The courtroom comments were laced with expletives and more.
Outside the Floyd County Courthouse, many had already heard what happened inside.
I'm not saying he doesn't have feelings, but don't be personal with it. Don't take it personal.
1 week ago, murder suspect Denver Allen threatened to kill the family of Superior Court Judge Bryant Durham. This official transcript of the court hearing includes every word of what became a vulgar exchange.
Folks in the legal world expressed disappointment on behalf of Judge Bryant Durham, shaming him for his unprofessional behavior in the face of provocation, especially from someone who is known to have mental.
If I was a judge, I would have cussed at him and I would have called him a queer. And I mean that. I don't mean that in like a gay way or whatever. Like I meant as in like you know, not like the way he did. No. Just like the way the guy talked, it sounded really gay. I mean, not in a bad way. Just it sounded really like creepy gay. You know, not that gay is bad. I'm not trying to say it is. I'm just saying that like God, it was like really homosexually laced tirade. That was really gay. And I think the judge kind of responded to it. I think it actually was kind of natural. It was like sort of weird.
Mental issues and who wasn't to be reasoned with.
What is really remarkable, and not in a good way, about this case is that the judge engaged in this really sort of deep down in the gutter trash talking with this defendant.
What started with F-bombs dropped by Allen led to crude sexual references by both defendant and judge.
Using language that I have never in all my years of practicing heard a judge use. let alone a judge on the bench, in open court, in front of the public, on the record.
Former Fulton County prosecutor Tanya Miller says the judge had the authority to nip it in the bud.
There were deputies in the courtroom when this happened. Those deputies would have removed this defendant in a matter of seconds.
But for the majority of people online, they were fixated at just the batshit insanity of Denver Allen's rant.
I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee.
In the wake of the publicity regarding the case, Judge Durham would deem his own behavior unacceptable. He formally recused himself from the Denver Allen case and reached out with a recounting of events to Georgia's judicial watchdog agency. He would later issue a public apology and refer to his words as improper and intemperate comments. A formal investigation by the Judicial Watchdog Agency revealed that Judge Bryant Durham violated 2 judicial canons of ethics: failure to avoid the appearance of impropriety and failure to discharge his duties impartially,
Your skill has increased.
competently, and diligently. The judge was later admonished for his actions and agreed to undergo sensitivity training to better prepare himself for quarrelsome defendants. And what would happen to Denver Fenton Allen? A new judge would be assigned to his trial. Honorable Judge Billy Sparks was set to preside over the case after Durham had stepped away. Unsurprisingly, in this trial, Denver Allen would yet again attempt to provoke, on many occasions threatening to kill Judge Billy Sparks' entire family.
I'll kill your whole family.
But this judge didn't take the bait and would simply dismiss Allen from the courtroom when he tried provocating. Allen's schizo rants weren't going to get him out of this one. In terms of his defense, Denver Allen would eventually admit that he did indeed kill his cellmate, but said that he did it in self-defense as his cellmate was allegedly sexually assaulting him and he was being mistreated in the prison system. But due to Allen not knowing legal protocol and ignoring counsel at every turn, he improperly executed this motion. And because of this, the judge refused to allow him to change his plea, striking down the motion. Upon his self-defense motion being struck, Denver Allen would
Your
have
skill
an
has
outburst
increased.
in court, threatening to kill several people present in the courtroom as well as the district attorney. This would prove to be a recurring scene during the time of this trial, with Denver Allen going on a vulgar rant threatening to kill people every time he didn't get something that he wanted. On the day of the trial's conclusion in December of 2017, the jury took just 1 hour to deliberate his verdict. Denver Fenton Allen was sentenced to serve life in prison without any chance of parole. Upon the jury leaving the courtroom, Denver Allen called everyone present trash and claimed that one of the jury members was a pedophile. If there's anything to be learned in this case, it's don't engage in a trash talk battle with a schizophrenic murderer. You're gonna lose every time, man, seriously. Had Judge Durham simply dismissed Allen from the courtroom the moment that trouble arose, he would have saved himself from the lowest moment in his career. But of course, if history were different and Judge
Your skill
Durham
has
actually
increased.
minded his temper during this altercation, we wouldn't have gotten the legendary exchange that would become the Denver Fenton Allen transcripts.
I boys. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men. I boys. You prefer men, right? I white boys. You know, you look like a queer.
This man was a true wordsmith of vulgarities, an individual capable of crafting some of the most disturbing and offensive insults the courtroom has ever seen. One can only imagine the derogatory, slur-filled exchanges Denver Allen will have with inmates as he spends the rest of his life behind bars. And that, my friends, was the story behind the state of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen, the Rick and Morty killer. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace. Longtime fans of this channel know I occasionally will dip my toes into the realm of humorous or meme-worthy political controversies.
Okay.
From the rise of the boot hat-wearing Vermin Supreme to the campaign misadventures of Basil Marceau, and of course the screeching downfall of Howard Dean, I've done a few of these. Well, boys, it's been a while, and I feel like getting a little political. So what better story to talk about than the time that the mayor of Toronto got caught up in a crack smoking scandal?
There's been a serious accusation from the Toronto Star that I use crack cocaine.
Ah, yes, the Mayor Rob Ford crack controversy. Back in 2013, an anonymous tipster would reach out to journalists claiming to have access to video footage showing Toronto's mayor smoking on some crack. While the video wasn't released to the public at the time of the allegation, there were several journalists that had claimed to have watched a video featuring such an occurrence. The public was initially skeptical of the claim, and Mayor Rob Ford would vehemently deny that he ever participated in such a crack rock smoking. But as time goes on and this crazy situation evolves, it starts to look more and more like he actually did it. This is the story of the Mayor Rob Ford crack rock controversy.
It's the 10 crack commandments.
Getting busted for smoking crack, it's not a good look, but neither is getting your privacy cracked into by hackers, which is why you need the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark. Surfshark is a VPN app that works across all of your devices, protecting your IP and data. With Surfshark, your online browsing activity will be protected from hackers, internet service providers, and advertisers. And not only does Surfshark keep you anonymous online, it allows you to change your server location to practically anywhere in the world. And why exactly is that useful? Simple. Want to watch a show or movie that's currently only on European Netflix, but you live in the US like me? Simply switch to a EU server and watch to your heart's content. And you can also use this strategy to access region-blocked websites. You guys can get Surfshark 83% off with 3 additional months free by clicking my link in the description box and using code WAVY at checkout. Big shout out to Surfshark for sponsoring. So before we get into the crack rock controversy itself, we must first introduce the man that was the centerpiece of all of this.
This is an insult to my constituents to even think about having a homeless shelter in their ward. And you want me to have a public meeting to discuss this? Why don't we have a public lynching?
Meet Rob Ford. Rob Ford started his political career in the year 2000 as a Toronto City Councilman. He's from a family of politicians and the son of the famed Doug Ford Sr. As a member of Toronto City Council, Rob built up a reputation as one of Toronto's top hardline fiscal conservatives. So conservative, in fact, that many of his policy positions often didn't bode too well with the public. You know, like the time where he crudely spoke out against the city for it providing millions of dollars towards AIDS prevention and education campaigns. Or the many attempts of him to try to shut down bike lanes in the city of Toronto.
And what I compare bike lanes to is swimming with the sharks. Sooner or later, you're going to get bitten. Roads are built for buses, cars, and trucks. But my heart bleeds for them when I hear someone gets killed. But it's their own fault at the end of the day.
All of that said, his nitpicky conservatism wasn't the only thing that made him this infamous figure in Toronto. He was truly made infamous in the city thanks to his various city council meeting outbursts that were caught on film, his brutal honesty at times, and his often humorous shenanigans that he would involve himself outside of the political sphere. These are some of my favorite Rob Ford moments. Check them out.
Are you catching how he's dancing in the city council meeting, Dave? While he's high on crack? He's obviously high on crack. The only people I've ever seen dance like this are either high on God or high on crack, or one or the other. He said that bikers don't deserve bike lanes, right? Bikers don't deserve bike lanes because roads are for cars and trucks only, and they're just not compatible. Now, I don't agree. I think bikers are people too, and I think their bikes are really good in a world like maybe you guys probably don't. I mean, maybe you've been to London. You've seen the smog over London. Bikes are a good thing. Like I've seen the smog over L.A., Denver, Seattle, London, Paris, etc. The smog is too much now, you know. So the bikes are a good thing, and kids ride bikes. They need a bike lane. They always have. Like they're the same motorists, really, you know. So like I'm really pro biker. But he was saying something about this. I think they are maybe incompatible though, as shitty as it is. But the reason that they're, but because they're incompatible is why we need a fucking bike lane. He's saying that they're incompatible, so they shouldn't have anything at all, right? And they shouldn't even be on the road. Right, yeah, oh yeah, many adults ride bikes, and it's a really responsible thing to do in this world full of smog and $2, fucking $5 a gallon gas tank shit, $5 a fucking gallon of gas and stuff. The bikes are actually how we're gonna get out of this mess. They actually matter kind of a little bit. And so he has a point about how they're incompatible, but the solution to it is the bike lane, not nothing at all. He was saying nothing at all, no bikers at all, Excuse me for just a second, I gotta answer a text. Yeah, I like that he's dancing like a fucking crackhead right now. Oh no, can't watch it. Okay. Can't do Lana streaming. We'll watch other though. I think.
If I say something new in another language, you.
Sorry. I missed what you said, Dave. Sorry, I got like 5 people talking to me at once here. I'm so sorry. What did you say? There we go. He's from Canada. Oh yeah, he's from China. Yeah, this guy. Another reason I'm watching this is I don't want to say where I live, but this guy's not too far from me. I could easily reach him within a day. You know what I'm saying? He's really not that far from me. It's kind of funny. Like, I don't live in Toronto. You know what I'm saying? I'm an American, but I'm not that far from fucking. I'm like kind of far. I'm pretty far from Toronto. It would be many hours. It would be like an 8-hour drive, but still, I'm not that far from this guy. It's kind of funny. I'm in the Northwest like him. He's kind of my territory a little bit. It's a little bit. I want to see him dance again. I think it's actually very funny. Also, Dave, watch this. I'm not sure you caught it, but he straight knocks out an old lady. Did you catch that part of it? Watch this. He literally bum rushes an old lady and knocks her off her feet. Watch.
The city for it providing millions of dollars towards AIDS prevention and education campaign.
But it's their own fault at the end of the day. But my heart bleeds for him when I hear someone get killed. But it's their own fault at the end of the day.
All of that said, his nitpicky conservatism wasn't the only thing that made him this infamous figure in Toronto.
Yeah, so watch, he's about to fucking bum rush and knock an old lady out on her fucking ass. I'm not kidding, watch. You missed that part, that was funnier.
He was truly made infamous in the city thanks to his various city council meeting.
Strategy for continuing Toronto's bike share program, which is don't continue it.
Outbursts that were caught on film. His brutal.
Why is he wearing a fucking football fucking jersey in a country that, I mean, I guess that is a football jersey. It's a football jersey, but as in like soccer, I think, right? I guess Canada does have a good football team. But anyways, why is he wearing a fucking jersey in a fucking Toronto City Council meeting? It's actually fucking cracked, dude. There's another really funny guy like this, actually, that I really, really like that I'll pull after this. There's a really funny guy from the City Council, who, I forget. Yeah, but like, why is he wearing a fucking, like, this is like what you wear on a Sunday when you watch the game. This is not City Council meeting dress. This is crackhead dress. This is just. And on top of it, he's got some kind of crazy medallion right there. It's like a crazy sports medallion of his favorite team, and I think it's got diamonds on it. I'm not kidding. It does. That thing he's got. That thing he's got on his neck. It's like a medallion of his favorite sports team, and the definition isn't good enough to see it. But it's got diamonds on it. He's wearing bling, Dave. I'm not kidding. He's wearing bling. Why is he wearing bling in a city council meeting? So now watch this. He like books across the room and knocks an old lady out. Watch this.
Honesty at times, and his often humorous shenanigans.
Why is he dancing? Why has he got bling? Like, why is he dancing like he's in like?
These are some of my favorite Rob Ford moments. Check them out.
Here we go. Now watch this. Watch this. He books across the room and lays an old lady out. Watch. He like took her out. He like straight like, I mean, he didn't hurt her, but he fucking laid her out on her back or some shit for some reason. What's going on? What's going on? Anyways, we'll watch more of this, but my friend wants me to watch something, so I'm gonna watch something. Give me just a second here. Oh, what did you send me? I had it, but it's gone now. There we go.
If I start insulting you in another language, you feel nothing. They don't mean anything to you. Because it's you who puts the meaning to it. Me, I know what it means. But it doesn't matter how hard I explain them to you. You might start laughing. Take the words. Take away the value of the words and drop them to the floor. If you take that away, they fall to the ground. They never get to touch you. They are nothing.
Oh my fucking god.
If I start insulting you in another language, you feel nothing. They don't mean anything to you. Because it's you who puts the meaning to it. Me, I know what it means. But it doesn't matter how hard I explain them to you. You might start laughing. Take the words. Take away the value of the words and drop them to the floor. If you take that away, they fall to the ground. They never get to touch you. They are nothing.
Yep. They're nothing. It's true. Just some boobs. Everybody likes boobs. Anyways. My friend, she sent me that. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. That's a girl who sent that. That's not me. That's some girl. Some girl sent that to me. Once I didn't go looking for it. Why is he shucking and jiving in a fucking city council meeting? What's going on in this world right now? My forehead is so sore from smacking it every day. I can't really do it. It's kind of cringe, and it's kind of like, what's going on? I mean, at least this is from 5 years ago. If this was today, it would really get to me, but I mean, at least this is over with. They got him for crack. It's okay, guys. The city councilman to smoke crack won't hurt us anymore. The city councilman, show us on the doll where the crackhead city councilman touched us, because it's just like, what? Can't really handle it. Like, it's like, man. Yeah. City councilman meeting's totally appropriate time for that. Maybe we should, like, is that a bottle of vodka on his desk? There's a bottle of fucking Sky vodka on his desk. I shit you not. It's a city council party is why. They're trying to, it's actually yellow journalism. They're having like a city council party. There's vodka on his fucking desk. You can tell he's 3 sheets to the wind. And they're all drunk. Everybody here is drunk for some reason. It's some kind of drunken city councilman's fucking debauchery fest. And they're all smoking crack and banging hookers and drinking Sky vodka in the city councilman meeting and all of their fucking suit dummy bullshit. Fucking suit dummies. You know what I'm saying? Look at these suit dummies cut loose with Sky vodka and crack in the middle of their city council. Why would you have a party in the city council chambers? What if you spilled vodka on the flag or something? Come on, man. What if you spill grape juice all over that floor and they've got to replace it? It's like, come on, man. Why is this happening in this city council meeting? It's not a meeting, it's a party, but still, why are they throwing it in the fucking city council room? Get a fucking, do what everybody else does and go down to the Howard Johnson or the hotel nearby or whatever and get their convention hall, or like go to someone's house. Don't fucking party in the city council fucking hall. What? Oh yeah, this dude, oh yeah, I bet this guy probably goes through 3 hookers a day. I know these types. They're always right wing, they're always fucking fat, they're always fucking crackheads. You know, Rush Limbaugh, for instance, is a great example of they got him for Vicodin and stuff. Like they're always fat, they're always blowhards, they're always talking shit about bikes and kids and gay people and shit. They're always wasted. You can tell all the capillaries in his nose and stuff. And when they're not at work, they're like smoking crack or meth or something like that. And they're trying to act like they're this soup fucking dummy, where they're actually worse of a criminal than me. You know what I'm saying? They're like, this is, like, they say get a job and act normal and be a normie and all this shit, or you suck or whatever. I say get a job, fuck you. The way you run the world is every bit of fraud. And that's some Tech 9, by the way. Wait, what? Oh, here we go.
I've never said that in my life.
He just said pussy. He said the word pussy to like 35 cameras and microphones. He's saying some lady accused her of asking him if he could eat her pussy on fucking like national television. What's going on? I didn't know this guy was this fucking crazy. I heard about this, but I thought they were like overblowing it because it was a slow news season or something. This guy is absolutely fucking dumb, like really bad.
I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough money.
Nah, 3 hookers a day. He's looking like a 4 hooker a day guy. He's probably got all kinds of STDs and stuff. This guy can't have normal sex. You can see it right away. He's got to dominate some hooker in the butt. You can see it right away.
All right, gentlemen. Take your position.
Why is he next to Hulk Hogan? Why is he hanging out with Hulk Hogan? It's a fucking mayor. It's a mayor. Why is this happening? What is going on? He's wrestling Hulk Hogan. Why? Why? Is he gonna win? Oh, come on. He's gonna beat Hulk Hogan in a fucking wrestling match? Come on! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? No fucking shit! There's no shit way! No shot! He fucking beat Hulk Hogan in a fucking arm wrestling match. What's going on? What's going on? What? Are you fucking serious? That fucking drunk, crackhead, fucking fat ass beat Hulk Hogan in a fucking wrestling match? Why? He has no muscles. He has no muscles. Like, this guy is not strong. He's a fatty like me. It's all fat. You see it? Like, I am strong. I'm strong. I'm stronger than him. But, like, still, like, you know what I'm saying? It's all flab. That's all flab. That's not muscle. Like, that dude is muscled. How he lost it is beyond me. And he looks hurt. He's like, what? This guy, I think he hurt Hulk. Look at him hold his arm. I think he actually hurt Hulk. How is that possible? What I just saw, look at the look on his face. He just came up on $1 million or something. He's so happy. Look at that dirty little stinker, devious smile on his crackhead face. He's like, I'll never let you live this one down. I beat Hulk Hogan in a fucking wrestling match, bitch. Better recognize crackhead mayor for the win. What?
Is a very divisive figure.
Why? Why? What's that idiot crackhead mayor arm wrestling Hulk Hogan in my nightmares? Why?
I or you hated it.
Why? This is okay. I gotta send this to my best friend. This is his kind of humor. He really doesn't like humans any more than I do because of shit like this. It's just like, what? Like, what? Why? Why?
Hated the guy. In 2010, his status as a politician would be dramatically elevated. As in 2010, he won the election for Toronto's mayor's seat.
He's wasted. He's fucking gone. He's in there dancing in the city hall meeting, and they're all ignoring him. It's hilarious. What a fucking, like, this guy is so fucking cracked. It's the new meta. You're so crazy that people just refuse to acknowledge you at that point. They just, you can just, like, he's cracked. He's obviously cracked. He's probably going through like 3 hookers a day and a bad crack habit, and he's like completely cracked, and he's there dancing drunk in the middle of the city council meeting, and nobody says shit. But instead, I get 7 false assault charges and a bunch of thousands of dollars to pay lawyers for false charges and shit like that. But this guy gets to dance drunk in a city council meeting. Yeah, like, totally makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Give me false charges. Let him run free. Let your wild, crazy crackheads run wild and crazy free. Like, what?
Despite facing a mountain of scandalous media reporting attempting to smear him. There was definitely
attempting to smear him? What do you mean attempt to? Just show the videos and you're done. You don't have to say anything. Just show the videos. You don't have to say anything. That guy fucked himself. He doesn't need somebody to fuck him.
By the media to portray Rob Ford as this party animal on drugs. And whether or not that
That's actually a really funny headline. Damn it.
Really the case, it didn't work. Rob Ford became mayor in 2010, and his first few years... Joe Biden played well. He was mostly tolerated by the...
Oh no, look how red his face is. That guy just did hot rails in the limo with the hooker. You can see it. He just did hot... That guy's face is fucking, like that guy has been smoking speed all long day, all the live long day for 3 or 4 days, and he's been banging hookers in a limo or something like that, and he just showed up for some kind of fucking, like Hollywood fucking, like... Who is that? I think he's standing next to a really famous actor, but I can't place it. It looks like Giovanni Ribisi, I think. I think that's Giovanni Ribisi, Dave. I think. Why was he standing next to Giovanni Ribisi?
He was mostly tolerated by the public.
That's Giovanni Ribisi. I know him anywhere. He has the most distinct face in America. That's Giovanni Ribisi. There's no fucking way. And who's the guy on the right? I don't even know who the guy on the right is, but Jesus Christ. Why is that drunk crackhead fucking sped out tweaker mayor, like hanging out with Giovanni Ribisi. Why can't I hang out with Giovanni Ribisi? I'm sober. Fuck you. God damn it. Jimmy Kimmel and shit.
However, it wouldn't be long before some old skeletons began to come out of the closet. And as you'll begin to see,
yeah, like skeletons of hookers. Watch.
The scene, Mayor Rob Ford had been up to some pretty sketchy behavior. Let's get into the allegation. On May 16th of 2013, Gawker publishes an article to their website. And in this article, the author claims that there's a video out there somewhere of Mayor Rob Ford smoking crack and getting, quote, fucking high, unquote. The article goes on to explain that an anonymous tipster informed Gawker about this supposed video. And John Cook, the author of the Gawker article, claims to have actually seen this video in person, but was not given a copy by the video owner for personal journalistic use. While the video wasn't included, Gawker was able to provide a blurry image of Ford, showing him hanging out with a few people. And one of these people was a man named Anthony Smith. Anthony Smith had been killed a month prior to this article publishing in a gangland-style shooting in Toronto, which of course begs the question, why the hell was Rob Ford hanging out with alleged gang members? John Cook's Gawker piece also includes an image of Rob Ford from an unrelated setting, showing readers that he's wearing the same sweatshirt in both photos, sort of confirming that it's the same guy. So here's a story of how he saw this video and what he actually saw in the video. So John Cook gets hit up by this tipster and ends up flying out to Toronto to meet up with this anonymous person. Mr. Cook would then be driven to the Dixon Road apartment complex by this tipster, where another man would enter the vehicle and gives him the option to watch this alleged Rob Ford video. But there are some special conditions for John Cook to follow. He's not allowed to record audio or video of this video, and he can't have a copy of it himself. So he's basically just forced to take notes and remember what he sees. Here's John Cook's
How is that possible? No. What are you doing? I'm over on the other monitor, and you're off flying away to some other fucking site and doing some new link, and I lost it, and now I don't know what you're doing again. Now I gotta reopen the link, and I'm over here on the other monitor clicking a fucking DM, and you're like moving my video around and popping me and shit.
Description of what he saw on the cell phone recording. The man in the video is Rob Ford. It is well lit, clear. Ford is seated in a room in a house. In one hand is a clear glass pipe, the kind with a big globe and two glass cylinders sticking out of it. In the other hand is a lighter. A slurred voice off camera is ranting about Canadian politics in what sounds like an attempt to goad Ford. Pierre Trudeau was the one phrase that lodges in my mind. Ford, pipe in one hand and lighter in the other, is laughing and mildly protesting at the sacrilege. He seems to keep trying to light the pipe, but keeps stopping to laugh. He's red-faced and sweaty, heaving with each breath. Finally, he finds his moment and lights up. He inhales. So yeah, what John Cook was saying in this Gawker article was true. This would definitely be a big deal. I mean, you've got the mayor of Toronto allegedly hanging out with gang-affiliated people smoking crack in the dead of night. That's not really what I would define as good leadership. It was quite the allegation. But eventually, journalists would come forward claiming to have seen this mythical video, including some reporters at the Toronto Star who would publish an article similar to Gawker's.
We were shown a shocking video. The video, which appears to be real, shows Mayor Rob Ford in a room, his shirt open, lolling back in his chair, and appears to be smoking a crack pipe.
After Gawker and the Toronto Star went public with these allegations, Mayor Rob Ford was in the hot seat. People wanted to know what the hell he was doing in the middle of the night smoking crack, allegedly. There was a massive media hunt for the real copy of the mythical crack video, and simultaneously the mayor was being pressed by the media, inquired about these allegations that he would at first deny.
There's been a serious accusation from the Toronto Star that I use crack cocaine. I do not.
It is clear by your face that you do. You do use crack. It's clear by your red face that you've been pounding drugs and alcohol the last 18 hours. It is very clear that you're high right now.
Use crack cocaine.
You're high right now.
Or am I an addict?
Nobody looks like this unless you pound a bunch of liquor and smoke a bunch of like speed or crack. It's the only way you can get. Trust me, I did it in like many years, like 7 years or something like that. I was like that. Like, trust me, I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like when a fat man smokes speed and drinks whiskey.
Of crack cocaine.
Yeah, he's not on crack. No, he's on speed.
As for a video, I cannot comment on a video.
He's not on crack. He's on speed because at least he's good at like slow talking. If he was on crack, he'd be dancing around like the city council meeting. He's on speed at the moment, and he's all cold and he's used to this. He's used to getting out of bad problems and talking in public very slowly, even though he just did a bunch of hot rails.
It is most unfortunate, very unfortunate, that my colleagues and the great people of this city have been exposed to the fact that I have been judged by the media without
any evidence.
With Rob denying the allegations, the only way that the media and the public would be able to nail down Rob Ford for this was if they actually got a copy of this legendary crack smoking video. And so what about that video? Well, apparently, after the story was reported by Gosser and the other outlets, the tipster's associate who possessed the raw copy the video became difficult to track down. Apparently the person with this video was involved in gang activity and got spooked by all the attention the story was getting. That said, there was word on the street that he might be willing to let go of it for $150,000.
In an attempt to bait this crack video owner...
Crack starter? Oh no! He's raising funds to come up with a videotape of him smoking crack. Crack starter.
Gawker created an Indiegogo campaign with the hopes of raising a war chest of cash that could hopefully lure the man out. Insanely enough, this Indiegogo raised over $200,000.
Yeah, because 200,000 people pitch $1 and you reach in like an hour. If 200,000 people pitch $1 to see if Canada's mayor is a fucking crackhead or whatever, Toronto's mayor is a fucking crackhead, you reach that goal real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like 200,000 people want to know if this guy's a crackhead. I'm fairly sure they do. And if they all pitch $1, yeah.
People really wanted to see this video.
Yeah.
Despite this massive amount of money, the owner of the video never came forward.
Oh.
Probably got cold feet. They didn't want to get wrapped up in a potential police investigation. And the journalist remained empty-handed in regard to the holy grail of political blunders caught on tape.
Oh, he's so high. He's literally inside of that weird suit that he's been wearing for like 4 days. It's like this thick sheen of sweat. You can see it on his face. He's so high and so nervous. Oh my God, I've been there. Oh no, that guy been smoking crack all day. Oh no. And he's so drunk that he's perfectly balanced it. See, this is gonzo, right? This is what gonzo actually is. It's a belief in a perfect balance of chemicals to attain a perfect state of like sobriety, yet as fucked up as you possibly could ever be off like 7 substances. I know because I am one. I'm a gonzo. I'm good at it. I'm way better at it than this guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm way better at maintaining it and looking sober. You know what I'm saying? And like fucking this guy, Jesus Christ, man.
So the video is just a fake?
Mary, you see the video ain't fake.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. While Ford was maintaining his innocence publicly, behind the scenes, stuff was getting shaky. Members of Ford's office staff began to resign, almost as if they knew something the public was unaware of. This coincided with hundreds taking to the street protesting for Mayor Rob Ford to step down amongst the allegations. And one poll published around the time showed that more than half of Toronto residents believed that the crack smoking video was most likely real. And as the month of October, slowly bubble up to the surface when police come forward with an update regarding this crack smoking video. On October 13th, Toronto's chief of police made a public statement saying that police had uncovered a clip which was consistent with media reports. Basically saying that they had found the crack video. The owner of the footage wasn't revealed at the time.
On Tuesday of this week, we received information from our computer technology section that in the examination of a hard drive that had been seized on June 13th, to identify a number of files that had been deleted and that they were able to recover those files. As a result, I have been advised that we are now in possession of a recovered digital video file relevant to the investigations that have been conducted. That file contains video images which appear to be those images which were previously reported in the press. with respect to events that took place, we believe, at a house on Windsor Road in Etobicoke.
Curiously, police also announced that they had placed a criminal charge on a man named Alexander Lisi. Lisi was an associate of Ford, and this charge was extortion. From what I can tell, this extortion charge was related to Lisi trying to obtain the original crack video from the owner by, quote, using threats of violence or other illegal means, according to the National Post. So I guess the thought by police here was that Lisi was trying to go behind the scenes and get this video from the owner and destroy it to protect Rob Ford. You know, essentially cover his homie's ass.
What's not clear is who, if anyone, ordered Lisi to get the video. Police documents show numerous calls between Lisi and Ford the night the story broke. The same documents show a number of meetings taking place between the two. And in the 3 days covered in the extortion charge, the two exchanged calls 15 times.
Rob Ford himself would receive no charges at this time.
Guys, can you get off my driveway, please? Can you get off my driveway, please? Can you get off my driveway, please? Can you get off my property, please? Can you get off my driveway, please? Can you get off my driveway? Can you get off my property, please? Don't get off my property! I'm leaving! Can't get off my property! I'm leaving! Okay, thank you! Thank you very much! Get off my property, thank you!
After a few more weeks of Rob's denial falling on deaf ears, he begins to see the writing on the wall. Finally, on November 5th of 2013, almost 6 months after Gawker and the Toronto Star first reported on the video, Mayor Rob Ford finally comes clean.
You asked me a couple of questions, and what were those questions?
Do you smoke crack cocaine?
Exactly. Yes, I have smoked crack cocaine.
When,
but
sir?
No, do I? Am I an addict? No.
When have you?
Have I tried it? Probably in one of my drunken stupors.
No such thing as doing crack just once. You're gonna have a nice little year or two long addiction there for a little while. You know, maybe you might get out of it. Maybe you're out in the side of like some country where there's no crack dealers nearby, and you're just like out there and. You know, and you just don't have a dealer, that might happen, and you get sober. But if you're in a city and you smoke crack, you're pretty much an addict now. And probably will be for like a year. That's how that works. At least a year. Or until you burn out like this guy, one or the other.
Probably approximately a year ago. I answered your question. You asked the question properly. I'll answer. Yes, I made mistakes.
See, the problem is, they needed to ask, are you high on crack right now? They don't ask the right questions. The right question would have been, have you smoked crack and are you high on crack right now? Because if he says no to that and they drug test him, you've got him dead or rice and you can definitely depose him and get him out of there. If you never catch him in a lie, I mean, you know.
Mistakes. All I can do now is apologize and move on. I don't know what else. Okay, can I just... All I say is, mistakes. And you guys kept referring to alcohol. There's a couple isolated incidents.
I've always thought that you can just basically wear a suit like this fucking suit dummy and do whatever you want, and this kind of confirms it to me. If you're willing to strap on that fucking suit and sit through all their fucking bullshit for a couple of years, you can pretty much do whatever you want. You can be drunk all day, drunk drive, smoke crack, you're a mayor, who cares? As long as you got a suit and you're a fucking suit dummy, they'll let you do whatever you want. Touch children, rape people, you know, fucking smoke crack, be drunk while you do fucking, photojournalist meetings and shit like this. It's just like really weird, man. Like, wear the suit, and they're like, oh, you're a suit like us. You're fine. The rules don't apply to you. You're just, you're a crackhead mayor. That's fine. You wear the suit, right? As long as you wear the suit, you know, all day long, like the rest of us, the rest of these fucking tools, and you're a fucking suit dummy like the rest of those fucking tools, then it doesn't matter what you do. You control all the peons, and, you know, and you can pee on their face. It doesn't matter. You're the mayor. Who cares? You know, wear the suit and you're fine. Doesn't matter what you do. You know, touch children or, you know, whatever. Like Trump. Remember how Trump was in Jeffrey? Remember when Trump shaked Jeffrey's hand? You know? Come on, man.
Been times when I've been in a drunken stupor. That's why I want to see the tape. I want everyone in the city to see this tape. I'd like to see this tape. I don't even recall there being a tape or a video. I know that, so I want to see the state that I was in. But That's exactly it. I don't know what else I can say, okay?
If you're drunk and then you smoke a hit of speed or a hit of crack, you are no longer drunk anymore. You are now on a really bad high for either, if it's crack, about half an hour, if it's speed, 3 days. No such thing as a drunken tweaker or a drunken crackhead. I mean, yeah, I guess you could. You could drink so much and smoke so much that there's about as much alcohol in your system as there is like crack. But you're not drunk, though. You're like straight, basically sober at that point. Tweak and crack will kill alcohol so fast. It'll the fastest way to get out of like a hangover or like being like fall down drunk is take one hit of speed or one hit of crack and you're up fine. You're good. You're not drunk anymore.
So I wasn't lying. You didn't ask the correct question. No, I'm not an addict. And no, I do not do drugs.
Bullshit! Liar!
While he claims to not have seen the video himself and doesn't outright confirm its existence, an admission to doing crack was all the public needed to call this case closed. So yeah, Mayor Rob Ford, he's definitely resigning or getting thrown out of office, right? Well, not really.
So when the mayor of Canada's biggest city called a press conference late Tuesday, many speculated he was about to resign.
I love my job.
They were wrong.
I apologize. And I'm so sorry.
Mayor Rob Ford resisted the call for his resignation, despite public opinion being against him and an almost unanimous vote by Toronto City Council stripping him of some of his powers. He never resigned, he never had charges pressed against him by police, nothing. And as far as him looking inward and making the decision to resign himself, well, I guess Rob Ford didn't think him getting caught smoking crack and denying it for months on end was a worthy reason for him to step down, plain and simple. And yeah, even if you think smoking crack isn't necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, which, denying it for such a long period of time definitely calls your credibility or trustworthiness into question. That's just my opinion, though. While Ford never resigned, he would eventually decide to take a short sabbatical leave from office to placate the public and also resolve issues in his personal life. He would return to serve the remainder of his term, reputation tarnished and his constituents ever untrusting of the former crack-smoking mayor. Ford's full term as Toronto City Mayor officially ended November 30th of 2014. Before this date, he had briefly ran a re-election campaign, but suddenly withdrew his candidacy in September, after discovering that he had a cancerous tumor in his abdomen that would require extensive medical care. Rob Ford had a rare, fast-growing cancerous tumor called a pleomorphic liposarcoma. He battled with this cancer for almost 2 years, but after chemotherapy proved ineffective, Rob Ford unfortunately passed away in March of 2016. Months later, in a poorly timed update, there would be a new development in the legendary crack-smoking video that featured the man who had just recently passed. In August of 2016, it would be revealed that the charges placed on Lisi, Ford's associate, who had been charged with extortion, well, those charges in the case against him had been dismissed. After Alexander Lisi's case was dismissed, it was also revealed who was the original filmer of the video. That was a man named Mohammed Siad. Siad never got paid for his video and was actually arrested sometime after the scandal and was hit with an unrelated gun and drug charge, as Siad was allegedly involved in gang-related activities, particularly in relation to the Dixon City Bloods. In 2015, Siad was sentenced to 8 years in prison. This whole scandal and the Rob Ford crack video, it really cursed all who encountered it. It caused great distrust amongst the people of Toronto and their leadership. The man who filmed it was eventually arrested and imprisoned. And of course, Rob himself passed away in the years following the scandal and this video. It's honestly a pretty tragic story, and I find myself conflicted in regards to takeaways. Ford wasn't being completely honest with the public, and he was obfuscating the reality of what was going on for as long as possible, which is totally a poor plan of action and just is unacceptable when you're in a position of leadership. That said, though, I don't think the act itself, him smoking crack, necessarily makes him a bad or evil person by any means. Everyone fucks up. It's unfortunate that this mistake caused so much discord for the city of Toronto and that the citizens were forced to deal with such incompetence. That said, I think if Rob Ford was still alive today, folks would probably come to forgive him and recognize the human error, maybe even remember the event candidly. But since Rob is no longer with us, his story will likely be remembered by...
No, I don't want my suit dummy mayor smoking crack. I don't give a fuck if he's dead or not. I don't want my suit dummy mayor smoking crack. I'm terribly sorry. Don't trust me, some crackheads. Really don't. Had some bad time with that. Nah. Really don't want mayors to be crackheads. I suppose that's weird of me to think that these days. But, no, I have no sympathy for this guy, and I'm not glad he's dead, but I'm glad he's out of office,
Its final chapter, the crack-smoking rock bottom. And that, my friends, was the story of the Rob Ford crack rock controversy. Let me know what you thought about this video down below in the comment section. Make sure you slap a like and ring that notification bell, and I'll see you guys in the next one. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you.
You want to know what the worst part is? Right here, first comment. Being from Toronto, Rob Ford is one of the least embarrassing things about this city. And it's not too good. Yeah, if Chris Farley was alive, this would have been his greatest role. Yeah, this is a Chris Farley role. There's another heroin crackhead fat guy. I know I've been there. I've been a fat guy. I've definitely done a lot of speed and a lot of heroin. And I know I'm one of those guys. Think Belushi, right? I'm like a Belushi Farley type. I mean, I've always been kind of fat, and I definitely can handle 10 drugs at once, no problem. And still go to work and shit like that. I got a strong head for that kind of thing. Wait, no, wait, no. Oh, you fucked me and you did this all wrong, didn't you? Oh, you're not showing me other stuff. Yeah, this one's fucked up, man. I didn't like this one, but I saw a movie like this. This one's recent, too, but this one's all fucked up, man. This is what I'm actually afraid of.
It's no secret that the internet can be a dangerous place. From stalkers to doxers to social manipulators and hackers, in the last decade or so, it seems as if cases of high-profile online crimes have grown exponentially. It's easy to feel safe when you're sitting behind a computer screen and a keyboard, but today's video will remind you that when online, your safety is nothing but an illusion. It's the story of a depraved young man named Tyler Barris and how he used the internet, and more specifically the act of swatting, to strike fear into the hearts of...
God damn it, fucking TikTok. Ah. Okay, yeah.
His enemies, both online and offline. However, what begins as an intimidating prank-like tactic eventually turns...
He's too smiley for the content, and I hope he gets kind of a clue about that. I hope he gets a clue about that. He's a little too smiley for how really dark this content is, and it's kind of jiving to me a little bit.
Lethal. This is the case of Tyler Barris, the world's most infamous swatter. Considering the topic of today's video, I couldn't think of a better and more contextually relevant sponsor than Private Internet Access VPN. Private Internet Access is the world's most transparent VPN, with over 30 million downloads and 10 plus years of VPN expertise. Private Internet Access's robust VPN app hides your IP address while you're browsing the web. Not only does this protect you from potential cyber terrorists or other hackers out there, it also hides your internet browsing data from your internet service provider and any advertisers out there that are trying to target ads to you. These guys take your online privacy seriously, and you should too. Hell, the company has a no-logs policy, meaning that they don't even keep any of your information on their end of things, and it's been proven in court. Private Internet Access will also give you the ability to change your server location at whim. They've got servers in over 83 countries and a dedicated server for each of the 50 states in the U.S. So yes, that means you can all switch to the Tennessee server and hang out with your boy, at least digitally. And last but not least, this server switching strategy can be used to bypass regional content blocks, which goes without saying has useful applications for streaming apps. So what are you guys waiting for? Take your internet privacy back today. Click the link in the description box to get 82% off your Private Internet Access subscription. That comes out to just $2.03 a month. And if you click that link, you'll also get 4 additional months free. Before Tyler Raj Barris would become a known cybercriminal, he was nothing more than an unremarkable Los Angeles teenager, albeit with a kind of tragic family backstory. As far as the mother and father went, Tyler didn't really have parents. His father died in a car accident when Tyler was an infant, and his mother wasn't around either, instead reportedly involving herself in the world of drugs and prostitution. The responsibility of raising Tyler fell in the lap of his grandmother, Wendy Gregory. At a young age, Tyler was described as a loner, and it's been said that he preferred spending most of his time immersed in media. In particular, he would play video games in excess, a practice that would carry into adulthood. In his early 20s, Barris played games so much that he would rarely leave his house, foregoing socialization in an effort to get better at the games that he played. Halo was his favorite game series, and in an effort to get better at the game, he dedicated...
It always is.
Practically every waking hour of his day to it. Tyler grinded out this FPS in the hopes that maybe one day he would be good enough to participate in Halo tournaments. You know, perhaps win cash prizes and become a pro gamer. But practice as he may, Tyler was simply not cut out to be a pro Halo player. He just wasn't good. If anything, the only thing relating to Halo that he was actually good at was the trash-talking element.
Hey, Death Warden. Fuck you.
As Tyler was often one of the most vocal and vitriolic players in a Halo lobby at any given time. And it's on one fateful evening in February of 2015 when Tyler is in one of these toxic...
Oh no, this guy got jailed, Dave. He got jailed for life. He didn't get away with it at all. He calls the cops on this poor dude over a gaming dispute that they had, and the cops fucking murder him in cold blood right in front of his fucking family. And this guy went to jail for life. You're about to see the whole fucking story and all this shit. But he killed someone, and he is in jail for life. You'll see it.
Matches that he experiences what could be described as his supervillain origin story. It's been reported that on this particular evening, Tyler got into a heated altercation with a rival on Halo that led to him being slaughtered. The story goes that an anonymous individual had discovered Barris's address after the game, and wanting to settle a score with Tyler, this person makes a call to Barris's local police department. Posing as Tyler, they tell a fake story to dispatchers that likely made it seem as if Tyler was about to harm one of his family members. Naturally, police would respond. And minutes later, Tyler, totally unaware of what's happening, observes a police helicopter hovering over his house, and police lights and sirens soon follow. The police were fooled and were used as a weapon by an anonymous online individual to get back at Tyler, and they didn't face any sort of recourse for this.
Me and my grandmother, we got swatted by an anonymous person. I still know who that person is. Because I guess I knew it was a thing, but it's nothing I've ever experimented with until it happened to me.
While
most people would become meek after experiencing such a distressing event, being swatted only served as a source of inspiration for Tyler. He had heard about gamers being swatted before, but being on the receiving end of it gave him a unique understanding of the power that it could give someone and the terror that it could create. And Tyler wanted that power for himself. So in the wake of being swatted, Tyler dedicates his time to learning the tricks of the trade, becoming an expert with VPNs and voice over IP so that he can hide his online identity from law enforcement. He finds voice authoring software and creates pre-written scripts to give to 911 dispatchers. Tyler discovers social manipulation tactics and discovers ways of grabbing.
One of the nice things about where I live is the cops have to go through a whole bunch of stuff before they ever get to me. You know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of other stuff, things, people, etc. I am not reachable by cops directly, and I love it. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the reasons why I thought this career might be okay. They can call SWAT all day, they'll never get to me. It's awesome. You know, it makes me feel so safe. Like, in the end, like, I'll always have warning that there's somebody with guns, like, looking for me or whatever. And that's one of the reasons why I really love where I don't ever want to leave where I'm at now. Because it's just safe, you know. It'll be like, there'll be a phone call at best, you know what I'm saying? There'll be a phone call, there's some police here, you know. It'll never be like, open the door, we'll kill you, you know. It'll never be like that. You know, like, they can swat me, it won't do anything, and I love that. It makes me feel safe. Or I never would have taken this job. I'm confrontational, and I don't back down, you know. And, you know, but I'm not really reachable like that. And it really makes me feel fucking safe. I doubt I'll ever move, really. I thought about moving, but I'm like, you know, I'm safe where I'm at.
Online IP addresses from his rivals online. And after grinding out swatting abilities over what was likely a span of days, Tyler was now prepared to become one of the most notorious swatters in internet history. Before the name...
So, like, somebody swatted him, and then he swatted somebody else who got killed. So whoever did it first is technically kind of responsible for that, because he never even would have known to do it, I don't think. And this is why we don't do bad things to people on the internet. It's never what you think. It's never it never ends up being what you think. The internet is not an argument that you can win. It always leads to some other stupid shit that was not under your control that harms someone else who's totally not involved. It's never cut and dry, like, oh, this guy got his comeuppance online. It's never like that. It's always like, oh, his grandmother got shot or something like that. It's never like that. It's never like, oh, this guy totally got, you know, he got told or whatever. It's always like, nah, somebody in the someone on the sidelines got really damaged or got all their money stolen or something like that. Attacking somebody on the internet is so stupid. It's like, man.
Tyler Barrett was an infamous name known to the public. Tyler was primarily known by his feared online alias, Swatistic. This 24-year-old, physically unimpressive social outcast would essentially become a god of chaos when he masqueraded as the entity on the internet. The name Swatistic being very blatantly derived from the despicable practice that he used to harass people online. And for the record, he didn't have autism. 2015 would begin with swatting being a relatively niche and misunderstood concept. But
you know, I heard some stuff about this. The cops are very nervous about this now, and they won't do it. They won't just push a door and shoot somebody based off whatever the phone caller says. They're being trained now to, like, really not do that at all. They have to ask, they have to put the person in cuffs, you know, like, or at least they're supposed to anyways. They don't always do that. But they've got to do something, like, they definitely have, like, a whole process that they've been trained by the authorities now, like, you know, the people in control of the police schools and stuff. Like, there's a way that they're supposed to respond to this now. They've had to change their tactics so that random phone calls can't be used for every single time somebody has a complaint with someone or somebody has an enemy or something, you know. And so it's good that, like, I don't really blame the swatters, honestly. I blame the trigger-happy police. That's the other really shitty part about this. I know it's the wrong thing to think, but after you listen to the case, you begin to realize that no matter what, I don't think this would have been really that big of a fucking deal if the pig hadn't just opened fire, right? Now, I have a lot of sympathy for the pig, because, you know, he's got a lot to deal with there in that situation. You don't know. The guy might just pull out and blast at you. You don't know if you're hitting a meth lab or what, right? So the pig's got a lot of stress and a lot of problems and a lot of things he doesn't know or understand yet, and I have some sympathy to them. I really do. But they're still pigs, and they still open fucking fire and still killed a completely unarmed citizen. And so I don't know really if this whole thing about the swatter was actually the problem. I think it's actually just the pigs going every time there's a fucking problem in this goddamn country. The funniest video on the internet I've ever seen is a bunch of cops riding around in cars with an animation of their of guns being fired into the air, doctored over their arms and stuff. And so wherever these cops go, they're firing guns off into the air, and that actually is the funniest meme I've ever seen. It actually is about right for this country. And so, like, I really want to hate the swatter, but the swatter didn't kill anyone. The trigger-happy cop did, and that's why this case is so goddamn interesting. It was actually worthy of crime journals and stuff, because, like, if you sick the cops on somebody, and you're an idiot, and you're a young man, and you're mentally sick, you know, and you got problems and stuff, if you sick the cops on somebody who didn't actually commit a crime, is it your fault if the pig just opens fire on him? I don't know about that, and I don't think the judges or the lawyers really knew either. I don't think there was a law about this, and he went to jail for life, but I think they were very lucky to get a conviction on this one. This kid never did shit. I mean, he did shit. He called and lied to the pigs and got him to kill somebody. That's, I mean, I guess that would be criminal, like heinous criminal mischief, or whatever the charge would be. It's something like heinous criminal mischief, or something like really criminal mischief. There's some higher charge of a felony where you get like 20 years in jail for criminal mischief, but I don't know what the felony version of criminal mischief is, because that's a petty charge in America. But criminal mischief can be a really big charge. You can catch like 20 years from that. Like, for instance, there was this case in Colorado where this set of parents sent their kid up in a hot air balloon as a prank. But it turns out he was just hiding in the backyard. And I'll never forget that one. That was a Colorado story that will never live down. And the entire world sat there braced all day. People like lost their jobs because they couldn't take their eyes off the television. They were so worried that some kid might be up in a fucking hot air balloon that was like out of control, right? It was like some kind of weird dirigible craft or something like that they had built in their backyard as some kind of fucking like prank or hoax or whatever. And they supposedly accidentally sent the kid up in the balloon, and then the balloon crashes, and the authorities check, and it turns out that the kid was just in their backyard the entire time. And those guys go up for jail for like 20 years. The guy who organized all that went up to jail for like 20 years for that, or something like that, because that's criminal mischief of a really nasty manner that damn near really did play with the authorities, and it cost them millions of dollars of man hours and all this shit. All these people came, all the Colorado cops came, all the SWAT and the FBI. There's nothing to see here, but like, it turns out the kid was just in the backyard, and it occurred to them to check. And yeah, it turned out the entire thing was a fucking hoax, and they put that guy in jail for like 20 years over that. It was fucking crazy. So you can catch a lot of years for criminal mischief, but I still have this problem with it. As a lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm saying, like, as a lawyer, you would look at this like saying that, like, possession, they always say possession is 9/10 of the law, but I also think intention was 9/10 of the law. And intention matters a lot. The kid is not intending to get somebody killed when he swats somebody. He doesn't want anybody killed, I don't think. Maybe he does, I don't know. But, like, he doesn't want anybody killed. That's just what happened because the cop was trigger happy and scared and jumpy. So it's the kid's fault that the cops are there and that somebody's dead because of it. But it's also like, you know, it's also like arguably like sort of legally gray area a little bit, because the kid himself only made a phone call. And we have to watch this sort of thing in our legal system and stuff. He's guilty of involuntary manslaughter, I believe, but they hit him for murder, I think. And it's not a murder charge. It's a lifelong charge of involuntary manslaughter with no hope for parole, because he got somebody killed with criminal mischief. It's really no different from him pulling the trigger himself. And I do like how the law falls on that side. They punished him the exact same way they would of somebody who murdered somebody with a gun. But did he murder somebody with a gun, though? No. The pig did. So I don't know, man. It's a little bit debatable. I'm not so sure we need to blame the swatter when the pig just opens fire, however, and that's what makes this so controversial.
By the end of it was ubiquitous, and you can thank Tyler Barris for that.
You're getting swatted. What in the world?
Put your hands up! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Put your hands behind your back!
Tyler, under his SWATistic alias, began swatting people in 2015 over matters as simple as being shit-talked in an online FPS. Tyler would find a way to pull their IP address, determine the city they lived in, call their local police department, and make a call saying something along the lines of, "Hey, I just shot my little brother, I'm gonna do something else, come to the house."
Can you tell me why you're doing this?
Yeah, because I'm upset with some people. They got me mad, so now they're going to pay for it.
SWAT teams would then arrive at his victim's home, storm the property with guns drawn, only to find an innocent gamer sitting panicked at their computer desk. Many of Tyler's victims were live streamers, meaning that he would also get the sadistic pleasure of watching his victims getting swatted in real time after he made the calls. It was all a twisted game for Tyler, a game that caused great trauma for his victims, and a game that wasted...
So just little tips to my shithead criminals here, right? Don't wear bandana masks and shit like this as a joke for your fucking cell phone pictures or whatever. Because trust me, it'll come back later. If you ever do anything bad, they're going to dig up the worst picture of you that they can find, and it's always this one. I've seen so many pictures like this. All these little thugs that get people killed with stupid shit that like, you know, like a retard could hope to, or not a retard, but like you know, anyways, like, you know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to use that word. I'm going to stop using that word. I can't. My whole life, my entire generation used that word freely. Because it has nothing to do with mentally disabled people. It's the amount of level of intelligence of the average human now. It's not good. But I mean, you know, don't wear bandana masks like this. You know what I'm saying? I love my mentally. I have many mentally disabled friends, and I'm autistic, Asperger's, basically retarded myself. So that doesn't make it any better. The language. Just understand. We've been using that word for fucking 30 years. It's really hard not to. The F word too. We've been calling people F-its for like 30 years. It's really hard not to. It's like fucking annoying.
The thin resources of police departments around the United States, beginning with petty.
It's like trying to stop using the word bitch. You know, like if you're a guy who cusses a lot like me, it's like trying not to say the word bitch. It just comes out. Like calling people the F word, or calling like somebody a cocksucker, or calling them an artard or whatever. You know, like that shit, it just slips out, and I get a lot of flack for it, and it's so annoying. I wish people would be a little bit, like, kind of more understanding. It's not like I'm homophobic, or that I or that I don't like disabled people, or that I don't like gay people. I have many gay friends, many mentally disabled friends. I'm mentally disabled myself. I'm a bit of an artard myself, etc. You know, it's just weird. I wish people could take a fucking, like just understand, it was just the parlance of our times. Unfortunately, that's who our culture is. The F word was used a lot, you know. The R word was used a lot. The FA word was used a lot. You know, those words were used a lot. We don't mean harm or anybody to our beloved communities here. We really don't. We just cuss a lot. Sorry. You know, sorry it tripped you up. You call it hate speech or whatever, but anyway, I'm not attacking someone here. That's not my intention. I'm just saying, like, sorry. I am sorry for my bad use of language and stuff, and I feel bad. Understand that I'm trying to get better. And it's a really hard thing when you've done something for 30 years to just slip out of that habit. It's kind of like trying to quit smoking or something like that. You've had that foundation for 30 years. Then you got to trick your brain into catching yourself before you say something bad again. And I'm doing my best to censor myself as well as I can. But man, I cuss like a sailor my fucking entire goddamn retarded life.
Gaming rivals live streamers, Tyler builds up confidence and becomes more brazen and ambitious with his swatting goals. He goes as far as targeting TV stations and gaming tournaments with anonymous bomb threats.
Also breaking right now, a bomb threat at the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. The Call of Duty World League Championship is happening there this week. Everyone inside involved with the expo was evacuated from the building as we show you these live pictures.
These locations were specifically targeted by Tyler due to the high likelihood of the aftermaths being reported on by journalists or perhaps live streamed.
We are all being evacuated from the building right now. No clue what happened, but yeah, this is Call of Duty nerds look like.
It's unusual for those who report the news to become the news. Well, that's what happened today to the staff at KABC in Southern California. The station had to do its 4 o'clock newscast.
I wish I had sympathy for the Call of Duty World of Championships getting swatted, but I actually don't. And I hope that kind of like gets it across how much I actually like Call of Duty. I don't.
From a lawn down the street after a bomb threat forced everyone in that building to evacuate.
The chaos that Tyler was causing had become palpable in the real world, and he had become high off of his own power and addicted to the cyber crimes that he participated in. But he did fly too close to the sun with the bomb threat on the TV station, as what happens after this ends up with Tyler getting a serious reality check. See, while on a complete power trip, Tyler becomes so delusional that he actually brags to his own grandmother about threatening the news station. Previously unaware of his online criminal activity, Grandmother Wendy was deeply disturbed by the apathetic sadism displayed by her grandson, and she would go on to secretly report Tyler to the police over the bomb threat. Wendy's report would ultimately lead to Tyler Barris being arrested and investigated for the TV station incident. Tyler was charged with 2 felony counts related to making false bomb threats, and he would actually get locked up for this. Tyler pleads no contest to his charges and is sentenced to serve 2 years and 8 months in jail. His online rampage was stopped for the time being. In January of 2017, Tyler is released early from LA County Jail after only serving 15 months. Upon being released, Tyler attempts to go back to his grandmother's house, but soon discovers that she had issued a legal protective order against him, and he was forbidden from the home. Tyler would aggressively insist on staying at the house and even reportedly got inside of it at one time. This violation of the protection order would result in Tyler almost immediately being thrown back in jail. He was released later in 2017 in August. Because of his own actions, the last family member that he had that supported him had now forsaken him. Now bitter, homeless, and angry, Tyler would turn to an old familiar friend to get revenge on the world once again, his online alias Swatistic. In a truly crackhead turn of events, Tyler then begins using public libraries around Los Angeles as a staging ground for his swatting activities. Using the computers and public Wi-Fi at these facilities, he starts a new campaign against the internet. Throughout 2017, Tyler would go on to swat numerous individuals for a variety of petty reasons, and late in the year, he would perpetrate one of his most heinous bomb threats yet. It was an eerily delivered bomb threat issued to a school filled with hundreds of children. This was Tyler's 911 call to Arnold High School in Panama City, Florida.
Yeah, I left some bombs at my high school and they're going to blow up in 15 minutes.
What school is it?
Arnold High.
Where are they at?
Well, there's more than one. I kind of distributed them around the campus. It's dynamite. My dad works with dynamite, so I have access to it.
Can you tell me why you're doing this?
Yeah, because I'm upset with some people. They got me mad, so now they're going to pay for it. And I also have a gun, too. Me and my friend both have guns.
Are you at the school?
Yes, I am. I'm going to hang up now. There's only about 10 minutes left, so...
Tyler's call would force the entire student body to evacuate, and the threat would make national news headlines. Around this time, Tyler would orchestrate another high-profile bomb threat hoax. In the midst of the net neutrality controversy in late 2017, Barris would call in a bomb threat to the FCC headquarters in Washington, D.C. This was during a live-streamed voting event which featured FCC Chairman Ajit Pai himself. Barris's threat would result in the entire Federal Communications building being evacuated.
I need everyone to leave everything that you have in place. Do not take anything out of here except for your body. Do not take any bags, any books, or anything.
this live-streamed incident was viewed by tens of thousands around the world. Clearly, jail time did nothing to curb Tyler's tendencies. In all honesty, he was worse after jail than he was before. Around this time, the Swatistic Twitter account would become flush with braggadocious banter from Tyler. From gloating about successful SWATs to shit-talking enemies and threatening individuals publicly, the page became an online spectacle, with thousands of people tuning in to watch the chaos unfold. Swatistic would become so well known on Twitter for his swatting practices that other depraved individuals would actually solicit his services from time to time, using Swatistic as a sort of swatter for hire hitman service, if you will. Most people offered him money for these services, but Tyler enjoyed swatting so much that he would often do it for free. He reveled in inflicting trauma upon others and serving as an agent of chaos. As you can clearly see, by late 2017, things had completely gotten out of hand, and it was only a matter of time before...
This is what happens when you've got no one left. And I'm so close to that. I've got like 2 people left, you know? Something like that. I've got one surviving family I've got one surviving family member who's blood. I've got one surviving non-blood family member who's like always been, you know, in my life. I've got 2 best friends and an inner circle and my stepdad. That's it. I can count on both hands how many people in the world I've got. And you know, it's not too good. It's like, so this is another reason why I'm so pissed off about people stalking me and that kind of thing. Is this is my attempt to try to sort of fix that and build my own family and my own reality. Because in a couple of years, you know, in a few years, something, maybe 10 years, something like that, there will be no one left. It'll just be me. You know. And and Dave, yeah. I'm sorry. I was just talking about like in my personal life, you know. But yes, I count you too, Dave. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I have many friends actually. I just don't see them because I don't like humans. You know what I'm saying? I've got a lot of friends actually. Like I know my Facebook's only got 12 people on it, but I did at one time have like 750 or something like that. You know. So, but I mean, I most pointedly, when I became a drug dealer, I just kicked them all off my Facebook so that they couldn't incriminate me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I use a fake Facebook name, and that's why I have like 12 friends and shit. I used to have like 750 friends, and I do have like a lot of friends who still really love me. I don't see. But I mean, in Denver in particular, or even out here. Although my best friend out here, he actually he shot up heroin and overdosed and died. That's my friend Alan. Poor Alan, dude. I'd be scared to drop his name, but my friend Alan, man, he overdosed and died like fucking 4 years ago. It's fucked up. Or I would have come out here and, you know, it would have been a little bit less lonely. But yeah. Yep. And so now, you know, I keep like trying to build something so that I can get like a better life once my actual family's gone. You know, so I'm not playing around with this. I have about as empty of a life as this kid does, I would say. I've got one, like his surviving family member, he's scared away. Mine, I've never scared my mom away, though she could absolutely say goodbye, and I wouldn't blame her. But, you know, she loves me, and I've never really crossed her. The worst I've ever done is stolen from her. That's it, when I was desperate. That's the worst thing I've ever done to my mom, I would say. But yeah, it's you know, so this is what happens. This is this kind of thing. When this thing about he was on a mission of doom, or he was an agent of chaos, and he was completely evil, and he had no regard, and all that stuff. This is what happens when young males in an overpopulated society don't get enough attention. And I'll play another video after this one proving it. They prove, like, there was this guy in the 60s who did the secret of NIM experiments called National Institute of Mental Health. Hey, congratulations, Dave. Fuck yeah, props. You know. But yeah, the secret of NIM was about National Institute of Mental Health, which is the British, you know, the British mental health people. and there was a scientist in the 60s who, and I'll watch that video next. There was a scientist in the 60s who conducted experiments on thousands of rats looking into overpopulation. And what they've found out is when young males, in particular, what he found out is, and it works in many other different species too. When a species becomes too overpopulated for the environment that they're in, where not everybody can get food and not everybody can get attention, and a bunch of like homosexuality starts happening, and a bunch of like shit starts happening, like the mothers will kill their babies and stuff like that because of overpopulation. There's just not enough food to feed the entire colony, essentially. The first thing that happens, the first notable thing that happens in many different species, is the young male turns on the entire society, and it kills the young. And this is why we have school shootings. People wonder why we have school shootings. It's direct overpopulation. It's not the insanity of the Sandy Hook shooter. It's that these people, this guy that did Century 16, and this guy who did Uvalde, and this guy who did, Sandy Hook and all this stuff, and this kid swatting people and all this shit, they don't get any attention. They have no family. They don't have enough love. They have no financial support, and they have no one to talk to, nowhere to go. And if they cross their family because they're just not getting enough attention anyways, to the point where they just bite the hand that feeds even the one last surviving family member, like I have. I've definitely bitten my mom's hand, that fed before. I've definitely stolen from her to her face and hurt her very badly. Not when I was a drug addict, but when I was fucking desperate and I needed to get out of here, like that kind of thing. Or get out of there, that kind of thing. I've definitely stolen from my mother, but I made amends and I admitted it, and and stuff, and I took the shit from her for years over it, and I admitted my mistakes, and I got better, and I earned her trust again by not doing it again, and all this other shit, and I remained a good member of this society. I didn't collapse like this kid, but I have a lot of tendencies like this kid, a lot of them, you know what I'm saying? I really hate humans, and I actually don't have any sympathy for anybody but the person who got killed. I don't have any sympathy for any of these humans that he's swatting at all, because I'm a fucking asshole like that. Don't watch me. I'm an asshole. I'm not a good fucking role model. Well, you've been shat on in your entire fucking life for no good goddamn reason at all. No good reason under God's green earth for the amount of bullshit that I've dealt with from the fucking system, from weird, crazy stalker assholes for no good goddamn reason at all. The only reason it being is that I don't show fear ever. The only reason I've ever been treated so bad is that I'm supposed to show fear so that they can begin to believe that they have power over me, and then they start using the power to get me to do things, right? It's not like that. I'm just not afraid of whoever it is. If someone were to kill me, if SWAT was to kill me, that would be a good thing. You know what I'm saying? I'd be okay with that. If I were to die today, I'd be so happy. You know what I'm saying? And they call that depression, but it's just like when you have nothing. Like no family, I mean, I have a family member and a good life, and I own my own house and stuff. And I should be happier than I am, and I'm not depressed. There's a difference. I'm a very happy person. I'm really not depressed. I don't sit and think about how I'm sad almost ever. Last time I thought about oh, am I sad? I'm not sad. I'm not a sad guy. I got no sadness in me, no sorrow, nothing. It's 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it. I don't care anymore because I left humanity. And the minute that I left humanity, and I know when it was March 7th of last year. I left humanity. I became a streamer. I stopped going outside except to shop and do errands and get sun and do chores and errands and help my stepdad around on the land and stuff and all this. And I just left humanity, and I deal with them all through a fucking screen now. And I'm the happiest I've ever been in my fucking life. And it turns out that it was never that I was alone for many years. Or it wasn't like that I was alone. I always had a girlfriend and a ton of friends around and shit. It was more like I didn't have family or people who really needed to look out for me and make sure that I succeeded. And the woman that I love is exactly like that too. So it's sort of weird, like being a fucking survival. Oh yeah, that's not good, Dave. You should work on that. But I know how hard that one is. I've had 2 agoraphobic friends, Dave. I have a suggestion for you. I want you to read a book, please. This is my best friend's grandmother. She writes under the pen name. I won't say what her real name is, but she writes under the pen name Laurel Lorraine Lancer. Once for the Summer, and I'll link you the Amazon book. It'll help you with agoraphobia. Her husband, she got depressed in the 70s. My best friend's grandfather got depressed in the 70s and stuff. Oh, I know how agoraphobia is. I watched it directly. I know. Okay, I know this lady. I know this lady who wrote this book. She's a PhD. She's fucking brilliant. She's a personal friend of mine, and I love her to death. She's my best friend's grandmother and stuff. You should read this book, Dave. It might help you. She went through a lot of shit. I know it sounds like I'm trying to sell my grandmother's book, but this might actually help you. I mean, I'll use her words instead of mine, right? I'll use her words, right? She might be able to help you with this problem a little bit anyways, at least give you some perspective and stuff. Laurel's disturbing and abusive childhood, followed by a poor marriage, resulted in a month-long visit to a mental hospital where in the 1960s the use of electroshock and insulin shock therapy was prevalent. With humor and pathos, Laurel poignantly describes her insulin and shock treatments, the insensitivity of the hospital staff, and the numerous psychiatric problems of various patients. And do you know why they put her in the asylum? She had agoraphobia. And this might help you a little bit to understand how to maybe leave the house again, because she fought your battle and she won it. And she comes out and she sees my best friend every once in a while and comes to the family get-togethers, and she struggled with agoraphobia for 45 fucking years and she beat it. And if there's anybody or anything that I can think of that would help you understand how to beat it, it would be this. So that's the recommendation that I make, and maybe, I don't know if you like reading books or not. It's a very thin book. It's only about 90 pages. You can finish it in an hour and a half or something like that if you read fast, or maybe like a night worth of reading. And it might help you a little bit, because if she can beat it, you can beat it. I know somebody who beat it, and it took her 45 fucking years before she did it, too. But she did beat it in the end, and if she can do it, you can do it, Dave. It's good to be among I understand the dislike of the human race and stuff, and I'm not agoraphobic. I go out all the time, go outside, I go shopping at least twice a month, and I love getting out, and I've been like shit. The other day, I went to a dance club for a couple of hours and shit. I am not afraid of going out, but that doesn't make it any better for accepting I don't accept the human race anymore. I don't want them in my face, and I don't want them around. Yeah, I mean, I understand money's like a struggle here. I might be able to get her to get you one. I don't know. It's a paperback. She doesn't have an ebook, or I would have her send you the ebook for free. It's $20, but I mean, you know, they need the money too. But you know, just remember, you know, save that link, put it on your desktop or something like that, and go read the book when you have $20 lying around, you know, or whatever, 20 euros, because there's some good advice here about how to get over it. And what can happen to you, what the National Institute of Mental Health will do to you if you have a crisis as an agoraphobic. I don't really recommend it. You really want to keep under control and don't do anything that they consider deviant, or they will take your ass and they'll either somebody else will commit you or they will commit you. They'll just throw you in the asylum if they think you have agoraphobia. It's not good. So, like, you know, so her experience might help you with your struggle, at least help you understand. The only reason I'm even recommending that you spend the money is you might see some, you might see her lesson to teach is that there is light at the end of the tunnel. And she beat it. And no, she doesn't leave the house much, but she does leave the house at least once a week, twice a week. You know, she has her daughter do her shopping and stuff, but she pointedly leaves the house at least once or twice a week, though she is about 90 now, so she doesn't do it very much anyways, because she's too old. But, if she can beat it, you can beat it, and I'm sorry, Dave, I have some sympathy for you, and I know how hard of a battle, yeah. Oh, God, and you've seen my rage. I've got rage, yeah. Well, the first step is to understand that you have the issue. It's good that you know, and once you know, and you've been struggling with it for 9 years, I have faith in your ability to beat it. Humanity, unfortunately, I will say this, Dave, you're not missing much. You're missing some, but you're not missing much. It's a madhouse out there. You don't really want to go out there. It's poverty, unhappiness, mental health issues, starving people, broke people, people on the streets, da-da-dee-dee-da. You're always depressed. Well, I am not qualified to advise you, Dave. I am not a doctor. The one thing I am sure of is you don't want to take advice from, you don't want to take advice from laymen. You want the doctor's help, not some guy on the internet. Or I would advise you what to do. I can give you some advice about state of mind, which is that it's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. That's my first cliche for you. That's one of my life's mottos. I'll hit you with my life's mottos and how I beat all this stuff too. The second one is everything will be alright in the end. If it's not alright, it's not the end. And again, everything will be alright in the end. Even you. If it's not alright, it's not the end. And then finally, stay away from humanity. Yep, good. Well, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. You're always welcome here, friend. You will never be judged. I don't judge anybody for anything except rape, murder, and, general fucking treating other people like shit. Or stalking. I really don't like stalkers, you know what I'm saying, obviously. But stalkers to me are what's wrong with humanity right now. It's the worst problem humanity has. And, and they really are. They're like, I like Crips and Bloods and, like the cartel in Medellin more than I like internet stalkers. So, you're going to get, I got some rage issues around that. I got some people who have suffered from internet stalkers, and I had a physical one, like a real life one. So I really don't like fucking stalkers. I can't actually handle them. You know what I'm saying? If I could, I'd put them all in jail for like 10 years and they can get stalked in a cell where they can't go anywhere and see how they like it. You know what I'm saying? Get stalked by throw them in stalker jail with all the other stalkers and see how they like being stalked. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about that. So, that's a whole different effort, I'm glad that I relaxed you, Dave, but I am also like a rageaholic and very, very, very angry. I'm maybe the angriest guy on the internet. You don't believe me, but I probably could scream at people all day for the rest of my life. That's how angry I am. And I'm not so sure I'm the best person to be watching, dude. I am like the angriest motherfucker you'll ever see. So maybe my control might be able to help you. Like, you're going to see me go through a lot of shit throughout this career where they test and try, and they try to steal from me, and they try to trick me, and they try to socially manipulate me, and all this stupid shit. You're going to see me goose fraba, anger management, fucking, try to get my way through this without fucking chopping their goddamn fucking heads off in fucking person right at their front door. You know what I'm saying? So, you're gonna see me somehow goose fraba my way through a terrible, like stalker intensive job where the people that I hate most, stalkers, are gonna be basically all I deal with. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I might have misled people unintentionally, but I'll never intentionally lie to anybody. I'll pull whatever they want me to pull as long as it doesn't expose me or my family to unsafe things. Nothing that I say here is untrue. Not really, and if it is, it's unintentional. It's because I got a hole in my fucking head, and I don't. I'll be the first one to admit my memory is faulty. It's not very reliable. So yeah, but that's good. I'm glad you feel accepted here. You will always be accepted here. You are the type of people that I'm trying to reach. People who have issues but are getting better, right? Getting better. This book could help you, Dave. She was more afraid than you've been. She did 45 years of it before she got out of it. Maybe we can get you out in 15. You should read this book. If she can do it, you can do it. And it's short and sweet, like an R.L. Stine novel or Goosebumps or something. It's not a long fucking One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest. It's like a little paperback about that big. You can finish it in a day. It's easy, It's more about what happened to her and how she beat it, Is she a genius? If she can beat it, you can do it. I believe in you. Your family probably needs you to. I don't want to go out there either, but I do all the time, at least I don't know. I mean, like, one of the parts, I would go out every day, but we live rurally. I live in a rural place where it's like literally like a 25-minute drive to the closest anything at all. So I only go out, admittedly, like once or twice a month because A, we don't have any money and I can't afford gas. B, like there's nowhere to go unless I want to drive for half a fucking hour. And if I go drive for somewhere for half an hour, I have to be back within an hour, or my family assumes that I've fucked off and started smoking heroin and speed again, and I'm rolling with hookers and rolling around strapped and trying to be a drug dealer again. So I have to come back, you know. So I have a self-imposed disciplined agoraphobia. Then I go out and I make it a point of going out every morning. Like this week I've walked something like 4 miles or something like that in the mornings, you know. I make it a point of going out because, like, I'm not trying to be agoraphobic. It's my problem lies with the rest of the human race. It's not my issues, it's theirs. They've treated me so goddamn bad, and in some ways, Dave, I'm jealous of you. At least your problem stems, I think, from, I'm sure it stems from other things too, but I would say a lot of it comes from inside. I'm jealous of you because I think you have enough control to eventually beat your problem. I know how strong you are, right? I can't beat the human race. I think you can beat your problem. I have faith that you can if you want to, and if you don't, more power to you. But should you want to beat your problem, I believe in the strength that you have to actually do so as a human being. I believe in you, and I will affirm you and stuff. But what I don't have is control over the human race. So, like, my issue, I would, like, if it helps you, anybody, you're not in the worst situation in the world. I would prefer to have your situation than my situation, because I can't control the human race. You can eventually beat your problem and get out of it. I can't fix the human race. I mean, I'm not Jesus. Jesus wasn't there, you know? So, whatever. You got these kids fucking stalking people, treating them bad, who already have bad mental health and shit and PTSD. That's the new world that we live in. So, like, you're not, if it helps you, if it helps any, Dave, you're not missing too much. You're not missing too much if it helps any. Things have not got better. Let's put it that way. It's not nicer to be outside than it ever was. It's worse. There's more poor people problems, smog, and shit than there's ever been, you know? So, like, you're not missing that much if it helps you any. But also, I don't know, you know? Oh, see, no. I don't want to be in your situation. You know, I fear that I might be insulting you, friends. So we're just gonna stop now. I'm not trying to insult you or compare or any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the hardships that you might not speak of. Does that make sense? I don't know the hardships that you might not speak of. So we're not going to draw comparisons here ever. I don't ever want to be in the situation that you're in. I'm just saying, like, you know, okay, thank you. Because, you know, it's like, it sucks when somebody tries to kill you with a fucking circular saw while you're on the phone with 911 and you're unarmed. You know what I'm saying? So, like my issue is, like, PTSD. Like, I'd rather that I had imposed, what I'm trying to say is I had rather that I had imposed my own problems on myself than some other human, right? At least you were able to, like, work your way into that situation by yourself with outside factors and stuff. What I'm trying to say is I didn't have any choice. I was forced to be like this. It sucks. So I'm not jealous of you. I'm not. I don't want to be in pain, and I'm sorry. If I could take your pain away, I would. But, you know, and I'm sorry, man. I have faith that you'll make it. If you're hanging around me, you'll make it. Does that help? If you're hanging around me, you'll make it. Nobody around me has ever not made it. You know what I'm saying? If that helps any. I fear that you may have given up. Do not give up. Never give up, right? I'm going to hit you with a parable that I hit with everybody else, right? So, yeah, right? Okay, it helps, right? So never give up, right? And I'm going to hit you with a parable about this. Say you're heads up in a Fortnite tournament, and it's just you and the last guy left on the island. Maybe you've never played that game. That's okay. It's just a metaphor, right? Say there's 100 people on the island. You've killed 20 of them. He's killed 20 of them, and the other 60 of them have killed each other. And now it's just you and heads up, right? You and the other guy heads up, like in a chess match for Master of the Universe, right? He's got you down to 8 health. He's at 100 health. And he's pushing you now, and you have no armor, no healing, you fell off of the 3rd floor of a building, so you also on top of it did 40 more damage than the 40 damage that he did to you with a shotgun, and now you're sitting at 6 health, right? Do you give up and just let him shoot you? No, because what happens is God sends a lightning bolt to strike the fucking power line, which shuts off his power over there in Massachusetts or wherever the fuck he lives, and his internet shuts off, and you win that match, right? And that's why you never, ever, ever give up. And by God, I mean whatever you believe in or whatever. Like nature sends a lightning bolt to strike his fucking house, and his router fries instantly, and his computer is shut off because of the surge protector, and you win that match by rope by default against the worst odds in the fucking world, and that's how life is too. So that's my advice to you about giving up. Don't give up, because you know how this works. It's always darkest right before the fucking dawn, you know? And I hope that helps. And on that note, I don't believe in overloading people over mental health issues and stuff. I think there's definitely a way to just focus on this too much and get kind of stuck in it. So we're just going to move on here, because it's also not such a good topic for a video game stream, honestly. But also, I'm here if you want to talk. I can answer any questions and try to give you guidance if you need it. But I mean, my life's fucked. I don't know why you would want guidance from me. Okay, yeah. So we'll move on here for a minute, but yeah, it's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. Everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. And you never give up, because Mother Nature might strike down your affliction, the second after you give up. So just... Okay, good. Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay, cool. I worry that I might have upset you, and that's good that I'm not. Okay.
Tragedy took place. Which brings us to the night of December 28th of 2017. On this evening, 2 online gaming teams, LOL and Nuke and Children, are participating in a money match of Call of Duty World War II. With the wager only being $1.50, the stakes were low, but as with any team-based FPS, emotions ran high. The match would conclude with Nuke and Children taking the win, and the members of LOL were left pointing fingers at each other, blaming one another for the loss. 2 LOL team members in particular had a serious falling out over the loss. Those 2 individuals being Cincinnati teenager Casey Viner, who went by the alias Vaporizer, and another teenager, Shane Gaskill, aka Miracle, from Wichita, Kansas. The 2 would take...
This idiot mangled that. It's actually Vaporizer. It's talking about killing black African princesses. That's the kind of name you'll see in the Call of Duty community, which is why I've always hated the fucking Call of Duty Halo community, right? The dancing crackhead, right? Yeah, something to make us laugh, okay. No, I'm gonna watch what I'm watching. I'm terribly sorry. But you can watch something funny, there's nothing stopping you. But no, I'm gonna keep the content going here. I can't laugh too much more, because my throat is so sore. I'm so sorry. I've been screaming at that fucking stalker for like 3 weeks straight. I don't know if you can hear it, but my throat's very, very sore. And if I play what'll actually make me laugh, it'll damage my throat. I'm sorry. I know that sounds like a cop out, but I laughed way too hard at that fucking crackhead already, and it's damaging my throat. It sucks. You can hear it when I talk. I'm like trying to talk, and my voice is hoarse. Cause Jesus. Because I've been laughing and screaming, and I need to let it be, just let it be for a bit.
Back and forth and saying stuff along the lines of, hey, if we met in real life, I would kick your ass, shit like that. And this heated gamer talk really boils over and starts to get extremely personal. Eventually, Casey Viner, I guess really wanting to prove a point, hits up Swatistic on Twitter and asks him if there was anything he could do about this Shane guy for him. The Swatistic account would then follow Shane Gaskill's Twitter profile. Seeing this followed by a known swatter as a threat, Shane then brazenly sends a flurry of messages to Swatistic, and even shares his address with the known swatter, daring him to do something. And well, let's just say Swatistic was happy to offer his services. Tyler gets to work swatting the address he was given by Shane, and makes the following 911 call to Wichita, Kansas police.
I recently got disconnected. I had told you guys everything that happened about the argument with my mom and dad.
Okay. What's your address?
Yeah, it's 1033 West McCormick Street.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
They were arguing and I shot him in the head and he's not breathing anymore.
Okay, do you have any weapons on you?
Yeah, I do.
What kind of weapons do you have?
No, they don't. So right now on my alt, I have 80 of them, and now I'm about to fill the other alt, and I've got this mains auction house completely full of them because they're selling for 800 or 900, and it'll take some weeks for me to see this 100,000 gil from just what I fished up in an hour. But it'll take some months to see it. But Giant Catfish does have some usage. People will buy it. Just probably not at 900. The only reason it's at 900 right now is because the server's so fresh. The actual value of Giant Catfish on most Final Fantasy markets is like 300. Because the vendor's for 105, right? So auction tends to be like 2 or 3 times what vendor is, hopefully, if you're lucky. 3 times maybe, usually twice. Maybe like 10 or 100 gil markup, something like that, off of what vendors offer. So yeah, right now I've got 80 catfish on my Sandoria alt, and I'm about to put another like 50 catfish on my Windurst alt, and then yeah, I gotta like moving all this catfish. It's not a fun phase, but they vendor for 105, so every time I fish, it's 105 gil. So, you know, it pays. It's just, you know, I'd rather sell in the auction house for 900. That's 9 times the profit. If eventually, over 3 months, people buy all 100 of my catfish for 900 gil each, that's 100,000 gil that I didn't have, you know? Aw, damn it. That's not how that should work. So let's go back here. Oops. There we go.
Handgun pointing the gun at them, making sure they saw it. My mom and my little brother.
Okay, is there any way you can put the gun up?
No. Are you guys sending someone over here, or is the one definitely not going to put it away?
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and stay on the phone with you, okay?
That's fine. Yeah, I'm thinking about, because I already poured gasoline all over the fire.
Okay, well, we don't need to do that, okay?
After receiving the distressing...
What's up, man? Incoming. How you doing? Sorry. Nice dark. Damn, you tall, Dave. How's the air up there? You're like a goddamn fucking 1.5 feet taller than me. What the fuck? I'm better than you, bitch. I'll take you down. I'll fucking kill you. You get in my face, huh? You wanna bump some titties? You wanna bump some titties? Huh? You acting all big? You big Elvin man, huh? Huh? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
911.
I don't mean to be rude, but I can't keep fishing until I send something to an alt, so I'll be right back. You don't have to wait for me or anything. It's good.
Police would make their way to the address with a SWAT unit. However, what police, Tyler Barris, and Casey Viner didn't realize at the time was that Shane Gaskill had lied about his address. It was actually an old address, and there was another tenant living at this old address. The current tenant at 1033 West McCormick Street was actually a man completely unrelated to the matter, 28-year-old Andrew Finch, who lived there with several family members, including children. While two gamers in a heated altercation might be able to better prepare for a SWAT, this man had no idea it was coming. When SWAT teams arrived, they demanded the occupants of the home to step outside. Andrew Finch, startled and confused, opens his front door and slowly steps out to blinding police lights. The man was by all means compliant. However, while walking outside, a policeman named Justin Rapp claimed to have seen Andrew Finch reach toward his waistband. Perceiving this as an attempt to draw a firearm, the officer shoots Mr. Finch in front of his family. The man falls to the ground, mortally wounded. After shooting the man, the SWAT team would storm the residence, not finding anything described in the 911 call. And it's at this moment they realized they had been duped. An innocent man had been shot. Andrew Finch would be rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, he passed away from his gunshot wound. The treachery of Tyler Barris and his swatting crimes had inadvertently led to the death of...
Rest in peace. This is for all our dead victims who have been victims of gamers. Fuck gamers who choose to get people killed. You're not a member of our community.
A completely innocent man. This was the first reported fatality related to swatting in the history of the United States, and the event would make world news headlines.
Developing right now, a false 911 call led to a deadly officer-involved shooting in Wichita. Officers called to a home after a report of a man being shot.
Yeah, so he swatted this kid that he had a fucking fight with on Call of Duty, right? God, I swear to God, Call of Duty breeds the best people, let me tell you. So he swats this kid that he had a fucking bullshit fight with on Call of Duty, but the kid lied to him about what his address was. So this was a rando that died too. It was a completely random, unrelated person. This was not the gamer kid's father or any of that. This was just an innocent fucking guy eating dinner. And I hope, you know, I'm so sorry that he had to die, but I hope at least that these shithead gamers can maybe take like some, you know, take a lesson from this and not do this, you know.
In the head, and two people being held hostage. When officers arrive, Andrew Finch answered the door, they say, and they also say they gave him commands to put his hands up. Moments later, they say he reached down to his waist and quickly pulled them up. An officer thought he pulled out a weapon and opened fire.
We believe this incident is a case of swatting, which is the act of deceiving emergency services and sending a police response to another person's address.
In the wake of this deadly swatting, the online community quickly pointed at Swatistic as likely being the individual who called it in. And
Oh. Sorry guys, I'll fix it.
He pulled them up. An officer thought he pulled out a weapon and opened fire.
We believe this incident is a case of swatting, which is the act of deceiving emergency services and to sending a police response to another person's address.
In the wake of this deadly swatting, the online community quickly pointed at Swatistic as likely being the individual who called it in. And Swatistic, aka Tyler himself, did little to deny his involvement in the situation. In a baffling turn of events, Tyler would make a series of tweets downplaying his role in the situation, and even makes a now historically infamous appearance on Keemstar's Drama Alert as Swatistic.
Now notice he made the point, and he's got a valid one. He didn't pull a trigger. And so I don't know. He was a criminal prankster, but I don't think he killed anyone. That's the worst part of this whole crazy mess, you know.
Essentially confessing that he was the one who called in the SWAT.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the alleged swatter on here, Swatistic. So you were involved.
Only Keemstar would ever fucking talk to this fucking asshole. Only Keemstar.
Involved in this swatting where the 28-year-old man was shot and killed, correct?
Allegedly, I was involved.
Allegedly. Well, you took responsibility on Twitter, and then your Twitter got suspended, right?
I was minding my own business at the library. Someone contacted me and said, "Hey, dude, this fucking retard just gave me his address, and he thinks nothing's gonna happen. You wanna, prove him wrong?" And I said, "Sure. I love swatting kids who think that nothing's gonna happen." And then I followed the kid that he wanted me to swat, and the kid that he wanted me to swat sent me a DM saying, he basically messaged me with an address saying, "Well, I'm waiting for you to do something."
Notice Keemstar keeps his face totally blank. And that's the true sign of a sociopath. Only a sociopath can listen to this sort of shit with a blank face like this. And that's how you can mark them. They're often killers. That's a sociopath. Worse than this other kid. They're both sociopaths. That's why they're talking to each other. Can you see it? They tend to roll in the same circles and talk to each other and shit. It's disgusting. Sociopath interviewing a sociopath. What a fucking sad state of affairs.
Something pussy, this and that, and then, an attempt was made to swat that address.
So you swatted that address, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
Right.
so you swatted the address, you put in the fake hostage situation, correct?
Yep.
And then this guy gets killed.
That's what happened, I guess.
And you said you said this on Twitter. You said, "I didn't get anyone killed because I didn't discharge a weapon, and being on a SWAT member isn't my profession." So do you take right? Do you take any responsibility?
And the worst part is, he is right about that. He didn't pull a fucking trigger. The shithead pig did. So whatever. I mean, he caused it. He's the causality. He should be in jail for life. But did he pull a trigger? No. And I do believe in kind of taking responsibility for what the actual reality was, which is a police officer killing an unarmed man. That's the worst part about this.
What happened? You could point the finger at the couple, you could point the finger at the guy who called, you could point the finger at the person who provided the address saying, "Oh, look, this is why, let's go ahead and swat me."
Do you feel sad about it? Like, if I caused somebody to die like that, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Is there any empathy?
It's my personal belief that I didn't cause someone to die. I guess.
Tyler attempted to downplay his involvement in the death of Andrew Finch and likely thought he would get away with this crime using VPNs and voice-over IP masking. But fortunately, this delusional cybercriminal would be proven wrong, as detectives would eventually manage to connect Tyler Barris to the SWATistic persona thanks to a series of text messages Tyler exchanged with an undercover agent who posed as a SWATistic fan. On the evening of December 29th, just one day after the deadly swatting had taken place, Los Angeles police would track down Barris, arrest him, and he was taken into custody. His online reign of terror was finally over. In the wake of his arrest, Tyler Barris was charged with close to 50 crimes related to cyberstalking and conspiracy. Barris would enter a guilty plea and
So, I was trying to tell the stalker this, right? I was trying to tell my stalker this, right? Every single time you send a fucking message past when you dox somebody, that's just another felony on a stack, and they'll give you 80 years for non-violent shit. They will. They'll stack you. If you keep sending fucking shit after you've doxed somebody and stuff, you are now essentially committing like another charge of harassment every single time you do it. And they'll hit you for like 100 years on 60 charges and shit. And sure, you might get parole after like 60 or 70 or something, but you're gonna do the whole 100 years. That's one of the things about criminality. It's one thing to mess up and break the law once, but when you've done it and committed a felony, and then continue by harassing somebody and doxing them, and then you continue, each time you do it afterwards is another felony charge. And he probably didn't believe me, but that's exactly how it fucking works. That's exactly how it works. If you hurt somebody online, and you dox them and some such, you commit a felony and shit, and they report you to the fucking authorities. Anything you do to that person past that point where you've committed a felony and assaulted them and such, or whatever, stalked them, Every time you show up again, it's another felony charge. He's now guilty of something like fucking like 22 or something like that. They'll give him life, you know? Oh God, I don't know. Let's find out. It's a response video in a way, but I was just kind of like, the lesson should be learned here. This kid thinks he can't get anything, but nah, they'll hit you for like 60 fucking charges. It's important to understand. Like, I was just trying to tell my stalker, you know what I'm saying?
In March of 2020, he was sentenced to serve 20 years in prison for his swatting crimes.
So 20 years, right? So they got him for involuntary manslaughter. That's your average 20 years, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, I had to do some administration on my channel there. My apologies.
Casey Viner, the teenage gamer that solicited the service of Tyler Barris, was charged with 1 count of conspiracy and 1 count of obstructing justice. In September of 2019, Viner was sentenced to serve 15 months. Shane Gaskill, the gamer that sent Mr. Finch's address to Tyler Barris, was charged with wire fraud. And in September of 2022, he was sentenced to serve 18 months in prison. Justin Rapp, the policeman responsible for shooting Mr. Finch, was never charged with any crime, and kept his job
despite what had happened. Rapp was in fact later promoted to detective in 2022.
Oh, and the killer was promoted, as usual. You know what I'm saying?
This detective has been on the receiving end of civil suits from the Finch family. These suits have thus far been unsuccessful in regard to legally holding the man responsible for the death of Mr. Finch. It's sad to say, but the
Nope, the sad fact is, in this country, we don't hold police responsible when they shoot unarmed men. We promote them. That's what police are for, you know? Punishing people. Doesn't matter for what. The only thing the police do is punish people. That's what their job is, you know?
Family of the deceased victim has faced nothing but tragedy and adversity in the wake of their family member's senseless death. The situation is truly heartbreaking. The Wichita swatting incident is deeply tragic in numerous ways, and it's also extremely infuriating to me that some petulant online...
I also told him you can't win a fight on the internet, including the swatting ones. Like, look, like he tried to swat this kid. Look what happened. Some fucking innocent bystander got wasted. You can't win an argument on the internet. It's like winning the Special Olympics or something. You can't actually win an argument on the internet. It's not possible. Just other people get hurt. That's it.
Loser's action can result in the death of a totally innocent man. If there's anything at all positive to come out of this case, it's that police departments around the U.S. now take swatting far more seriously, and some are given training regarding the swatting phenomenon. Additionally, swatting has become widely understood by the public and is
almost unanimously frowned upon by the internet masses. It's just a shame that it took a man's death for people to see swatting for what it really was. It's not some fucked up prank that gamers use to get back at each other. It's a serious crime with life-threatening implications. The story of Tyler Barris will go down as a cautionary tale for any who dare to turn to the criminal world of swatting as a means of settling online scores. Not only are their lives on the line, you just might end up spending the rest of yours in prison. And that was the story of Tyler Barris and the Wichita swatting case. Well, as usual, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know what you thought about it down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major...
Down the rabbit hole. Frederick Knudsen is a fucking genius.
Of the early internet stories, there are few as infamous as the Final Fantasy house. Though the details are unclear to most who remember it, its reputation is still sometimes invoked on forums in reference to terrible housemates or the eccentric potential from online communities, especially fandoms. What's more, it was one of the main channels through which internet users were introduced to the otherkin phenomenon. So what was the Final Fantasy house? On April 18, 2005, a LiveJournal user under the handle of GenkiCrack made a long, scattered post detailing an experience with specific fans of Final Fantasy VII, a popular and influential story-driven game from Japan. He introduced it by writing, "These people are dangerous. This is not a joke. This is my experience with them." He began by explaining his place within the fandom. Quote, "Most people watching the journal now probably don't know this, but back in the day I ran a pretty popular website devoted to the characters Cloud and the very minor character Zack from Final Fantasy VII. It was really the only comprehensive one out there about the two, which was why it got such notice. I was used to receiving fan mail or other people's fan art, which I had put up on the website." Unquote. At the time of his alleged experience, he explained that he was a college freshman and a heavy drinker. In 2002, he was contacted by a person calling herself Hojo, referencing the mad scientist villain from the game, and the two began conversing with each other occasionally over AOL Instant Messenger. Hojo had her own fan site dedicated to her namesake, and following the same pattern, she began calling the writer Zack after his site. At the time, he thought nothing of this. Sometime after, he was introduced to Hojo's wife, who went by Genova, or Jen, after an ancient evil and alien creature from the game. The writer described their first encounter online. Quote, "Then came a good old bombshell. I was asked if I had any memories of past lives. I do believe in past lives. I think it's a pretty valid cycle given how many cultures believe in it. So I told her no, I didn't, but I did believe in it. I should never, ever have said that. It was like inviting the vampire into my house. Jen's attack was swift and sure. She began in a flurry explaining things to me, how there are alternate universes. Do you grant me that? Sure, there could be. And in those universes, maybe, just maybe, video games actually happened. I thought it could be plausible, because I like imagining anything's possible. Through all of this and all this flurry, she tells me that she thinks in a past life, I was Zack from Final Fantasy VII. Think about it, she said. You're both country grown. You both have that instinct of dragging off friends who could be left behind. You'd take a bullet for someone, right? You say you don't believe in magic or any of that, and he wanted to be a mercenary. For all of his 5 or 6 lines, you have a similar speech pattern. You even live in a basement like he was locked in one, and you hate it. Addle your brain with freshman idiocy and vodka, and this will suddenly make sense. Sure, maybe I'm not him now, I said, but it was possible." Unquote. The writer agreed to meet them in the town of State College, Pennsylvania that winter to stay at their apartment a week before Christmas. He was met at the bus stop by Hojo, wearing a lab coat, who escorted him back to where they were living. Quote, "When we arrived at the apartment, Jen, who insisted I call her Genova and would often refer to herself as Jenny Nova, came storming up to Hojo and I, screaming in Hojo's face. I have no idea what it was about. She was wearing a purple skirt pulled up around her breasts. It looked like she had just got out of bed, and I was, to say the very least, intimidated. About 3 seconds later, she whirled around in a quick change, suddenly the nicest person ever. Whatever she was mad about was out the window. About this time, I started to realize, though, Jen wasn't role-playing when she talked about her children and other selves. Jen is what the internet calls a soul bonder, or in other words, batshit loony. She believes she has a lot of people living in her head talking, and when she wants to take on a personality that best fits a situation for her personal gain, she acts one out. I.e., if she wanted to get sympathy, she would raise the pitch of her voice and pretend to be an innocent child." Unquote. Despite these occurrences, the writer's overall experience was positive, and he would frequently return for visits, each time paying $300 for a bus ticket. With every visit, he would meet someone new, many of them soul bonders themselves. Jen would frequently ask for money to buy food, and the writer would relent, feeling a sense of obligation. She would also attempt to help the writer and others grow more attached to whatever Final Fantasy character she had assigned to them. This was achieved through various means, including pantomimed magical battles and a past life regression involving laying on the floor and listening to music from the game. In one instance, on a trip to the college, she and Hojo locked the writer in a soundproof room past the point of panic to help him, quote, remember being Zack. Another time, when meeting someone soul-bonded to the character Eris, Jen attempted to coax them into sleeping together. To this end, she announced that she was going to lace their food with aphrodisiacs, but whether she actually did so or not, her demands were not realized. As strange as these instances were, however, they were not enough to dissuade the writer when Jen and Hojo proposed that he move in with them. The writer moved into the State College apartment in the summer of 2003 with plans to only stay for the season. Within 3 days, he found a part-time job at a supermarket to help pay for food and rent, and he quit drinking as well. But his experience quickly degraded. Quote, I can't even say what came first, chicken or egg, but let's just say that after 1 week, I was getting sick of it. I was the workhorse. I guess because I was Zack, I was therefore the manly man, as opposed to Jen the Cetra Queen or Hojo the frail scientist. Jen quit her babysitting job and refused to look for another one. I was the one who had to carry groceries to and from the house, the one who made the money to feed everyone, the one who had to fix or move furniture when it needed to be fixed or moved. My computer could rarely get online because Jen was on almost 24/7. The rest of the time she would watch me as I typed, so I could never make a journal entry that read something along the lines of, Jen is abusing me, help me God, I'm tired and I want out of here, unquote. Jen's pattern of surveillance worsened quickly. She would always be listening in on calls, reading his online interactions, and demanding to know wherever he was going to keep track of him. She would frequently wake him up in the middle of the night for sundry magical errands, depriving him of sleep. She demanded he spend his meager paycheck on $10 steaks for dinner, which made him sick, and when those would only last one night, she and Hojo had him ask for unsold food at the supermarket. Nobody in the apartment would take out the garbage or clean besides the writer, who only washed the dishes, and so the stink festered in the apartment in the hot Pennsylvania summer. Jen only wore a single dress and refused to bathe, opting instead to use scented oil. The writer described the smell in the apartment as rotting flesh and a miasma of filth with Sparkle Sunshine Fairy artificial sugar scent sprayed over it. What's more, Jen and Hojo would beat each other loudly and with increasing frequency behind their bedroom door as the summer continued, each time followed by noisy sex. This pattern of starvation, sleep deprivation, surveillance, and social isolation eroded the writer's will, and he began supporting them blindly. For example, while the writer was staying there, Eris grew tired of Jen, and the two had a falling out. The writer described the aftermath. Quote, apparently Eris called one evening when Hojo and I were at the used bookstore, stealing books, yes, that poor, and said she wanted some of her things back that she had left at the apartment. Jen exploded. She called Hojo's cell phone in tears, screaming she was going to kill herself. I believed it. Hojo called Sid and demanded he go over. Hojo called Eris and screamed at her. I told her off too. We rented a taxi with money we didn't have and raced home. Jen, who had been screaming she had slit her wrists, was sitting in the middle of the floor. Sid was draping damp cloths on her wrists. I woke up for a second and knew this was bullshit. I had a problem with self-injury, so I knew very well the sight of a deep cut and the sight of a light cut. I know well knife wounds. Jen had scratched herself, horizontally on the wrists. Maybe it had been with a safety pin or a butter knife. It was not any kind of suicide attempt. At the most, it would sting. But I was still mad at Eris because I was supposed to be. I wrote her nasty emails, I joined them in bashing her, I ignored her when she came to pick up her stuff, even though she obviously wanted to still be friends with me. I regret that now, because we never reconciled then. Maybe if I had got a clue and tried to get out with her, things would have turned out different. Unquote. Soon he was left with no money to leave and no confidence to ask for help. Even when he attempted to talk to his father at a payphone, Jen would go hunting for him. Then, when the filth in the apartment grew unbearable, Jen and Hojo asked their landlord if they could move to a smaller, single-room apartment, further increasing their proximity. The writer was the one to move the boxes. Soon after the move, the supermarket cut the writer's job to 1 hour a week. But even so, Hojo took all of them out to buy new things for the apartment, implying that she had been hiding money away in order to make the writer pay for things. Here, as they did many other times, they fought publicly. However, there was one person from the circle of friends in town who had consistently helped to stabilize the writer's mental state, a person who went by Sid, also a name from Final Fantasy, though the author describes him as having, quote, 1 foot in reality. He wrote, Sid occasionally would come over. When he did, I was glad because it was someone else. But he was and still does have his dickish moments. Jen would make these the be-all end-all, and Renee would back her up. I began to think he was like that all the time, and didn't want to hang out with him when he was gone. Once he came back, they had to restart the process of brainwashing me all over again. Unquote. It was after one of these visits that the writer finally gathered the will to leave. Inspired after someone had stolen his shoes, he left everything behind in the apartment and walked the streets barefoot. By the end, he had spent a total of 2 months living with Jen and Hojo. After being homeless for a few days, Sid helped him gather his things and returned to his mother's home in Brooklyn. Besides his own account, the writer spoke of a few others involved with Jen specifically. One account was about someone he referred to as Captain McCool, a sensitive person with whom they sought to fill the vacant spot that the writer had left. When they asked him to move in with them, he was too nervous to turn them down directly, and so he claimed that he had been assaulted to avoid it. When they discovered his lie, they, quote, had him stuck in a chair and forced him to watch while they raped each other. Another person, whom he referred to as Bean, would sell her blood to help fund Jen's lifestyle. At the time he was writing the LiveJournal post, she was still living with them, but stayed in the attic and was forced to remain as quiet as possible. The writer expected some people in the Final Fantasy community to see this, but he couldn't expect the sort of attention it would receive. Word spread quickly about the LiveJournal post, and many fans of Final Fantasy, as well as Soulbonders, commented that they had heard some details about Jen and the group in State College, but hadn't known the extent of their behavior. Others who already knew her found these claims unsurprising. Beyond the community, however, this story gained interest on forums, including 4chan, who treated it with disgust and fascination. It was soon adopted into general knowledge as a way to reference poor living conditions and soulbonders, a subsection of a group known as Otherkin. It was here that the infamous story earned its generally recognized name and misnomer, the Final Fantasy VII House, or often just the Final Fantasy House. Though the rest of the internet would sometimes question its veracity, the writer's account seemed generally accepted within the Final Fantasy community. He began to receive testimony from other people affected by the group, many of them people he had met during his time at the apartment. To share their correspondences, he created a website where he cataloged the accounts of those who approached him alongside his own. Due to the limited archival information available, it's difficult to say the rate at which he updated the site with new accounts, but it appears he was receiving them as late as 2006, with each person represented by a pseudonym. Some of these accounts were from people mentioned in the original LiveJournal post, and they helped elucidate the practices of the group and enunciate Jen's and Hojo's behaviors. These accounts suggest an air of amateurishness, yet charisma to everything Jen did. For example, one account from someone going by Zarla wrote, quote, there were also tarot card readings and such while we were there. Jen had the same tarot deck I had as a kid, the Tarot of the Cat People, and she told my fortune using the exact same method outlined in the little booklet that came with the cards. I can't remember anything really specific about the readings, except there was always mention of something coming after me or something, thus the coughing. If I remember right, later we were playing with a Ouija board and that something or someone was again trying to contact us. Unquote. These accounts would also unanimously support the assertions about Jen from the original writer. One of the oddest entries, however, was an open letter prefaced by the LiveJournal writer. Quote, the following was taken from the Wayback Machine. It is posted without consent of the original author, and I want to make that damn clear. She has nothing to do with it being here, so don't involve her. It is being backed up here due to the fact that it contains some current information that I felt should be edited out, like names or references to other people uninvolved. As far as I know, the original author is now happily farming turkeys in Idaho. Don't hassle her. This was written in 2003. The article itself is apparently written by another active member of the soul bonding community, though clearly no longer associated with Jen, under the pseudonym Candy Wrapper. The introduction to the letter reads, Genova, when I became your apprentice, you told me to shut up and not argue with you. Apparently Apparently, a sorceress is supposed to be a creature who blindly accepts the opinions of the authorities, even when she firmly believes that they are wrong. From this, I learned that when Jen says something I disagree with, I need to nod and make agreeing sounds anyway. Otherwise, we would have to fight every 2 minutes, and quite frankly, saying what I thought wasn't worth the hassle. I am not, however, your apprentice anymore, and I am free to say what I think. And I will, because it's a relief to say it, even if you aren't reading this. I do not actually give a crap whether you read it or not. It will hurt your feelings, and you will care that it happened, and I don't. You have been warned. The letter is structured as a list, and the first item reveals the name of Jen. You do not look like any Final Fantasy characters. You look like Jennifer Cornett. End of story. She shared some of her thoughts on Hojo and her relationship with Jen. If Renee does not go to class and do her homework, it will be difficult for her to pass those classes. Then she is no closer to graduating. Until she graduates, it will be hard for her to get a job that makes more money than she gets now. This is called capitalism, and it's a bitch. No one likes it, but no one has come up with anything that works any better. Renee always has to call off work or skip class to give you attention. She does this because she loves you. Love makes people do irrational and reckless things. This is one of them. That does not make it a good idea. You are wrecking Renee's life. It is wrong to do so, even if you have her permission. A few other choice lines read, "You have no money because you keep spending it on things you want. Anything you want is not automatically a magical item. There may be potential magic in everything, but then there's magic in things you don't bother to look at, things you can have for free. If something is a magical item, that doesn't mean you must own it. It would be nice if you could, but you can't always do so. I had money because I rarely bought anything for myself. Whenever I got some money, I would save it. I am not a money generator, and neither are my parents. If you want to have money, you need to not spend it. I now do not have money because I spent it on you. Poof, all gone. You still wanted more, but I didn't have any more to give you. I have been using crystals since I was 10 years old. You are wrong when you start with that "you won't use them properly" shit, because I've been using crystals since elementary school. You taught me no magic. The only thing I actually learned from you was to beware of people like you. But among these accounts, there was one that stood out from the others, and if it's to be believed, it showed just how far the manipulation of Jen's entourage could go. In November of 2005, the LiveJournal writer entered email correspondence with a woman who went by Mela. Mela had apparently known and bonded with Jen in a Utah boarding school, and rediscovered her online through an open letter. Though the quote in the email isn't quite the same, it's highly likely that the letter Mela discovered was the list written by Candy Wrapper. Hoping to reconnect, Mela asked the author of the letter for Jen's information, and sometime after, she visited Jen's residence for 2 weeks. Here, she claims Jen was able to convince her to spend $2,000 on various objects and food by asking only for small amounts at a time. Sometime afterward, likely in 2005, Mela made the decision to begin living with them. Quote, "I moved in with $17,000 in my bank account, and soon Jen had drained all of that on necessities, all for the house, many of which went into Jen's room and never came out. Soon I received a check from the investment company for $80,000, and Jen's spending began again in earnest. I tried to get her to stop spending money on frivolous things, but every time I said no or told her she should spend her own money buying things for herself, she threw a fit. All this time she was telling me how important I was to her special plan, how the world needed us to stick together so we could conquer evil, etc. I wanted desperately to feel special. I was scared and alone, and I believed her. She knew a few magic tricks, was very good at reading people, and could give relatively accurate tarot readings. I fell for her lies, hook, line, and sinker." Unquote. After she moved in, it was clear that Hojo's relationship with Jen had deteriorated, and she had been supplanted by a new person named Angel, whom Mela claimed was remarkably violent. Jen was now sleeping exclusively with Angel, though sometimes Hojo would sleep with Angel as well. Hojo was forced to stay extremely silent during the day or risk being berated by Jen. This information strongly suggests that Hojo was the one who was selling blood to fund Jen. Their hygiene was also still abysmal. Quote, "Oh, how Jen smelled. Angel was much worse, though. I don't think that girl ever bathed. They just kept adding perfume. And Jen's purple skirt/dress stinked to high heaven. That was until I made her other clothes to wear. Jen, during this time, was apparently made aware of the LiveJournal writer's website as well. At some point, it appears that they moved somewhere new, and it was here that she claimed she was beaten on multiple occasions. Once, during a dispute, one of them grabbed onto Mela's hair and started slamming her head into the floor while Jen and Angel beat her with their fists, then sat on her and attempted to choke her. Finally, she passed out from the head trauma. Jen would later convince her that she had attacked Jen first, then blacked out. Eventually, Mela would tolerate no more, and she kicked them out. Much like their apartment, the house was left a mess, which Mela documented with photographs. They also had stolen numerous objects upon their departure, including board games, fabric, and a set of corsets, though her demand for back payments of rent, quote, in excess of $10K, is suspiciously inexact. While this account is consistent with other reports of the group's behavior, there was no method by which anyone could verify the veracity of any of them, instead leaving only the word of the writers. Alongside this, the author would finally reveal the faces of Jen and Hojo. In the frequently asked questions section, he wrote, "Is this photo Vincent/Jen/Hojo? 90% of the time, no. This was Jen in 1999. She got fatter and dirtier. This was Renee in 2000. She looks the same." In response to this attention, Jen and Hojo began to frantically delete most traces of themselves online, and even with their names publicly available, nobody could find them. After this, the attention on these stories began to wane. But only a few years after the accounts were posted, the Final Fantasy house would return in a way that nobody expected and, at first, seemed entirely unrelated. On July 15, 2008, a LiveJournal user by the name of Dragon Tigerclaw wrote a post entitled Insane Housemate Part 1 and published it on Housemate Horror, an open, moderated page where people could share their stories of bad roommates. The opening reads, quote, "I used to live in an awesome situation in SoCal until the housemate from hell moved in. Fortunately, she has left, but the bitterness remains on my tongue. It is a saga that can only be told in pieces. Please bear with me. In the cut, you will find part 1 of the saga involving the girl who believed she was a video game character." Unquote. Soon, the author would name himself as Pete. The tale was structured in irregularly sized sections, with many of them ending on cliffhangers. He explained that he was living with 5 other people in a 4-story house. He claimed that the rent was a preposterously low $500 a month, and that the landlord, Matt, kept it that way because his chief concern was that he wanted company in the house he had inherited. However, his standards for roommates were high. They all had to have stable income and employment and be at least 25 years old. The woman who was chosen after their screening process was kept anonymous by Dragon Tigerclaw and was given the placeholder name Sarah, who moved in without much trouble. She claimed to be a 27-year-old computer programmer who already had a job in the area, but when she went back to work after the move, she returned saying she was laid off. When others offered to help her find new work, she consistently delayed accepting it, which made them suspicious. But much more striking was her connection to a particular game. Quote, "In the 3 weeks that followed, Sarah was still unemployed. She spent all her time playing video games in the family room. She would play the same game over and over, some crappy-looking RPG from the 90s. It had an unpronounceable name, but Sarah said she was bonded to the game. She also told us that she changed her name to be that of one of the game characters. Upon further discussion, she explained that she believed she was the human incarnation of this character and that they shared a soul." Unquote. Pete refused to reveal what character she was claiming to be, however, since it would be identifying information. This game would, in the second update, be revealed to be the Japanese RPG Suikoden, released in 1995. Soon afterwards, a friend of hers came to visit the house. She also believed herself bonded to a Suikoden character, specifically Sasarai, but since Pete could neither spell nor pronounce it, he simply called her something. After spending a week together playing video games, they picketed a barbecue that the rest of the housemates were having. Though they had been given vegetarian options to join, they refused on moral grounds, denouncing them for eating meat. After they were aggressively told off, they were asked for a house meeting, which took place in March, to discuss whether or not Sarah would be allowed to stay. Sarah attempted to explain herself. Quote, "Sarah lifted her head and started to talk. She started with, 'I am sorry, but you have to understand where I am coming from.' She also said, 'Lots of people can't understand me because I have such a high intellect, it is beyond their grasp. Excuse us for being sane, bitch.'" Unquote. They eventually learned that she had used friends' help to get past the screening process. She had never had a job in California, was from the East Coast, and used a friend's address to get a California driver's license while another posed as her boss. Matt allowed her to stay until May 1st, since she had already paid for April. Sarah, however, wasn't willing to leave so easily. By this point, numerous readers had become enraptured, begging for updates to what they had come to call the Sarah Saga, and many returned daily in hopes that a new part would be posted by Pete. In response to the pressure from Matt and the rest of the house, Sarah isolated herself in her room, with Sasarai acting as a go-between. She would only leave it in Sasarai's company. However, this didn't last long, as Matt was able to pull a favor from a psychologist friend to get her treatment for free, and he managed to convince Sarah to attend. Soon, she was on medication, and was interacting with the others on a more normal basis. It was during this time that they discovered Sarah's true form of income. Quote, she said, plain as can be, I have people offer me donations on my blog so I can spread the news of my religion. Her religion being that she is actually a male video game character from a game that came out in the 90s. What? So there are some morons out there who are giving money to Sarah so she can pretend to be a video game character and teach others how to do the same? Something said, we give her things because she has helped us find our true selves. So you don't work either, Tim asked. I could tell he was ready to explode. No, I get government benefits in the UK. Why? Because I don't like to work. Soon after this, Sarah's boyfriend convinced her to abandon her medication, and the results were violent. After one of the ruder housemates demanded she start taking the pills again, she began smashing fragile objects, including a window. She would continue to take her pills irregularly, but by this point, interaction between her and the rest of the house fell to a minimum. By the time May 1st came, there was no sign of her moving out, and when Matt attempted to evict her, Sarah called the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, claiming discrimination against her religion and her disabilities. While the state didn't follow through on these threats, they did discover that Matt had never filed the correct paperwork to house tenants, and Matt couldn't evict her until the proper paperwork was filed. But the strangest event would happen that summer. In July, Sarah gathered 12 members of her soul bonding group at the house to perform a ritual, threatening Matt that she would file a discrimination suit against him if he wouldn't let them stay. Though Matt acquiesced, he only allowed them to stay until 10 o'clock that night. One roommate demanded that the soul bonders be ejected, but Matt wanted to gawk at their ritual, and so they stood in the kitchen and ate pizza while watching them. Pete describes the ritual. Quote, Sarah came downstairs, dressed in a white dress. She kept glancing at us. Something stood between her and us so she couldn't see us, I guess, and she began talking. She talked about how this was Betty's awakening, and how Betty was now going to finally realize her potential by harnessing the soul of a video game character. I couldn't stand it. I started cracking up. The rest of the housemates started cracking up. This was better than any kind of TV you can imagine. See if you can picture all of these nutjobs kneeling around the altar as the video game played its music in the background. Sarah stood over them, preaching this religion, and the right bishop something would occasionally interject something deep from her position. Sarah was really getting upset, so more of her friends made the human wall. We could still hear all the stupid, even after they turned up the volume on that video game. At this point, Matt threatened to call the police since it was nearly 10 o'clock, but when one of the members of Sarah's group threw a punch, the threat was carried out, and the group was forced from the premises. After this point, other members of the house would share some of their experiences, but as they did, readers grew more suspicious. Before this, many people had been doubting the veracity of the claims made by Pete, but when the other housemates began to write in a similar fashion to him, it made them even more dubious. These disagreements eventually spiraled into arguments whose full scope was not archived before being deleted, but they were apparently severe enough for the moderator of Housemate Horror to write a post regarding them. Also in this post was a surprising and unexpected piece of information. Quote, Tim, Pete, and Carrie, aka the people posting from the account Dragon Tiger Claw about the Sarah saga, may be as they say they are, different housemates of Sarah, or they may be the one person doing a little creative writing experiment. Basically, I don't give a crap. The posts have been amusing and entertaining, and anyone who doesn't think so is not being forced to read them, so please do not complain. Farther down, the mod continues. It has been brought to my attention that a post was made by someone who was claiming to know Sarah, and that the posts made by DTC were false and harassing blah blah wah blah. This same person, Jay Eckhart, sent me an email before they made that post, requesting IP address information on the poster of the Sarah stories in order to catch the culprit making these false and harassing posts. I declined, as I do not think giving out personal/identifying information such as IP addresses on members of my community without their permission is really a good thing to do you? Also, I have no proof that this person is really representing Sarah or that the posts made about her are false. I have no proof that they are true either, but until I get proof either way, I think the best thing is to not take any drastic actions. They requested I not tell DTC about them contacting me, and I intended not to, simply because it was the most neutral action to take, but then they made that post and made their intentions public. So I feel fine with telling you all, including DTC, about the email now. But meanwhile, elsewhere on the internet, other people were having their own discussion about the Sarah saga, and they would quickly discover much more than they first expected. On August 19, 2008, a member of the Something Awful forums named Jabberwock posted a thread entitled, "If you thought furries were bad," which linked to the 11 parts of the Sarah saga that had been posted so far. The responses seemed mostly to reflect amusement, though quite a number of forum members echoed the doubt displayed in the comments of the posts themselves. One user, however, who went by Jägerhunde, had a different response. Quote, "I haven't read through the journals, I only started the first, but I swear this could be about a girl I knew and even once dated in that really vague, sad high school nerd way. She claimed that she was soul-bonded to the Eris character from Final Fantasy VII, that her girlfriend was soul-bonded to Sephiroth, and she swore at one point with perfect seriousness that she was carrying Sephiroth's spirit child. Apparently, she'd conducted an elaborate fantasy life with these characters in her head and had written pages upon pages of god-awful fanfiction about it. So far as I know, she grew out of it eventually, but when I say eventually, I mean like late 20s. Even when I knew her at 16, this kind of behavior from her made me want to stay far the fuck away. Oh yeah, the girl in question also changed her name to some bullshit nerd fantasy name she made up and absolutely refused to ever be addressed by her birth name. After reading through the rest of the entries, Jägerhunde returned the next day with a new post that took the other readers aback. Pretty sure I've got this all sewn up, goons. Allow me to introduce you to Catherine Rain. By pure chance, Jägerhunde had been in a small writing club in high school with Catherine, and still knew her Flickr account, her DeviantArt account, and her LiveJournal account. They also discovered the Flickr account of someone cosplaying as Sasarai, who had numerous pictures of both herself and Catherine. One of these images credited her as Catherine Silverberg, Silverberg being the surname of a family of characters from Suikoden, known for their tactical prowess in war. Other photographs had Catherine in a white dress, something that Sarah had worn in the Sarah saga. But the most telling piece of evidence Jägerhunde discovered was legal paperwork of her name change. By searching for her name in the county archives, he was able to discover her court schedule for when she legally changed her name. Though the accounts of Pete and his housemates were still doubted, the identity of Sarah seemed almost certain. They also were able to track down the website that this soul-bonding community was using to proselytize curious internet users. Another person rediscovered the pamphlets that they would hand out at conventions. Part of it reads, "The runes are devoted to preserving the natural order of life. While it can't be denied that their bearers have often experienced great hardship as a result of bearing the runes, we know that this is due to inexperienced bearers with no magical training, suddenly and unexpectedly receiving the runes' gifts. With no knowledge of how to live in harmony with these powerful entities, they can't control the vast forces raging in turmoil inside themselves. But if people were taught to listen to and understand the runes, we could have the healthy, positive relationships with them that we were always meant to have." The end of the pamphlet encourages readers to contact Bishop Sasarai. After looking through the information on the Final Fantasy house, Jägerhunde made another assertion, that Catherine had also been deeply involved with Jen and Hojo. He believed that she was in fact both Candy Wrapper, the person who had written the list on the website, as well as Eris, the apprentice that Jen had lost. Catherine had also been attending the University of Delaware during the events of the Final Fantasy house, only a 2-hour drive from State College. It appeared that, after these two distanced themselves from one another, Catherine began her own soul-bonding community based on the Suikoden games, gathering followers over the years. Though the evidence linking the two was circumstantial, the specificity of it left little doubt, and this revived interest in the Final Fantasy house enough that new people were again discovering it. On August 22nd, just 2 days after Jägerhunde had posted about Catherine, he made another post saying, quote, "Took a day off, everyone. I don't really have anything more to add, except to mention to everyone that I've become aware that our protagonist is now aware of this thread. Say hi, everyone." Gleefully, the rest of the forum members began to post messages to Catherine, mocking and teasing her, claiming to be soul-bonded to any number of characters or objects. That same day, however, an update was posted to the Final Fantasy House website. Quote, "I updated some stuff to make it slightly more legible. Evidently, housemate Horror's Sarah is not Rain Crystal. This comes to me via the writer of the Sarah saga. If you think he's lying or that I'm lying, that is your own business, but that is what he told me. Rain Crystal's behavior, soul bond nuttiness, getting money for it, etc., is similar enough to Sarah that she is harassing the writer to stop posting his lies about her. As such, I still think she's worth warning people about. I am sorry, but based on my experiences and the experiences of others, soul bonders are dangerous freakos." Unquote. The next day, Jägerhunde had a strongly worded reply. Quote, "This is actually a goddamn lie. Greta is a litigious-loving nut, and it sounds to me like housemate Horror Dude is doing damage control. I don't blame the Final Fantasy VII house author, since he's probably taking it simply on faith that our housemate Horror author is telling the truth. But he's not, and anyone who's read this far through the thread should see through this pathetic obfuscation pretty easily." Unquote. In response to one person asking for clarification, Jägerhunde replied, "It would be irresponsible for me to say that Greta and her friends have their collective panties in a wad about the housemate Horror thing and have been pressuring the author to recant, so I won't. I'd like to add that it's possible that the housemate Horror author is a very elaborate troll, but even if he is, this is clearly someone who knows Greta, if it's her, of course, and while I'm willing to entertain the idea that some of the particulars might be fabricated, the fact that anybody, you know, like maybe Greta, has possibly gotten so defensive about a series of stories, which even use false names, says much about that person." Unquote. Finally, on August 24th, in mid-afternoon, all parts of the story were removed from the Housemate Horror blog. However, working from Google Cache, the members of the forum were able to piece together all of the parts that had been written by Dragon Tiger Claw and archive it on the forum, though it also had been saved on the Wayback Machine. That same day, the original Final Fantasy House author posted an update to his website. Quote, "Well..."
Absolutely, Dave. What can I do for you? Yes. On my way now. Sorry, I had a vendor.
Well, what do you know?
When something awful about Catherine Rain, things really heated up.
Yeah, I know what they are. Yep. I know every item in the game. Okay, armor, feet. Okay, so you said, you'd be Lycilius, okay, level 13, yep. None for sale, Dave, terribly sorry. But if we look in that level range at 13 for, what, like casters kind of thing, there is some Holly Clogs for sale, which is level 12, defense 3 for 400. But there is no Celia, light Celia. Sorry, there's no light Celias for sale currently, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sorry. 6,000. My bad. Can't see it there. Hey, nice. Ooh. Forgive me, guys. I'm going to step away to bio real quick, but I'm going to run the video. Be right back. 6,000. You'll get 6,000 right away. Actually, I would say I would try a hike up because there's none for sale. Probably 7, but you might not sell it that fast. If you want to sell it fast, put it up for 6,000. If you want more money, sell it for 7 because if there's no buyers. Evasion boots are good. They're worth the 7,000. You can probably get it, but I mean everybody else is selling for 6. So I would say 6 to 7. 7 if you're feeling greedy and willing to wait. 6 if you need the money right away. It'll sell really fast. I'm inclined to buy them, but I don't have 6K. I'm like, I don't really need them either. Evasion for casters it's okay, but I mean, really, the real evasion for casters is not getting hit. And Blink and Stone Skin. I've never thought evasion for casters is very good. But anyways.
Original writer of the Sarah saga got regular harassment until he took the story down. Considering the mind-numbing level of consistent details between Catherine's data and the data on Sarah, I'm going to agree with the goons. The OP was just doing damage control. It's obviously her. The current theory is, in one last-ditch effort to avoid more court battles with her, he deleted all the posts. Well, Greta, you stepped in it. You took away my train wreck that I was reading to defend your crazy cult. If he was writing fiction or not, you took away the fun. Thanks to something awful, we'll have lots of nice photos and links all here about you in just a little while. Unquote. This last update remains on the website to this day, and a link to the Sarah Saga thread on Something Awful is provided farther down the page. Now, the Final Fantasy House's website and the Sarah Saga remain as a warning about fandoms taken to their extreme, but they also serve as an example of how the online space collapses the distances between people, so that even old friends with no more existing ties can discover or stumble across one another, with wildly unpredictable effects. Of the strange research to come out of mid-1900s America, there is little with a legacy as enduring or as terrifying as the mouse utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, the grim fate of the subjects was published in the national magazine Scientific American, and the experiments themselves were largely taken as apocalyptic portents. In a post-war United States, the language used to describe the results, such as behavior sync, became synonymous with fears of an overpopulated world and violent, deviant behavior in cities. Today, they are preserved within fiction, such as Channel 4's conspiracy thriller Utopia and the classic animated movie The Secret of Nim. So what were the Mouse Utopia experiments? Shortly after World War II, a group known collectively as the Environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as overexploitation of the planet's renewable resources. Among these people were a group specifically known as the Neo-Malthusians, a term referring to the 18th and 19th century English scholar Thomas Robert Malthus. Malthus proposed that while the world's population may increase exponentially, food production can only increase linearly, leading to an eventual subsistence-level existence for the human race that became known as a Malthusian catastrophe. While advancements such as the Green Revolution saw that this didn't come about, the Neo-Malthusians acknowledged his concerns about overpopulation and feared that this pattern would result in the collapse of civilization or, at best, have extreme adverse effects. These fears were given a platform in writing of the time, especially in works such as William Folk's Road to Survival in 1948, and perhaps most famously, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson in 1962. Before the movement's explosion of popularity in the 50s and 60s, however, researchers had already begun work investigating the effects of population growth, and among them was a man named John B. Calhoun. Born in 1917, Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology, publishing his first paper on birds when he was 15, but over time, his interest would change. By the time he received his PhD, his focus had turned to ethology, the study of animal behavior. When his education was concluded, he moved with his family to Towson, Maryland, to begin research at Johns Hopkins University in nearby Baltimore, but the research itself would be conducted much closer to home. In 1947, shortly after he arrived, he approached his neighbor about using some of their neglected property for an experiment. The scope would be massive, and according to Calhoun, his neighbor probably didn't expect such a scale when they agreed to let him use the forested area. Taking over a quarter of an acre, Calhoun constructed a massive habitat, complete with food, water, ample shelter, and protection from predators, with the only limiting condition being their restriction to the quarter-acre living space. He affectionately provided his enclosure a name, Rat City. Unfortunately, no publicly available images of Rat City exist. Calhoun was very familiar with Norway rats, having performed research on them for his doctorate, and he estimated that Rat City could sustain approximately 5,000 individuals, though if they reached this number, the population density would be tight. He began by placing 5 pregnant females in the enclosure, providing ample genetic diversity, and soon the population was increasing exponentially. But then something surprising happened. Rather than the population increasing to fill the space of the enclosure, it quickly leveled off at 150 members. He also noted some behavioral peculiarities. Despite the large size of Rat City, the residents seemed to gather around just a few places, forming social groups of 12 and limiting themselves to specific feeding locations. He would conclude the experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some reason, as the experiment progressed and the population increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading to most of them dying before reaching maturity. Calhoun had his theories as to why this was, but to prove them, he would need more data. In 1954, about 5 years after his initial experiment concluded, he was hired by the National Institute of Mental Health, often shortened to NIM. Within the laboratory of psychology, Calhoun was given ample resources to continue his work. With a team, he began feverishly designing and constructing habitats, sometimes referred to as universes, where he performed numerous smaller-scale and more controlled versions of his original rat study on a domesticated strain of albino Norway rat. These rats would want for nothing. All physical needs for a healthy rat lifestyle would be provided for them, including food, water, climate control, and nesting material. Calhoun spent 8 years perfecting his enclosures and methods until finally, in February of 1962, an article of his writing was published in the magazine Scientific American. The article was entitled Population Density and Social Pathology. His opening paragraph ominously reads so, quote, In the celebrated thesis of Thomas Malthus, vice and misery impose the ultimate natural limit on the growth of populations. Students of the subject have given most of their attention to misery, that is, to predation, disease, and food supply as forces that operate to adjust the size of a population to its environment. But what of vice? Setting aside the moral burden of this word, what are the effects of the social behavior of a species on population growth, and of population density on social behavior? Unquote. To answer this question, he cited 6 of his experiments in particular, all with similar composition and concerningly similar results. The design of these habitats was simple. The layout was a rectangle measuring 10 feet by 14 feet, divided into 4 equal sections by electric fences. 3 of these fences sported bridges over which the rats could climb, while one fence lacked such a bridge, essentially creating one long space that wrapped in on itself. Each section was equipped similarly, with a food hopper, water, and nesting areas accessible by spiral staircases. But Calhoun, leveraging his experience with the rats, made special changes to encourage specific behaviors. He enticed the rats to use one of the center pens by making the spiral staircase to that pen's living spaces shorter than the others, though he admits this was a comparatively small factor. But the more insidious change was to their food supply. In half of the experiments, Calhoun supplied powdered food, but in the other half he placed feeders of his own design, consisting of hard pellets behind a wire mesh. Half of his experiments began with 32 mice, the other half with 56, of evenly male and female composition, and all having just reached maturity. Calhoun estimated that approximately 40 rats could comfortably be housed in these enclosures, but he would allow these populations to increase to 80 before he would cull them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males jockeyed for dominance and those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant that they usually would end up in the center sections to eat. During this time, the dominant males of the outer pens would wake up and begin guarding their respective territories. Since there was only one entrance ramp to either end, the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. At the same time as this was happening, the effect of Calhoun's special feeders was taking hold. Since procuring food was such a lengthy process at the hard food feeders, it was common for one rat to join another while in the process of feeding. By this method, the rats slowly became conditioned to eating in the company of other rats until, eventually, the rats would refuse to eat unless another rat was present. Since more rats tended to be in the center pens, this behavior meant that, over time, more and more rats made their way there, further condensing them. This heightened the proximity of an already cramped population. In the experiments with the powdered food, this effect was far less pronounced. With these factors combined, Calhoun noted what he called a behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and young rearing. Infant rats are extremely dependent upon their mothers for nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink, the mothers would often be interrupted in their nest-building practices to engage in some other social activity. As time wore on, this led to sparser nests which could not house the young properly. If a mother decided to move her litter, she often would only move some of them or scatter them about the pen in separate locations. What's more, when female rats are ready to mate, the males can sense it, and the enclosed space meant that a female could not escape the continuous advances of the males during these periods. Even when they would enter their nests for a reprieve, they would be followed in and harrowed. These factors together resulted in an extremely high infant mortality rate, in one case reaching 96%. For the males, this manifested in different ways. The dominant males would occasionally lash out in violence against the other members of the pen, including infants, often biting and wounding their tails. Among the lower class males were three groups. The first he described as the homosexuals, which he immediately corrects as pansexuals, who would not compete for status but would often attempt to mate with any other rat, regardless of gender or age. Much like in the end pens, these advances went unchallenged. The second group he described as somnambulists, who moved slowly through the pen without interacting with other individuals in any fashion, and the other rats, in turn, ignored them, except in rare circumstances. These rats, externally, he described as fat, sleek, and healthy-looking. But to him, the strangest group was the third, which he named the probers. These rats were hyperactive, hypersexual, and pansexual. Despite violence from the dominant males, they would viciously pursue females in heat, eschewing any sort of courtship ritual and following them into their burrows to mate. Later on in the experiments, they would often find the corpses of the improperly cared-for young, which they would cannibalize. In time, one of Calhoun's assistants would publicly describe these pens as hell. At this point, Calhoun ended the experiments, but he predicted that these pathological changes would have eventually led to the deaths of the colonies. At their conclusion, he would take the 4 healthiest males and females and allow them to breed, but their behavior had been so inexorably altered that none of their pups survived beyond weaning. This short article enraptured its US audience, and the effects on both the scientific world and popular culture were immediate. People began to relate Calhoun's rat experiments to modern city life, and in an era where fear of social deviance was reaching an extreme high, it was largely seen as a reflection of the current time and where society could be heading, egged on by Calhoun's provocative language and allegorical design of his test environment, made to look like a city. Population density quickly became a common topic. Psychologist Carl Rogers, in his work Some Social Issues Which Concern Me, stated that, quote, "The resemblance to human behavior is frightening. In humans, we see poor family relationships, the lack of caring, the complete alienation, the magnetic attraction of overcrowding, the lack of involvement which is so great that it permits people to watch a long, drawn-out murder without so much as calling the police. Perhaps all city dwellers are inhabitants of a behavioral sink." Unquote. Soon after,
Your skill has
studies of
increased.
dense urban environments were conducted to see if these effects translated directly to humans, but what they found was inconclusive and unsatisfying. Despite the suggestions of Calhoun's rats, humans in cities reacted differently or sometimes opposite the manner that researchers expected, depending on the location. No matter how they tried, no evidence of a widespread behavioral sink could be found in urban areas. But this did not dissuade Calhoun. Even as others explored the problem of overcrowding, Calhoun frantically continued his research. Now a celebrated success and emboldened by the public acceptance of his ideas, he resumed his work at NIM on an even larger scale, though again away from the public eye. He spent his time on new subjects as he continued to perfect his enclosures and experiments until finally, after 11 years, Calhoun revealed his magnum opus through an article he entitled Death Squared, which was published in the journal Proceedings of the Royal Society of Medicine in January of 1973. The lengthy opening to this article was undeniably apocalyptic. Calhoun wrote, "I shall largely speak of mice, but my thoughts are on man, on healing, on life and its evolution. Threatening life and evolution are the two deaths, death of the spirit and death of the body. Evolution, in terms of ancient wisdom, is the acquisition of access to the tree of life." Unquote. He goes on to heavily reference revelations and of the riders of the apocalypse, using them to proclaim that the Hippocratic Oath applies not only to the body, but to the spirit. After this dramatic introduction, he described his test. For the most part, these new experiments were similar to his 1963 trials, including unlimited access to food and water, protection from the elements and predators, and safeguards against disease. Many parts, however, were drastically altered. As Calhoun mentions in his introduction, the Norway rats used in his first publicized experiments were replaced with albino house mice, which were taken from a breeding group from the National Institutes of Health made specifically to prevent communicable disease. To fit his new subjects, Calhoun had designed an entirely new enclosure. This version was much more vertical, with 16 wall-mounted housing areas for the rats at the tops of long metal tubes, which Calhoun called walk-up apartments. At the bottom of each apartment was a virtually unlimited supply of food, water, and nesting material. With the space provided, Calhoun estimated that it could potentially hold 3,840 mice. He named this enclosure Universe 25. Calhoun's methods also had changed. Rather than instituting population controls, he would interfere far less. His plan was to place 8 mice in the enclosure, 4 male and 4 female, and simply watch and wait. Calhoun observed 4 distinct phases in the ensuing experiment. Phase A was predictable, constituting the time period before the first new mice were born, which ended up being 104 days. For the mice, these days were, quote, marked by considerable social turmoil. After the social order was established and the first brood was born, the population began Phase B, which Calhoun named the exploitation phase. During this time, the mice doubled in number every 55 days as new young grew to maturity and had their own young. This doubling continued until day 315, after which the doubling rate slowed to a rate of 145 days, nearly 3 times as long. By this point, the different broods had clumped into one side of the pen, exhibiting the same sort of clumping as the Norway rats, but this time without any coaxing from Calhoun's designs. This change in the rate of procreation marked Phase C, which Calhoun labeled as the stagnation phase. This is when the most notable events occurred, and they eerily mirrored Calhoun's rat experiments. In a natural setting, those mice which find no social niche will leave the colony, but in this experiment, emigration was impossible, and so those forced to remain withdrew from society. These dejected males formed a large pool in the center of the enclosure. They quickly became characterized by both their inactivity and their many scars and wounds. Occasionally, they would grow agitated and attack one another, and with nowhere to retreat, the recipient of these attacks would simply lay still and endure the assault. The outcast females, rather than joining them, would retreat to the highest apartments and live quietly among one another. It was during this time that the behavioral sink manifested, with mice gathering around specific food hoppers in large numbers, while others remained almost entirely untouched, showing how, again, the need for social interaction had become so intertwined with the need for food that the former had overtaken the latter. The males who had won the initial fights also were placed under extreme stress. As more and more mice reached maturity from within and without, the leaders of the social groups continually had to patrol and defend their territory. Eventually, they reached the point of exhaustion and could not defend the females within their group. These females were therefore forced to defend the nest themselves, even when nursing their young, leading to generalized aggressive behavior. This aggression would inevitably be misdirected onto their young, who would be wounded by their mothers and forced to leave the nest before they were finished weaning. Much like the rats, the mother mice would also forget some of their young when moving from one nesting site to another. Due to the added stress of defending their territory, sometimes the mothers would reabsorb unborn mice in the womb, further reducing the fertility rates. Calhoun writes, "For all practical purposes, there had been a death of societal organization by the end of Phase C. Finally, there was Phase D, which Calhoun entitled the death phase. This phase was characterized largely by an entire generation of young who had been rejected by their mothers early and forced to leave the nest, and they were therefore unable to exhibit normal social behavior. This manifested in numerous ways. The females of this generation had far fewer children, and those that did have children lacked the maternal instincts necessary to raise them beyond weaning." Calhoun goes on to describe the males of this generation. Quote, "Male counterparts to these non-reproducing females were soon dubbed the beautiful ones. They never engaged in sexual approaches toward females, and they never engaged in fighting, and so they had no wound or scar tissue. Thus, their pelage remained in excellent condition. Their behavioral repertoire became largely confined to eating, drinking, sleeping, and grooming, none of which carried any social implications beyond that represented by contiguity of bodies." Unquote. As the last mice with reproductive instincts aged beyond their fertility, Calhoun declared that the last male would die around day 1,780 of the experiment, effectively rendering the colony dead, as it would be unable to produce any more young. His present tense language implied that, when the article was published, the colony was still technically alive, though its final fate was practically sealed. Calhoun closed his article with a call to action. For an animal so complex as man, there is no logical reason why a comparable sequence of events should not also lead to species extinction. If opportunities for role fulfillment fall far short of the demand by those capable of filling roles and having expectancies to do so, only violence and disruption of social organization can follow. Individuals born under these circumstances will be so out of touch with reality as to be incapable even of alienation. Their most complex behaviors will become fragmented. Acquisition, creation, and utilization of ideas appropriate for life in a post-industrial, cultural, conceptual, technological society will have been blocked. Just as biological generativity in the mouse involves this species' most complex behaviors, so does ideational generativity for man. Loss of these respective complex behaviors means death of the species. But even as Calhoun was performing his research on mice, others had been at work applying his theories to humans. By this point, researchers had moved to more specific locations of overcrowding rather than the generalized location of cities, testing the effects on students in dormitories and patients at hospitals. But the most fruitful example they discovered was in prisons. Paul Paulus from the University of Texas wrote that prisons were the perfect place for this sort of study, describing the social interaction between inmates as intense, prolonged, inescapable, and realistic. The prison in the study also offered the closest analog to Calhoun's rat experiments, since the prisoners could not escape the company of others, even in their communal cells. There, they found connections between over-socialization and suicide, violence, psychopathy, and stress. After such studies, environmental psychologists began to discover the problem. They identified two different kinds of density: physical density and social density. Physical density was the amount of space per person, while social density was the number of individuals occupying a space. They found that social density was the much more important factor, as individuals in high social density were unable to control their interactions with others. Based on this research, human environments could be designed to at least partially mitigate these issues, allowing those living within them the privacy they needed to maintain healthy social interaction. Outside of scientific discourse, Calhoun's rhetoric has maintained its strength through the years, with different groups of all political persuasions bending his results to support their views on social degradation, however they may define it. Among more scholarly sources, Calhoun has been both lauded and criticized for his work. Those who support him cite his forward thinking about overpopulation, while those who deride him cite his misrepresentation of the actual social problems within cities, guiding discourse away from the true causes of societal discord. But no matter what those in the modern day think of his research, his influence on the way America views its cities is undeniable.
Approximately 12 years ago from today, a now legendary YouTube video was uploaded to the site. It's none other than Fourth Dimension explained by a high school student.
Imagine that this folder is a dimensional plane. Now, assuming that it is no height and no depth, what would this mean?
Uploaded by a teenage YouTuber known as XKCD Hat Guy in January of 2010, this video featured a rather graspable 9-minute explanation of fourth dimensional theory. It stood the test of time and has likely been played in many a high school physics class. You know, there's always that hip teacher that wants to throw a YouTube video in the curriculum. Well, you can guarantee this one's going in it. Fourth dimensional stuff aside, though, many viewers developed a bit of an obsession with the presenter of this thing, the Hat Guy. Seeing this kid as some sort of genius, the YouTube community quickly became enamored with this mysterious young man and his series of intellectual lectures that would begin to populate his channel after the massive viral success of his dimensional diet.
effects of a particular drug are so bad that they need to be made illegal, then shouldn't the negative side effects be enough of a deterrent, enough of a punishment to anyone who uses them, that we don't also have to begin involving everyone else in the community? The effects of a particular drug are so bad that they need to be made illegal, then shouldn't the negative side effects be enough of a deterrent, enough of a punishment to anyone who uses them, that we don't also have to begin involving everyone else in the community? Police, politicians, lawyers, to stop the use of this drug? Shouldn't the punishment it inflicts on the person who uses it be enough? Apparently not.
Yes. Yes, it should. That is the answer to the drug war I've been looking for 35 fucking years, or whatever. That's the answer to the drug war. I never heard one, but that's the answer to the drug war. Fuck the DAA. Fuck your misappropriation. Fuck misappropriating. Fuck paying the DAA. Fuck all that shit with the Medellin cartel or any of that other stuff going on, right? Let the druggies die if they want to fucking die. Shouldn't the negative effects of the drug be the actual fucking, you know, and sell it to them and stop selling it to them all cut like heroin and where they die in the streets and stuff, and let them kill themselves if they want. And don't involve the cops, and don't involve the fucking police, don't involve the fucking DEA, don't involve the politicians, don't involve the community. Just let them kill themselves if they want. Take the illegality out of it and let them kill themselves on drugs and let them fucking be. Stop hunting them like fucking animals as well. And if they want to kill themselves on heroin, let them kill themselves on heroin. Like, and sell them pure heroin at, you know, $5 or $10 and they'll be dead soon. You know, don't worry about it. And the negative effects of the drug will take care of that entire problem. We don't need your fucking prison industrial complex putting nonviolent drug offenders in goddamn jail. This government, I can do the American government better than the American government can do the American government now. I've been equipped now to slaughter them on their worst problem, which is I would say it is a generational war against my generation and the previous generations for doing drugs, I would say, as if they didn't do drugs. And they put us all in jail over it, and they gave us felony charges, and they like built a system off the prison industrial complex when the drugs will fucking solve the problem just fine and fill graves across the land with the opioid crisis and the cocaine crisis, right? And you know, and those of us who chose to do speed will be fine because meth has never killed a person. And, you know, and there you go. And that's the solution to the world's, second greatest problem short of the rent crisis. Or, housing crisis, as the do-nothing Congress likes to call it. I call it the rent crisis, which is that we can't afford to live anymore. What are you guys going to do about it? Have you ever even spoken about it at all? All you worry about is the prices of middle-class houses and whether they're $400,000 or $1 million. I want to hear you talk about why the rent's $1,500 or $2,000 for a one-bedroom in most of the modern American cities, when most of our income is definitely not $2,000 a month, you know? So, I'm sick of your fucking war on your fellow Americans. I'm sick of your fucking government. I'm sick of the Republicans. I'm sick of the Democrats. I'm sick of everything they fucking stand for. They haven't led us for shit. Build Back Better is great. It's a step in the right direction 100 years ago, which was the last time that, you know, the New Deal came through. And the New Deal is great. But I want to hear you talk about how let this shit sort itself out. You know what I'm saying? They'll stop stealing if we sell them pure heroin in the Walgreens, and also get the drug costs under control. Drugs are not expensive to make. They're not that expensive. They're expensive to research, and some of them are limited supply, kind of. But if we were just to turn all the government labs to filling Walgreens with heroin, cocaine, and speed, and letting these fools kill themselves and shit, fucking let them do it. Let them kill themselves. Stop illegalizing it. He's got a brilliant genius point. This is the most intelligent video I've ever seen on YouTube. It's 2 minutes long. I think everybody should watch it. I'm pretty much I'm like pretty much done with their bullshit, you know what I'm saying? I'm done with their war against my people and imprisoning them and taking their freedom away because it's not so fun to live here that they gotta get high all the time just to feel like they can fucking stand it. I'm sick of the fucking joke that they've turned this country and this world into, and I'm sick of their fucking fascism. I am. Let the fuckers kill themselves if they want to. Let them fucking do it and sell them pure product instead of this bullshit fucking stepped on shit and the Medellin cartels and the DEA and the 9/11s and all this stupid ass shit that this government gets up to promote the fear and the prison industrial complex. And there you've got the solve, you know, the actual I solved the drug puzzle and he solved the drug puzzle. This kid solved the drug puzzle. Let them fucking kill themselves. And he's asking it in the right way. You know, we're going to repeat this. I'm done talking now.
The effects of a particular drug are so bad that they need to be made illegal. And shouldn't the negative side effects be enough of a deterrent, enough of a punishment to anyone who uses them, that we don't also have to begin involving everyone else in the community? Police, politicians, lawyers, to stop the use of this drug? Shouldn't the punishment it inflicts on the person who uses it be enough? Apparently not. I don't understand why, because there's...
You always know good logic when you hear it. It gives you the shivers, and you're like, oh nah. Why do we act so stupid or whatever? Like there's a way better way, and thank God I finally heard it. You know.
So much.
I mean, I've heard this before, but I always called it legalization. But what it really is let the people fucking kill themselves if they want to. We have an overpopulation problem that's causing school shootings. That's the last video we watched. You know what I'm saying? And the school shootings happen because we got too many fucking people on this fucking planet. So if they want to let them kill themselves on fucking pure medical grade fucking heroin and cocaine straight from the fucking Walgreens in the privacy of their own fucking homes, and let them fucking die and don't respond. Let them fucking die. Force in a government mandate where no, we will not bail you out from an overdose. You just die. We're not going to be financially responsible for you killing yourself. Doesn't that sound about right? It sounds about right. The government and the people will not pay the taxes to pay for your fucking drug addiction or my drug addiction or whatever the fuck, right? I'm not a drug addict, I was, but it's been 5 years clean now. It's almost to the day now. What would that be? That would be January 16th. Yeah, I'm almost exactly 5 years and 14 days sober, right? And I will say that I really wouldn't mind if all the drug addicts fucked off and killed themselves on nice, pure, medical-grade drugs. You know what I'm saying? If you want to do nasty drugs that kill you, like cocaine and heroin, please do. We have too many people on this fucking planet, and no, we shouldn't bail them out. And you guys did this all wrong. You called this coddling behavior, like nurse-side, bedside manner, where you just insisted on coddling these people. And I just don't really see... I don't see the logic behind it, and I'm sick of you essentially like persecuting fucking Americans, trying to save them from themselves. Let them fucking kill themselves. When they see the cost, they'll stop. And then suddenly, like, you know, the happiness will be back again because you won't be persecuting us as much anymore, you know, filling the jails with nonviolent drug offenders and destroying my beautiful country with your fascism and your goose-stepping and stuff. But I mean, I know what you want. You want control. You can't stand the idea that somebody's getting happy when you didn't give them permission to be. I know exactly what it is. That's a really big, deep human thing. Humans can't stand it when other people are happy for you know, fast reasons, you know.
Fighting particular communities over the possession of that drug, whatever it is, that creates more problems than the drug itself, than the side effects themselves.
Yeah, there you go. Like, you know, it creates more problems. You guys created a lot more problems than the addiction itself. Drug addictions are... I don't like this guy. I'm going to ban him. Sorry. I had somebody come in here and watch for goddamn fucking 4 hours or something like that and didn't follow. And he can go fuck off and die. Don't ever come back here. I got problems with that with the stalker enough. Thousands of hours of free entertainment against my will. I'm not having somebody come in here for 4.5 fucking hours, watch everything I do, listen to everything I say, watch all the videos I watch and not even follow. They can go fuck off and never come back. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of sick of that too. I see it enough every day. Like, I'm okay with you coming in for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, even an hour, even in 2 hours. But you hang around for 4.5 fucking hours and you don't follow, you don't know what streaming is. You shouldn't be watching streamers then. Following's fucking free. I follow everybody by fucking rote. If I take a second of their fucking entertainment, I fucking follow them because it's goddamn free. Anybody comes in here for 4.5 fucking hours, it doesn't fucking follow, you're not welcome back. See ya.
So I don't know what exactly the war on drugs is trying to accomplish.
It's, you know, a persecution of the weakest members of our society. It is the worst behavior that living things get up to, which is stalking toddlers. That's why.
It hasn't been successful in
any way. Anyway, I'm sick of it too.
You would think that the case of marijuana, if it's so bad that we're going to throw people in prison for it, then why would they then continue to use it after getting out, after dealing with whatever punishment that our courts or law system dishes out afterwards?
He's serious too, and I'm serious too. I am sick of the systematic fucking suppression of my country for the last 100 fucking years in the name of some bullshit drug war. You wanna know why we were in Vietnam? Fucking drugs, poppy fields. You don't believe me? Google it. You wanna know why we were in goddamn 9/11? I'm sorry, why we were in fucking Afghanistan for 20 years? Motherfucking 9/11, except that wasn't Afghanistan. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sick of that too. And all of that shit is only because they cannot stand having the people actually be free. They need us to ask permission if we want to be happy first. That's how much control they want over us. They think we can't be let loose. Or that we can't, you know, like that we can't, they think that we can't handle freedom. To me, they're the Fourth Reich. And I'm sick of their fucking war against my fucking people. And I would gladly bear arms against them if I could, without being shot by a high-power rifle from across the street. But I can't, because that's what they do. They shot John Lennon, they shot Martin Luther King, they shot Gandhi, they shot anybody who ever spoke out about this with a high-powered fucking rifle, or straight right in their face, to their face, with a pistol. With a CIA fucking hitman, with a fucking J.D. Salinger novel in his fucking back pocket and shit. Wish I was lying, don't believe me, Google. And anytime anybody speaks out about this, I get very scared about this, but anytime I speak out about this, I expect to be shot by a high-powered rifle from across the street, eventually. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do to all the luminaries who actually try to save their people. They shoot them with a high-powered rifle. We can't have you saving people. We're trying to kill these people. I believe, deep down in my soul, the way that I believe that the sun is going to rise here in about 6.5 hours, that the Republican Party, their only goal is to kill Americans. And I wish I was joking. I believe the American Republican Party, their only goal is to kill Americans. That's it. No, not even money. They don't care about that. They have that already. They want to kill us. They're the Fourth Reich. And I wouldn't say the Democrats are much better because they let all that shit happen while they're on our while it was on their watch. They shouldn't have let it happen. I don't know how they would have stopped it, short of a civil fucking war. We definitely don't want that. So I tend to be sympathetic to Democrats and at least still vote for them. But I don't feel represented by that party whatsoever. They failed me fucking horribly, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm sick of the systematic war against my own fucking people. And I would drum up all the metalheads and crazies from the fucking street and storm the fucking metal palace, the White Palace, without ever firing a shot if I thought I wouldn't be shot by a high-power rifle from across the street, which is also okay with me, except I made promises to family and friends that I wouldn't do that. I would have led the revolution like 20 years ago when they crashed our own planes into our own buildings and killed 3,600 of our own people. I would have not taken arms. I would have attempted to do a Gandhi walk to the Eastern Sea. That would have been the Atlantic Ocean, right? From Denver, Colorado, I would have walked from Denver, Colorado, and I would have picked up every poor person that I saw, and I would have built a fucking group of massive people, unarmed people, moving from the west to the east. You know, strike east, my son, and I would have stormed the White Palace without ever fucking like firing a shot. And I would have been like, if you ever imprison one of my fucking people for drugs or mental illness or anything like that, if you ever imprison any of my people for anything but theft, murder, scam, fraud, rape, child molestation, you're out of this. You're out of this country. You know, as in like, we're gonna push you out in the ocean and we're not gonna let you come back. You can swim your way out of here to Cuba or whatever the fuck you want to do, but you're not fucking welcome here. You know, and I'll do it without ever firing a shot. And that's what they're scared of. That's why I've never made $1 in my life. Made about $40,000 in my life. I've had 7 false charges filed against me that the juries and the judges themselves weren't willing to prosecute me with and drop the charges because there was no basis behind it. It was somebody in Denver didn't like something that I said was sometimes some way. And so every time I went to court, they hit me with another assault charge that I was just told the judge and the fucking jury to their face that I've never harmed a living thing. And they're like, oh, he's telling the truth. Let's drop this. I don't know what they were talking about with an assault charge, but this guy couldn't look us in the eyes, dead eye. I'm not lying. I've never harmed a living thing, and I don't know why I'm here. And they dropped the charge every single fucking time, and it's been like that. And now lately, they threatened to take me away to jail for 10 years on a non-felony charge. Of course, that was probation violation on drug charges. But after that, after living in fear for an entire year because of COVID, they made me wait a year for my court date. I sat for a year thinking I was going to kill myself the day that they gave me a 10-year charge for non-felony possession, right? Or well, really, violation of probation on a trespassing charge was, but I mean, really, the original charge was just possession of heroin and methamphetamine. So, you know. And I get very animated when I talk about this because when your own government has waged a war against your own fucking people, like from a fascist tip, with the kind of police that were trained by Hans Scharf. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know who Hans Scharf is, we'll do a little crash course in Hans Scharf, right? Hans Scharf was a German Luftwaffe interrogator during the Second World War. He has been called the master interrogator of the Luftwaffe and possibly of all Nazi Germany. He excuse me. He has also been praised for his contribution in shaping U.S. interrogation techniques after the war. As an Obergefreiter, or equivalent to private first class, he was charged with interrogating captured American fighter pilots. Notice that I say captured American fighter pilots after he became an interrogation officer in 1943. He has been highly praised for the success of his techniques, in particular because he never used physical means to obtain the required information. Scharf's interrogation techniques were so effective that he was occasionally called upon to assist other German interrogators in their questioning of bomber pilots and air crews, including those crews and fighter pilots from countries other than the United States, like Britain. Additionally, he was charged with questioning many more important prisoners who were funneled through the interrogation center, such as senior officers and famous fighter aces. In 1948, America bailed him out. He was facing charges in the Nuremberg trials. He was a bad Nazi interrogator, right? In 1948, Scharf was invited by the United States Air Force to give lectures on his interrogation techniques and first-hand experiences. The U.S. military later incorporated his methods into its curriculum at its interrogation schools. Many of his methods are still taught in U.S. Army interrogation schools. Scharf was granted immigration status. We immigrated the worst Nazi interrogator and had him teach all of our fucking police how to interrogate drug suspects. And this is why America is the worst country in the world now. We are the best country in the world now, but we're also the best... we're the best country in the world now, but we're also the worst country in the world now because our police were directly trained by the worst Nazi interrogator that Nazi ever produced. The U.S. military later incorporated its methods into its curriculum at its interrogation schools. Many of his methods are still taught at U.S. Army interrogation schools. Sharp was granted immigration status. From the 1950s until his death in 1992, which was 42 years, he redirected his efforts to the creation of mosaics. He became a world-renowned mosaic artisan with his handiwork on display in locations such as the California State Capitol Building, Los Angeles City Hall, Dixie State College, Epcot Center and Disney World, Cinderella Castle and Walt Disney World. And there you see how a Nazi infiltrated our fucking government, turned all of our pigs into goddamn Gestapos, built Nazi fucking motifs, and sold it and put it in the Los Angeles City Hall, California State Capitol, and our government is Nazis, and we're trained by Nazis, love Nazis, and when they thought they found a talented Nazi, they emigrated him here and had him teach our fucking police how to beat our fucking drugged out hippies. This is the actual truth. I wish it wasn't. This is the actual state of things in America. It is not a good thing. I wish it wasn't. It is a war upon my people, and I absolutely would take a life for every single person they've ever imprisoned who was a nonviolent drug offender. I would take a life for every person they've ever given jail time for who was just a nonviolent drug offender, right? I want to give them, I want to take a life for every time they put somebody who sold sex in prison. I want to take a life for every time they just put somebody in fucking prison for no good goddamn reason other than they like putting people in prison. Drug addicts, hookers, whatever the fuck. These are not child rapists, child molesters, murderers, rapists. That's not who these people are. These are our weakest links, our people on the streets. Da-da-dee-dee-da. People on the streets. Gotta put them in jail. It's a war against the poor. And no, I don't like my president. I'm sorry. I like that he's at least talking a little bit about infrastructure, but I kind of need you to actually talk about one single problem that we have. I have not in my lifetime ever heard of an American president address any problem that we've ever had except for Obamacare. That's it. All I've ever heard is wars overseas, putting the poor in prison, and the rising mental health costs that the overpopulation is causing us. That is what my life as an American has been. I would love to leave this country. I would love to leave this country. I would give my life just to say that I could leave this country. I would die to say that I could leave this country. But I have been labeled by my government as a drug addict and a person with drug charges. I cannot what is the word? I would love to move to Britain or some fucking place, but I cannot leave this country. I have deferred, adjudicated felony charges for possession of different drugs well, no, really, that's it. I've only ever pulled 2 felonies: felony possession of MDMA, which is ecstasy, felony possession of heroin, felony possession of methamphetamine. Because of these charges, I cannot leave my own country. I am a prisoner here in the worst and best country in the world. And I resent all of it, and I would take a life for every time that they imprison one of my fucking people if I could. But I made a promise that I wouldn't do that to my family, my fucking friends. But I care a lot, and a lot of the time I feel like I'm the only American who has any clue or cares at all. Because I never hear anybody talking about any of this. I mean, sometimes you'll hear, like for instance, that prison industrial complex thing, that's from Grand Theft Auto 5. So you know that some of these people think the same. But most of these people like being fucking sheep. Most of these people think it's funny when their family's thrown in jail. Oh, tough break. And most of these people think it's funny when a homeless person dies on the streets with a heroin addiction and an alcohol problem, right? And I'm not really looking too much forward to that. The last time that I saw Republican leadership, the last Republican leader of the House, that'd be the Congress, right, was a man named John Boehner. And when in 2015, I watched him remove the extension of federal unemployment for 6.7 million Americans and all of their kids. The number was waged at about 18 million on December 21st, 2015. I've never heard another American talk about this, but this is actually the case. I watched the C-SPAN, and I had my unemployment cut off, and I wandered out into the winter in December 23rd, 2015, and I never came back to having a home until now, 2021. I was homeless for 6 years on the fucking streets because I didn't want to be a part of their fucking system or anything that they've ever touched. These are sinners. They're aliens. They're Panthathian serpent men. They have cloaking devices to hide their faces, and they absolutely have taken and infiltrated our government and have waged a war against the poor and the drug addicts and the weakest links in our society in an attempt to wipe them out, so that we're just white and we're just rich. And I'm sick of the racism, I'm sick of the classism, I'm sick of the race war, I'm sick of the fucking class war, I'm sick of the fucking poverty war, I'm sick of the prison industrial complex, I'm sick of the fucking drug war, I'm sick of Prohibition 2.0, I'm sick of all of my friends going to fucking jail, I'm sick of the fucking depression, I'm sick of the mental health problems in this goddamn country, I'm sick of the fucking government, I'm sick of the fucking people, I'm sick of the fucking do-nothing Congress fucking bullshit people who sit up there in that fucking Congress bullshit doing nothing all fucking day in a fucking filibuster, and they're really, really happy when they get one thing done. That's not the country I grew up in, but it is the country that I live in now. And boy, I wish I could fucking leave. It's like a rat from a fucking sinking ship. We got Nazis training our police. We have, Nazi Germany just moved to America. It's the actual fucking reality. We have more fucking Nazi shithead, right-wing, conservative fucking Nazis. I don't know what else to call them. They don't like black people. They would exterminate Jews and black people if they could. They don't like women. They don't like gay people. They don't like anybody who isn't rich and white at all. You know, I'm talking about like rich and white. That's all they love. That's the only thing that they love. And, that's the actual reality. Nothing I've said here is untrue. Don't believe me? Google it. It's all fact. All of it. Every word. It's not some hyperbole by some crazy guy. Everything I've said can be easily, very much challenge anything I said. I'll pull the Googles on every single factoid piece of knowledge that I just delivered. We have a war against the poor in this country, the worst that's ever happened in the mankind's history. And on top of it, in 1945, when Hitler lost the war, there was less Nazis in the country of Germany than there is Nazis in the country of America now. And we will have World War III, and I will extinguish the fascist race. You want to see how, you want to talk about extinguishing things, you don't like things that you can't tolerate. Let's see how intolerance of intolerance looks like. Let's see how it feels when I basically cleanse my country and my streets of everybody who has ever persecuted the poor and hungry in this country. And that fucking Nazi talking about kicking them fucking Mexicans, 60% of the population of this country out of here, I don't really see a difference between him and goddamn Hitler. That's the Fourth fucking Reich. They just haven't fired a shot yet. It'll come. I mean, they kind of did. The pigs did shoot a lady on January 6th. They did fire a shot. That was the first shot. First shot's been fired. Just the response is a little while, and we will descend the world into war when we descend into civil war, and it'll all happen here. And I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the leader of the left or whatever the fuck it is, because I'm the only one who cares. I mean, they care. I know a lot of leftists, fucking whatever you want to call it, anarchists or whatever the fuck. A lot of people in this country fucking care, but I'm not sure they have the skills to actually lead the people. I've done it before. I've led 500 people. I'm not scared of leading 500 people. I've been a leader my entire fucking life, and I'm sick of the war against my own fucking people. I want the Nazis the fuck out of my country. I don't like Nazi America.
Drive. These lectures would continue for some time until suddenly, out of nowhere, XKCD Hat Guy vanished from YouTube, leaving behind a legion of confused fans that feared for the worst.
Don't be a fan. You're just going to get more of this. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm a little bit scared of becoming famous, and I don't try, and I don't care if people follow me, and I don't care if they give me money, because I probably shouldn't be a part of any group that would have me as a member. I actually care a lot about this shit, and every single time I see a gamer come through and do nothing and show no love, it makes me a little bit more sick in my soul, or whatever the fuck. Or Americans or anything or otherwise, it's sort of weird. I don't know whatever is supposed to happen, but I know that I'm getting older, and I'm sure they'll start the war right about when I'm too old to fight. That would sound about right for my life, I would say. But I'm not looking to go to war. I don't want to fight my own people, but I will fight fascism with tooth and nail and guns and bombs and drones and jets and fucking, AC-130 gunships if I have to. I want the fascists out of my fucking country. Our government has been co-opted by a Nazi fucking infiltration, and we have Nazis running this goddamn country. Don't believe me? Proof's right there. Not just that, but I mean, we have somebody like Trump saying, get the Mexicans the fuck out of here, they're all rapists and murderers. Right there on the fucking, like, you know the last time I heard shit like that, right? Nazi fucking Germany, Nazi fucking Hitler, talking about the Jews. Sound familiar? Mexico is to America as the Jews were to Hitler, to Trump, or whatever the fuck. Like, Trump's Jews are Mexicans. And you know what? Some of the finest people in this country, like every other race known to man, are goddamn Latinos. Beautiful people. Wonderful people. Helped build this country just like every other fucking race known to fucking man. You know, give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. Remember that? And none of us have anything to say. He has nothing to say. I have nothing to say. We don't know what to say. Your little fascist war against your own fucking people can go suck a dick, fucking traitors. You're not Americans, you fucking Nazis. Get the fuck out of my country.
So what actually happened to XKCD Ad Guy, the fourth dimensional genius of YouTube? Today I'll be telling you that story, explaining Had's rise to YouTube fame, the troubling circumstances surrounding his sudden leave of absence, and of course what has become of him in recent times. This is the XKCD Ad Guy story.
Before we get
started, I'd like to thank Surfshark VPN for supporting my channel with their sponsorship yet again. Surfshark is an easy-to-use VPN app that works across all of your devices, protecting your IP address from people who shouldn't know. It hides it from advertisers, potential hackers, hell, even your internet service provider. Not only is Surfshark useful...
all this vitriol and hatred aside, I'm not a hateful person. I don't want war. I believe in unity, peace, love, unity, and respect, and all this stuff. And I will say that I'd be okay if just nothing happened at all. That would be okay. Let them all fuck each other and ride on into the apocalypse or whatever the fuck. I don't want war. I don't want to fight my fellow Americans. I just want the fascists out of my country before another fucking Nazi Germany happens right where I live. And I think that's what's happening. All I ever see is poor people stumbling around anymore, homeless in the fucking streets, people in the fucking jails, people freaking out like money's their god now and fucking each other over because they don't know what else to do. They've got to pay $2,000 a month for rent, which is just insane. $2,000 to get you a year's worth of rent pretty much in most of the rest of the known world, except for Britain, Australia, you know, the British colonies, right? All the British colonies like Canada, etc., you know, U.S. and stuff, even Mexico, $2,000 will get you an entire month in most of that country. An entire month of rent. I'm sorry, not an entire month, excuse me, an entire year. $2,000 to get you an entire year of rent in most of Mexico. Not all of it, but most of it. Like unpopulated areas, you can absolutely live for a year off of $2,000 fucking dollars, and that's only about, what, $500 south. What did we do to this country? I don't know. But I do know that, like, I'm kind of sick of watching you guys ride a dead corpse on into the fucking apocalypse. I'm kind of sick of you fucking riding me. And the more sober and the more straight-minded I get after trying to deal with the pain of being thrown in jail a bunch of times and persecuted and false charged and attacked and having my shoulder broken by police officers and having a man try to kill me with a fucking circular saw because he's mentally sick, because you guys don't give a living shit how well the people do or not. You just want to throw people in jail, go to wars overseas, and bomb your own buildings. That's the experience that I've had in America, short of late, except for like Obamacare and a bit of COVID relief for pandemic on assistance. That's it. That's the only help I've ever received by my government in my life, except for 28 different false charges, basically, because all of them were nonviolent drug charges, pretty much. Not all of them. Some were like trespassing. A couple were like high-speed chase, that kind of thing, because of drugs, right? And I'm kind of sick of that. Get your boot off of our fucking necks, you goose-stepping, fascist, Fourth Reich motherfuckers. Get your boots off our fucking necks now. I don't care who hears it. That's the problem. And no, I don't ever think I'll be a successful streamer because the more popular I get, the more I'll just talk about this. It's a video game stream masked as some kind of revolution. And I don't know. You know, I'll tell you this. I know that I won't be famous for video game streams. I know that. It'll be singing duets with my girlfriend, or doing cute things on YouTube, or trying to fix people's mental health issues, or talking to people and stuff. But this is what I actually would like to deliver to my people, because I think they need it. So we'll see. I don't really think, I think everybody who comes in here is very aware they're very aware I'm volatile and scary. They should stay away, and I think that's natural course of events. That's kind of how it's been my entire fucking life. It's not because I'm crazy, it's because I actually care, unlike everybody the fuck else in this country. Almost no one cares. They care, but they don't care enough to actually do something. You know? There was a time when I've done it throughout my life. I have planned assassinations of our presidents. I have hunted police. I have done a lot of drugs. Anything that they tell me that I can't do, pretty much, at all. I've done, like, you know, ran from the cops like 5 times, you know? Like, I don't know, man, but what I can tell you is we were built on an idea of don't tread on me. And pretty much the government treads on me all day, every single fucking day now. I can't get them out of my lives long enough to fucking heal for the amount of damage they've done to me over my entire fucking lifetime. So now I'm just a broken fucking record on my way to death. And I don't know. This is what a broken man looks like. Thanks, government. Thanks for all the suppression my entire fucking life. Thanks for all those charges. All for what? Marijuana? Heroin, cocaine. Do you know how long humans have been using those drugs? Hundreds of thousands of fucking years. Hundreds of thousands of years. The proof goes back. Don't believe me? Google it. We've been abusing drugs for hundreds of thousands of years. We've only been throwing people in jail for it for like 300. So, and guess what? That same 300, right? That same 300 years, that's also how long we've had since a female leader or a black leader or any color leader other than white. We've never had a poor president. We've never had a gay president. All this other stuff, you know. We've had a black president now, thank God, but I'm like kind of sick of the obvious 300 years of sexism, racism, Prohibition 2.0, prison industrial complex, hatred, Nazi goose-stepping, Nazi interrogation techniques directly taught by the best Nazi interrogator to every one of our police entities, and all this other shit of the right-wing fascist movement destroying this goddamn country. Traitors, I want you out of here. And that's all the vitriol you get tonight.
From a privacy standpoint, it allows you to change your server location to practically anywhere in the world. Why is this useful? Well, let's say you want to bypass a region firewall that's placed over some content.
Thank you so much for the follow. I'll always remember those who supported me in my budding phase. I love you.
Say, you know, a streaming service. Perhaps there's a movie that's only available in the United Kingdom on your favorite streaming app and you live in the US. Well, all you gotta do is change your server location to somewhere like London and you probably will be able to watch.
I'm so sorry. I want to watch this again because I need to memorize it. I'm so sorry. It is like the greatest YouTube video I've ever seen in my life. It absolutely is. So here we go. The solution to Prohibition 2.0. I've never heard it before, and it was some fucking kid. It was a kid has the solution to 2.0. I never dreamed. Life is funny sometimes. I've learned that if you listen to people in the smallest of places, you can learn the greatest of things.
The effects of a particular drug are so bad that they need to be made illegal. And shouldn't the negative side effects be enough of a deterrent, enough of a punishment to anyone who uses them, that we don't also have to begin involving everyone else in the community? Police, politicians, lawyers, to stop the use of this drug? Shouldn't the punishment...
This kid cares. He cares like me. I've been trying to come up with these words my entire life. He's more intelligent than I. You know what I'm saying?
Flicks on the person who uses it.
And that's where...
Shouldn't the punishment flicks on the person who uses it be enough? Shouldn't the punishment inflicts on the person who uses it be enough?
It sounds like the founding father speaking when he speaks. It sounds like Benjamin Franklin, kind of. Common sense, it's wonderful, it's beautiful. The truth is like the light. When you hear it, when you witness it, it changes you.
Apparently not. I don't understand why. Because there's so much fighting within particular communities over the possession of that drug. Whatever it is. That creates more problems than the drug itself, than the side effects themselves. So I don't know what exactly the war on drugs is trying to accomplish. It hasn't been successful in any way whatsoever. You would think that the case of marijuana, if it's so bad that we're going to throw people in prison for it, then why would they then continue to use it after getting out, after dealing with whatever punishment that our courts or law system dishes out afterwards?
I wish I could laugh or whatever. You gotta laugh or you cry, you know?
Not, but we don't think about it this way.
So they probably went after this kid with a high-power rifle from across the street, which is why he disappeared. He probably broke their code, and it's not too good. And then he went missing. That sounds about right for my government.
Watch it. That's that VPN magic, baby. So what are you waiting for? You guys can get 83% off Surfshark VPN and 3 additional months free by clicking my link in the description box and using code WAVY at checkout. Our story begins all the way back in 2008 with the creation of the XKCD Hat Guy YouTube channel. XKCD Hat Guy's channel name was almost certainly inspired by the XKCD webcomics created by American author and engineer Randall Patrick Monroe. The comic often made social commentary and concerned itself with existential philosophical dilemmas in a subtle yet sarcastic manner, the latter of which XKCD Hat Guy would attempt to do himself, albeit in a far more dry and comprehensible fashion. 2 years after launching his channel, Hat Guy would upload his first video, Fourth Dimension Explained by a High School Student. The description of his video read, "There are many theories out there. This is one of those theories, inspired by Flatlands." Flatlands, I believe, refers to a novel published almost 200 years ago called Flatland, A Romance of Many Dimensions. It's an exalted satirical novel renowned for its examination of social hierarchy and dimensions. Now getting into the video itself. Essentially, it's a short lecture and demonstration. Using random objects around his room, he cleverly explains the progression of dimensions, and logically explains what a hypothetical fourth-dimensional object might look like. Hat Guy details how the first dimension is essentially a line that allows only horizontal movement, how the second dimension is more or less comprised of multiple one-dimensional lines stacked upon each other, allowing for horizontal and vertical movement. He explains how the third dimension is essentially made up of an infinite series of second-dimensional worlds stacked back to front, which adds depth to the equation. And continue the logic, of course, you start to get to the unperceivable fourth dimension, which Hat Guy purports could be something like a tesseract of sorts.
Tesseract would look somewhat like this picture. Now that's not exactly what it looks like, because this is a two-dimensional depiction, and obviously not all of the lines are straight. So I cannot show you what a tesseract actually looks like, because we cannot perceive things in the third dimension. You cannot even imagine what a tesseract looks like. You cannot physically, you cannot in your mind picture the fourth dimension or a fourth dimensional shape. And you can keep going on from the 4th dimension even. You can go to the 5th dimension, the 6th dimension, the 71st dimension. It doesn't matter. Theoretically, there are an infinite amount of spatial dimensions.
Now, aside from the interesting fourth dimensional theory put forward in this video, there was something about Hat Guy himself that made this special. Hat Guy seemed wise beyond his years, his voice and demeanor calming yet oddly authoritative. The dude was in his teens.
When you're this fucking smart, depression and suicide follow.
But spoke with the expert confidence of a college professor in his 50s directing a master class. And with that said, thousands would pour into the comment section sharing various observations about Hat Guy and their speculations in regard to his background in an attempt to answer some of the questions of why a high school kid even would concern themselves with such an existential crisis as the fourth dimension. People were desperate to get some kind of feedback from Hat Guy just to have him tell a little bit about himself, but like the true enigma that he would become, he never really answered any personal questions. Rather, what he did instead was counterintuitive to what most people think you should do after getting a viral video, make more. What he did was basically disappear from YouTube. This left many fans confused and thirsty for some more XKCD Hat Guy wisdom, but fortunately for them, he would return in 3 years.
Society, as we know it today, seems to depend on, if not entirely thrive, on conflict. If you look at history as it's recorded, it's largely the history of conflicts of interest between different nations, different ideologies, different religions. And if you look at all of our mediums of entertainment, everything as we know it seems to be dependent on the idea that there is some kind of conflict of interest.
In late 2013, XKCD Hat Guy came back to YouTube with a new series of videos. Consisting of 8 in total, released over a 3-month span, these lectures featured a slightly aged Hat Guy giving a series of short stream of consciousness diatribes about societal dilemmas that seemed to be causing him some internal anguish. From his thoughts on cancer and how diet affects it.
We really already know how to cure cancer. The only reason it becomes fatal is because most people are not treating their bodies right. They're not eating anything that has nutrition.
To his thoughts on non-productive jobs and how they will likely be replaced by technology.
What if instead of having an economy where everyone had to work just to provide for themselves, we had an economy that, based on the technology we have, we provide for everyone's basic needs.
And finally, his criticisms of government drug regulation and the legal punishments issued to drug addicts.
The effects of a particular drug are so bad that they need to be made illegal. And shouldn't the negative side effects be enough of a deterrent, enough of a punishment to anyone who uses them, that we don't also have to begin involving everyone else in the community? Police, politicians, lawyers, to stop the use of this drug? Shouldn't the punishment it inflicts on the person who uses it be enough?
XKCD Hat Guy made these videos not to opine as some sort of expert on the topics themselves. He more or less wanted to share and expose people to a variety of conundrums that often racked his brain. He never really provides any definite solutions to the problems discussed, merely brings the dilemma and lays it on the table. These videos would often inadvertently create heated debates in XKCD Guy's comment section, with people putting forth their own ideas and criticisms and counterpoints to what was presented in the videos themselves. Hat Guy subscribers really enjoyed these thought experiments and hoped that he would continue making them for the foreseeable future. But after his video published on December 20th of 2013, the one discussing drug abuse, XKCD Hat Guy seemingly vanished from YouTube. This time, it seemed permanent. Many feared that Hat Guy's fixation on the many worldly dilemmas had driven him into some sort of depression. Others that were not as familiar with his content saw the title of his final video and assumed perhaps drugs were the result of his disappearance. Whatever the case, his sudden leave was quite the mystery, as his videos consistently brought in tens, if not hundreds of thousands of views. Years would pass with no activity on the XKCD Hat Guy channel, but in 2016, there would finally be an update in regard to his disappearance. On May 7th of 2016, a Redditor would create a thread on the Where Are They Now subreddit asking the following question: what happened to XKCD Hat Guy? 6 years ago, he posted a brilliant video explaining the fourth dimension. Over the course of 4 years, he posted a couple of videos discussing problems within society and another video simplifying Einstein's relativity theory. 2 years ago, he posted his last video talking about drug usage. What happened to him? Where is he now? This thread would sit dormant for some time, but in October, it prompted an interesting reply from XKCD Hat Guy's purported wife. This is his wife. He doesn't want to be contacted and clearly has stated it. His personal life is nobody's concern. He's not interested in having discussions, nor will he answer your questions. Please stop bothering him. Thank you all for your time and support regardless of the present situation. She continues in a separate post. People frequently overstep the boundary of privacy and respect. Many are partially aware of his mental health and enjoy abusing that, which only worsens it. The majority of comments and messages received are provocative, disrespectful, speculating, stalkerish, creepy, irrelevant, and repetitive.
There you go. That sums up my problem. There you go. I've never heard it said so well, right? That's him speaking, but anyways, you know, like the for trying to provide free entertainment, I have been treated so fucking badly, and you know, whatever. Not by everybody though.
Response to another commenter who challenges this criticism on the grounds that XKCD Hat Guy is a public figure.
Like it's not like I'm asking for love. I'm asking for please don't hate. You know, that's all. Just keep it neutral and we're good. Not asking you to love me. I'm asking you not to hate me. Just keep it neutral, because I never fucked your mother or whatever you think I did to you or whatever to treat me as you have. You know.
She says, many YouTubers make videos. You don't expect that they actually want to talk to you, do you? All he wanted was to be heard, nothing more. I don't care if it sounds offensive. What I know is that you've, not you in particular, his whole fan base, offended him and have caused him annoyance and pain. Do you have any idea what it's like to be locked up in a mental hospital for 90 days? Do you want to know what this obsession has caused him? He's not coming back, so get over it. You're not entitled to anything or anybody. Go cry about it somewhere else. Now, this write-up certainly implies that something was amiss behind the scenes in regard to XKCD Hat Guy's personal life. And if what this purported wife on Reddit had to say was true, it sounded like the inadvertent online fame Hat Guy had received proved to be a curse rather than a blessing. This very well may have been the final update to XKCD Hat Guy and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. An unsettling and nebulous fate described only by a second-hand Reddit post. But fortunately for those invested in the XKCD Hat Guy story, they would get an update from the man himself. And it turns out the struggles described in the Reddit thread were somewhat true. So this is how we were given this update. In 2019, videos began popping up on a relatively new channel called XKCD Hat Guy.
Your skill has increased.
One might assume this to be a fake imposter account, but it actually seemed somewhat legitimate upon further inspection. The videos on this channel consisted of an audio lecture featuring an eerily familiar voice.
I have had to deal with ungodly
You've been examined.
amounts of BS, but I hope you guys can understand.
Your skill has increased.
And another video which purported itself to be an old, unreleased XKCD Hat Guy video. While already convincing, it could be possible that this was just a video Hat had posted years ago on another website and someone had ripped it and uploaded it here to fool a bunch of people. But any doubt into this being the return of the real Hat Guy would be casted aside when on September 4th of 2019, Hat Guy for the first time in over 5 years would go on camera and address the YouTube public. This video is aptly titled, My Return to YouTube and Why I Left. In this video, XKCD Hat Guy pulls back the veil and candidly reveals personal information about himself and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Apparently, a struggle with schizoaffective disorder not only hindered his ability to maintain a YouTube presence, it caused a great deal of discord in his life in general. Here's some highlights of the video where he explains what happens, but I highly recommend you go to his channel and watch it in its entirety.
Many of you may be wondering where and what I have been doing for the past 5 years or so. To begin with, I lost access to my account due to forgetting my password, and unfortunately am unable to recover the original XKCD Head Guide channel. On another note, I've wanted to clarify something that is personal to me and seems to be debated often in the comments. I am autistic. I have had Asperger's syndrome since I was 5 years old, and it's not something that I am ashamed of telling the world. I started to realize sometime after the Fourth Dimension video was made that typical life and career path was not for me because I simply didn't want the same things most people wanted. Sometime after I graduated high school, health became a huge part of my life, and I began to study alternative medicine and even work at a store that specialized in it. I feel like I was trying to use alternative health in order to compensate and alleviate the loneliness and depression that encompassed me and the high levels of anxiety I had to cope with every day as an autistic person. I became extremely isolated, focused almost exclusively on spiritual development, which led me eventually towards the gradual development of schizoaffective disorder. Because of this very intense condition and sometimes unstable state that I live in, I can no longer work and instead receive disability. Despite this, I find that minimalism suits me, and I am mostly happy with the way that things are thanks to my beautiful wife, who found me 4 years ago through a small blog I used to write. She's an empath and was able to pull me out of a very dark place in my life. I've gained a lot of weight, but to me it's an improvement because I feel much happier being overweight than extremely underweight as I used to be, being 132 pounds while being 6'5". Perhaps this YouTube channel will be a guide to someone the way I wish I had had one when I was alone facing demons during my adolescence. And I hope this video shed some light on some of your questions about me and where I've been this whole time.
So as mentioned in the video, Hat Guy's disappearance was due to a variety of factors, but primarily struggles with mental health. Fortunately though, it seemed like he was in good spirits and had gotten better at managing his condition. It appeared as if he was going to be sticking around for a while. His description reads, "I hath returned." After publishing this video, news of XKCD Hat Guy's return and his new channel began to slowly trickle around the internet. As people got the news, they would file into his comment section to welcome Hat Guy back and congratulate him on his improved health, also expressing how much his old videos meant to them years ago. It was a warm welcoming. Ever since Hat Guy's
thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
return in October of 2019, he has maintained a presence on YouTube, uploading new lectures at his leisure, expounding upon his personal worldview on a variety of topics. While XKCD Hat Guy is by no means obliged to stick around, it's good to see him back and confident enough to share his thoughts once again. Hat Guy's most recent video at the time of my video's creation was published on October 29th of 2021. This rather timely video discusses the implications of the metaverse and how a rigorous application of it could actually be used to benefit society. Give the video a watch. As for XKCD Hat Guy's future plans, he reveals in the Metaverse video's description box that he's currently writing a book. He doesn't elaborate on what the book is about, but knowing Hat Guy, it's going to be some mind-blowing shit. There have been many a YouTuber once famous in years past who have seemingly fallen off the face of the earth, closure never given to thousands of fans who watch them on a regular basis. Some get bored of making videos, burnt out, or move on to greener pastures. I don't think XKCD Hat Guy left for any of those aforementioned reasons. I don't think he ever lost his passion for making his videos and sharing thoughts. I believe at the stage of life he was in, he simply couldn't handle the stress involved with being a public figure on YouTube with thousands of people leaving comments day after day. This drove him away from the site, but after growing up some and receiving help, XKCD Hat Guy seems to be far more stable and far more happy in his life. No, he didn't slip into the fourth dimension, he just took a break. But that, my friends, was the story of XKCD Hat Guy. Let me know what you thought about this video down below in the comments section. Slap like and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you.
It's good to see that he came back, cause yeah, I imagine like he was so good that you get rich, or not, sorry, well, really rich. Yeah, he probably got rich overnight, and probably went crazy from the people stalking him who think that he's their personal god or whatever. It's kind of weird, or the people who want to attack him, you know. And I could see that would affect somebody like him really, really deeply. That kid looks like he has very bad social anxiety. Yeah, that's one of the things I feel blessed as a high-functioning Asperger's person. I have some social mores, like I don't make eye contact ever, unless it's like the woman I'm dating or my mother, because to me that's too personal for me. Because then I go plumbing the depths of their fucking soul, and usually I don't like what I don't like what they see, or if I do like what I see, the connection's too deep, one or the other. It's just too much for me. So eye contact is really weird for me. I don't do it if I can avoid it, and it comes out weird. You're like, I don't look away like most Asperger's people, you know. I'll look like, you know, I'll be looking past them or that kind of thing, or I'll act like I'll be emoting and like as I talk, and I'll be like, and I'll glance up in their eyes every 10 seconds or so. I taught myself when I was a teenager to give them just the perfect amount of like the perfect amount of like eye contact where they'll still consider that I'm human, because the less eye contact you give, the more they think you're inhuman. It happened to me quite a bit throughout my life. Some people will demand it. They'll be like, look me in the fucking eyes. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, we're having a conversation over coffee about football or something, and they'll be like, look me in the eyes, and I'm like, no, you know. It's been like that my whole life. That's one of the ways it manifests. But where I was going with this is I'm very thankful that I do not have the social mores that this guy has. I have the same condition as him, though I wouldn't say I'm nearly as intelligent as he is, or even like maybe as nice as he is. I wouldn't have been that nice, right? And I will say that you know, but it's good to see somebody that I actually like share something in common with on the internet, because all these other people I don't share anything in common with almost any of these people. But that guy I absolutely do relate to. Like all my friends are exactly like this guy. My best friend is so much like that kid that it's fucking scary, except he isn't Asperger's. He's full-blown normal human, loves eye contact, all that stuff. Super genius, and he has thousands of people who follow him around because he's a spiritual healer. And I'm so proud of my fucking best friend, I'll brag about it. So many people love my best friend, and you know, and he's a great guy, and he's exactly like that kid. I've never seen somebody on the internet like my best friend before. It's kind of cool. Now, I don't want to do wavy web surf creepy. I don't like his creepy stuff, maybe. Oh, no. Here we go. Let's do this. Game stuff, right? Game stuff. Cool. Here we go. So what happened here? You just took a shit? There you go. Try again. Yeah, alright. I will just avoid that one then. He killed himself, huh? That's what happened to the Flappy Bird guy? That's unfortunate. Well, then never mind. I'm okay with suicide. It's just the topic's okay as long as they don't depict it. I just don't want to see him shoot himself. If that'd be all right.
Season April Fool's joke.
Mobile
gaming.
It's a bit of a contentious topic these days.
What did he say?
Is this an out of season April Fool's joke?
Blizzard did not like that. They were like, "What? That's your response? Is this an out of season April Fool's joke?" Blizzard. That's kind of what I heard. That's kind of what I thought when I realized that they were delaying Overwatch 2 PvE by like 2 years past launch. I was like, "Wow, is this an April Fool's joke?" Kind of crazy. It's like, what? And Blizzard's like, what do you mean? And they act all like scandalized and man, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man. Diablo Immortal or Immoral. Diablo Immortal is not what anybody asked for, I'll tell you that.
Is this an
out-of-season April Fool's joke?
Mobile games. It's a bit of a contentious topic these days due to the proliferation of microtransactions and pay-to-win titles. But 10 years ago, mobile was seen as this exciting new frontier or a wild, wild west for indie game developers. The low barriers to entry with mobile resulted in app stores being flooded with games of varying quality, which typically fell within the range of unplayable to mediocre. But every now and then, a genuinely compelling game would bubble up, go viral, and make some lone developer who coded it in his mom's basement rich in the process. Today's story finds its basis in that exact premise, but rather than a developer's game blowing up being a dream come true for him, it turned out to be a bit of a living nightmare for him. Today I'm going to be talking about the media frenzy that surrounded Flappy Bird and its creator, Dong Nguyen. Flappy Bird, released in 2013, was a mobile game that took the world by storm with its simplistic design and addictive gameplay. Many of you likely remember this game, and perhaps you even downloaded it and played it at one point. But what you probably weren't aware of is the deep and confusing rabbit hole that exists in relation to it and its developer. Flappy Bird was mysteriously pulled from the App Store in February of 2014, when it was reportedly making $50,000 a day, leaving many people invested in this situation and this game wondering what exactly happened to the game and its creator. Well, today, guys, I'm breaking it all down for you. This is the story of Flappy Bird and its enigmatic creator, Dong Nguyen. Real quick, before we get started, I want to thank the Vids for sponsoring today's video. They make these sleek metallic wallets that go in your front pocket. On the Vids website, you'll find the wallets come in various materials, from aluminum to titanium to carbon fiber, so there's plenty to choose from. And there's a plethora of colors to pick from as well. I've got a 10% off link in the description box I want you guys to take advantage of. That's ridge.com/surf, and use code SURF on their website to save 10% off your order. And that includes free worldwide shipping. So make sure you guys check the Ridge out, and major thanks to them for supporting the channel. Anyways, let's get on to the story. The story of Flappy Bird and Dong Nguyen finds its roots in early 2013. Nguyen at the time was a 28-year-old indie game developer living with his parents in Hanoi, Vietnam. Nguyen had founded his game development company Dot Gears all the way back in 2005 when he was 20 years old. And he himself created multiple titles for various platforms through the company, though none of his early work was successful. His games were heavily inspired by
incoming towel.
Yeah, but are you using headphones, Dave? Because they might not be. Yeah. Let's take a look at my sound here. Damn it, and go back to tab. God damn it. Now, settings. Or no, I need to change the layout again. I forgot about this, the editor, the layout editor, and we're just going to go back to the normal. There we go. That's good. And then, no, save changes. Come back here for the microphone. Headphones, yes. Yeah.
by many of the punishing 8-bit side-scrollers that were popular in the NES era. Games that were quick to pick up but required multiple deaths and reattempts to master and complete objectives. This style of gameplay had fallen out of vogue in the late 90s and 2000s as many franchises switched over to a more 3D exploration-based game design. But in the early 2010s, punishing 2D side-scrollers and retro gaming in general came back into style in a big way. And many indie developers would find success revisiting this format. And amidst this boom of 2D gaming, mobile gaming was experiencing its first true gold rush. Dong Nguyen, feeling as if mobile made sense as a platform for these easy-to-pick-up, hard-to-master side-scrolling games, took a crack at making some compelling 2D titles for the new versioning platform. And little did he know that one of these mobile games he created would become a worldwide phenomenon. Sometime in the spring of 2013, Dong Nguyen created a game for the iPhone which he called Flappy Bird. Making use of a bird character he named Fabi from a previous Scraps project, Nguyen developed the game in just 3 days.
What's up, my Jan?
Sorry, I've never seen this.
Good friend in the Bearded Beauty, Jared Petty.
Hey, hi, howdy.
Hey, so we're playing maybe the worst game of the year?
No, I think that's completely unfair.
I know, I'm kidding. This game's actually pretty good. It's the game we cannot stop playing.
Yep.
It's called Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird.
So why don't you tell us what you do in this game?
Well, in this game, you tap. It's sort of like the old formula, the story about Nolan Bushnell from Atari and how he figured out his first video game was too complicated. So when he created Pong, the instructions on the cabinet were avoid missing ball for high score.
Always the history with you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. So tap to flap. That's
tap
game.
to flap. That's it. Very good. Ooh, nice writing. Did
tap
you make
to
that
flap.
up?
I should. I'm in the wrong job. I need
You
to be
are.
in whatever job would say that. So just the other day, our features editor Justin Davis was walking around the office with his phone, saying, "You have to play Flappy Bird."
Okay, so my problem with this is this not essentially theft of Nintendo assets? I don't think it is, because I think the character's original, but I believe all of this style is entirely stolen from Nintendo. Even that. All of it's basically Nintendo. And so he was making $50,000 a day off of essentially Shigeru's Miyamoto's, like, vibe. And I realize that I've got kind of an accusatory nature and that I'm a little bit negative sometimes. But I look at this and I think, man, Shigeru must be pretty happy with this.
It is the Dark Souls of iPhones. And while I don't really like that comparison, sorry, Justin, the game is actually pretty fun.
It is a lot of fun. It's quite difficult, and I think that's why it draws Dark Souls comparisons, but it's not like there were, no difficult games before Dark Souls.
Exactly. So you tap between these tubes, which look maybe a little familiar
yes,
if you've played some games. And you try to get through as many as you can.
Yep.
And then you...
The game's concept was remarkably simple. The player takes control of Fabi as he scrolls across a linear path. The player is then required to navigate Fabi through an endless gauntlet of obstacles, which is done by tapping the screen to boost his altitude and ceasing taps to allow him to descend. And as far as gameplay goes, that's about as complex as the game gets. Pretty much you try to make it through as many obstacles as possible before you crash and have to restart. Now, gameplay aside, there were some overtly derivative visual design choices that Dong Nguyen used in developing Flappy Bird, such as this blatant copy-paste job of Super Mario warp pipes being used as the obstacles. Other more subtle 2D Mario influence can be found, including the color palette, which is pretty much a direct copy of many of the grassland levels found throughout Mario games. This juxtaposition between the Super Mario assets and Dong Nguyen's assets served to create a bootleg feel for this game, but overall the visual aesthetic wasn't too distracting. So Flappy Bird would be published to the iOS App Store in May of 2013. The game was free to download, and the only form of monetization came in in-game advertisements. After it being released, though, it received virtually no downloads for the remainder of 2013. It seemed that the game was a complete flop. But as the new year came around, in early 2014, something very curious began to happen. In late...
One person played it, told somebody else that it was fun. That person told somebody else it was fun. 3 people tell 3 other people that it was fun. 6 people tell 6 other people that it's fun. 12 turned into 24, 24, 48, 84, fucking 92, whatever, 184, etc. 586, 1024, 2048, 4K, 8K, 16K, 24K. 24K tells 24K tells 24K tells 24K. Suddenly you've got $10 million in a month because one person played your game.
In January, the amount of downloads for Flappy Bird
that's viral.
began to skyrocket. Seemingly out of nowhere, thousands of people began downloading this game, and it quickly spread by word of mouth as many mobile games typically do. Flappy Bird became a viral sensation of sorts, and its spread would exponentially increase as popular internet celebrities like PewDiePie would make videos talking about the quirky game. By the time February had come around, it was topping the iOS App Store charts in over 100 countries, and game critics could not have been more confounded in regards to the game's success. Critics were panning Flappy Bird across the board for what they said was rudimentary game design and blatant Super Mario asset ripping. Its designs appeared to have been taken almost directly out of previously existing titles, and ultimately Flappy Bird was a shallow flash-in-the-pan smartphone anomaly that we're not going to miss. A certain addictive or compulsive quality isn't sufficient to make a genuinely good game. Sadly, Flappy Bird is addictive and compulsive in the same.
I think it was for that game, obviously. It doesn't matter if it's simple. Look at, what's that running game that's always been so fucking popular? I forget the name, but where you're just running down a tube and you're jumping and stuff. It's the same exact shit as that. Why is that one allowed to be a super mega game and this one isn't? I'm like, I don't know. What's the fucking difference is the other thing.
Same way that popping bubble wrap is addictive and compulsive. It may be immediately satisfying to waste your time with the short term, but when you look back on how your day went, you'll find yourself wishing you'd used those hours for something more productive or stimulating. There were legitimate grounds to criticize Flappy Bird for its simplistic and derivative design, but critics at least were willing to admit this game was hella addictive. The surmised addictive nature of Flappy Bird, coupled with its rampant spread and popularity, served to create a boogeyman reputation for the game within the media, leading to an almost Momo-like fear-mongering campaign which suggested the game may be dangerous for its players. Flappy Bird was being portrayed in the media as this game that was so addictive that if you picked it up just once, you would quit your job, divorce your wife, dump all of your life responsibilities just to play this game. While this absolutely wasn't the case, the game would become even more controversial thanks to a barrage of misinformation from the media. On February 1st, several media outlets were sharing a story which claimed that a 16-year-old boy from Chicago had stabbed his brother 17 times in the chest, killing him in a Flappy Bird-related altercation. The story goes that the older brother was.
Gamers have such good mental health these days. We're so sane. Let me tell you. We're just totally not crazy or anything. Let me tell you.
Was teasing his younger brother after the younger brother couldn't beat his new Flappy Bird high score. An argument would break out and the older brother was killed in a blind rage. This story was shared across multiple online news sites and further fueled the Flappy Bird panic. It turns out though that this story was a complete fabrication and was eventually discovered to have been a hoax published by an Onion-like satirical news website called Hustlers.com. I'm not gonna lie, when I came across the article for the first time, I took a look at it and I was like, yeah, I could see this actually happening. So I think by now you have a pretty good understanding of the frenzied climate that surrounded Flappy Bird's spread. Now our story takes a turn inward as we look at the mysterious personal life of Dong Nguyen around the time of Flappy Bird's spread. The success of his Flappy Bird game naturally made him a target for the press, who sought to question him about Flappy Bird and its development. Many would try to get a correspondence with Nguyen, none would succeed. The man remained elusive, only infrequently addressing the public via his Twitter account, though taking a look at his Twitter post from this time reveals that the massive success of Flappy Bird and the media attention that came with it was beginning to wear on Dong Nguyen. Congrats on the amazing success of Flappy Bird. We'd love to send a few questions over if you had time to answer. I'm really sorry, I am overloaded now. One man cannot handle all of these. Press people are overrating the success of my games. It's something I never want. Please give me peace. And also, I'm sorry, press people, you are not my players. To give further context to these tweets, in early February, The Verve had published an article in which they calculated that Wynn had been making upwards of $50,000 a day in ad revenue from Flappy Bird. This jaw-dropping amount of income from a simple mobile game would incur the ire from critics and journalists alike. The growing sentiment was that Wynn had made himself a rich man off what they considered stealing Nintendo's intellectual property, of course referring to the Super Mario-like assets in Flappy Bird, suggesting that Nintendo could sue.
Super Mario-like, it is the Super Mario World assets. It absolutely is the Super Mario World. That's Super Mario World. What's the difference? It's actually the assets. He stole the assets for Super Mario World. I'm surprised he didn't. It's probably why he killed himself, because Nintendo was fixing to probably fucking sue him. I look at that and I think Super Mario World.
In addition to this, Wynn was also being accused of botting downloads and reviews on Flappy Bird in its early rise in January of 2014. While this is all speculation and has never been proven, the sudden spike in popularity of the game was definitely suspicious. Hundreds of articles were written about Wynn in a matter of days, and eventually, this proved to be too much for him to take. On February 8th of 2014, as the popularity of Flappy Bird was at a fever pitch, Dong Wynn would take to Twitter and tweet out a series of brief statements that shocked everyone. I can call Flappy Bird as a success of mine, but it also ruins my simple life, so now I hate it. I am sorry, Flappy Bird users. 22 hours from now, I will take Flappy Bird down. I cannot take this anymore. It is not anything related to legal issues. I just cannot keep it anymore. After tweeting this out, Wynn fell completely silent across all social media, and Flappy Bird was indeed pulled from the App Store as promised a day later. The media was completely baffled by Dong Wynn's decision to pull the app when it was making him so much money, and the rumor mill quickly began to churn as to the circumstances.
Because money is their god now. They just can't understand somebody who values their own mental health over money. They can't actually understand that. It's so crazy. That just must not be a human then, because humans love money, right? More than God now. Money's their god now. You know what I'm saying? They're like, what do you mean you don't want money? You don't like money? Are you an alien? It's so crazy.
Of why he pulled it. The prevailing theory was that Wynn wasn't being truthful about legal issues, and he had actually received some sort of DMCA takedown notice from Nintendo. And if you ask somebody today why Flappy Bird was removed from the App Store, this is likely the explanation that they would tell you. But this has actually been proven not to be the case, at least according to official statements from Nintendo given to The Guardian on February 11th. In response to the question of was Nintendo taking legal action against Wynn, Nintendo spokesman Yasuhiro Minigawa stated, "While we usually do not comment on the rumors and speculations, we have already denied the speculation." So with the Nintendo lawsuit theory out of the window, everyone was really left scratching their heads wondering what the hell happened. Despite all the questions though, Wynn still remained silent about the issue and left those hoping for an explanation in the dark. His silence on this issue even led some theorizing that he had committed suicide in the wake of the media harassment and game's removal, but this wasn't the case. Eventually, after some time had passed and he had done some personal self-reflection, Dong Wynn would finally decide to re-emerge from the shadows in the form of an interview with Forbes. In this interview, he describes his rationale for removing Flappy Bird from the App Store. Flappy Bird was designed to play in a few minutes when you are relaxed, but it happened to become an addictive product. I think it has become a problem. To solve that problem, it's best to take down Flappy Bird. It's gone forever. So essentially he claims he did it for altruistic reasons. But in a face-to-face interview that he would do with David Kushner from Rolling Stone, he tells a bit of a different story and makes it clear that the overwhelming attention from the media was a major contributing factor. As news hit of how much money Wynn was making, his face appeared in the Vietnamese paper and on TV, which was how his mom and dad first learned their son had made the game. The local paparazzi soon besieged his parents' house, and he couldn't go out unnoticed. While this might seem a small price to pay for such fame and fortune, for Wynn the attention felt suffocating. He couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, didn't want to go outdoors. His parents, he says, were worried about my well-being. When I ask him why he did it, he answers with the same conviction that led him to create the game. "I'm master of my own fate," he says. independent thinker. Since taking Flappy Bird down, he says he's felt relief. I can't go back to my life before, but I'm good now. So despite all the rumors and theories floating around that tried to explain why he pulled it, it turns out in reality that it was really the simplest explanation. Wynn couldn't handle all the attention. I think many of you watching, and even myself to an extent, feel that Wynn's decision to pull this app was foolish. And some of you...
You know, it's funny, the number one fear is fear of public speaking, right? And I think I have been very blessed to not have that fear. I've got other phobias. I don't have that fear, though. Never had that fear. I've always been an exhibition guy, lead singer in a band. Used to throw on shows for my mom's friends and stuff, for Christmas and family get-togethers and stuff. Put on shows and shit like that, entertain the people. I busked in downtown Denver before with my band and stuff for like money and shit. I begged on corners and that kind of stuff. And I've just, I've never been afraid of public attention. That's not what worries me. I'm scared of the public themselves. I'm not scared of them watching me or paying attention to me or loving me or hating me or any of that stuff. Well, maybe hating me. But what I am scared of is them themselves, because I don't think humans are too sane right now.
You might think you would happily accept days upon days of media criticism if it meant you were making $50,000 every 24 hours. With that said, everyone's different and people value their...
I'd be okay with it if it meant once. Because that'd be more money than I've ever made in my life, and I'm 40. Guess I'm just blessed, I guess. I don't know. But yep. And so I'd be okay with it once. I'd be like, yeah, one and done. How about this? I made $1 million off this app, so now I donate it to the public. It is free. Here's the website. And they just download it on their phone and they have it forever. That's what I would have done. Instead of all that media rigmarole where he was like, I'm taking it down, which drew way too much attention to him and all this stuff that he didn't want. He should have just free open sourced it like a good software developer, put it on SourceForge.net for cell phone games or whatever, and let it go after he made his big money. Especially in a place like Vietnam, they need that money.
Their personal life and personal space and privacy to varying degrees. Wynn definitely valued his...
And that way nobody ever pesters you ever again beyond the initial giveaway. You probably make world news for a couple of days. Flappy Bird's free now, and this guy just made it free. You don't have to pay for it anymore, and he doesn't want you to pay attention to him anymore. Enjoy, have a nice life playing Flappy Bird for free. And for a few days it'd be bad, and then everybody would just forget, right? Instead, he let the fame get to him and all that, and he just took it down completely, which probably made all of the people who love that game probably fucking hate him, to be honest, which isn't good.
His privacy and simple life highly, so I can at least understand why he felt giving up his gold mine was worth it if it meant his life went back to a state of normalcy. Whether you agreed with his decision or not, Flappy Bird in its original form is gone forever and there's no sign of it ever returning. The end of Flappy Bird wouldn't be the end of Dong Nguyen's career in mobile game development. This particular video that I'm discussing today is rather nostalgic for me to look back on, and I say this because if my memory serves me correctly, it's the first viral YouTube video that I ever watched. The video I'm talking about is the Angry German Kid, aka Keyboard Crasher. This video features a German boy raging at his computer screen while playing a game of Unreal Tournament. And as the name Keyboard Crasher suggests, the kid gets so enraged that he completely destroys his keyboard in spectacular fashion. Due to the over-the-top freakout included in this video, it was widely shared across the internet in the mid to late 2000s. Many people speculated and commented on the boy's completely unhinged
There's this really hilarious one where this kid that got really famous. He like keeps shoving a keyboard up his butt, not like through his pants. You know what I'm saying? And like that guy got really famous, and I was gonna go look at that video again, right? Because like that kid got really famous. He was like freaking out and spazzing and stuff, and thrusting a keyboard up his butt through his pants. And that kid got so famous. You know what I'm saying? I know, I hate loud-ass keyboards. They piss me off. Who leaves their mic on has a loud-ass keyboard? Dude, that pisses me off so bad, dude. King Von, come on. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna find it. This kid, like that was a really famous video, but I don't know, like, keyboard, like, rage out or something. I don't know what would, keyboard rage out kid or whatever. Like, there's the German keyboard smasher, but I'm looking for the keyboard kid. Wait, never mind. I might have to watch this. Fucking clickbait. There it is. There it is. We're gonna have to watch this, because just for a minute. It won't be long. Here we go. Here's me. No, I'm just kidding. I've never destroyed a device. I've chucked a couple controllers, like, back in the 64 era when they had, like, cords. But I've never, like, just, you know, smashed something.
It's the meter in the video and frequently debated his
No, wait, no. You did this wrong. Go away. I want you. Wait, I want you. Wait, no, not you. You. No. Here we go. Yeah, make it big. Okay, you wanted something funny, Dave? Here we go. I thought this game made me rage. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's just watch this whole thing. I don't care. It's so late at night. Who cares? It's 4 in the morning. Yes, there it is. Yeah. I'm like, that's not a rage. This is a rage. Why is he Guitar Heroing his fucking Xbox in the streets? Why? Why? That shit's okay. I was just looking at what it costs to buy a fucking because I really want a Rock Band set for like the 360 because I bought all the songs on the list, you know, for my Xbox account, and it's really expensive to replace those. You know what I'm saying? And now it's like $600 to get a Xbox 360 Guitar Hero guitar and Rock Band 2 or Rock Band 3 or Rock Band 4 or any of that stuff. It's like $600 to get the entire package with the dongle and the key and a working guitar and the game itself. And then whatever a 360 costs, and I was like, oh my god, this shit that I was just playing like 7 years ago is now $700. Back when I would have only paid like 5 years ago, I only would have paid $70 for it, and now it's like $700. Old video games, you guys should save them if you got them, right?
It's not that important.
Yeah, don't do that, or Dad beats your ass. Trust me. Nope, don't do that, or Dad will beat your fuck. Excuse me. I'm just gonna... Yes! Oh, that's what you do when some scrub kid on Halo kills you. That's what you do.
Houston, a kid with anger management problems, is once again being recorded by his brother. It's hard to tell if this one is fake, but if it is, they do a very convincing job. And if the brothers' aim was to make viral videos, surely they wouldn't have deleted them all from their channel. Houston rage quits whilst playing Call of Duty.
What do you mean you're done? You're not supposed to unplug it from the socket like you're supposed to turn it off. You don't understand what boxing it up is going to do for you.
He then forces his brother to drive him to the store to return the console.
This is what happens when you combine adolescence, too much Red Bull, too much Mountain Dew, too much time, and not enough physical exercise mixed with too much money. and you get some kid acting like that. If some kid treated me like that, I'd just walk away. I'd be like, okay, you're gonna be like that? See ya. You know?
Put your seatbelt on. Well, no, hey, if you freak out on the seatbelt, it's not gonna go, okay? Drive. Okay. All right, we're going. Wait, you got the receipt? Did you grab the receipt?
Why the would I have the receipt?
Yeah, this kid has had too much Red Bull, too much Mountain Dew, too much time, too much money, too much spoiling, and all this stuff. And it's like that, and that's the problem. This is the average kid in America right now. This is what they're actually like. It's not too good, man. It's.
You need the receipt, or they're not gonna take it back.
No.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a receipt, and then takes matters into his own hands.
Hey! You're not driving, you're taking my car! Use it! Use it, please! Use it! What are you doing? Use it! What are you doing? Oh my, use it! No more.
All my friends from the suburbs, they were exactly like this. I'm talking exactly like this. One of them was named Chad, and he was absolutely a Chad. He was like one of the most attractive dudes in Denver, or whatever you want to say, because the women all fucking like hung around him. He'd have like 30 women around him or whatever at all times, and he was like a Chad the Chad, and he acted exactly like this, except he was skinny and attractive, and the ladies liked him or whatever. But he acted exactly like this, exactly like it.
No more.
He ran over that fucking $450 console. Come on, man. Starving people in Africa, and you're running over a PS4 in the local park and leaving it there to fucking die. Well, you can still just take that dead console to Craigslist and still get like $150, you know? It's just disgusting. It's like...
This next Fortnite gamer is having a very bad time.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Things are not going well, and on top of it, his cousin won't stop teasing him about it. Until he snaps.
He is bad. He got meleeed to death. He's fucking bad. Like, really bad. It's really cute when 12-year-olds think that they're good because they just don't really realize that 30 years of gamer came before them. It's actually really funny. Like, I had that when I was 12, but guess what? Even then, when I was 12, and I'm 40 now, there was still 30 years of gamer ahead of me. Believe it or not. You know, like, or not 30 years, I guess. Yeah, it was. It was like 30 years. There were people who had been playing games when I was 12. That would have been like, what, I don't know, somewhere around there. You know, around like, you know, say the year 2000 is a close enough year, I guess. I'm not going to say what year that would have been. But, you know, like, you know, yeah, for like since 1970, people have been playing arcade games really well by the time I got to Street Fighter 2 in the arcade. So I thought I was the best Street Fighter 2 player in the fucking world. But it turns out that, you know, people have been doing it for 30 years before I ever got there. And like the first thing I see is people taping screens and like, you know, like pumping like $40 worth of quarters into Street Fighter so they can learn how to play like Vega or whatever. I'm like, man, I've got like 4 quarters in a dream. You know, and I still beat their fucking asses. Like most of the time. Unfortunately, I actually did. I've noticed throughout my life, I really wanted to be friends with people who could beat me. You know, I'm like, I really like you because you actually look like you could be competition. I like that. You know, I like it when it seems like it won't be a pushover. It's kind of funny. That's a frank appraisal of my skill, by the way.
How triggered he is and goes outside to cool off.
This person sat in here for a while. Just gotta check, you know, gotta check these people's.
Whilst his cousin films the wreckage in disbelief.
Why? Why? Why?
What? Hey! Oh my god.
Looks like Dylan hadn't gone outside to cool off.
Dylan. What? That was your only control. You can't even play now.
I don't care.
I wanted to play too.
See, we're not playing games.
No, we're not playing video games tonight.
This next clip starts with a misunderstanding.
No, I wanted you to bring your Xbox down so we can watch Christmas movies on it.
You're gonna take time out of my Xbox time so you can watch stupid Christmas movies?
Andy didn't get to be with us on Thanksgiving, and so I thought I'd make it up to him by having Christmas bonding movie night.
Yeah, we just want to watch some Christmas movies.
It quickly becomes clear that the mother and Andy have planned to trigger young William.
William, I thought it would be nice. The three of us are going to sit down and watch Christmas movies for the night.
To what end is unclear.
I have to at least have 4 hours a day of Xbox.
I was even going to get out popcorn and maybe put like a little drop.
Do you hear it? I need at least about a gram a day of heroin. Do you hear him talk? You think I'm kidding about how much these people are, how addicted we actually are? We're really addicted. That kid's very honest about what his addiction is. He was like, I need 4 hours of Xbox a day, or my life doesn't go well. That's how an addict speaks, you know what I'm saying? I know because I've been one my entire known adult life. When I was 8, I used to say things like, I'm working really hard. And my mom's like, no, you're sitting on the Game Boy. And I was like, no, I'm working really hard. And my whole life I've maintained that one. I'm working really hard.
We're not watching a freaking movie!
But he starts to get stressed out. And then offers to give them a movie.
Alright, we'll go get us a movie. Now calm down. It's going to be a very fun night. Okay?
However, the movie he had in mind was Scarface.
I'll give you your Xbox! Oh my god! Did you miss the TV? You missed it, you. Oh, you did it. Wait. I got a little
That is what my mother did to my television when we were playing GoldenEye when I was a kid. Pretty much. Same determination, same crazy shit. No, he's an American. This is normal. What are you talking about, Dave? This is normal. No. This is how American kids are. You can't handle it, you can't handle it. What? I'm kidding, by the way. This is how they are, though. No. He doesn't need to go timeout. This is normal. Believe it or not, this is how American kids are now. Every kid I know has a story like this. I have one.
The mother's prank has totally backfired. Or has it? Rather than addressing the problem of a crazily disobedient and violent son.
It's normal. That's the problem. It's nuts. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you about that. But it's normal.
He's more focused on getting...
Don't believe me? We could do 4,000 hours of this. I could take you through 4,000 hours of every video on the internet of another kid doing this. And we could sit there for 4,000 fucking hours. I'm talking the rest of our Final Fantasy XI careers and just watch kids breaking televisions and Xboxes in America. I wish I was kidding. I'm sure there's not 4,000 hours of it, but there's definitely probably at least 1,000. It's probably like 1,000 hours of footage of just kids acting like fucking assholes in America like this. This is what America is now.
Getting William to remove the extremely old TV from the house.
Get that TV out of the house now!
On Christmas.
Get that TV out of here now! Yeah, get it out of here now! Get it out! You are making me a little bit upset!
Maybe to make room for the brand new one that Santa has brought?
Get that TV out of here! Get that TV out of here, you freaking jerk! Get it out of here! You are acting a little bit crazy!
Could the whole video have been a setup?
This is gonna come out of your Christmas money, kid.
I hear him pick up his computer and chuck it across the room.
My keyboard is broken. Also, by the way, it was staged. I fell for it. I was like, he's acting, but I'm not sure. Again.
He would play League while I was asleep. Damn. He would get so mad, and he would just break all.
Jesus Christ, look at how really intense this guy seems. But he is making money. He's making like 150, he made 156 bucks. He needs $10 million to create a quantum frame for the director. I need 10 million to create a quantum frame for the director. What does that mean? But I mean, Jesus, 21 hours to go on 16,000, or no, well, on 10 million. But he did get $156. Jesus Christ, off Fortnite, kids. Jesus.
Okay.
There goes the $280 analog keyboard. Here goes his soundboard, his nice $850 soundboard next, and then most likely, probably that $450 fucking condenser mic. They're not condenser, it's just a normal mic like mine. His streamer mic, right? So let's see if he stops to the keyboard, but I'm guessing he keeps going.
Wings of Redemption often rage quits by destroying his controller.
Over fucking Call of Duty? Are you fucking serious? This fucking scrub. Why was this dude famous? For what? 7 years of Call of Duty? I guess I shouldn't talk shit because I guess I'm kind of down that same path. But I mean, like, why was this guy famous? He just seems unpleasant to me, and he doesn't seem like he's very socially, like he's very social at all. I wonder if he even ever says anything positive on his stream ever. You know what I'm saying? A little bit. This guy just looked like angry to me. Like, why would so many millions of people like this guy? I guess because everybody's angry. All the gamers are looking for angry people, I think. It's kind of funny. They come in, and I notice that when I throw rants, I get follows. And when I'm normal and I'm chill, I don't get shit.
Like a lot.
I suppose that's what it's supposed to be. I suppose rants and craziness is at least entertaining, right? It's like entertaining, so you tend to get follows from that. But you don't get follows from just sitting here and having fun, chilling out, and trying to provide a vibe, you know? Every time he chucks that $60 controller, I get really angry. Because, like, dude, like, there was a time when I had to use a busted controller recently when I was a really poor person in the garage, right before the assault with the fucking, with the fucking circular saw. I had this busted-ass PlayStation controller with a stick drift. And stick drift is the fucking worst, you know what I'm saying? It's the worst. And I had that shit for like 9 months or something. It was so bad. And I kept dreaming and dreaming of a $60 fucking controller, or how I could rip somebody off for one, or do something for one. Something, you know? Something. And I couldn't play Overwatch anymore because I had such bad stick drift. I couldn't play more, like, any class, really. And it was so depressing to me, and I was, like, playing games that didn't require, like, the right stick. You know? I watching him torch, because he's got, you know, this kid reached 1 million followers, because he's just angry, and they're all angry, so they like him. He's fat, and he's from the South, and he's angry, and they love that. They really love that. It's almost like hot girls. Like, people really like that for some reason. I don't really understand it. But he reached 1 million subscribers, and then it dropped back down to like 30,000 in the space of a year, when he got to be like 600 pounds or something like that. There's this whole redemption arc about him, not redemption at all. He never got redemption. That's just his name. There's a non-redemption arc about Wings of Redemption all across YouTube. This guy's had so many videos made about him, And I don't really see it. All I ever see when I see videos of him is just like him raging out and smashing controllers, and I guess that's entertaining to people who play Call of Duty, because it definitely got him a million hits. You know, I'm wondering maybe if I should just go buy, like, go on Craigslist, right, and act like I'm playing on a stream, act like I'm playing Final Fantasy on a controller. I die in a party on my white mage, like I just did, right, and I just smash some fake controller on the fucking ground, get me 200 follows. You know, I kind of wonder if I can abuse some of this like dumb shit that I see for hits, you know. And just be an actor, but see, I don't want to act. I don't want to be a pretender. I don't want to pretend or act at all. And I will say, he's not acting. He's so mad. He's so mad that he's resisting the word. He's resisting the urge to scream the FA word really fucking loud. I've heard him do it before. He really wants to scream the word F it really loud, and he's resisting it while he smashes this controller. Yeah. God damn it. And by the way, that was something like $700 worth of controllers we just saw die, right? It's like an American sense of like entitlement. They're all fat. We're all fat. Excuse me. We're all fat. We're all entitled. We all rage out, and we've all got mental health issues, and we're all lazy, and we're all like entitled enough where like if we have enough streaming money, we can smash 15 PlayStation controllers at $60 a pop. What is that? I'll tell you what it is. 15, 30, 45. It's $900. $900 worth of controllers, dude. See it keep going? I wasn't kidding about 15. I've seen this before. I haven't seen this video before, but I've seen a lot of him just smashing controllers over and over and over again. This guy smashes controllers. I can't even. I've never smashed a controller in my life. I like controllers. He apparently doesn't. Here's a little tip. You don't want to get mad at controllers? Stop playing controller. You want to stop smashing controllers? Don't play on a controller like a bad. That's my little tip to you. PC Master Race, keyboard mouse, bitch. When I hold down a button, it keeps pressing. You know what I'm saying? On my nice little 9-button MMO mouse. You're sitting here on fucking controller for fucking Call of Duty, smashing $60, $150 each time. Elites, right? You know this guy plays on Elites controllers, right? Probably all these controllers he's smashing are Elite controllers too. That's the worst part. Those are $150. I can't take this guy who's better than me at Call of Duty shooting me. Come on, motherfucker. Get a real problem like some kid who's... Never mind. I'm just going to be nice. I'm going to keep it to myself. Get a real problem, not Call of Duty players. Get a real fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Get a drug addiction or somebody sticking a pistol in your face or a circular saw through your front door or cops chasing you and shit like that and ex-girlfriends fucking killing themselves and inner circle members killing themselves and shit like that. Get a fucking real man's problem, not fucking Call of Duty lobbies. That's what I have to say about this. Get a real man's life with real man's problems. And smash something for a real anger. This shit's just all for show. And yeah, he did get a million fucking hits, but...
A dude. You. Can I crack that?
Oh hey, there goes his like what $900 TV. Isn't that cool? We're Americans. We totally like use money really well.
Rip 4K monitor.
Rip 4K monitor. That shit's yeah. That's gonna be. Ooh, yeah, that's looking like between $300 and $1,500. So what did we just see? Something like $2,000 worth of tech destroyed inside of 30 seconds, man.
Much so,
He's so bad. You can see that he's bad because he's playing Call of Duty, and he's asking for pity donations. I'm sorry. I just like really trolling people from the South who are idiots and racist and shit. I'm terribly sorry. I'm a really mean person, as you can see. Like when it comes down to it, I'm kind of an asshole. I really am. Actually, I really like trolling people who deserve it. You know, I'm kind of an asshole. I come from World of Warcraft, where I'll tell you to fucking suck 50,000 bags of fucking dicks. You worthless piece of shit. You're a discredit to this fucking game, and I need you to fucking uninstall it before I kill your whole fucking family. That's your average troll for me. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I come from this culture way bad. You know what I'm saying?
You should really consider.
Worse than him too. That's the other thing. This guy's a fucking pussy too. I've seen it way worse than this too. That's the other thing.
On a Wii.
I did not. I pressed it one time.
Here it comes. You can see they've just committed to being crazy. They've got this crazy look in their eye, and they stand up, and here comes the wreckage of something expensive, like a little child. These people needed better parents. You know, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever actually smashed anything in my life. You know what comes to mind is recently my smoke detector went off when I was like about 6 months ago when I was working really hard, and my fucking CO2 detector went off, and it's this loud ass beep, and I'd only got about an hour of sleep after pulling like a 26-hour session or something like that. That was back in the Rust days. And I was like pissed off over a raid or something like that, and I was sleeping, and this fucking loud ass like screeching goes off, and then it starts to go off all day. For like 3 hours, I get out of bed, I shut it off, I go back to bed, and like maybe, I don't know, 3-4 minutes later, screech, you know, for no good reason. And there's nothing going on, there's no smoke, there's no CO2, there's nothing, you know. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying, I've smashed some things, but never over games, right? So I took a fucking broom, and it's like right there under my fridge, you can't see it, and I don't want to spin the camera, it's too much work. But like I fucking took a broom, and I just smashed my CO2 detector that's like installed in my wall, because it got me up like 60 times. I couldn't stop it. You can't take the batteries out of that motherfucker because it's solar powered. And for like 6 hours, it was just screeching. So I finally just did that motherfucker in. But I was pretty patient with it. From like 10 till 3 in the afternoon, like 5 hours or something. Every 4 or 5 minutes, I had to get up and go turn that motherfucker off while it screeched. It's completely malfunctioned and died. And I eventually just put it out of its misery. I was like, smash, 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 smash. And then so when my stepdad comes down, and he was like, what'd you do to the CO2 detector? And I was like, it screeched at me for 5 fucking hours straight. I just killed it. I needed sleep. I was fresh off of a 26-hour fucking thing. And then and then as soon as I went to bed, sure enough, like 30 seconds later, the screeching starts. It's like loud beeping and screeching and shit. And I go to shut it off, and 4 minutes later, it fires off again. 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes. Just enough where you start to fall asleep again. And then it goes off again, and I went kind of crazy, and I smashed that CO2 detector. That's the first time I've done something like that in like 20 years or something like that. But I mean, it really got to me. 5 hours of sound torture. It's kind of like being waterboarded. You know what I'm saying? I eventually just did that thing in because I was like, nah, I can't really take this anymore. That's it though, man. I've never been a smash things person. My thing is like, if I'm pissed at someone, I'll just do whatever it is that stops it. I don't care what it is. If I'm pissed at someone who fucked with me, I'll just do whatever's necessary to pretty much like completely deter them from ever doing it again, you know? And that's about it. That's about as close as I get to smashing anything. People who fuck with me, you know? I'll like threaten to take their livelihood away, and then I'll show them how, you know? Here's how I'll put you in jail, and I'm dead serious, you know?
Alright, bye-bye guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
We've seen that pro gamers often rage quit, but even pro wrestlers do it too. AJ Styles and Kofi Kingston have a very close match. Watching Kofi dancing in victory just furthers AJ's rage.
I don't know if you know, but the lab is, you know, when players, they go into training and they just practice non-stop. Kofi Kingston, oh, AJ. Smash. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
I'm okay now. I'm okay now.
We got.
I needed to get that out.
Stop breaking controllers. Tell him. Unbelievable. Come on, man. Greg Miller always putting himself in the situation. Yeah.
I break controller! That's what I do!
We all remember Violent Jeff from earlier Rage Quit videos.
Jeff, stop!
Well, he's about to do it again.
Oh my god! What? I'm f***ing done. F*** this shit. I'm not playing this shit anymore. No, I don't care. I don't care. No, get away from me.
Stop.
Get the f*** away.
No, that's
I
the
don't
last
care.
controller. You've broken 3 already. Stop.
He's already broken 3 controllers and 1 PlayStation.
Stop. Don't break it. Stop. No, we need it. Give me it now. Give me it. You need that. How am I supposed to play now?
You
You're
don't.
breaking my last
I
controller.
want you to play.
You're breaking my last controller.
Hey, why are you always recording this shit? Get the
Some kids just shouldn't be allowed to play such stressful and intense multiplayer.
That's the core of it. Why are these kids playing adult games? It's young men who have been raised by a generation of games that were for a generation higher than them, and they have big boy problems and little boy minds, and they've got big boy rage and anger, but little boy impulse control, and that's what we're actually seeing. I've never been one for like carding kids for games and stuff. I don't really believe in censoring shit except sex from kids, you know. But I have been kind of a big one about keeping them off these adult multiplayer games. Because when you hear these guys in the fucking lobby, all it is the N word, the C word, the F word, and you. The word you. That's it. Your, and the F, N, C, F words. You know, that's it. That's all you ever hear out of those lobbies. That's it. Like, you know, Call of Duty, doesn't matter. And so these kids, they shouldn't be there, and I've always wondered why they were, and I always wondered who sold them the game, and I always wondered why they're not carded to even play it, you know, and I always wondered why kids can't have a state ID. I think kids should have state IDs. And I think they should have to show state ID when they want to fucking play Call of Duty Warzone, which is not a game for kids. It's so horrifically violent and crazy, and the people in it are so horrifically scary and crazy that those things should just never mix. Not 10-year-olds and Call of Duty Warzone lobbies. I've never really thought that. And I'm not into, like, you know, censorship, and I'm not into, like, age restriction, kind of, except for those games. You know, I'm okay with them playing, like, Mortal Kombat. Got no problem with that kid playing Mortal Kombat, believe it or not. But I do have a problem with him playing Call of Duty fucking Warzone, because that lobby, that will twist and warp him so bad. It'll make him hate gay people. It'll make him hate black people. It'll make him smash controllers. It'll make him use words that he's never even heard before. It'll make him treat women a certain way. He'll get anger issues, and he'll lose so much that he's just triggered all day long and does shit like smash his mother's television, you know? So, like, keep them out of those fucking lobbies. I don't want to see 10-year-olds on Grand Theft Auto 5. The Congress didn't want it. The parents don't want it. The Senate doesn't want it. The gamers don't want it. Only the kids want that, and they get it somehow. And I know how. It's just negligence. Negligence or something like that. It's like giving a bottle of Jack to a fucking 10-year-old, as well as a pack of cigarettes, a bowl of methamphetamine, and like an anger issue. You hand them like 5 things, and you're like, here, get drunk, smoke a bowl of meth, and go scream and rage out on somebody. That's kind of what that's like, you know? It's like the same thing. It's like giving them a bottle of Jack. It's adult issues, this stuff. Rage and freaking out and, you know, breaking things and getting so mad that you lose it and cussing at people and treating each other like garbage and trash and stuff. Like all that shit that adults do. I've never thought 10-year-olds should be in that world. 10-year-olds should be playing goddamn, like, what did I play when I was 10? Fucking Secret of Mana, you know? Yoshi's Island. Like, you know, Super Mario Brothers 3. Like, I didn't play Grand Theft Auto fucking 5 or Call of Duty Warzone or Fortnite. I played, like, Super Nintendo. You know, Zelda, A Link to the Past is what I was playing when I was 10. I know what it was. I was playing Zelda, A Link to the Past. This kid's in the Call of Duty Warzone lobby with the Proud Boys, learning to disrespect women and gay people. What the fuck happened? What happened here? I'm sorry, but Call of Duty needs to fucking card. Like, they need to be like, show us. I really want the government to give our kids state IDs, and I want them to show state ID when they want to play a game like this. I really, 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 really do. I kind of sick of watching these little kids act like 24-year-old fucking cocksuckers. You know what I'm saying? When they're like 10.
And we leave you now with a win. Imagine that wonderful feeling when you get first in...
No, they get so twisted up, they don't know what winning is. Winning to them is like, oh, I haven't won 5 in a row. It's not like, oh, I won the match, it's victory royale. Like, for me, like, I seriously freak out like Ninja. I'm like, woo, yeah, let's go, baby! You know, when I win a Fortnite match, right? Woo! You know, but like... But like, these kids are like, I didn't win 5 in a row. Fuck, I'm gonna smash my controller. Winning to them is a different thing, I swear to God. They're like, you know, I got about 6 in a row or whatever. Motherfucker, I'm happy when I get 1. You know, what?
Fortnite.
Like, he wins and then he freaks out. Like, man.
Now imagine that, surrounded by all of your mates.
He's got a point. Why isn't it like that? You know, like it's because they're losing. They're bad, you know? Wow, why was that so loud? Jesus. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. That's the most bullshit I ever... No. No. Yeah. Oh my god, bro, you're lagging all over the place. Can you stop your lagging? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, you are, sir. Oh, you're lagging. You are lagging. Me? It's your connection, you're lagging. Look, see...
Look at that no-scope horse shit. Call of Duty is fucking worthless.
You weren't even there 2 seconds ago.
Look at that stupid fucking shit that isn't based in any sort of reality that's ever happened. Fucking 360 no-scope horse shit. Fuck Call of Duty, dude. I'm sorry. Like, each day that goes by, I'm a little bit less receptive to Call of Duty. I look at the shit that these kids play, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's what you think good is? You guys are fucking stupid, dude. You fucking no-scope some kid from 9 feet? What? Like, what? Well, go play a good game. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, shucks. Oh, dick bag. Look at you, man. You're camping all over the place. Because you're never going to lose if you go out to the open. How? I'm not getting you. That's bullshit. Oh, of course you're getting you. Oh, my God. You fucking pussy.
Because this little kid will target him and send a bomb to his fucking house. Dead serious.
I'm not getting this right now. Oh, what? I don't got any bullets. All of a sudden, you just fucking... Okay, that's weird. That's fucking weird. That is fucking weird.
This kid obviously has issues. I would not reveal my voice either if I was this guy. This kid will target him for the rest of his fucking life. This little kid's a sicko. You can see it right away. And he'll fixate, and he'll stick, and he'll stalk him. He'll send pieces to his house. He'll swat him. All types of shitty shit like that. For the rest of his life, he'll do that. You know, that's why. So he's smart. The kid who made the video is smart. The other kid's low IQ. You know, and the lower IQ they are, the more they fixate, and the more they treat you like shit, and the more they do extreme stupid things so they can end up in jail because they're so dumb they don't even value their own freedom or anything like that. They don't care. They'll send a bomb to your fucking house. They really don't care. They don't care. They're not humans. I mean, they're humans, excuse me. They're my people. They're my brethren. They're my fellow Americans and stuff. But I would say that they're not like what I would consider the things that make up a responsible, well-mannered human being. You know, there's something else. They're like some sad excuse of it after generations of neglect. You know, And this is why we have school shootings in Uvalde, Texas. And what's the recent one? What town was that? It was there was like a new one now that happened with like 13 people or something like that. And I forget where it is, but that one's brand new. That's the same type of people. The same type of people fucking shooting up poor, Chinese nail salons and shit like that. That's the same shit as this little kid. There's really no difference. So you do protect yourself against them. They're that dumb. They'll be like, this guy posted a fucking attack video about me on YouTube. I'm gonna send a bomb to his grandfather's house. Seriously. That's how these people are. You gotta really watch it. I've been having a war with this guy for 10 fucking months and losing sleep over it because I figured he'd probably try to kill me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's like that, but I mean, I hope it's not like that, But I mean, this is how they are.
Okay. That's what I do to campers. Oh my god.
How is this guy camping? He's just waiting for the kid to run up and not shoot. He's not camping. He's standing in one spot waiting for this fucking bad to talk a bunch of bullshit, walk forward, and do nothing at all except die, right? And you can tell right away, and I see players like this all the time. The more angry they get, the less well they play, right? And by the way, there's an old bit of philosophy I have about this that I always like to share with people when it comes up naturally in the stream conversation, right? You are directly proportional. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team or the enemy team in the heat of the moment. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the heat of the moment, right? And so the more time this kid spends talking shit instead of doing anything at all, the more he just loses and loses and loses and loses. That's how competitive shooting actually is. If you get what's called tilted, which means that you just get off on some weird intercyclical fucking like monologue or whatever dialogue with this other guy who isn't even really responding to him and shit, the more tilted you get, and the less likely you are to get a kill at all, much less like play at a normal, at a normal level even. And they call this tilted, right? In sports, they have another word for this, right? It's inexplicable, but in gaming, they call it getting tilted, and it happens a lot more. But in sports, we call it the yips, right? Yips are really interesting. The yips. Sorry, it's the yips. Yeah, the yips, right? In sports, the yips are a sudden and unexplained loss of ability to execute certain skills in inexperienced athletes, right? Symptoms of this yips are losing fine motor skills and psychological issues that impact on the muscle memory and decision-making of athletes, leaving them unable to perform basic skills of their sport, right? And this kid is a classic example of that. He's tilting himself. He's lost any capacity to play the game at even a normal level. He's getting pwned 20 in a row, one shot, one kills, by some fucking no-scope idiot. And like he's playing a toxic game that's really got to him way too much. And now he's like, and now he's just sick in his head. And I've been there. I've done it just like him. I've never cussed at I'm like a I don't know what the word would be. I'm like a Chinese finger trap, right? I don't ever go attack people like this kid is, ever. I just stay out of the voice chat like that. I don't go looking for fucking battles. But the minute some fucking neckbeard says anything to me at all, that's the floodgates, and I'll let him fucking have it with all 10 points and exactly how many dicks they suck on the fucking daily and exactly why. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, it's fun. This shit's appropriate if it's defensive. If it's offensive, like this kid, you just get tilted, right? And I've noticed that the minute I become defensive and I start owning the neckbeard and shit and pointing out the logical shit about what it is that makes him retarded and shit, my gameplay goes up, his goes down, and I win. Because they get tilted when they realize that they've been a jackass and that they've attacked somebody that they shouldn't have attacked, somebody who's more skilled with more experience than them, and all this stupid shit. They get fucking pwned, they get tilted, and I'll do that in Rust all the fucking time, right? But I don't go looking for battles like this kid. No.
Can you stop camping corners? Like, seriously. Bro, like, stop f***ing camping. Like, you're bad.
Now I don't believe in the concept of camping. In real gunfights, that's what you do. You hunker down behind some fucking box and you watch your corner for them coming around it, and you pop up and shoot shots out, and you don't fucking move or you're gonna get shot, right? That's how real gun combat is. Real gun combat is entirely basically either three things, right? Pushing forward, pulling back, or camping. One of those three things, right? That's it. That's all real warfare is. And of course, the leader's telling you where to go in some kind of coordinated strike on a center point, right? That's all battle, like real battle fucking logistics is. It's not too hard. Maybe if you're a crazy 5-star general, you might have to worry about your vanguard having food and that kind of thing. Might get a little bit more technical like that. Or pincher attacks and flanks and such like that, kind of more technical war stuff, right? But, like, in the end, though, like, really, it's just, like, camping, moving forward, or moving back. And so these idiots in the fucking Call of Duty lobbies talking about camping all fucking day, Counter-Strike, Go, and all this stupid shit. They just have no clue. They don't know what guns are. They don't know how gunfights are done. They don't know how people play. They're complaining about some dude not moving very much. But see, the thing is, with this kid, I wouldn't move either. I know he's immediately always going to walk right into me and die. So I don't need to go anywhere, right? And a good, skilled, masterful gamer is just going to fucking stand there and let him feed me kills, because why should I even have to go look for him? I know he's bad. I know he's just going to come directly at me and get shot in the fucking face, so I just stand here, and he yells at me about camping. But see, the thing is, it's more like, I don't need to go chase you. You're fucking bad, and no matter what, I'm going to win, so I'm just going to stand here while you make fumbling attempts, because you think you're good, to fucking kill me. And it's exactly how Master plays it. It's exactly how Jet Li would do it. It's exactly how Bruce Lee did it. You know what I'm saying? Stand there and wait for the idiot to fucking attack you and then respond and destroy. You know? I got a lot of battle theory and stuff that I learned, you know?
You're terrible. No, because I know who the you are. Yeah, what the? Oh my god, you see now? Oh my god, bro, you're using an M27. And you're talking about RPGs? Wow, big whoop. I get you with an RPG. Your point is? Look, see what I mean, bro? You're still using that f***ing class. Get the fuck out of here, man. Using f***ing... What's it called? Okay. Okay. Cheater. Okay.
I could do this all day, but not with the fucking scope. I'll cap his ass like that, just like this kid is. In a knee-jerk, twitchy game like this, I'm good like that. I'll cap that kid like this, exactly like this. But I'm not fucking scoping first like some kind of goddamn bad. All these Call of Duty fucking players, they think they're so fucking full of themselves, and they think they're God's gift to fucking gaming. When they come to a real game, like fucking Tarkov or Rust or whatever is about to hit the fucking market and shit, that realism sim that actually takes over the market and shit, they're gonna have a fun time trying to run these kind of fucking bullshit, no scope, 360 jump, fucking spin, headshot bullshit that they've been carried on 10 fucking years. And when they come up against somebody like me, they're not gonna have a fucking fun time. They're not gonna see it coming. They're never gonna see me. They're just gonna die from headshots over and over again and shit. I have spent some time doing this. Got 500 fucking Fortnite wins and shit, and I watch these bads tilt themselves and then step to me like this all the fucking time on Rust, you know? Happened to me just on my YouTube videos I filmed recently, like 4 times. They just step, get fucking wasted. And they've all got the same hours as me on that server. They're all like 2,000 to 4,000 hours or something like that. A couple of them have more hours than me, and I still stomped them in right on a YouTube fucking video for the entire world to see, which was one of the things that, you know. Yeah, like, I don't like COD, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying COD's a bad game, Dave, and I'm not saying liking it is bad. I'm saying how these kids play it is bad. All my friends like COD. Just because I find COD distasteful does not mean that it's a bad game. I'm saying these people make it a bad game. You know what I'm saying? It's not a bad game in and of its own value. Call of Duty's just fine. When I say Call of Duty, I'm talking about the people who fucking play it, not the game itself. You know, I don't find the game itself very fun myself, but I've never thought it was a bad set of series of games. When I say Call of Duty, I'm talking about the fucking community. You know what I'm saying? Not the game. The game's fine, man. Those all got 10s. Everything Call of Duty has ever done has got 10s, I believe, across the board. A couple of them failed. Like Vanguard pulled like a 9, I think. You know. Like, so, whatever, you know? Warzone pulled a 10, and it should pull a 10. You know what I'm saying? Call of Duties are 10s. Like, I have no doubt about that in my mind. It's the community that plays the games.
Just kill yourself. Why?
Now notice, all that shit talking, but the kid was only 2 kills away. It actually was a really fairly close game.
I'm using M27. Are you like that bad? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I beat you. I beat you at this game. I don't want to hear it. You got the last 5 kills with the fucking M27. And I'm using the sniper. I'm using the sniper. I'm using the sniper. Or you're camping. And I'm using the sniper. I was. You can't prove I wasn't because I was, and you know I was. When I was using my sniper class, you were using M27. I don't want to hear it right now. I honestly don't. Just tell me. I'm better than you at quick skill thing. That's what it's seeming right now. And you know what I got? Something that you don't have. Yeah, I'm using the default class, son. What, are you gonna disable them? Well, you can't, sir. Okay. Okay. Dumbass. You like using fucking hacks now? Like, are you serious? Like, there's.
You notice how he talks and talks and talks and talks and talks? Also, if you talk, I know because I was a raid leader for a long time, like 4.5 fucking years. If you talk all the way through a fucking fight, you're not doing anything at all. You're not pulling your trigger, you're not thinking about your controller whatsoever, or your feet, or your head, or where you are, or if you're getting shot at, or any of that shit. Your brain is just trying to focus on talking, that's all. And so I had to struggle with that a lot before I got good at it. It took me like 5 years of like raid leading before I could play the game and order people around at the same time. You can't, our brains aren't really built that way, especially men. Women can do it better. Women are much better multitasking, like DNA wise. But like you have to be able to think and play and talk at the same time if you want to be a leader in this world of video games and stuff. And that's actually really not very normal. It's not very normal to be able to boss a team of 25 people around while you're expected to give the same performance as they are. And that's one of the reasons why I had like the illustrious career that I had, you know.
No way. No way. You're using hacks. Hacker. There's a hacker in the lobby.
I don't respect it, by the way. This kid no-scoping, I really don't think he's shown any skill yet whatsoever. It's simple enough. A good player wouldn't even bother scoping, I don't think, except for the accuracy drop if you don't. But I think it would be a lot cooler if he just killed him without scoping. That, to me, speaks of skill. This shit about, like, tapping the left trigger and squeezing right trigger as you have the cursor on their body is not how gaming should be. This little, like, no-scope, one-shot fucking kills, you know?
Who just left to the other side of the map? That is such bullshit. Stop using hacks. Stop using hacks. Just stop. It's not even funny anymore. It's not even funny anymore. Just stop using hacks. Just stop using hacks.
And this kid isn't even good either. Like the one we're watching, the point of view that we're watching, this kid is not good. He's like not good. He looks good, but he's not. He's not very good. And like I can't believe this kid's losing. He's not losing that much. Last match was like 20-18. It comes across skewed, like this player is a lot better, but they're actually fairly equally skilled, believe it or not. And as in, they're both bad.
You're not giving me a challenge. You're not going to give me quite a challenge. Can we other play like besides the Nuketown, because I'll be on every other map besides Nuketown. Nuketown is too small of a map, and you got every spawn. So, can we like play something else?
This is how my best friend plays. He won't say a fucking word. He'll just slaughter you 25 times in a row, and then he'll just set the controller down. He won't say a fucking word. like that, you know.
No, Sherlock. I'm sorry. You know, let me just put it up, dumbass. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. You're terrible. Kill yourself. Use a sniper as a in this game.
What was he shooting at? The fucking wall? He shot the rock. It's a rocket launcher. Fucking fire at the player. What?
You have a fucking sniper? No, it wasn't. Did it say bucko? It wasn't. You. Didn't I say that? What are you not doing? You. Get on that fucking turn now after my stupid idea right now. I swear to God. I knew you were close. I just heard you C4, dumbass. I'm gonna beat your ass up so bad. Okay. That's about the bullshit I ever saw. You, bro, can you stop spawn killing me? I was talking to somebody. Is that nice? Yeah, I was talking to somebody. I was AFK, dumbass. No wonder why I'm losing. Because you're using that dual band thing. You are using that technology. Look at what you're gonna lose. Stop laying down. Fucking noob. Okay, game.
When I get shot by rocket launchers, I die.
Oh my God, if you get this fucking kill, I'm done. I'm done, gang. I'm done. You won, gang. I gotta catch up. Can you, let me catch up? At least? Yeah, can you, not kill me? I said, can you not kill me? Okay, can you not kill me? Okay, alright, I'm about to leave. I'm about to quit. I'm gonna win. By default. If you wanna keep saying that you're gonna let me fucking catch up and then you never do. I'm a liar too. What else are you, huh? You're a liar, you're a cheater, you're a hacker, what else? Anything else, buddy? I asked you nicely if I can catch up, but you're not gonna let me. I asked you nicely if I can catch up, to your score, or maybe a score behind, and you're not gonna let me.
The worst part is the kid so angry at the wrong person. He's just screaming at the other player, but his actual complaint should be the bullshit no scoping, which has always been the complaint since 2003. If you guys have forgot, the complaint has always been since 2003 the bullshit no scoping, even in Call of Duty 2. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Here we are in 2023. This is Black Ops 2. That's way early, 2014. But it doesn't matter. If I were to play Call of Duty Warzone, I would still see 360 no scope headshots. And I don't know why we didn't get over that in 21 years' time. We should have got over that.
I told you. Let me catch up.
Why would he let you catch up? It's in a competitive shooter. Do you need some free points? Is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't think you want to get me this off. Because I will use this hack as you've never seen before.
I changed my opinion. The player is good. This guy's good. I changed my opinion because what I just saw there was actually good. I'm going to slow this shot down. I'm going to slow this shot down. Something here is skilled. There is a skill. He is skilled. I really didn't think he was, but I changed my opinion now after I saw this. Because watch, here we go. He does have some redeeming skill. I will say he is better than average. I would say. This is a hard ass shot. Never mind. He's very, very good. Never mind. Who is it? It's, yeah. Darth Vox Gaming 71. I like his sub. He gets the like. He gets the sub. He was gonna get that anyways. I blame the parents and shit. Yeah. BO2. This poor guy. Darth Vox Gaming and stuff. Yeah. But that was a beautiful actual scope shot. He didn't no-scope that. That was an actually skilled fucking sniper shot. I was very surprised because the last, 23 were not. But that one proved that he's good at both. And I really didn't believe that he had that. I did not believe that he was capable of this beautiful fucking flick shot, but he was. So I restate I stand corrected. I retract everything I said. Kid's great. I'm not a hater. He actually has some skill. I really didn't see it until now, so maybe he doesn't. But I mean, 7 minutes before I felt like I saw a singly good, skilled shot. But then I saw it and I was like, I'm a believer. I think once in a while you do pull crazy ass shots out of your ass and are really super good, crank 90s, good, I would say. But I'm not liking most of the other stuff I see here. He's riding no scopes all day long just to win matches, to make these little toddlers feel bad. And I don't think he's much better than the other kid, I'm sorry, but that's the kind of divisive, that's how a veteran looks at Call of Duty. Is like, yeah, but you're just basically abusing a fucking no-scope mechanic to make the other player feel bad and quit the game. And it is affecting the kid really, really bad. And I don't really think that is necessarily the kid's fault. I think it's Treyarch's fault, or Infinity Ward, or whoever makes this. This would have been, I think, Infinity Ward, I think. I don't know. Is it Treyarch? I don't know what it is. Treyarch, right? Treyarch could have done a little bit more realism, a little tiny bit, because some of this stuff, like getting no scope 20 times is not fucking fun. It's not fun, Before you can do anything, you're just fucking dead. He no scopes you. It's like flick, bit, no scope, dead. There's no chance. You can't fire a weapon. You can't fire a rocket launcher. You can't do anything at all. You just get no scope, shot, dead. No, it'll be faster than I can say it. You're just whip dead, whip dead, whip dead, whip dead, whip dead. How is that skill? You know what I'm saying? Like with a sniper rifle, if it was a 6-shooter, it would make sense. You can do that with a fucking 6-shooter. I'm talking High Noon, Clint Eastwood, Old West shit. The 6-shooter will actually get a kill like that. Flip it, dang. Remember? Draw, blip, dang. That's a no scope, right? No scope would be the 6-shooter. But doing it with a sniper rifle is just goddamn mentally retarded. It's an insult to gunnery in general. It's unrealistic. It carries them. It lets them get an inflated sense of their own skill. And then when they come to a real game, even a more realistic game than this, such as Fortnite No Build, and they get fucking wrecked, and they realize that they've been self-inflating their skill all their fucking lives because of no-scope bullshit. And so I blame Treyarch for this. I think they're both kind of bad until I saw this shot. This is the first skilled shot he's made. The rest of it, he just rode no-scope to just humiliate the kid, and I don't really think he's much better than the kid. I don't.
I will use fucking hack as you've never seen before. I will shoot you through fucking rocks.
It's not hacking, it's just goddamn no-scope. It feels like hacking because you just die instantly, but it's not hacking, it's just fucking no-scopes. They're bullshit. It's why I stayed away from Call of Duty the last 21 years, and all these Call of Duty kids are smashing controllers and TVs and shit because they're playing a crappy game full of one-shots based around no-scope mechanics, which if you play a real game like goddamn Rust or fucking Tarkov, is like an insult to the entire goddamn video game industry, really. Treyarch is an insult to the entire fucking video game shooter industry, in my opinion. And I'm not trying to talk shit about some game that you love, Dave. That's just my frank appraisal of no-scope bullshit. That was the complaint about Halo. That was the complaint about GAO. That was the complaint about Call of Duty. All these little twitchy, little teenage multiplayer shooters and shit are entirely based off one-shot mechanics no-scope, which I've never liked. The Halo sniper rifles like that, this sniper rifles like that, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Warzone, it's all like that. And I just don't see how 360 no scope headshots or whatever are like indicative of like any real gameplay at all. And so this kid's angry, and he should be. He should be cussing this kid out because he's abusing no-scope headshots all fucking day, which is like not fun. You just go tap blow, tap blow, tap blow. Think Grand Theft Auto. You ever play Grand Theft Auto? You know how you hold left trigger and you fire, and no matter what, your bullets hit your target? That's what he's doing. He just lines the cursor, he taps left trigger, taps right trigger, and the guy dies. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to scope or wait or any of that stuff. He just lines up the dot on his screen with the player, and then he taps left trigger, right trigger, and he dies. And I don't really understand how that equals like good shooter gameplay in any way or fucking form. That's not how real life is. It leads them down bad roads. You know, it makes them believe that life is a certain way. Like maybe they should buy a sniper rifle because they can just no scope people in real life all day. And you know, I don't know, man. I don't know.
In this game. I will literally shoot you rock in this game. Fine.
No scope.
Fine.
That one was fine. That one was fine, but I mean, the kid was nut hugging for 10 whole seconds. I mean, what did he expect?
That's cheating.
Cheating my ass? What are you talking about? You nut hugged him for 10 whole seconds. What's he supposed to do? Fucking knife your ass? What are you talking about? This kid's so bad. This is like literally the worst like shooter. This kid should not be playing shooters. He needs to be on Minecraft.
I'm at the end of the game. Can you stop knifing? You're knifing way too much.
You're knifing once.
I'm ending the game. You're knifing way too much.
And as it is, the kid still almost beat him. As it is, the kid did actually give him a fairly good fight, I would say. You know? So it's kind of skewed against him a little bit. I'm not sure I actually do like this guy, I don't think. I think I will probably unlike and unsub. You know? Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. He provided content for my stream. I'll sub to him. It's just rude, but I didn't like this kid. I actually liked the kid who was yelling more than I did this guy. I think he's writing a whole fucking dark age of bad mechanics, clever use of F-word mechanics to like get all his kills, and he thinks that he's good, and he's built a career greater than mine based off of fucking bad mechanics like no scope. And I don't know. I think that's why all of these Call of Duty gamers collapse after like a year, because they don't build real careers. They just show no scopes for a year, and they get extremely popular, and then they just fizzle out and fade away. They never reach 1 million or any of that stuff because they wrote no scopes their entire career, and that's not my goal at all. Anyways, gonna go back to the other one here. No, that's not it. It's I'm getting tired, Dave. I'm gonna bail here in about half an hour. It's like 5 in the morning. I'm sorry the commentary got kind of spiteful. Call of Duty does that to me. Oh, damn it. Please go away. You keep fucking with me. God damn it. Why did they make this so dumb? Now it's like...
Mental status on internet.
What? Oh, yeah, there we go.
Nonetheless, it was...
But I'm going to sit for a little bit longer because I want to make more money. You know, I'm going to probably sit for like half an hour or something like that. Trying to get done with grinding Gil. I have a little bit more to do. I have to buy the dots for Black Mage, and then tomorrow I'm actually going to XP, which is good. All these days of fishing is finally coming to an end for a little bit. I'm going to do some Black Mage all the way to like 37, but I need the money to buy the scrolls. So I'm going to see what I can do about like, you know, leveling Black Mage to like 30 tomorrow, and then I'll fish for another couple of days to pay for the Black Mage scrolls to 37, and then I want to fish to buy Astral Rings, and then I'm done. I can ride, well, in a gold hairpin, and then I can ride White Mage to 57 before I have to worry about money again. You'll see me level. I know it's been not very fun to see fishing for fucking like 6 days, but it will be a nice couple of days of leveling here starting like tomorrow. I'm not going to jump into it right away, but like tomorrow night around like 10 p.m. my time, I'll probably level like Black Mage like all night, you know.
Difficult to nail down the truth behind this video because shortly after it was published online, its creator had completely
that'd be 20, Dave, 20.
Vanished from the internet, and he's only returned recently. So today we're going to talk about the creation and spread of the Angry German Kid video, where he went for like 10 years, and what's he doing now. Oh, and keep in mind this video is going to require me to say a few German words, so please excuse my redneck pronunciation of these words. So, yeah. Anyways, let's get started. So I suppose I'll start with a bit of biographical information about the kid behind the video. His real name is Norman Kochanowski, and as the internet nickname suggests, Norman is indeed from Germany, hailing from the city of Koblenz. The Angry German Kid video wasn't Norman's first foray into internet content creation. His first video of note was uploaded in 2005 when he was 14 years old. This video was titled Echter Gangster, or translated to English, Real Gangster. Real Gangster featured Norman boastfully bragging about how gangster he was with statements like, "I'm the real gangster, yo, Leopold Slick, the one who shoplifts the bakery." Leopold Slick would be a recurring character that Norman would play in future videos, and the character was essentially used in a satirical way to mock popular stereotypes.
I'm a real gangster. I listen to music with bad words. I'm a real gangster. I listen to techno. I'm a real gangster. I'm burning CDs.
Norman would put it in numerous videos. These early videos would have Norman in character as Leopold Slick giving some sort of boisterous diatribe, but he also uploaded a handful of short films which expand upon the Leopold Slick universe as well. The Leopold Slick / Real Gangster video clips would become somewhat popular over on hodenmumps.net, and he was even paid for uploading to the website. However, due to the inherently disconnected nature of the internet at this time, his videos weren't seen on a worldwide scale. Rather, they just existed in the ecosystem of that Hodenmumps microcosm. But that would change after Norman created the video we know today as The Angry German Kid. Originally filmed in 2005, Norman thought it would be funny to do a Leopold Slick video in which he satirized the caricature of a hardcore, quick-to-rage, FPS-obsessed PC gamer. He set up his camera onto his desk and filmed himself screaming and ranting in anger at the computer screen under the premise of him losing a match of Unreal Tournament. After finishing the recording, Norman uploaded the clip to the internet and titled it PC Spielen, which translates to PC Play in English. And of course, if you were watching this video without being privy to the joke, you would be shocked at the behavior displayed in the clip. And this was certainly the intention of Norman with this video's creation. Okay, so he makes this video, but how does it spread and become this viral sensation? Well, honestly, it's one of the most bizarre video goes viral stories I think I've ever talked about on the channel. The story goes that German television production company Focus TV had stumbled across Norman's PC Play video online and thought it would be a good addition for a certain documentary they were working on. Focus TV would go on to use Norman's PC Play video clip and included it in this documentary, which pushed the idea that first-person shooter games were radicalizing kids to become violent school shooters. Focus TV would erroneously refer to Norman as Leopold in the documentary and put together a phony backstory which claimed that the clip was by Norman's father, who secretly recorded his son while he was playing Unreal Tournament.
Because he needed to game, just like a drug addict needs his drugs.
Von eben diesem Jungen kursiert ein Video im Internet. Sein Name Leopold. Die Aufnahmen hat sein Vater angeblich heimlich gemacht. Das Problem? Leopold kommt bei seinem Lieblingsballerspiel nicht online.
Sehr viel stärker auf Computerspielreize reagieren als Freizeitcomputerspiele.
In der Praxis sieht das dann so aus. Der 14-jährige Leopold aus dem Internetvideo verliert beim Computerspielen komplett die Kontrolle.
With hindsight as our ally, we know that Norman's PC Play video was satire, but because of this Focus TV documentary painting him a psychopath being aired on German television, all satire went out the window and the public now saw him as some sort of gaming-obsessed, deranged lunatic. And around the time of this documentary's release, PC Play was ripped and uploaded to a new video hosting website that you may have heard of called YouTube, and it was beginning to go viral. But it's important to note that the name PC Spielen or PC Play would be lost to history. The name that the YouTube rippers gave this video initially was Crazy German Kid, and later rips would give it the name that we're all very familiar with, Angry German Kid. This video would go on to accrue tens of millions of views across various re-uploads, and Angry German Kid would become one of the first viral videos on YouTube. Viewers unaware of the satire mocked and shamed the kid for his unruly behavior displayed in the clip, but there were plenty of those, including myself, who got a good laugh from it. It was a massive hit on YouTube in the mid to late 2000s and was remixed by other content creators to exhaustion. In fact, for a while there was practically an entire genre on YouTube which dedicated itself to making Angry German Kid video remixes. One popular format was the subtitle remix. Since Norman is speaking in German in the video, it becomes rather easy to just overlay English subtitles and make him say whatever you want. Which is funny to me because there's another classic German-themed YouTube meme that works off the exact same premise.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriff steigert war ein Befehl!
So now that Norman's video is insanely popular on YouTube, you would expect him to make videos following it up to capitalize off the success of the original, right? Well, he did, but these videos never caught traction, and he even made a video responding to Focus TV's defamation against him, and even went as far as to explain to his audience that his videos were all satire.
So, Freunde, eins will ich euch noch mit auf den Weg geben. Nehmt diese Videos nicht ernst. Sie sind nur dargestellt, schaugespielt, versteht ihr? Sie sind nicht echt.
But very few people saw his explanation video. And as 2007 came around, uploads from Norman completely ceased and the famed Angry German Kid completely disappeared from the internet. The Angry German Kid video continued to make its rounds online, with very few people even considering the possibility that it could be satire, and most would co-sign the Focus TV narrative that the kid in the video was mentally deranged. Rumors were in abundance when it came to the discussion of what happened to the Angry German Kid. Some say he was sent to a strict boarding school. Some even claimed he was thrown in jail, but were any of these rumors actually true? What was the Angry German Kid doing after his disappearance in 2007? Well, we now know. Because after over a decade of silence from the kid behind the viral video, on October of 2017, Norman finally revealed himself to the internet via his new YouTube channel, Hercules AGK. And a lot had changed since 2007. This 26-year-old version of Norman was no longer the Angry German Kid, rather he was the Angry German Man. First off, he was swole. He had taken up bodybuilding as a hobby and linked to a secret channel he made back in 2011 which showed off some of his lifts. And not only did he get swole, Norman was now producing hip-hop music under the alias Hercules Beats. Since returning, he has posted several songs and music videos, but has also gone out of his way to answer many of the questions the internet had for him regarding his decade-long absence from video creation. He has a handful of these explanation videos on his channel, with most of them being in German, but there is one where he explains what happened to him in English. And it turns out that the Angry German Kid video and his old Leopold Slick character were a curse upon his existence in his adolescent and early adulthood years. And his status as a famous internet meme proved to be a detriment to his mental health. I'll let him explain it to you himself.
Hello, my international friends. As you know, I made this video, Angry German Kid, where I freak out.
You guys remember advice animal memes? It seems like it was just yesterday when these things were all the rage and being shared across websites like Reddit and Tumblr. I guess you could say the peak of advice animal memes was around 2011 or 2012, but during this time they were pretty much inescapable on these websites. While most advice animal memes are completely dead today and the format has kind of expired and been thrown off to the wayside, many of these advice animals have some pretty interesting backstories behind them. Today I want to tell you guys the story of one of the more infamous advice animal memes, Scumbag Steve. Scumbag Steve was certainly one of the most popular in the advice animal bunch, and I would imagine many of you watching are familiar with this image I'm showing you right here. But what you likely don't know is the hilarious origin of this photo and the guy's reaction to becoming a living meme, basically. And that's what I'm going to be breaking down for you guys today. This is the story of Scumbag Steve. So for whatever reason, if you're not familiar with Scumbag Steve or Advice Animals, I reckon I'll delve into a Behind the Memes segment for a moment and explain the joke to you. Scumbag Steve is an Advice Animal image macro meme which popped up on Reddit in early 2011. And if you're unfamiliar with the concept of Advice Animals, basically it's an entire genre of image macro memes with each different Advice Animal picture having a different theme that will determine what the joke is about. Bad Luck Brian, it's gonna be a joke about someone having bad luck. Success Kid, a joke about a small triumph. Confession Bear, cringy confession joke, you get the gist. So naturally with Scumbag Steve here, you get people making jokes or anecdotal recounts of scumbag-like behaviors or individuals they had encountered in the real world, and personified them within this young man wearing a sideways flat bill hat and a faux fur jacket. I mean, you gotta admit, the guy looks like he might steal some money out of his mom's purse or something, right? But here's a few examples of the Scumbag Steve meme in action. Hey Steve, no smoking in the house. Nah, it's cool, dog. Hey man, you on Facebook? Friend request your sister. Go to high school parties, 25 years old. Ask to borrow car. No bottom text. And yeah, it's nothing crazy as far as 2019 meme standards go, but oh boy, in 2011 was this thing a gutbuster. So with the concept explained, where exactly did this image of Scumbag Steve come from in the first place? And who was this guy? What was his backstory? Well, it turns out that the picture comes from an old MySpace page associated with a rap group called Beantown Mafia. According to the MySpace page, Beantown Mafia was a group based out of Massachusetts. The rap group consisted of two members, those members being L Boog and BZB. The page has photos from the rap group dating as far back as 2006, and this collection of photography is definitely a sight to behold. Everything looks like it's deep fried. There's like 20 filters on each picture. It's definitely a master class in photography. But anyways, on this MySpace page, we can find the photo that would become the infamous Scumbag Steve meme, and it was a photo of BZB taken sometime in 2006. And believe it or not, this was the image that Beantown Mafia chose to use for a mixtape they made called My Gangsta. Yeah, some killer album art there. Here's a musical snippet from this album.
I don't even claim to be the hardest, but I'm the motherfucker who will go the farthest.
So anyways, in early 2011, some anonymous user from 4chan had found the BZB photo on the Beantown Mafia MySpace page and shared it to 4chan. It was then promptly nabbed by a Redditor who created some image macro variants of this picture. This Redditor named Bronxcrat created some image macros using the BZB photo and shared it to the rfunny subreddit in a thread titled I Hated This Dude, which was posted on January 20th of 2011. This Bronxcrat thread would be the first instance of this meme blowing up on Reddit, with it getting just over 1,000 upvotes. Within the replies to the thread, Redditor Happy 2 Bake would come up with a name for a meme, calling it Scumbag Steve. And from this point forward, the meme would essentially be inducted into the Advice Animal pantheon. In addition to this thread essentially popularizing the Scumbag Steve meme, the thread also contained information which was a lead to the real identity of Scumbag Steve /BZB. Redditor Cool Bean stated that he recognized the person in the newly dubbed Scumbag Steve image and said that they went to high school together. He claimed that BZB /Scumbag Steve's real name was Blake Boston. Now, at the time, there was no way to prove what this Redditor said was true, and the identity of Scumbag Steve /BZB would remain anonymous. But it wouldn't be long until the man behind Scumbag Steve caught wind of the spread of the meme which represented his likeness online, and people were making constant jokes about him. He would take to the internet and share his 2 cents about all of this. The first public statements from Scumbag Steve came from a text form interview set up by meme encyclopedia website Know Your Meme, just weeks after the Scumbag Steve meme blew up on Reddit. And it turns out that the Redditor who claimed that he knew Scumbag Steve's real name wasn't lying. Scumbag Steve would claim in this interview that he was a 21-year-old man from Boston, Massachusetts, and his name was indeed Blake Boston. So was the guy behind Scumbag Steve really this giant scumbag? Well, I'll read off some segments from this interview. What is your real name, age, and what are you up to these days? My real name is Blake Boston. I'm 21. I go to school full-time at night and work full-time during days at a job where I make for money. I'm trying to get on my grind because I have a baby boy on the way. Really, all I do is work in school and try to split time between family, my girl, and my brothers. And I'm a clean motherfucker because I shower every day. Where did the image come from? Who took it? Are you still in touch with the photographer? Oh, the specific picture that's really the original meme was taken when I was 16 looking into at my mom because she was torturing me for photos. Was I wrecked at the time? I don't remember. But I sure as thought I was a baller. Man, that coat was given to me in a swap meet for some shit. And yeah, I'm still in touch with the photographer. Ha ha ha. And she's cooling it on the pics now. When did you find out about the meme? Who the knew what a meme was? I had never even heard the word. Never even knew this site existed. Didn't know how to pronounce it. People started blowing up my phone telling me I was all over the net. At first it went deep. Then I couldn't help but laugh at some of the They are funny as Sometimes I forget the pics were of me and we're all laughing our asses off and I'm like, shut the up. Nah, just playing. Blake Boston, you sure do have a way with words, my friend. Now, as we dive deeper into this interview, it becomes clear that Blake Boston had been facing some of the more negative side effects of being a living meme. Those side effects being online bullying and harassment. See, when it comes to being a living meme, I found that there's sort of this dichotomy that exists. It's either you're a living meme where people are laughing with you, or you're a living meme where people are laughing at you. And in Blake Boston's case, he happened to be one of the we're laughing at you cases. On the downside of internet fame, I hear you've been getting harassed by anonymous pranksters left and right. How's that going? I imagine you're in a glass case of emotions right now. Sucks, man. I guess people can't separate the meme from the real me in some cases. Like, people got my name, my phone, my Facebook, started calling me all kind of racist, calling my girl and my family all hours of the night. Some put up an ultrasound picture of my unborn kid and wished it would die. How is that? My girl cried all night. She felt molested by that. A lot of racist being said, a lot of haters. But truth is, man, even with D-bags like that, I have it good, really, because I've got my family and my friends who know me, and no one can break that. I remember being on Reddit during the time of the Scumbag Steve meme spread, and while I remember most of the conversation being strictly based on jokes and people sort of using their creativity to come up with funny Scumbag Steve memes, I do remember a very small niche group of people who had this directed hate boner towards Blake Boston, the guy in the photo. They were assuming that he was some sort of actual scumbag and couldn't separate the meme from the guy. Now, this is somewhat of an inevitability when it comes to living memes. There will always be some internet lowlifes out there that will say some gnarly things and harass living memes to try to make a lolcow out of them. And the worst thing you can do in this position is to feed the trolls, and in many cases, this is exactly what Blake Boston did. Yo, people need to watch their mouth with this Scumbag Steve. My name's not Steve, and if I find out who created this then fill in the rest. As the Scumbag Steve meme began to peak around February and March, all Blake Boston could really do was sit back and contemptuously watch as his likeness was used as the butt of countless internet jokes. But eventually he'd be given another opportunity to speak out to the internet at large. And this opportunity came when Rough Draft TV reached out to him in early March and offered to set up an in-person video form interview with Blake. Blake saw this as an opportunity to set the record straight and speak directly to his internet detractors. He hoped that this would let the world know that the man behind Scumbag Steve wasn't a scumbag. This interview was posted on March 6th of 2011 and was the first time that the internet got to see a video form interview with Scumbag Steve.
The original Scumbag Steve is supposed to be scumbag. Everybody knows this person. You know, the person who, when you go to a party, they want a beer. They want one of your beers, your cigarettes. They want to borrow your lighter, steal it permanently. I think the original person who made up Scumbag Steve was actually trying to ruin me. Because, you know, I'm an aspiring hip-hop artist. I'm trying to be something like do hip-hop. I'm more of a showman, too. So they tried to be like, oh, well, he's not going to do anything because I don't like him. I probably f***ed his girlfriend, honestly. This harassment, it's kind of f***ed up. At the end of the day, it feeds the fuel to my fire. You're trying to kill a horse, then you're trying to beat it, all right? You're trying to do a raid for me to find who I am, where I am. You already know my name, so you want to...
So back in 2014, I was in college, and much of my college time was spent in the apartment playing endless rounds of Mario Kart 8 in a room filled with Papa John's pizza boxes, you know, basically degenerating on a couch. But when the games of Mario Kart 8 began to get boring, the one thing that me and my roommates would turn to for entertainment was, well, these fail compilations on YouTube. And as any true compilation connoisseur knows, one of the best genres of fail videos on YouTube are these news blooper videos. And in today's Whatever Happened To video, we're going to be talking about a news blooper in a sense, almost the blooper of bloopers, the king of all news fails. This video is going to be about the hooded man himself, the fucker right in the pussy guy.
Fucker right in the pussy!
Right in the pussy.
I remember when this blooper became a big meme, it was like everyone and your grandma was uttering the words, "fuck her right in the pussy." It became this nationwide phenomenon, like the phrase itself had become larger than life. But let's examine how all this happened, the origin and the conclusion of FFXI. I think that's the abbreviation. We're gonna call him FH for now, just so this video doesn't get age restricted, okay? The origin of the FH guy can all be traced back to a YouTube channel with the name of Kane the Bomb, a seemingly random YouTube channel created all the way back in June of 2008. The channel had one prominent video featured on it, the January 4th, 2014 video titled "Reporter Fired for Remarks About Missing Woman on Live TV," which was basically your run-of-the-mill news blooper type video, but note the key phrase used in this video, a phrase you are all well familiar with at this point.
Oh, I don't care if she's 20. Hell, I'd fuck her. You can't say you wouldn't fuck her. Maybe that's what I'll do when they find her. I'll go and fuck her. Fuck her right in her pussy.
It seemed like this Kane the Bomb channel had set the stage for 2014 being the year of fucking her right in the pussy. And this video was definitely the first occurrence of that phrase being uttered on YouTube in a news blooper type setting. And just a week after this video dropped, it was featured on Ray William Johnson's show and gave it a healthy boost in viewership, bringing up the view count to just over 1 million views by the time February came around. But I hear you asking, Wavy, what does this Kane the Bomb channel have anything to do with FH guy? Just cool your jets for a second. Given context, it's all gonna make sense. But on February 13th of 2014, the FHRITP fad would be taken to another level when a news blooper appeared on a mysterious channel called the POF Guy. This news broadcast would be interrupted by a man wearing a black hoodie and sunglasses, the iconic FHRITP guy.
It's very, very unusual.
The 3 victims were part of a CXS
fucker right in the pussy.
Oh my goodness, and obviously somebody has interfered with Laura Ingalls' live shot, grabbing her mic and running. We apologize for the profanity, which he also said on our air.
But who was the mysterious hooded prankster? Well, to everyone's surprise, the man would appear again on the POF Guys channel, this time in a video called Man Trolls News on Live TV.
It is going to be a big cleanup.
It took crews longer than anticipated to find the crack in the 64-year-old pipeline. I'm standing here with Fred, who says he was greatly impacted by the gushing of oil. Can you tell us a little more of what you saw?
I sure can. I was sitting on my front porch, grabbed a beer, and fuck her right in the pussy.
Back.
Disgusting.
And it was in this video that we learned the FH guy's name was apparently Fred. He had somehow made it a skill to track down these news reporters and bamboozling them throughout 2014. He would strike again and again.
So you have not purchased your costume yet. What are you going to be this year?
A prostitute.
Okay. This gentleman here has purchased his costume. What are you going to be this year, sir?
I really don't know what this is, but I've got something a whole lot scarier.
Let's see it.
Sure thing. Fuck her right in the pussy.
Officials say that the U.S. could have similar problems with its power grid if solar winds strike major...
Fuck her right in the pussy.
People around the country were captivated by Fred's antics. How was he able to do it? How was he able to track down all these news reporters and find his way into the shot to utter his famous phrase? Fred had definitely ascended to living meme at this point. The mysterious Fred would sit down for an interview in May of 2014 where he answered a few questions and shined some light on why he does what he does.
I made a special trip to Fred's hometown to score an exclusive interview with the man that has the entire nation on edge. Someone once said freedom of speech is to protect unpopular speech more than popular speech. Did you do it because you're a true American?
I did it because it needed to be done.
Do you have any more future plans for live on-air profanity?
I have to look for it. I mean, it just doesn't go around. You don't see it on the street corner. So I just wait for it when it happens. See a new big story going on someplace, you know there's going to be some reporters. Sometimes you can't get around them, other times you got to lie your way in.
How does it feel for you to be an established internet artist, Fred?
I don't consider myself an artist. I just consider myself somebody who goes out there and says, fuck them right in the pussy. If they can't handle it, then, you know, that's the problem. I didn't know that was being an artist. I thought that was just me saying how I felt.
So definitely an eccentric character, but as I previously said, the country was falling in love with this guy, and you had people trying to replicate what he did in a fashion of their own, trying to like bust in news interviews and utter the famous phrase. Well, it didn't always go so well for these types of people. On September 16, 2014, several students at Florida State University tweeted that the FSU quarterback Jameis Winston stood on a table on campus and yelled "fuck her" right in the pussy. And the following day, USA Today sports journalist Dan Wolken tweeted that the university had suspended Winston for the first half of an upcoming game. So at this point, the FFXI phrase was getting some people in trouble. But this whole situation escalated even further in another case of people trying to replicate Fred. There were also cases of media outlets, you know, talk shows, reporters, making it clear that they weren't the biggest fans of Fred. A controversy would emerge on May 10th of 2015. Toronto City News TV reporter Shauna Hunt was interviewing fans of the city's Major League Soccer club. And suddenly she was interrupted by a group of hecklers yelling out the vulgar phrase into the microphone.
Wait, hold on. Were you guys waiting around to see if you could F her in the teamie live on TV? Yes. Is that what you were waiting?
Not you, but yes.
You were? Seriously?
Yes.
Can I ask why you would want to do something like that?
I feel like it's...
Because he's wearing the shades, man. It's ready.
No, seriously. Why? I mean, it's a disgusting thing to say. It's degrading to women, and you would humiliate me on live television.
Not you.
Are you actually filming this?
The following day, one of the men who spoke on behalf of the group was identified as Sean Simos, an assistant network management engineer at the city-state-owned electric utility company Hydro One, and he was subsequently terminated from his job for violating the company's code of conduct. People were really out here losing their job for saying "fuck her" right in the pussy in public. You guys gotta be careful. I think we need to take a second and pump the brakes and sort of look at what Fred has done at this point and examine the logistics of it, because Fred had busted his way into what, like 3 or 4 news interviews at this point? I mean, when you look at the logistics of something like that, you'd have to be either really lucky or have basically endless amounts of time on your hand to track down these interviews and bamboozle your way into them. So it's at this point that I would like to propose that, is this possibly a hoax? Don't click off the video yet. Let's look at this, okay? So let's go all the way back to the beginning and look at our good old friend Mr. Kane the Bomb's channel.
Not so pale.
You're on it.
Today's snow is crippling much of the Washington lowlands.
DD mega doo-doo.
Not so pale.
You're on it.
Today's snow is crippling much of the Washington lowlands.
DD mega doo-doo.
Mangudu.
Once it's turned on, the sign will spell out Deli Cat Essen.
Can you demonstrate for us what it's like to brush our teeth, pet, just a little bit?
Certainly. It's going to be areas of Drist and Mizzle. Drist and, what am I saying here? Mist and Drizzle. I literally combined both.
Here's some other great town names. Lititz.
Oh, it's Lidditz. Lidditz.
It's confirming the ground is now good to say. Oh, you've been joined by a beautiful lady. It's a man, actually, Derek. Who's
I just kept hearing it. I'm ducking and everything. Died in the house. I got scared. I dropped my hot pocket.
Let's get excited about that 69. I mean, that's pretty good this time of year, isn't it? I know you're excited about the win, but how about that 69?
Over the last 2 years, hundreds have landed in the Summit County Medical Examiner's office.
My brother used to break in our house and steal the TV.
But now he's dead.
We'll probably sit around and cook some soups and eat bread and desserts and just get all fat and sassy.
Wow. Như vậy thì
A slight chance of some it's rain. It's going to bring a possibility of some rain that will be moving into our area.
Did you grab anything when you walked out the door?
Grabbed nothing but 2 Tortino's pizza out of the refrigerator and my doggy, and we left. That's it. I tried to grab some other things, but they wasn't even worth it.
It's okay. Come a little closer. I'm going to stay over here by Joni.
Do they know each?
But they wasn't even worth it. But
rain that will be moving into our area.
Did you grab anything when you walked out the door?
Grabbed nothing but 2 Tortino's pizza out of the refrigerator and my doggy, and we left. That's it. I tried to grab some other things, but they wasn't even worth it.
It's okay. Come a little closer. I'm going to stay over here by Joni.
Do they know each?
No, hold him tight. Hold him tight. Hold him tight.
I am.
Hold him tight.
I am.
You got him.
I am.
That's okay. All right. All right, Joni, you got it.
First and last name, please.
Erica O'Donnell.
And can you spell first and last?
FIRSTLAST.
I meant your first and last name.
Well, the sign says that it's 4 quarters for an hour, but a quarter only gets you 15 minutes. Yeah. So if my math is correct, that's not an hour.
That's not an hour.
Not an
but
hour.
It is. And also...
A quarter, 15 minutes. Welcome back to Fox 2 News at 9 a.m. Time once again to get you caught up on your news headlines. For that, the Hamburglar.
It's your birthday. I'll let it pass. No, I won't. I'll get you later.
And England skipper Andrew Strauss arrived in London, proudly showing off the little urn. They'll spend 4 days at home before flying out for the World Cup. And Belinda, I just can't understand how something so small can be so impressive.
Well, Mark, you would know about that. Thank you very much.
I'm Scott Mattis, live in Hernando, Mississippi, where there's been spottings of a cougar, and that's not it. That looks like a house cat. But we're just feet away from where a local man rolled his cell phone video on what some say is a cougar. I'll be right back with a live report.
But what we can say is that it looks for him in Uxbridge also something where there may be some concern. He had a 12,000 majority here.
12,000!
It's now down to 5,000.
5,000!
Some people think it won't happen again.
It won't happen again!
Thanks very much, Tim. Lots of people trying to get in on the act there.
Well, the best part is, you know, the guy that comes in and goes, let me buy lunch today. You know, those guys are those.
Let me get it.
Right, I got it. It's a $2.99 burger. I'll buy lunch.
But okay, well, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I try one of these?
Courtney, I would love to see my meat in your mouth. So I've got a burger ready to go for you.
First time I've heard that.
Not the first time I've heard that. Not the first time I've heard that.
All my life.
Okay, well, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I try one of these?
Courtney, I would love to see my meat in your mouth. So I've got a burger ready to go for you.
Not the first time I've heard that.
Hello and welcome.
Also on Chef was Constance Landry. She says she's lived here her entire life, almost 80 years, been through just about everything.
I know 80 years old.
Well, just about. I'm sorry, Miss Constance. 76 to be exact.
No, 75.
75. Are you coming back to New Orleans and New Orleans East?
Is the elephant heavy? I'm coming back, baby.
The roads in Susquehanna County have people fed up. PennDOT held a forum tonight for residents to explain what's next. Fox 56's Victoria Helicard joins us live in Montrose to explain how much longer drivers have to wait. Victoria.
Check your panties. About 175,000 rice. I think that was supposed to be pantries.
I couldn't warn you before I saw it, and I couldn't warn you, Eric. I'm just
About 175,000 rice and slow cookers are being recalled due to fire and electric shock hazards.
Police was trying to do a stop point. The man said, no, not today. And they began to race behind each other like cats and dogs. And the police car just twisted around like a tornado, girl. And the Lord just shook it up and the man just got injured. His head went to one side and his body went to the other side. And girl, he hit the pole. I was actually going to buy me a piece of burger from Burger King. And I just stopped right in the middle because my hunger just went away.
As the adage says, you give a poor man a fish and you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish. You give him, and no.
All right, Mike, so are we going to have some barbecue weather, or
you're going to have some wet meat out there?
You know? Absolutely disgusting.
You know that? Oh, that's gross.
Please
do
that
thing that says hyperlocal forecast now.
Perfect.
Dry
so
wet meat weekend. No wet meat on Friday.
Meat.
Woo, I love those days.
Love some dry meat.
Love dry meat.
It's time now for a full look at your forecast with Astrid. Maybe we can canoodle before you get into it about,
We're not going to be canoodling. What?
Oh, I thought canoodle meant chat. Astrid, you're lucky there's a producer in my ear. I would have carried that on and on.
You know what? You just made the blooper reel. Good job, Andrew.
Take it away. Get me off camera.
Oh, this is too much fun.
Handle out the pumpkin. I thought it smelled some.
I thought something was smoking. I do see the smoke coming up.
Yeah,
what happened just now?
Well, no, because it's resting on some paper, and so I didn't want the little tea light to overheat, and then all of a sudden we've got breaking news here at the channel.
I told you if the sprinkler systems come on, I'm done for the day.
Yeah, that is not.
Sitting up here looking like a mop.
Yeah, you don't want sprinkler system and a beautiful weave because they do not go together. Wow, you're beautiful. You said it was a weave, right?
It's not. Oh.
Mang Tani, so hanggang kailan ba tatagal itong mga pag-ulan natin? Matagal-tagal na rin, Mang Tani. May mga naninimaho na ng mga damit.
Yes, Josie. Josie tuloy. Yes, June.
Okay.
June, yung ating wind map, makikita natin yung tuloy-tuloy na paglakas ng hangin habagat. At ito ay dahil doon sa bagyong Josie. At hindi lang ngayong weekend, kundi maaring...
Good morning to you. It's 5 o'clock right now on your Wednesday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kate Merrill. McKinnon. Oh my God.
I am Kate.
You can tell they just smoked weed and banged in the closet, but yeah.
Day morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kate Merrill. I'm Chris McKinnon. Oh my God.
I am Kate Merrill. That is Chris McKinnon, and it is a Wednesday, Danielle, because somebody needs to get some sleep.
Wow.
That is the best TV moment since I've been here at WBC.
I've always wanted to be Kate. I texted that to Brianna last night. I said, I want to be Kate
No,
Merrill.
you don't. You don't. It's very complicated. You're much better off being you.
I caught up with Chelsea and Michael, who were jogging by and were nice to just stop for a quick second. And I said, what are you doing running? And you're saying it was really good out?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow, so your feet don't get wet.
It's incredible, though, just to see even people still on their bicycles.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it with the bikes. Like braking, at least we can control. You know, at worst case, we can just slide right through a stop sign.
We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops, that can happen, unfortunately. Looks like Chelsea's okay. You okay? Yes, okay.
I'm going to have to jump into the water, actually. I'm going to be very careful because I've got this sound pack on. But Sarah Vasey, Adam Peaty, Siobhan Marie O'Connor, Ben Proud and James Guy, congratulations. Oh, I didn't see the step. Sorry about that. Well, that's giving you all a good laugh. Adam's inconsolable there. Just look before you're getting in a swim pool in future, okay? I hope you can still hear me. I'm going to have to get rather close and mind the step. Can you continue, Sarah? Because we want to talk about your goal. You don't want to talk about me falling in the water. But all the people watching here are literally on the floor.
And cats, they're not usually known for their love of swimming, but one feline in Northern Virginia is hitting the water instead of the gym in an effort to lose weight. Holly is a 13-year-old cat who dislikes the outdoors and other physical activities. But with encouragement from her owner and weekly visits to the Old Town Pet Resort, Holly has managed to lose 1 pound in 6 weeks. Stay with us, everybody. We've got a lot more to come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Get out of the way, bud. Are you? What the?
For $64, a professional instructor will take you for a 3-hour heart-pounding lap ride. $190.
A 3-lap ride.
3-lap ride, thank you.
Not a lap ride.
$499. Sorry about that. You can read them on the sheet.
We'll be right back. Oh, my God.
So you're going to do a spoken word for us now, right?
Right.
And tell us what we're about to hear.
It's just a freestyle.
Okay.
I'm just going to think it up as I go.
Freestyle. Well, let me sit back. Go ahead, Marshall.
Okay. Years ago, they tried to put me in the... this is live.
Did you want to try to read something from your book?
Yeah. Anytime, Jake is our producer upstairs, and
that was fun, Jake.
Josh is our director. Anytime you guys want to recume a man's wang swang, and just roll that, like literally, I don't care. It can, whenever you want to roll that in the show. God, you guys are the best.
Bob, Bob is going to aspire to this now. See, because Bob, I think you could do this.
I think I could.
I think with practice you could do that.
Swang, swang.
And then I will start calling you Schwang.
The question is, how do democracies respond to those scandals?
And what will it mean for for the wider region. I think one of your children has just walked in. I mean, shifting sands in the region. Do you think relations with the North may change?
I would be surprised if they do. Pardon me. My apologies.
What's this going to mean for the region?
My apologies. South Korea's policy choices on North Korea have been severely limited.
Now to the story of a pig that is inspiring others. One pot-bellied pig has certainly endured his share of problems. Chris P. Bacon was born without the use of his Viking. Yeah, you have to read this story. We cannot. Oh my God.
F device. F device.
F van Frans.
Maar zo wel, ja, Frederik.
Frikiel.
Oh nee, maar dat je toch. Ja, dat is ook met de muur, dat moet ik al lachen.
Hij klinkt wel als een eentje, joh.
Ik kan die handen wel lekker. Ik vind het geweldig.
First, let's send it over to Mike Rizzo, who has a look. Ooh, look at Lady Liberty. Liberty. Sorry. Gianna and I clearly just had a moment. How's the weather, Mike?
Oh, man. All right. Statue of Liberty this week. Oh, no. 83 degrees. I'm so sorry.
67 in Bedford Park.
We're going to see the temperatures in the upper 60s this morning.
A sticky situation at an airport in Tennessee after baggage was sprayed with raw sewage.
Sprayed?
I know. Well,
soil is one of those words. There's no way to say it. It just sounds like chunky moisture.
Oh.
it's the two words you hate.
Yeah.
Corn? How'd that get on my bag?
Okay, too far. Oh my God. Here's the deal. Just wait. This is just it. We're on TV. There are people watching. We're not in a private area. Just FYI. Oh my gosh.
Well, more bodily functions in the news this morning. The next time you pass gas, make sure no police are around. A man in West Virginia faces assault charges after police say he passed gas and handed the officer. Rain, don't laugh. After the man was already arrested for DUI. According to police reports of St. Cruz. I can't even get through this.
He passed the gas so loudly the officer said it was, quote, very odorous and created contact of an insulting or provoking nature.
Mr. Anchorman.
See, that wasn't even right. To put that story in there was wrong. That was wrong, man.
I didn't even see it when I was looking through the script. He stuck that in there.
Very odorous.
And Hugh Janus, turning 10. We'd mentioned...
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. It's one of those.
I totally fell for it, didn't I?
I think it was a trick. I think
you're right.
I think it was a trick name.
You're right. I think you're right.
I think it's one of those.
Who asked for that shout out? Who asked for it?
I'm going to go back and look.
Was it you?
Who asked for it?
I'll have to go back and look.
Maybe it's legit and I have a sick mind, but that's the way it came across.
Hopefully there's not a 10-year-old really with that name out there who, wow.
Apparently they're the most popular creatures right now this time of year. Beaver breeding.
Those little guys are cute and cuddly looking. The beavers I've seen are bigger.
And not.
Yeah, and they don't look as friendly. So I don't know. Maybe I've seen my beavers in the wrong place. Moving on.
Yeah, it's weather time. Let's yeah, this afternoon, not too bad. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Let's go to the map. There we go. 56 this afternoon in Tulsa, 62 down toward McAllister. The next 7 days looks pretty rainy for Saturday. Another good chance of rain on Monday. Cold gear for Saturday.
I couldn't just take it with weather.
I can't see him
Anyway, well, today therapy dogs will be sworn in at the Rogers County Courthouse.
They will.